Chapter 352. The overbearing member. At this moment, a thunderous commotion erupted as a troop of over 20 dragon steeds thundered into view. These magnificent creatures exuded an aura of power, with many having attained the formidable Yuan Yang realm. Among them, one dragon steed stood out, its body adorned with dark golden scales and a single horn resembling that of a flood dragon protruding from its forehead, radiating an astonishing presence and an overwhelming demonic energy. Upon this majestic steed rode a tall and strikingly handsome young man clad in a flowing white robe, his sharp brows and star-like eyes accentuating his refined features, exuding an air of exceptional grace and confidence. His gaze held a hint of arrogance, and it was evident that this group bore the remnants of a recent battle, their presence steeped in a lingering aura of bloodshed. "Is that senior brother Yi Tianxi? Quickly, make way for them," one of the onlookers exclaimed. Senior brother Yi Tianxi has returned. It is said he has just completed a Class A first-grade mission to eliminate the Hulong bandits. Could it be that he has succeeded? A Class A first-grade mission. How many credits is that worth? The two gatekeepers regarded him with profound respect. Xiang Chun and his companions stepped aside, wary of being trampled by the powerful dragon steeds. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiang Chun focused his gaze on the leader of the group. Could that be Yi Tianxi, the top student of the Tiger List in the Shihuang Academy? Second only in the entire Inner Palace? A practitioner of the Yuan Yang realm at the peak level. Xiang Chun felt a jolt of surprise. Yi Tianxi possessed a remarkably deep level of cultivation. At merely 27 or 28 years of age, he had achieved such profound mastery. The individuals following Yi Tianxi were all formidable Inner Palace students of the Yuan Yang realm, their strength undeniable. This imposing group surged into the Inner Palace, utterly oblivious to Xiang Chun and his companions. Yi Tianxi's gaze casually brushed over Xiang Chun, his expression indifferent, yet he did not linger. As this formidable entourage stormed into the Inner Palace, they stirred up clouds of dust in their wake. "When will I ever possess such grandeur?" one of the gatekeepers lamented. "Stop dreaming, just focus on your duty." "If only I could enter the Inner Palace and join the Tianyi Society to follow senior brother Yi, I would consider myself satisfied," another replied. "What is so impressive? One day, my brother and I will surpass him and even carve our names on the dragon and phoenix tablet," Xiahou Wu scoffed, unimpressed. "Spare us your grandiose claims. Judging by the insignia on your uniform, you must be a mere freshman. Such arrogance is laughable. Talents like senior brother Yi are truly rare gems." One of the gatekeepers mocked. "How can a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan?" "Monkeys, I can't be bothered to argue," Xiang Chun replied with indifference. Suddenly, the last dragon steed in the procession came to a halt. The young man atop it turned his horse around to face Xiahou Wu and the others. With an aloof demeanor, he addressed them. "Who was it that boasted about surpassing our leader? Step forward." It was senior brother Huang Zixuan. The gatekeepers quickly responded, bowing respectfully. This individual was Huang Zixuan, an elite member of the Tianyi Society and a powerful Inner Palace student of the Yuan Yang realm. "Senior brother, it was him." One of the gatekeepers pointed at Xiahou Wu. Huang Zixuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Xiahou Wu, coldly inquiring, "You claim you can surpass our leader?" Xiahou Wu stepped forward, affirming, "Indeed, it was I who said so. I will surpass him in due time." Huang Zixuan scoffed, remarking, "What an arrogant and naive newcomer. You may strike yourself twice, and I shall pretend you never uttered those words." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun's expression turned frosty. Was it truly impermissible to voice one's opinions? Xiahou Wu let out a hearty laugh, then abruptly bellowed, "I declare that I shall surpass Yi Tianxi and ascend the Dragon and Phoenix Monument. Mark my words." His voice resonated loudly, reaching far beyond the immediate vicinity, causing the group ahead, who had nearly departed, to halt in unison. They turned towards the distant entrance, where Yi Tianxi frowned and inquired, "Who dares to speak so arrogantly?" "I am uncertain, brother Tian, but it seems to be a newcomer from earlier at the gate," a young man replied. "A newcomer?" Yi Tianxi's brow furrowed deeper. "Is this how audacious the newcomers have become?" "Brother Tian, Zixuan has already gone to handle the situation. He will teach the unruly newcomers a lesson," another person interjected. "A lesson will suffice. Let us not escalate matters to the point of fatality. Let us proceed," Yi Tianxi stated indifferently, continuing to ride forth. His dragon steed could soar, yet within the academy, those of non-academic standing were forbidden from flying recklessly. Given his stature and position, He deemed it beneath him to personally engage with mere newcomers. His subordinates were well aware of how to uphold his authority. Boy, are you seeking death? Huang Zishuan's expression darkened upon witnessing Xiahou Wu audaciously vocalizing his bravado. What? Can we not voice our thoughts? Xiang Chen interjected. Beyond the mountains are more mountains, and Yi Tianxi is not invincible. He can indeed be surpassed. Even the strongest cannot remain at the pinnacle forever. Huang Zishuan cast a glance at Xiang Chen, the exceptionally handsome youth, and coldly remarked, "Have the newcomers become so utterly disrespectful? You too." He pointed at the two gatekeepers. "Go. Each of you shall deliver 10 slaps to these boys." The gatekeepers exchanged glances with Gongsun Xingtian, appearing apprehensive. "These two are under the protection of this spirit tool master," they muttered. Huang Zishuan glanced at Gongsun Xingtian, then coolly responded, "There are plenty of spirit tool masters within the academy, and few would dare to offend our TNI society. I command you to proceed." He dares not retaliate. Gongsun Xingtian retorted angrily, "Is your TNI society so tyrannical that we cannot even express our opinions? Indeed, within this academy, we embody such tyranny. Your discontent is irrelevant. Now go strike," Huang Zishuan declared with pride. The two gatekeepers exchanged knowing glances, smirking as they approached Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. "You boys. We warned you not to speak recklessly, yet you did not heed," one taunted. The other sneered, "Consider this a lesson for you both." With that, they raised their hands to deliver slaps to Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. In an instant, both Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen's expressions turned icy as they sprang into action. As the first slap approached, Xiang Chen's hand moved like lightning, seizing the assailant's wrist and forcefully twisting the arm. A sickening crack echoed. The man screamed as his arm was shattered. Xiahou Wu followed suit, unleashing a strike imbued with golden light. The impact sent the other assailant crashing backward, breaking bones and causing blood to spew from his mouth. Both attackers, possessing merely innate levels 4 and 5, were no match for Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu, who had clearly not fallen to such a menial task as guarding the gates. Their cries of agony filled the air, leaving Huang Zishuan momentarily astonished. "To be a mere dog for others leads to a grim fate," Xiang Chen stated coldly. "Two useless individuals, it's no wonder you can only guard the door." Huang Zishuan's expression darkened, disdainfully cursing as he rode closer, looking down upon Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen. "You two, kneel and slap your own faces. Or else I shall take action, and you will only be able to crawl back." Chapter 353. The Great Battle at Yuan Yang. Is it the norm for esteemed students of the Inner Palace to be so brazen and shameless? Xiang Chen retorted icily. Xiahou Wu responded with a sneer, "Forcing us to kneel? Even if you are the dean, you lack the face to demand such." Huang Zishuan's face turned grim. These two were truly unaware of their own limitations, infuriating him to the point where he contemplated murder. "It seems today, you two are determined to be humiliated," Huang Zishuan said coldly, drawing his whip. Swish. The whip, infused with true essence, transformed into a streak of yellow light, striking towards the two with enough force to shatter black iron. The two recoiled simultaneously to evade the blow. Crack! The whip struck the ground, leaving a long gash, the force radiating outward. As they dodged, Huang Zishuan, standing in the stirrups, leaped forward and delivered a powerful punch toward Xiahou Wu. Boom! The force unleashed by this punch exceeded 100,000 units, conjuring a terrifying gale that could obliterate a building. Within the grand black hall of the academy, Wu Ling entered. Inside, a burly middle-aged man donned in a black robe was engaged in a game of chess with an elderly gentleman in gray, their pieces contrasting starkly. "Dean, Vice Dean Xiao," Wu Ling bowed respectfully. "The students from the Shang Kingdom have arrived, including the child whose talent and spirit far exceed the celestial level." The elder in gray spoke calmly. "What have you observed during this time, and how has the child performed since joining the academy?" Wu Ling replied. "He possesses a strong character, marked by the arrogance of youth, stemming from his noble lineage. Having trained in the military from a young age, he is both resilient and principled." The man in black remarked, "It is astonishing that such talent can emerge from the modest Shang Kingdom. First, Xia Qingqing, and now Xiahou Wu." The elder in gray sighed. "Alas, the issue of yin and yang conflict surrounding Qingqing remains unresolved. Her talent is remarkable, yet if no solution is found, such a gift may not allow her to survive past 30. The middle-aged man said, "I have heard that within the dynasty, there is a prince with a pure yang celestial body. Perhaps through the method of harmonious cultivation, he could help Qingqing refine the extreme yang energy within her, thus resolving the conflict of water and fire. I have considered that approach as well and have dispatched someone to the dynasty to inquire. Though it ultimately depends on their willingness, the elder in gray replied, placing his black stone down, as all his white stones were captured. I have played for decades and have yet to win a single round against you. The middle-aged man chuckled bitterly, then stood up. I wish to see what kind of person Xiahou Wu truly is. As he spoke, a golden light emanated from his brow, and a formidable spiritual perception swept outward, enveloping the outer courtyard. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This lad is not in the outer courtyard? It is impossible. I have just admitted them to the hospital," Wu Ling remarked in astonishment. "Ah, I have found him. This is bad. That lad is at the western gate of the inner palace, battling a disciple at the first level of the Yuan Yang realm. He is in danger." Elder Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "What? Engaging with a disciple of the first level of the Yuan Yang realm? Let me see." The elderly man in gray immediately unleashed his formidable spiritual perception. Their residence in the Great Hall was several dozen kilometers from the inner palace's entrance. Yet their spiritual awareness could extend such a distance. What formidable beings were these two, wielding such terrifying power? "Youngster, lie down," Huang Zixuan barked. Unleashing a tremendous force with a single punch, his true essence erupting with the might of 100,000. The force of his fist enveloped and locked onto Xiahou Wu. Roar! Xiahou Wu bellowed, instantly transforming into a towering golden giant, standing 5 meters tall, an awe-inspiring sight. A fierce battle intent erupted from within him. Golden flames ignited in his eyes, and his combat prowess surged wildly as he retaliated with a colossal punch. Bang! The two forces collided, creating a shockwave. Xiahou Wu's punch was momentarily overpowered, sending him staggering backward, the force of Huang Zixuan's strike pushing him away. Huang Zixuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be that a mere ordinary punch at 50% of his power merely forced Xiahou Wu to retreat? Even a formidable innate realm expert would be gravely injured by such a blow. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Huang Zixuan's true essence roared to life, his aura amplifying exponentially. Once more, he struck again, this time channeling 80% of his strength, the terrifying force soaring to over 100,000. Tiger Break Fist. Xiahou Wu roared, unleashing his own combat might, as the ferocious true energy surged forth, morphing into the shadow of a golden tiger that charged forward to meet Huang Zixuan's attack. With a thunderous boom, the violent force of the fists generated a hurricane. Yet, the fierce tiger's shadow, infused with a domineering fist intent, could not withstand the onslaught for long, shattering with a resounding crack. Puff! Xiahou Wu coughed up blood, propelled backward several dozen meters by the impact. Kill! Huang Zixuan commanded coldly, his foot gathering violent true essence as he advanced toward Xiahou Wu. Get out of the way! A roar erupted, as a towering werewolf, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, unleashed its own dragon elephant fist, combining internal energy with true energy. It executed a devastating punch infused with the essence of the fist, delivering a terrifying force of 70,000 pounds toward Huang Zixuan. Bang! The dragon elephant fist collided with Huang Zixuan's protective true essence, sending him flying several meters. He missed his footing and landed beside Xiahou Wu, creating a deep crater. Little beast. Huang Zixuan's expression darkened as he turned to the werewolf-formed Xiang Chun, recognizing him as the other individual from earlier. Bah! Xiahou Wu's expression grew cold as he spat out blood, the flames of battle in his eyes intensifying. Let us attack together, Xiang Chun shouted, producing a dragon demon blade in his hand. With a decisive step, he swung the massive blade toward Huang Zixuan. Crush the mountain. He unleashed a single strike, all the blade's energy roaring in unison, enveloping the air with its intent. The swing of the dragon's blade, combined with Xiang Chun's formidable strength, unleashed a terrifying force. Fight! Roared Xiahou Wu, brandishing the breaking army spear in his hand. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward, the spear striking like a great river dragon, aimed directly at Huang Zixuan, channeling all his might into the thrust. How dare two mere innate warriors challenge me? Witness the extent of my true power. Huang Zixuan bellowed, stepping forward as he unleashed his full essence, forming a powerful wall of yellow energy to shield himself. Boom! As Xiang Chun brought down his blade, the energy erupted. the dragon's blade cutting through the wall of essence with alarming ease. Whoosh! Xiahou Wu's spear pressed on relentlessly, its force piercing through the protective barrier, steadily breaking it apart. The tremendous noise of their clash and the energy surging forth attracted the attention of nearby inner court disciples, as well as some outer court students from afar, all drawn to witness the spectacle. Chapter 354. 3 days of defeat. Several inner court disciples emerged from their quarters, astonished at the battle unfolding before them. Is that Huang Zixuan from the West Court's TNI Society? What on earth is he fighting about? They gasped, noticing the two combatants facing him, whose auras revealed they were merely at the second and third levels of the innate realm. How is it possible that such lowly innate warriors could provoke Huang Zixuan to fight seriously? They marveled. In the distance, outer court students were equally stunned by the scene. An outer court student challenges an inner court disciple. Who are those two? How audacious to confront senior Yuan Yang! They exclaimed, feeling the overwhelming energy fluctuations. Huang Zixuan's expression shifted as he realized the threat to his essence barrier, a look of shock crossing his face. Get out of my way, he roared, suddenly retracting his essence, his fists coalescing all his energy into two powerful, earthen yellow strikes. Bang! Bang! The force of his punches sent both Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu flying several meters back, with Xiang Chun spitting out blood. Die! Huang Zixuan fumed, unleashing his essence anew, transforming into a streak of earthen yellow light, summoning a massive earthen yellow energy blade to cleave down upon Xiahou Wu. Boom! The first strike missed as Xiahou Wu dodged, leaving a long fissure in the steel ground. Yet, the second strike came as swiftly as lightning. Xiahou Wu raised his spear to defend, but the blade struck against it with an overwhelming force, the sharp energy akin to a mountain crashing down. Crack! Crack! Xiahou Wu's body began to bend under the pressure. Single star breaks armor, kill. Just then, Xiang Chun, positioned at a distance, knocked an arrow on his hunting dragon bow, releasing a symbol-imbued arrow that shot forth with terrifying penetrative power. Huang Zixuan's protective essence expanded outward, but the arrow pierced right through, aimed directly at his chest. Stepping back, Huang Zixuan swung his sword to intercept, the clash causing the arrow to explode in a brilliant flash, sending shards of energy scattering. Yet soon after, 7 more arrows shot forth in rapid succession, their speed astonishing. Huang Zixuan immediately swung his energy blade in a flurry of defense. The dragon emerges from the sea. At that moment, with a thunderous roar, Xiahou Wu surged forward, his spear radiating a dazzling golden light. This spear, imbued with brilliance, transformed into a majestic golden dragon that surged forth with overwhelming ferocity. Huang Zixuan, who was bracing against Xiang Chen's arrow, was struck by the force of this spear. With a cough of blood, he was propelled over 20 meters away. How could this be? The two gatekeeper students, whose arms had been shattered, gazed incredulously at this scene. The fact that Huang Zixuan, a practitioner of the Yuan Yang realm, had been injured by 2 opponents who had yet to reach the apex of the innate realm was beyond their comprehension. Not only they, but also the onlookers drawn to the tumult were astonished. Huang Zixuan was sent flying several dozen meters, staggering as a half-inch deep gash appeared on his chest. In his eyes, a furious flame ignited. The humiliation was unbearable. You two are forcing me to take lives. Huang Zixuan bellowed, his hands illuminated by a radiant glow, revealing a genuine treasure blade, not merely a weapon formed from condensed true essence, but a 7th-grade white warrior's sword that emanated a fierce blade aura. The necessity for Huang Zixuan to resort to a treasure indicated that these 2 young men were likely doomed. An inner palace student furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of Huang Zixuan's potential lethality. What did he have to fear? Tian Yi would surely aid him in covering any transgressions, and at worst, he would suffer some scrutiny from the disciplinary hall. These 2 youngsters, despite their meager cultivation, had driven Huang Zixuan to such extremes. Indeed, if he did not eliminate them, he would lose all face moving forward. The crowd murmured, gathering dozens of spectators around the scene. Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu stood side by side, resembling 2 formidable beasts, both possessing imposing physiques. Their spirit forms exhibited a myriad of extraordinary transformations, which, while astonishing, did not seem out of the ordinary. Kill! Huang Zixuan roared, wielding his sword with a flourish, unleashing a flurry of over 10 strikes in an instant. A barrage of yellow blade auras, each several meters long, howled forth with breathtaking sharpness. With the use of the treasure blade, his combat prowess escalated dramatically. The two attempted to evade the onslaught of blade auras. However, their speed was astonishing, and they could not completely escape, sustaining hits from the flying blades. The blade aura struck them, tearing several gashes across Xiahou Wu's body. While Xiang Chun suffered even greater injury, his flesh ripped open and blood flowing profusely. Die! The Wind Wolf Blade Technique. Huang Zixuan shouted in fury, channeling an immense amount of true essence into a single, devastating strike. The intricate patterns of the blade within the true essence emitted a chorus of wolf howls. A colossal yellow wolf shadow, 6 to 7 meters in size, materialized, charging forth with terrifying momentum towards the two adversaries. An intermediate-level mysterious blade technique. These two were as good as finished, an inner palace disciple exclaimed with excitement, eager to witness their obliteration. The two exchanged glances, and Xiang Chun unleashed a burst of energy, channeling all his strength into a single strike. Crumble Mountain. Xiahou Wu roared, his spear twisting like a dragon, launching forth in a ferocious assault against Xiang Chen's blade. The collision of their attacks reverberated, the yellow wolf howling as it relentlessly shattered the force of their combined might. Intent on annihilating them both, Gong Sun watched anxiously. Though he too possessed innate abilities, he was not skilled in combat and could not match Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu. Suddenly, beside him, Tian Yu's eyes flickered with flames, and he was engulfed in a blaze of crimson and azure fire. He transformed into a fiery tongue, surging forth with a devastating punch that sent waves of flame crashing toward the blade. Under the might of the fierce flames, the true essence of the sword showed signs of dissolution. The suppressed states of Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chun were instantly shattered. With a thunderous roar, the blade's energy was obliterated by the trio's combined assault. Kill! Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chun seized the moment. Drawing their blades, Xiang Chun executed a swift movement, unleashing a curtain of dark crimson energy that tore through the air. Armor break. Xiahou Wu thrust his spear with overwhelming force. How is this possible? Huang Zixuan roared, as the blade's curtain, infused with the dragon-quelling demon blade, cleaved through his protective true essence and struck his body. Huang Zixuan cried out in agony. Sent flying by a single strike, blood splattering as a massive gash opened in his chest. Almost immediately, Xiahou Wu's spear lunged forth, its concentrated power piercing through Huang Zixuan's dissipating true essence, sending him hurtling away. Bang! Huang Zixuan was flung several meters, crashing to the ground in agony, severely injured. Haha, well done, wooden fish, Xiahou Wu exclaimed, turning to Tian Yu, who had suddenly altered the course of battle. Tian Yu maintained a calm expression, gazing at Xiang Chun, who responded with a thumbs up. The onlookers were left in shock, witnessing Huang Zixuan's defeat at their hands. Chapter 355. Your wife was met with disbelief. I can't believe my eyes. Huang Zixuan has been defeated. How is this possible? These three are merely at the small celestial level of innate abilities. Even three at the great celestial level would struggle against Huang Zixuan, murmured the surrounding students in astonishment. Huang Zixuan was filled with shock and fury, unable to comprehend that he had been so thoroughly bested and gravely injured by three youngsters of lesser innate prowess. No, impossible. He lay on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the sky, two figures hovered, observing the unfolding scene below. They exchanged a glance, their expressions betraying a hint of astonishment. These two, Elder Shao and the gray-clad elder, the dean of the western courtyard, emanated a force that defied the pull of gravity, standing effortlessly in the air. Incredible. The explosive force of that last strike from the Yuan Yang student was at least 250,000 pounds, and the cutting power of the blade was astonishing. How could these three youngsters overcome such might? Elder Shao exclaimed in surprise. The gray-clad elder's gaze focused on Xiang Chun and Tian Yu, remarking, to achieve such a level of beast transformation, that white-haired lad possesses an extraordinary spirit. And the flames unleashed by the other boy, what technique enables him to conjure such terrifying fire that can consume true essence? Dean, it appears that our West Courtyard has not just welcomed a singular genius. Haha, that Xiahou Wu aligns perfectly with my temperament, Elder Shao exclaimed with delight. We should take him on as a disciple. Such talent must be nurtured now, lest he outgrow us in the future, the elderly man in gray remarked. Those two young fellows are quite impressive as well. Why did Wu Ling not mention them? His gaze shifted to Xiang Chun and Tian Yu. Xiang Chun and his companions approached the severely injured Huang Zishuan, whose complexion was pale, recoiling in fear as he exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? Senior, you truly are inept," Xiahou Wu sneered. "I am merely unwell today. Otherwise, how could I possibly lose to the three of you mere ants from the outer courtyard?" Huang Zishuan bellowed, attempting to salvage his dignity. "Stop boasting, senior. Your treasures and martial arts have already been revealed, and you were still defeated. If we possessed the strength of the great heavenly realm, we wouldn't even need to team up against you. I alone could trample you." Xiang Chun retorted with a cold smirk, mercilessly stepping on Huang Zishuan's chest. With a forceful push, blood gushed from the wound, eliciting a pained scream from Huang Zishuan. "Indeed, I could certainly defeat him on my own. I simply refrain from using that particular technique, as I cannot yet control it and fear it may kill him." Xiahou Wu chuckled. Xiang Chun could not deny that Xiahou Wu had hidden cards, as he too possessed his own. The Swallowing Sky Evil Vine and the Moon Swallowing Celestial Wolf were lethal trump cards, meant for survival, not to be casually revealed. Especially the Moon Swallowing Celestial Wolf. Exposing its true form would either lead to being slain by a powerful human or forced into servitude through a master-servant contract. In the future, do not be so arrogant upon encountering us. Although Yi Tianxi is formidable, he is not insurmountable. Give us 3 years, and we shall ensure he kneels in submission." Xiang Chun declared coldly, delivering another kick to Huang Zishuan, who cried out as he was sent sprawling far away. "Let us depart," Xiang Chun stated. The three of them approached Gongsun Xingtian, who was equally astounded by their strength. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the four boldly entered the inner palace's disciple area. "You 3 little rascals, I will surely avenge this grievance," Huang Zishuan roared, but the group had already crossed into the inner palace region. The observing inner palace students gazed at them in astonishment. "Hey, kid, don't think that defeating Huang Zishuan grants you entry into the inner palace. This is not a place for outer courtyard disciples," remarked a tall, thin youth with a sardonic tone. "As a spirit artifact master, I have permission to reside in the inner palace. Is there an issue?" Gongsun Xingtian produced his spirit artifact master badge. "You are a spirit artifact master. Oh, my apologies for not recognizing your esteemed status," the youth exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of mockery. The status of a spirit artifact master surpassed that of a typical Yuan Yang expert. "May I inquire, senior, do you know where Xia Qingqing resides?" Xiang Chen asked. "You are looking for Sister Xia? Who might you be to her?" The youth inquired, astonished. We are her relatives." Xiang Chen hesitated before responding. "Oh, I see. I did not realize you were her relatives. However, Sister Xia does not reside here. She lives on Yulong Peak, a place you cannot reach," the youth said, gazing longingly at the towering Yulong Peak. Yulong Peak. Several individuals exchanged glances, astonished as they gazed towards the heart of the inner palace, where stood the towering Spirit Peak. Indeed, atop the Jade Dragon Peak, only the esteemed instructors of the academy were permitted residence, alongside the 4 prodigies of the Dragon and Phoenix Tablet and Sister Xia. The youth spoke with envy, acknowledging that Sister Xia was the cherished disciple of our esteemed principal at the West Wilderness Academy, destined to become one of the celebrated figures inscribed on the Dragon and Phoenix Tablet. "Ascending Jade Dragon Peak poses a challenge. I may ascend, yet I cannot bring you along," sighed Gongsun Xingtian with a bitter smile. "Alas, it is truly difficult to meet this young lady," Xiang Chen lamented, before breaking into a carefree grin. "However, it won't be long before I earn the right to visit her at Jade Dragon Peak openly. Brother Gongsun, I must trouble you to meet her on my behalf and deliver a letter for me." "Naturally, that is no trouble at all. You all should return first. I shall seek her out and bring her back to meet you," Gongsun Xingtian replied, accepting the letter from Xiang Chen. "Very well, we shall await your news." Xiang Chen nodded, casting one last glance at the magnificent Spirit Peak, now 100 kilometers away. "Sister Qingqing is truly thriving," remarked Xiahou Wu. As the trio turned to depart, Xiang Chen replied with a subtle smile, "How could my future wife not flourish?" "Wife? What do you mean?" Tian Yu inquired, puzzled. Xiang Chen chuckled. "A wife is someone who occupies your thoughts constantly, the one with whom you weather life's storms together. In this world, she is referred to as Madam." "Oh, I see. So am I your wife?" Tian Yu asked. Both Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chun were left speechless. "What are you talking about? I don't engage in that." "You are my brother," Xiang Chun retorted, playfully swatting Tian Yu on the head. What does that mean? Tianyu rubbed his head. Having absorbed much knowledge from others, yet still puzzled by some of Xiang Chen's frequent expressions. Haha, you wouldn't fish. It means two men are in a close bond. Quite amusing indeed. I've noticed you're becoming increasingly entertaining, Xiahou Wu laughed, recalling his previous inquiry to Xiang Chun about the same topic, which had left him feeling quite queasy. What does a close bond entail? My name is Tianyu. Why do you call me wooden fish? Chapter 356. Just eliminate him upon Xiang Chen's return. Gongsun Xingtian also arrived later that afternoon, having failed to locate Xia Qingqing. The news he brought was that she was currently in seclusion. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet since they had come to the Arid State Academy, a meeting was merely a matter of time. In the inner palace area, within a lavishly constructed private estate, a vibrant array of koi fish competed for food in a lotus pond. A striking young man clad in white stood there, tossing fish feed into the water, enticing the koi to scramble for it. Two individuals trembled as they knelt behind him, accompanied by several others, including the earlier mentioned Yi Feng. The two kneeling figures were none other than the Su brothers, Su Sun and Su Luo. The young man was none other than Yi Tianxi, brother Tianxi. These two inept fools failed to handle the matter. That fellow named Xiang Chun has arrived at the Arid State Academy. I even saw him earlier today, exceedingly arrogant. Yi Feng whispered. Oh, he truly has the audacity to come here. Yi Tianxi spoke in a calm tone, his expression betraying little emotion. Yes, President. It is our failure to handle the matter properly. However, this young man is exceedingly arrogant, with the presence of a formidable Yuan Yang expert in the merchant nation. We had no opportunity to act, Su Sun murmured, bowing his head. Su Luo added, we have warned him, yet he remains obstinate. Yi Tianxi tossed the remaining fish food aside, settled into a chair, lifted a cup of tea, swished it in his mouth, and then spat it out onto the two men. They dared not evade or wipe it away, as droplets of tea cascaded down their faces. It's nothing but a mere peasant from a rural area. Let him come. You two must devise a way to eliminate him. He must not be allowed to meet Qingqing again. I shall enter seclusion for a while, Yi Tianxi stated indifferently. Thank you for your forgiveness, President. The two expressed their gratitude with a bow before rising to leave. In a few days, the hunting tournament would commence, and all new students would be compelled to participate. We will personally register and ensure that wretched creature meets his end, Su Sun vowed. Yes, ensure it is done cleanly, leaving no traces, Yi Tianxi replied, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Yi Feng, Su Sun, and Su Luo understood the cue and respectfully took their leave. In Xiang Chen's courtyard, within the meditation room, the young man sat cross-legged, eyes closed, refining the pure Dan he had consumed, transforming it into innate true energy. The spiritual energy from the surrounding world continuously flowed toward him. In one corner of the room, the massive dark black of the fiery dragon serpent coiled in a ball. Among the 4 fiery dragon serpents, Xiang Chun had only brought one, this very dark black. Within him, the swallowing sky evil vine was also devouring the energy released from the refined Dan. For the vine not only consumed life, but also absorbed the energies of heaven and earth. Consequently, Xiang Chen's consumption of Dan was astonishingly high, several times that of others. Since Mooncharm's spirit had sustained severe injuries, she had yet to recover and remained in a deep slumber within the wolf soul. Though Xiang Chen's medical skills were remarkable, they had yet to reach the level capable of healing ghostly spirits. As time passed, the first day at the Huangzhou Academy concluded, with new students continuously arriving from various regions. On the morning of the second day, while Xiang Chun was still lost in slumber, a loud banging echoed from the courtyard gate. Boom! Xiang Chen's courtyard door was forcefully smashed open, and a group of individuals stormed in. Hey, kid inside! Stop sleeping and come out! Shouted a robust young man, his left cheek marked with a scar. Xiang Chen sprang from his bed, a surge of anger igniting within him. His gaze icy, even stirring a murderous impulse. He had always been irritable upon waking, particularly despising being stirred from sleep after a long night of cultivation, having barely rested for an hour. Creak! The room door swung open, and Xiang Chun emerged, his hair disheveled as he glared at the intruders with a frigid expression. Wow! Still a beauty. The 4 men were taken aback upon seeing Xiang Chun unkempt and momentarily mistook his gender. Xiang Chen's fury swirled within him as he coldly demanded, you better provide a reason for waking me, or get out. Li Gu, it's a guy? Upon hearing the voice, they were startled again. Upon closer inspection, they realized he was indeed male, albeit strikingly handsome. Damn it. Why does a guy have to be so good-looking? The scarred youth grumbled. Subsequently, he barked. You youngsters are new here, aren't you? Perhaps you are unaware of certain rules. Before your arrival, we were the ones responsible for cleaning and maintaining these premises. Therefore, each of you newcomers is required to pay a cleaning and maintenance fee of 200 spirit coins. Indeed, 200 spirit coins. Hurry and pay up. The other three echoed his demands. Xiang Qin's gaze turned icy as he regarded the four with a piercing look, his dark golden eyes glimmering like a wolf's, sending a shiver down their spines. Maintenance fee, cleaning fee. Why have these charges never been mentioned in the admission manual? Clearly, you wish to extort protection money. Xiang Chun retorted with a cold sneer. The scar-faced youth's expression darkened as he snapped. The absence of mention does not imply non-existence. Enough chatter. Pay up. We can even make it 20,000 gold coins if necessary. Otherwise, well. His menacing grin and clenched fist hinted at the threat. I'll make sure that pretty face of yours finds itself scattered across the ground. In that instant, Xiang Chun surged forward like a cannonball, unleashing a tremendous force with a single punch aimed directly at the scar-faced youth. Boom. Ah! The scar-faced youth screamed as Xiang Chen's fist struck his abdomen with such ferocity that he was sent flying, doubling over in agony as he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. A master of the 6th level of innate realm. He had been taken down with a sneak attack. Li Gu. The faces of the three others turned pale. Ouch, you little beast. How dare you ambush us? Get him. Kill him. Li Gu howled from his crumpled position on the floor, unable to rise due to the pain. You little bastard, seeking death. The trio, enraged, charged at Xiang Chun. However, he swiftly drew the Dragon K demon blade, striking with lightning speed. Thud. Ah! One of them screamed as the blade cleaved into his shoulder, slicing through muscle and causing blood to spatter. If the blow had been more forceful, his entire shoulder would have been severed. Terrified, he knelt to the ground, unable to move, and the other two stood frozen in fear. Get lost, or I'll dislocate his shoulder. Xiang Chun declared coldly, exuding an overwhelming aura that intimidated them. Oh! Retreat quickly. The injured one cried out. The other two, pale-faced, hastily withdrew. Kid, we're leaving. Don't harm my brother. The scar-faced youth scrambled to his feet and retreated quickly. As they exited the courtyard, a scream echoed, and one of them was sent flying back out. Get lost. Xiang Chun shouted before returning to his slumber. Damn it. Why are these newcomers so fierce? The scar-faced youth cursed, leading his group toward Xiahou Wu's courtyard. Shortly thereafter, cries of despair rang out. Big brother, we were wrong. We don't want the money. We would even pay to avoid this. Thud. Ah, my teeth. The sounds of their lamentation filled the air as the four were unceremoniously hurled from the courtyard, landing in a heap. Chapter 357. A monstrous talent in the courtyard. Xiang Chun practiced a set of palm techniques single-handedly, his movements fluid and graceful. Flames of true yin burned upon his palms, intertwining and shifting as the true yin energy coursed through his specific meridians. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful strike downwards. A thunderous roar erupted from his palm as the true yin fire exploded, coalescing into 3 overlapping palm imprints that fiercely struck the ground. The stone surface of the courtyard was scorched to a fiery red by the searing imprints, which soon crystallized into a layer of cold ice. Xiang Chun withdrew his hand, gazing with satisfaction at the might of his recent strike. The 9-stacked flame palm, obtained during his time in a bandit lair, had now barely stepped into the realm of medium-level spiritual martial arts. Mastering the technique allowed him to triple the power of his strikes, infusing the energy of true fire into his palm techniques with overwhelming force. Regrettably, the bandit leader who had once wielded it against him was now deceased, having met his end through poison, a truly unjust fate. He had only just begun his training, yet he had already grasped the technique to a minor success. Tianyu, did you see that? This palm technique should suit you perfectly. Try practicing with the meridian patterns I just shared with you, Xiang Qin remarked to Tianyu, who observed from the side. This technique was particularly suitable for those adept in fire-based martial arts, and Tianyu, being of pure yang physique, was even more compatible with it than Xiang Qin himself. Tianyu nodded and, mirroring Xiang Qin's actions, commenced the practice of the palm technique. His aptitude in martial arts was astonishing. After merely watching Xiang Qin perform it once, he flawlessly mimicked the combat routine of the technique. Suddenly, crimson flames ignited in his palm, and the true fire surged through his meridians. Boom! In an instant, 6 stacked palm imprints shot forth. Their power doubled as they struck the courtyard. The ground shook with a series of explosive sounds, turning red as if it were charcoal, and the once solid stones began to melt under the intense heat. Tianyu withdrew his hand and stood beside Xiang Chun, inquiring, "How was that, brother?" Xiang Chun stared in disbelief at Tianyu, utterly astonished. "Goodness, is it fair to be this demoralizing? I thought my initial success was remarkable. Yet you, on your very first attempt, achieved an advanced level of palm strength. Truly a prodigy." Tianyu glanced at his own palm and remarked, "It feels quite simple. The flow of this palm technique in my meridians feels very natural. It's easier to practice than the stunning step you taught me." "Enough of that," Xiang Chen interrupted, pinching Tianyu's mouth shut, his expression darkening. "What a blow to my confidence. Yet, it appears you possess an extraordinary talent for fire-based martial arts. Most individuals would struggle to harness advanced palm strength on their first attempt, as their meridians would be unable to withstand the backlash of true fire, necessitating a period of adaptation. You, however, can wield it effortlessly. Your meridians and physique are evidently destined for the cultivation of fire-based martial arts," Xiangchen reflected. Tianyu's cultivation of the stunning step is remarkable, and while his talents in other martial arts are commendable, they still pale in comparison. However, his aptitude for fire-based martial arts is truly extraordinary. Would you like to forge a set of weapons? What kind do you prefer? I can arrange for Sheng Tian to craft them for you. With the right weaponry, your strength will surely be enhanced, Xiangchen inquired. Tianyu pondered for a moment and replied, "Since my elder brother favors using a sword, I shall opt for one as well. Please forge a sword the same size as the long Quebec very well. I shall speak to Sheng Tian shortly." Coincidentally, there exists a particularly formidable fire-based sword from the Demon clan's legacy. I will provide Sheng Tian with the foundational weapon patterns, and he can assist you in forging it, allowing you to nurture and elevate it in the future, Xiangchun affirmed with a smile. It was now the third day since their arrival at the academy, and the past few days had been relatively tranquil, with many new students from various regions enrolling. Suddenly, a long and short series of resonant bell chimes echoed through the air. This was the assembly bell for new students. Upon hearing the chimes, Xiangchun immediately recognized it and quickly stepped outside. In the neighboring courtyard, Xiahou Wu and Wang Ying also emerged. "Dog, it's the assembly bell," Xiahou Wu remarked. "Indeed, it seems all the new students have gathered. A new student conference is about to commence. Let us go," Xiangchun declared as he exited the courtyard, prompting Xiahou Wu, Wang Ying, Tianyu, and the others to hasten toward the gathering square. Upon hearing the bell, many new students from various areas converged on the square. Shortly thereafter, Xiangchun and his companions arrived at the square, where a throng of individuals had already assembled, with more arriving continuously. White hair, Li Bauer had arrived first and greeted Xiangchun. Brother, Gongsun Xingtian also approached. "Everyone is here," Xiangchun remarked with a smile as he surveyed the surroundings. A multitude of young men and women clad in new student attire had gathered, swiftly amassing to no fewer than 3,000 newcomers. As the new students congregated in the square, a large group of upperclassmen suddenly emerged opposite them, marked by a single star pattern on their garments. These were first-year students, while those adorned with 2 stars represented second-year students. This assembly of upperclassmen numbered over 3,000. Their gazes filled with playful malice as they regarded the newcomers, akin to wolves eyeing their prey. Most of these upperclassmen possessed cultivation levels above the 4th tier of the innate realm. What business do so many upperclassmen have at the new student conference? Many newcomers felt uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes of the older students. Suddenly, more than 20 figures streaked through the sky. Each exuded formidable power, utilizing various spiritual weapons, flying swords, daggers, and long spears, their garments billowing as they soared, clad in ancient robes with long hair cascading down. In a modern context, such a scene would undoubtedly evoke exclamations of celestial beings. "It's the recruiting instructors," many new students exclaimed upon recognizing them. Realizing these were the lead instructors from the academy responsible for their recruitment, including Wu Ling Xiangchun, felt a surge of astonishment. The recruitment instructors from the West Courtyard were already so powerful, one could only imagine how formidable the other main instructors might be. Boom. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, akin to a golden lightning bolt striking the earth, suddenly appearing before all the admission teachers. Clad in black garments, With hair as silky as satin and a visage that exuded youthful elegance despite his middle-aged appearance, he stood suspended in midair, not touching the ground, gazing down at the thousands of new students. An overwhelming pressure emanated from his formidable soul, rendering everyone breathless with trepidation. Chapter 358. The Deceptive Black Academy. What realm of power does this individual belong to? The aura of his soul is terrifying, far beyond the caliber of ordinary beings. His imposing presence made me feel as diminutive as an ant in comparison. The new students were awestruck by the middle-aged man standing before the admission teachers. In Xiang Chen's moonlit eyes, the man resembled a colossal energy furnace, harboring terrifying power that, upon eruption, could devastate cities and annihilate towns. His cultivation was so far superior that even the moonlit eyes could not discern the extent of his strength. The man surveyed the new students below, speaking calmly. Yet his voice resonated like thunder across the heavens. I am Xiao Zhan, an elder of the academy, and concurrently the vice president of the West Wilderness Academy. Welcome, students from various regions and nations of the West Wilderness. A collective shock rippled through the crowd. This man was the vice president of the academy? They all bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the vice president." Vice President Xiao Zhan continued, "You have journeyed from diverse locations, some from thousands of miles away. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to this academy? To become stronger and surpass ourselves," declared Xiahou Wu without hesitation. To rise to prominence and become pillars of the 9 provinces. To be among the strongest of the strong, the best of humanity. Many students echoed fervently. Excellent. In essence, your purpose here is to grow stronger, and our academy, the West Wilderness Academy, provides you with this platform. Xiao Zhan addressed all the new students. Today, we hold a welcoming ceremony to greet you at the West Wilderness Academy. However, our method of welcome is quite unconventional. The more than 3,000 senior students from the 3rd and 4th years will engage with you and the other 3 academies in a game. A peculiar smile graced Xiao Zhan's lips as he continued. On the path to becoming strong, one cannot escape the trials of life and death. This is an inevitable journey in the realm of true martial arts. Conflict is often unavoidable, and violence is a norm within the cultivation world. For this is a realm where strength dictates status and desire. The law of survival remains unchanged. The weak are devoured by the strong. And today marks your first lesson from the academy. In life, fairness does not exist. Upon his conclusion, the older students revealed cold, merciless smiles. You, young one, are doomed this time. Yang Yu from the Scorpion Kingdom cast a chilling gaze towards Xiang Chun. Next, this game, known as the Hunt, is also referred to by the academy's older students as the hunting tournament. Xiao Zhan crossed his arms and spoke flatly. What is the hunting tournament? It is a survival game between hunter and prey. Soon, I will lead you to a place where you shall coexist with the new students from the other 3 academies for a span of 7 days. The senior students before you will also partake in this endeavor. Your mission is to survive for a full week while making your way to a designated location to seize a battle flag. Throughout these 7 days, your seniors will hunt you down. For each of you they eliminate, they will earn 100 credit points. Your task is to evade their pursuit, or if you dare, to retaliate. Should you succeed in counter-hunting a senior, you will receive double the credit points. Those who endure for the entire week will be rewarded with substantial credits. And whoever claims the freshman battle flag will be crowned the champion of this year's 4 academies. As Xiao Zhan concluded his speech, countless new students were left in shock. Facing off against these seasoned seniors seemed like a path to certain doom. Most of these upperclassmen were at least at the 4th level of the innate realm, while many among the freshmen were merely at the great celestial rank of the divine concealed realm. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow. It was indeed a cruel game to turn humans into prey. One timid freshman whispered, "Deputy Dean, is it permissible to kill during the hunting battle?" Xiao Zhan replied coldly, "Of course. Your seniors can only earn credits by eliminating you, and these credits can be exchanged for elixirs and martial arts. Do you truly believe they would pass up such a lucrative opportunity?" He continued, "At this moment, all of you still have the option to withdraw from the game. If you choose to exit the hunting battle, the academy will refund your tuition, and you may return whence you came. However, I must warn you, should you leave the academy, armed with a substantial amount of spirit coins, there may be many who would covet your lives outside, leading to yet another perilous fate." Upon hearing this, the faces of the students turned pale. Were they being coerced into a path fraught with danger? What an exhilarating game this was. Besides Xiang Chun, Xiahou Wu was not deterred. Instead, he was filled with fervor, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. This is outrageous. Are we not paying to attend school, but rather to court death? Wang Ying trembled, glancing at Xiang Chun. Brother Chun, you must protect me. Xiahou Wu slapped Wang Ying on the head dismissively. Can you not be a bit more ambitious? You're a grown man. Always relying on others for protection is unbecoming. Believe me, once we're in there, I might just take you out myself. Wang Ying quickly fell silent in fright. Big guy, with the white hair. I'm feeling a bit scared, Li Bei'er said, her complexion pale. Though she possessed a strong talent for alchemy, her cultivation was but at the great celestial rank, rendering her combat prowess quite ordinary. Do not worry, I will safeguard you, Xiahou Wu declared, patting his chest. Just stick with me and Guzi. Thank you, Li Bei'er nodded. Goodness, the disparity is too vast. Monkey brother, you must not be so harsh. She needs protection too. Wang Ying lamented, on the verge of tears. Get lost. Xiahou Wu retorted, slapping him aside. My friend, I must trouble you as well, Gongsun Sheng said with a wry smile. Xiang Chun reassured, do not fret. It is merely 7 days. We will undoubtedly survive until the end. Countless new students were in a state of turmoil, many already harboring feelings of regret, fear, and even thoughts of withdrawing from their studies. Let it be known, those who dare to withdraw from the academy shall sever all ties with us, warned a recruitment officer with a chilling smile, not hesitating to instill fear. Countless freshmen grumbled in silence, recognizing the institution's sinister nature. Why not simply state that tuition fees are non-refundable? Why resort to such intimidation? Indeed, who would dare to withdraw? Our Black Blade Society has already stationed brothers at the academy's entrance, ready to eliminate anyone who attempts to flee. Another senior malevolently added his threats. This blackened institution aims to drive us to our demise, doesn't it? It's appalling. I never anticipated that the Huangzhou Academy would be so devoid of humanity. Regret filled my heart. Oh, Father, you have led me to this perilous fate. Many weak-willed, feeble students were on the verge of collapse. The 7-day hunt felt like a mere game of evasion against relentless predators. For those of strong constitution and unwavering resolve, however, this hunt posed no real threat. Take Xiang Chun, for instance, who has danced on the precipice of life and death countless times. He harbored little fear of the impending trials. Then there was Xiahou Wu, who grew up amidst warfare, having embraced the dead in his slumber while others clung to plush toys. His spirit was indomitable. The Huangzhou Academy was becoming increasingly intriguing. Truly an enlightening lesson. Xiang Chun's gaze ignited with fervor. This chapter of martial arts would surely not lack excitement. Are you afraid? Xiaozhan coldly remarked towards the newcomers. Fear is a natural reaction. The instinct to dread life-threatening peril is inherent in humanity. No one would belittle your fears. Yet he continued, shifting his tone. In a world where strength and might dictate status, the timid shall not endure. If you fear death, do not tread the path of true martial arts. Martial prowess embodies not only strength, but also the human spirit's conquest over adversity, the triumph over one's own fears and inner demons. Had the sages of this continent shared your trepidation and failed to advance, our race would not be one of the mightiest, but rather reduced to mere fodder for monsters. Slaves, or even extinct. True warriors do not lack fear. They confront danger and death, trembling legs and all, yet continue to forge ahead. That is the essence of valor. Warriors defy the heavens. To ascend to strength, one must learn to navigate perilous paths with courage. The youthful fervor surged within the hearts of many, invigorated by Xiaozhan's words. Indeed, brothers, what is there to fear? Life is fleeting, yet we endure for an eternity. What are the seniors? Let us confront them. Xiahou Wu rallied, raising his arms in fervent call. In the face of nobility, who possesses the innate right, there are no born kings, only warriors who grow ever stronger. We shall contend with them for these 7 days until death. Xiang Chun echoed, raising his voice in solidarity. Let us fight. Indeed, the seniors have traversed this path. What do we have to fear? Well said. In the face of nobility, who possesses the innate right. Charge. A resounding chorus of shouts erupted among the newcomers. Xiaozhan glanced at Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu, then said, I shall now lead you to the hunting grounds. The senior students shall proceed first. All the senior students surged forward in unison, racing towards a specific direction within the Arid State Academy, resembling a pack of cheetahs in their astonishing speed. As if the winds themselves urged them on. Once the seniors departed, they left behind over 3,000 new students. "You may follow now," one of the enrollment instructors announced. The new students promptly began to chase after the seniors, a throng of eager individuals rushing towards the path taken by their predecessors. "This time, I wonder if our Western Academy students will be able to seize the banner of the new students," one instructor speculated. "It seems rather unlikely. I have heard that among the new students from the North Wasteland, there is an exceptionally gifted genius, already at the 5th level of the innate realm, possessing formidable strength capable of contending with those at the 7th level," another remarked. "You must be referring to that lad from the Beiming family, right? He is proficient in both physical and mystical arts, possessing immense strength and extraordinary spirit and bloodline," the first one confirmed. "Indeed, that's the one. In his realm, he has virtually no rivals, hailed as a once-in-a-century talent from the Beiming family. However, I would not be so certain. I believe our new students from the Western Academy will make a significant impression," Wu Ling replied with a knowing smile. All the new students galloped in pursuit of the seniors, their movement akin to dragons and serpents rising from the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. Eventually, they were led to the entrance of a vast valley, where they found a gathering of 8,000 or 9,000 new students. Some bore the insignia of the Northern Academy, others the Southern Academy, and still others that of the Eastern Academy. These were the newcomers from the other 3 academies. "Who is that? He's enormous. It's quite terrifying." Many new students gazed in awe at a towering figure among the crowd, a formidable giant nearly 3 meters tall, clad in a white bear-like garment. He towered above the others, emanating an astonishing chill, with a rugged face and sharp features, his arms as thick as the thighs of an average person. Perched upon his shoulder was a girl in a fiery red leather skirt, strikingly beautiful, yet barely reaching 1.65 meters, making her appear almost half his height. The giant bore a massive white sword on his back, while the girl held a long sword in her hand. Together, they presented a striking juxtaposition of brute strength and youthful charm. The girl leisurely munched on a creamy white apple while perched on the giant's shoulder, her delicate legs swinging playfully before him. "Big Bear, have one." She offered him an apple, and he opened his mouth wide, devouring it in a single bite. As if it were a fist-sized morsel, the girl carelessly tossed the apple core, which struck a new student on the head. "Who dares?" the new student yelled, turning around, only to be taken aback by the towering figure before him. With a swift motion, the giant slapped outwards, conjuring a gust of icy wind. The new student, in the 3rd level of the innate realm, screamed as he was sent flying over 10 meters. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, hastily cleared a path. "Beiming Xiong and Beiming Yu have also arrived." "Is he named Beiming Xiong? What is his background?" someone inquired with astonishment. "In the northern wilderness, the esteemed Beiming family has produced a prodigious talent, Beiming Xiong, who is accompanied by a young maiden named Biu, rumored to possess an exceptionally formidable divine spirit. Together, they are said to possess the capability to vanquish formidable adversaries of the great celestial realm. Is it possible that such a terrifying figure exists among this cohort of newcomers?" Before the expansive valley, over 10,000 new students have gathered, creating a veritable sea of humanity. Within the depths of the valley, dense white mist swirls, concealing hints of golden light patterns. At the entrance of the valley stands a colossal monument inscribed with the words Ling Tian Valley. Above, a throng of figures hovers in the air, congregated in unity. "Ha, Xiaozhan. I hope your west courtyard does not find itself at the bottom once more," chortled a golden-haired man, who is none other than the vice president of the north courtyard, Shangguan Jinhong. "Rest assured, this time our west courtyard shall deliver a surprise," replied Xiaozhan, the vice president, with a calm smile. "Indeed, it appears that Brother Xiaozhan is brimming with confidence," remarked a beautiful woman in a crimson palace gown from the east courtyard. "Let us commence, and allow these youngsters to truly experience despair," said the vice president of the south courtyard, a frail old man. The 4 vice presidents nodded in agreement before ascending to the skies above Ling Su Valley. Simultaneously, they produced golden jade tokens, casting them into the valley, while torrents of terrifying primordial energy surged from their bodies, flowing into Ling Su Valley. The hunt is about to begin. Above the vast expanse of Ling Tian Valley, golden patterns of light interweave, enveloping the valley with an awe-inspiring force of nature. Boom! Within Ling Tian Valley, a gargantuan golden vortex emerged, shrouded in golden light, its depths unfathomable. "All newcomers, enter the valley," commanded the 4 vice presidents in unison. The throng of over 10,000 students exchanged anxious glances, paralyzed by uncertainty. "Fear not, brothers. Charge forward," roared Xiahou Wu, reminiscent of a battle cry, as he brandished his spear and advanced toward Ling Tian Valley. "Go," Xiao Chen echoed, also rushing forward. "Wait for me, Chen Ge, Ho Ge." Wang Ying hurried to follow, joined by Gongsun Xingtian, Li Baoer, and others. With no possibility of retreat, the call to arms resonated. "Charge." Leading the charge, Xiahou Wu and his companions ignited a surge of true energy, propelling themselves into Ling Tian Valley. Xiao Chun and his group formed the vanguard, swiftly entering the valley, engulfed by the mist and the golden vortex at the entrance. Upon stepping into the golden vortex, an overwhelming force gripped them, pulling them in. Instantly, their minds were assailed by sharp pain, as their consciousness spun in a dizzying whirl. The space around them was cloaked in golden light, rendering everything indistinct. A chorus of terrified screams erupted as many succumbed to fear. In a matter of mere minutes, the throng of newcomers streamed into the valley, disappearing into the mist and the golden whirlpool. As this batch of newcomers vanished, numerous senior students from various locations hurried to converge at the valley entrance. Suddenly, a colossal golden array illuminated the surroundings, upon which were inscribed the names of each new student, who would emerge as the champion among this year's freshmen. Alas, such a golden opportunity to accrue academic credits would benefit those in their third and fourth years. There was little to be done. Our cultivation levels as fifth and sixth years were simply too advanced. If we participated, would the newcomers even have a chance? Many of the senior students gazed at the myriad names upon the luminous screen, engaging in animated discussion. Xiang Chun felt a piercing pain in his head, as if the very heavens and earth were spinning around him, threatening to send him into a dizzying stupor. Suddenly, the whirling ceased, and the radiant golden light gradually faded. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself on a vast plain, with his peers appearing beside him. But where was Tianyu? A frown creased Xiang Chen's brow as he noted his absence. Had Tianyu vanished into the valley? Over 10,000 freshmen had abruptly materialized on this expansive plain. At that moment, the student identification token on Xiang Chen's person began to levitate, emanating a spiritual light that formed a compass-like halo, pointing towards a specific direction ahead. What manner of place was this? A hidden expanse within Ling Tian Valley. All the newcomers gazed in astonishment at the verdant grasslands before them, where tufts of grass towered 2 to 3 meters high. Young ones, the direction indicated by your identity tokens is where you must venture. You are to survive here for 7 days. Should anyone reach the ultimate destination indicated by the token and seize the battle flag, they shall be crowned the new student king of this year, rewarded with a 7th grade spiritual martial art and 1,000 academic credits. A voice resonated through the air. It belonged to President Xiao Zhan. Xiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he focused on the dense thicket, activating his Wang Yuetong. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly, and he whispered a few words to Xiahou Wu. A cold smile graced Xiahou Wu's lips as he tightened his grip on his battle spear. "Baoer, stay close behind me," he instructed Li Baoer. "Understood," she replied eagerly, nodding. "Wang Ying, Sheng Tian, follow closely behind me," Xiang Chen commanded. "Let us go." With that, Xiang Chen charged into the grassland, plunging into the thick foliage. "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Charge!" The others immediately followed the indicated path, a multitude surging into the lush expanse. As Xiang Chun maneuvered through the dense grass, Wang Ying and Gongsun Shengtian trailed behind, the verdant underbrush bending beneath their passage. Suddenly, Xiang Chun let out a sharp command. 20 meters away, four figures concealed themselves within a cluster of grass, wielding blades and swords, suppressing their presence as they observed Xiang Chun and his companions approach. "Prepare to strike," one of them whispered. The 4 individuals subtly activated their internal energies, watching as Xiang Chun and his group drew nearer. 15 meters, 10 meters. "Attack!" came the commanding shout. With a swift motion, they drew their blades. Blade of Severance, breaking the army. In that instant, a 2-meter-long blade of black and red swept through the air, slicing through the grass and cleaving toward the 2 unsuspecting assailants. The 2 individuals were protected by a formidable barrier, yet they were still sent flying by the explosive blade energy. Another, pierced through by a streak of golden spear light, let out a wretched scream as blood gushed forth, his chest impaled by the force of the spear. With a resounding thud, Xiang Chen advanced, wielding the dragon-quelling demon blade, and struck violently at one of them. Die! The man roared, unleashing his innate power at the 4th level, retaliating with a sword strike that churned the surrounding grass into fragments with its ferocious blade aura. However, Xiangqin's strike shattered the opponent's sword effortlessly, breaking through his barrier and cleaving into his skull. The man did not even have the chance to cry out. Cleaved in two by a single blow. Following his demise, a new tally of 200 credits appeared on Xiangqin's student token, a fresh beginning. Another senior, filled with fury, lunged at Xiangqin with a swift and brutal strike aimed at his head. Yet, at that moment, a long spear swept in with even greater speed, decapitating the assailant and showering Xiangqin with hot blood. Among the 4 seniors poised to ambush, 3 were swiftly dispatched by Xiangqin and Xiahou Wu. One remaining individual, horrified, turned to flee into the underbrush. No escape, Xiangqin barked, his footfalls echoing as he unleashed a powerful punch. The force of the dragon elephant fist erupted, shattering the dense grass. Little bastard, don't go too far. The man roared, spinning to counter with a palm strike. A blue shockwave colliding against Xiangqin's fist. This adversary was also a formidable 5th-level innate expert. The clash of their powers obliterated the surrounding foliage. But the 5th-level opponent managed to withstand Xiangqin's punch, showcasing his own strength. Die! At that moment, Xiahou Wu charged forward, delivering a fierce kick imbued with the ferocity of a battle god, sending the man flying several meters, blood spilling from his mouth, severely injured. Kill! Xiangqin followed up, dashing in and delivering a lethal downward strike that split the man in two. With his death, both Xiangqin and Xiahou Wu gained an additional 100 credits, evidently sharing the spoils of their combined effort. Chapter 361. The ruthless hunt. The scent of blood pervaded the air as swathes of grass lay trampled. The remnants of bodies strewn across the ground, drenched in gore. Li Beiyer's complexion paled slightly, unable to bear the sight. People can really die here, she whispered. Wang Yang, staring at the corpses, trembled in fear. Chen Gu, Ho Gu, you are truly ruthless. Are these still classmates? Wang Yang forced a smile, observing the two with expressions of indifference, as if nothing had transpired. If we do not kill them, they will kill us. There is no room for mercy. Such are the rules, Xiangqin replied coolly, sheathing the dragon-quelling demon blade. However, he was astonished to find that the blade could not absorb the blood energy from the fallen bodies. This is the battlefield. The seniors are our enemies now. To show mercy to foes is to be cruel to oneself, Xiahou Wu stated coldly. My hand, no? A series of anguished cries emanated from the distant underbrush, predominantly the screams of new students. It was clear that the hunt had officially commenced. Xiangqin gazed upon the vast prairie shrouded in obscurity and remarked, "Let us proceed. There are still many hidden hunters lurking." The group disregarded the bodies and continued onward. Outside, the colossal array of light projected from the valley entrance showcased the names of Xiangqin and Xiahou Wu, which suddenly surged to the forefront. Look, a new student has achieved remarkable results. Both Xiangqin and Xiahou Wu amassed 400 credits. Could it be that they had slain 4 senior students upon entering? Their names climbed to prominence amidst thousands, drawing the attention of many from the western courtyard. Meanwhile, several names of new students vanished from the display, evidently having been eliminated. At that moment, 2 names surged ahead of Xiangqin and Xiahou Wu, skyrocketing to 600 credits. These 2 were Baiming Xiong and Biu, hailing from the northern courtyard. In the midst of the prairie, a towering youth, nearly 3 meters tall, and a girl surveyed the 6 senior students surrounding them, who wielded swords and daggers. Sneering at the duo. What a stunning girl. Brothers, why not kill this oaf and keep the girl for our pleasure? One of the innate 5th realm practitioners chuckled coldly. A splendid suggestion, indeed. I've yet to experience such delight in the Lingshu realm, another sneered. Seeking death. Bu's expression turned frigid as she commanded, Baiming Xiong, tear them apart. With a thunderous step, the hulking Baiming Xiong unleashed a wave of terrifying cold that froze the surrounding flora. Kill, he bellowed, brandishing a massive broadsword, and struck violently at the innate 5th realm student. The sword's formidable momentum was accompanied by an icy sword intent. The senior, taken aback, retaliated with a blade, yet was met with an overwhelming force and chilling sword energy. A pained scream escaped him as he was sent flying, enshrouded in frost. Subsequently, Baiming Xiong unleashed a second wave of sword energy, which crashed into the opponent, cleaving him in two and causing him to shatter into fragments of ice. Old Lu, how infuriating. You little brat, you're courting death. The others fumed, charging at the robust youth. Umph! Ice silkworm divine spirit, cold mysterious thread. Beiyu coldly snorted, activating her spirit power, as a shadow of a tiny silkworm materialized behind her. With a wave of her delicate hand, nearly invisible icy threads were released, ensnaring the legs of the assailants in an instant. Ah! They exclaimed, stumbling and falling in disarray. Icicle strike! Bai Mingxiong commanded fiercely, plunging his sword into the earth, releasing a surge of icy sword energy. A barrage of cold sword energies erupted from the ground. Thud! Thud! The 5 assailants screamed in agony as they were pierced by the icy projectiles, succumbing to their demise. Withdrawing his sword, Bai Mingxiong noted an increase of 600 credits on his student token, as did the girl. Humph! Unaware of your own mortality. And yet you dare to speak disrespectfully to this young lady. A young girl retrieved a milky white apple and took a fierce bite. Over 10,000 individuals had entered the vast grassland, where concealed hunters sprang into action. Among the seasoned students who ventured into Lingtian Valley, there were also no fewer than 10,000, most of whom possessed far greater strength and cultivation than the newcomers. On this expanse of grassland, there were no less than several thousand senior students hunting these fledgling ones. The seniors often formed small groups, some exceeding 10 members, while the smaller ones comprised 4 or 5. Help! Ah, senior, spare my life. The anguished cries echoed across the grassland, sending chills down the spines of many. A group of over 10 newcomers traveled cautiously through the underbrush, uncertain of which nation they hailed from, yet all were from the western courtyard. Suddenly, a flash of an arrow streaked through the air, infused with formidable true essence. With a sickening thud, one individual's head was explosively pierced by an arrow, resulting in immediate death. Whoosh! 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 Soon, a dozen more arrows were unleashed from the surrounding area, prompting the newcomers to panic and defend themselves. However, amidst their screams, 7 or 8 fell to the ground, struck by arrows. Kill! 5 figures, armed with powerful bows and wielding exquisite blades and swords, charged forth, unleashing a torrent of savage attacks, blade energy and sword energy hurtling toward the remaining individuals. Spare us, senior. My family is wealthy. I can offer you money. No. The few remaining individuals wailed as they were swiftly dispatched by the 5 assailants. After slaying these 10 or so newcomers, the 5 seniors promptly retreated into the underbrush to seek other prey. Xiang Chun and his companions pressed onward, having traversed over 20 kilometers, during which they encountered 2 waves of senior hunters. Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu had jointly eliminated 16 individuals, their academic credits steadily increasing. Upon covering 40 kilometers, they finally faced a significant challenge. A hunting group of 20 individuals encountered Xiang Chun and his 4 companions. Xiang Chun, I have finally found you. One among the group stated coldly. Brother Chun, Brother Ho, it's over for us. We're surrounded by so many. Wang Ying's face turned pale. You are the disciples from Scorpion Nation, Xiang Chun remarked indifferently, eyeing the group. Among them stood 1 at the 6th level of innate realm, 5 at the 5th level, and the remainder at the 4th level. Indeed, my name is Yang Wei, a subordinate of Prince Yang Yu from Scorpion Nation. I shall slice you to pieces, allowing you to truly experience the agony of death. The youth at the 6th level of innate realm sneered. How amusing. It seems that misfortune truly brings foes together. Xiahou Wu scoffed, his eyes devoid of fear. Meeting them is fortuitous. By slaying one, we reduce future adversaries for Deshang. Can we really take on so many? Should we flee? Wang Ying expressed concern. Are you not a man, Wang Shaoji? You coward. Li Baoer derided. Fine then, I shall remain silent. If death is to be, so be it. Wang Ying gritted his teeth and called out. You brats, come here. Xiang Chun, I want you dismembered. And the rest of you, kill them. First enjoy, then slay the women. Yang Wei bellowed. Kill. The 20 individuals shouted in unison, charging toward the 5. In a fierce confrontation, the powerful warrior Xiang Chun commanded, Monkey, attack. With a resounding roar, his true chi erupted, and he transformed into a towering 4-meter-tall werewolf. The might of his lunar energy amplified beyond measure. Heavenly combat avatar, shouted Xiahou Wu, his form radiating golden light as he morphed into a colossal figure of 5 to 6 meters, enveloped in a luminous aura. With a thunderous stomp, he unleashed his power, sending a golden shockwave crashing towards their adversaries. The impact was devastating, as 6 opponents were sent flying, blood spewing forth as if struck by a speeding truck. Kill. With fierce determination, Xiahou Wu charged forward, his spear releasing a blinding arc of light that cleaved through the air. The spear's trajectory was lethal, claiming the heads of 3 unfortunate souls in a single stroke. Xiang Chun, now in his monstrous form, surged forward with unbridled ferocity. Like a mighty boulder, he barreled into his foes, shattering their defenses and causing catastrophic internal injuries that led to their demise. With a swift motion of his claw, he unleashed 5 crescent-shaped slashes that tore through another victim, reducing him to mere fragments. The formidable dragon-quelling demon blade, extending 4 meters, was wielded with a power exceeding 70,000, shattering the weapons of 2 opponents and cleaving through them with terrifying precision. In the midst of the chaos, Wang Ying cried out in agony, having his arm severed by a foe. Wang Xiaoji. Xiang Qin's heart raced as he turned to assist his companion. However, 2 formidable adversaries, one at the 6th level of innate power and another at the 5th, simultaneously struck. Xiang Chun parried the attack from the 6th level master, but the 5th level expert managed to inflict a shallow wound on his lower abdomen, sending a sharp pang through him. "Save me, Chengge!" Wang Ying's desperate cry echoed as a 5th level foe beheaded him, blood spraying forth. "Wang Xiaoji!" cried Li Baoer and the others, shocked and dismayed. Though their ties with Wang Ying were not particularly strong, he was still a comrade in arms. Fury ignited within Xiang Chun as he pushed back against his attackers. "Devour the heavens, evil vine, annihilate them!" he roared, as 2 massive serpentine vines erupted from within him, ensnaring and constricting his enemies with astonishing speed. The 2 adversaries, now filled with dread, struck at the vines, but their weapons were rendered ineffective against the relentless grip of the evil vines. In a final, horrific moment, the 2 foes screamed in terror as their bodies were crushed, reduced to mere fragments by the inexorable force of the constricting vines. Subsequently, the bodies of the 2 individuals inexplicably shattered into luminous particles, merging into the insatiable tendrils of the abyssal vine. Die! As Wang Ying fell, Xiahou Wu was engulfed by a surge of fury, launching a frenzied punch that sent the 5-layered expert flying. In a flash, a spear, swift as lightning, pierced through the air, directly impaling the man, the weapon transfixing his heart. With a tremor of his hand, a formidable energy erupted, causing the man's body to explode into fragments. 20 individuals were ruthlessly vanquished by Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu, like a tempest sweeping away the remnants of a storm. "Wang Xiaojiji, I shall cease my reproaches. You truly have perished." Pear Blossom gazed mournfully at Wang Ying's corpse, her gentle and kind heart feeling a twinge of sorrow at the sight of his head. Alas, Gongsun Xingtian sighed, clad in protective artifacts, knowing that while his offensive capabilities were mediocre, others found it exceedingly difficult to slay him. Both Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu regarded Wang Ying's lifeless form, sharing a quiet lament. Despite their disdain and disregard for him, his sudden demise left an unsettling feeling within them. Xiahou Wu sighed once more. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow as he observed his palm, the abyssal vine thriving. The energy absorbed moments ago by the abyssal vine was a force of remarkable potency. He glanced at Wang Ying's body and then surveyed their surroundings, lost in contemplation. He struck the ground with his blade, creating a pit, and declared, "Let us bury his remains. The battle must persist. Pear Blossom, you shall don this." He offered his emerald serpent armor to her. "Will we truly survive, Xiangqin?" Pear Blossom asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Indeed, we shall endure," Xiangqin affirmed resolutely. "Let us proceed." The trio of Xiahou Wu, Xiangqin, and Gongsun Xingtian buried Wang Ying's body and continued onward. Unbeknownst to them, their academic credits surged dramatically, startling countless onlookers. Xiahou Wu has amassed 4,000 credits. Xiangqin, likewise, has reached 4,000. How can this be? It has only just begun, and these 2 have skyrocketed to 4,000 credits. It was beyond belief. Even if they were to slay senior students, each yielding 200 credits, they would need to eliminate 20 individuals. These 2 were truly terrifying. The multitude of external students gasped in astonishment as they beheld Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu suddenly ranking jointly at the top. In contrast, the highest ranking among other senior students barely reached 3,000, trailing behind the 2 by 1,000 credits. Damn it, what are Su Sun and the others doing? Have they not noticed Xiang Chen's prowess? How could he accumulate so many credits? Yi Feng glowered at the grand display of rankings. What is the origin of Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu? inquired the vice president of the Northern Academy, astonished. The vice presidents from the other 3 academies turned their attention to Xiao Zhan, who smiled lightly and replied, "They are merely 2 ordinary students, nothing of particular note. Hailing from a small nation known as the Shang Kingdom. Old Xiao, you cannot be serious. How could 2 ordinary students achieve such remarkable results in such a short span? Surely, these 2 youngsters possess some extraordinary qualities?" questioned the vice president of the Southern Academy, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Chapter 363, The Swamp of Death Indeed. Within such a brief span of time, the remarkable achievements of these 2 children must signify their extraordinary nature. "Brother Xiaozhan, are you concealing something from us in the West Courtyard?" inquired the beautiful woman Fang Pingping, the vice dean of the East Courtyard. Xiaozhan, naturally reluctant to divulge any information for fear that these individuals might attempt to poach talent from their West Courtyard, chuckled, "We are not entirely certain. But that Xiahou Wu aligns well with my temperament. I intend to take him as my disciple. I trust you aren't considering any schemes against our West Courtyard students." "You intend to take on a disciple? Truly remarkable. Surely, you must be concealing something again. Last time, you acquired a Xia Qingcheng. This time, could it be yet another genius of heavenly caliber?" questioned the frowning Vice Dean Bice, Shangwan Jinhong. Xiaozhan replied with a smile, "Brother Shangwan, you are overthinking it. Talents surpassing heavenly grade are not as commonplace as cabbages." The others nodded in agreement, recalling how rare it was to encounter a genius of such caliber over the years. In Lingtiangu, Xiang Chun and his companions finally broke free from the vast grassland, only to find themselves confronted by an endless expanse of swamp. "Ah!" Li Baoer suddenly exclaimed as she inadvertently stepped into the mire. The swamp immediately unleashed a powerful suction, dragging her downwards. Li Baoer summoned her true energy to struggle, yet the swamp's pulling force intensified, growing increasingly fierce. "Baoer, Baoer!" Xiahou Wu, Xiang Chun, and Gongsun Shengtian's expressions changed drastically. Xiahou Wu rushed forward and grasped Li Baoer. However, as he did so, he too stepped into the mire, which promptly ensnared him as well. "Damn it!" Xiahou Wu shouted in anger, unleashing a surge of true energy that blasted through the swamp. But the bizarre mire quickly reformed and clung to him. Both Xiahou Wu and Li Baoer were drawn into the depths of the swamp. "Do not approach. The swamp is treacherous." Xiang Chun urgently grasped Gongsun Shengtian's hand. "Brother Xiahou, Baoer, what shall we do?" Gongsun Shengtian exclaimed in alarm. "Xiahou, do not come any closer," Li Baoer cried, her voice trembling as the mire reached up to her chest. "Baoer, grab hold of my spear. I will lift you out." Xiahou Wu extended his spear towards her. "Hold tight and rise," Xiahou Wu shouted, channeling terrifying strength into his arms. With a mighty thrust of the spear, the force propelled Li Baoer upward, freeing her from the swamp's grasp. Li Baoer was launched towards Xiang Chun, who promptly caught her, muddy and disheveled. However, Xiahou Wu, having exerted his full strength, found himself sinking deeper into the mire. Up to his neck. "Xiahou!" Li Baoer cried out in despair, wanting to save him. "Do not go. I have a way to rescue him." Xiang Chun quickly held her back. Xiahou Wu was relatively close, merely around 30 meters away, and the sinister vine currently grew just far enough to reach him. From Xiang Chun's arm, a faint red sinister vine rapidly sprouted, plunging into the mire and wrapping around Xiahou Wu's waist. "Rise!" With a resounding shout, Xiang Chun forcefully retracted his arm, causing the devouring vine to contract and unleash an astonishing pulling force. Gongsun Sheng and Li Baoer, also gripping the vine, pulled together. Hauntingly ensnared in the mire, Xiahou Wu was akin to a mud monkey, yanked from the muck with great strength, his body coated in filth. "Are you all right, Xiahou?" Li Baoer hurriedly approached, attempting to wipe the mud from his face. "Monkey, are you fine?" He coughed. "I'm all right, but this mud reeks terribly." "What kind of mire is this?" "The suction is terrifying." Xiahou Wu expelled a noseful of mud and took the towel from Li Baoer to clean his face. Subsequently, a tremor coursed through his body, shaking off all the mud. Xiang Chun gazed into the boundless mire, remarking, "We must not take this lightly." At that moment, numerous individuals surged forth from the grasslands, some in a panic plunging into the swamp. "Ah!" one cried out, struggling desperately, only to sink deeper. Concurrently, hundreds rushed out, with dozens instantly ensnared by the mire. "What kind of swamp is this? It possesses such formidable suction," they cried in terror, their struggles resulting in being drawn into the depths within mere moments. Devouring Vine. Xiang Qin's 2 vines shot forth, ensnaring 2 newcomers who had fallen nearby, pulling them to safety. The 2, having narrowly escaped death, expressed their gratitude, saying, "Brother, thank you." Xiang Qin nodded and turned his attention to the many who had fallen into the mire, the devouring vines continuously reaching out, rescuing over 20 individuals. As for the others, they had been swallowed into the depths, doomed to suffocate. "Brother, thank you." The rescued individuals gathered around Xiang Qin, their eyes filled with gratitude, then cast terrified glances at the mire. "By my grandmother, what kind of wretched place is this? The senior students are out to kill us. And even the swamp is this horrifying." One shouted in anger, "If I had known, I would never have come to this cursed academy. Is this a place for humans?" Many vented their frustrations. More and more surged from the grasslands, with no fewer than 7,000 or 8,000 gathering at the swamp's edge. Others, unfortunately, would never escape the grasslands. "Everyone flee. The senior students are pursuing us." Someone cried out in panic as movement rustled in the grasslands, indicating a throng gathering behind them. "What should we do, brother?" Xiahou Wu looked at Xiang Qin. Xiang Qin's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the mire. Suddenly, numerous sharp stakes emerged from the depths, making it difficult to maintain footing, protruding 1 or 2 meters above the mire. These stakes were irregularly strewn throughout the swamp, extending toward the direction indicated by the spiritual talisman. "Look, there are pathways," someone exclaimed joyfully. "Huh, wonderful, let's go." The others, too, were elated, and a large number began leaping onto the stakes, springing forth toward the distance. "What a strange place." Xiahou Wu cursed, also jumping onto a stake, testing its sturdiness with a single foot. "It's solid, we can manage. Let us go." Seeing this, Xiang Qin immediately leapt onto the stake, and the group departed once more. In the distance, several thousand senior students emerged from the grassy plains, yet they did not pursue. Novices relish this deathly mire," sneered one senior, his eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation as he gazed upon the swamp. At that moment, numerous monstrous avian creatures soared through the air, descending upon them. A piercing scream shattered the stillness once more. Chapter 364. Allies arrive from the quagmire. A colossal beast surged forth, its mouth, more than 2 meters wide, clamping down on a freshman who was leaping between wooden stumps. The unfortunate soul let out a harrowing cry as he was bitten at the waist, sharp teeth piercing through flesh and dragging him into the murky depths. Demon crocodile, a beast of the abyss. Panic ensued among the onlookers, and one individual, in his fright, lost his footing and fell into the swamp. Boom, boom. As chaos erupted, several massive demon crocodiles, each spanning 7 to 8 meters in length and shrouded in dark energy, surged forth, intent on devouring the freshmen perched atop the wooden stumps. With bodies measuring 7 to 8 meters, jaws extending 2 meters, and lined with razor-sharp teeth. These creatures exuded a formidable aura, their cultivation surpassing the innate realm. In an instant, over 100 freshmen were dragged down into the swamp, their screams echoing as they were devoured. Others found themselves caught by 2 demon crocodiles, which, in a brutal display, tore them asunder, their final cries lingering in the air. Boom. One demon crocodile charged towards Xiang Qin, its maw open wide and teeth bared, moving with astonishing speed. "Get away," Xiang Qin shouted, swinging his blade, the dragon's edge, emitting a fierce blade aura that cleaved through the creature's mouth. The demon crocodile was split in 2, blood splattering across Xiang Qin. Another demon crocodile lunged at Gongsun Xingtian, who, surrounded by radiant treasures, unleashed a protective barrier from a gem on his wrist, deflecting the beast. Yet another targeted Xiahou Wu, who, with a mighty roar, grasped its jaws and flung it aside with great force. Pearl Li clung tightly to Xiahou Wu's back, her arms wrapped around his neck. "Hurry! Let us flee!" Xiang Qin bellowed. The group hastened their escape from the mire, racing towards the guidance of the spiritual talismans. Scream for help. The cries of despair echoed incessantly as more fell victim to the ravenous crocodiles, torn apart in gruesome fashion. A striking young freshman clad in azure, with an eagle-like spirit manifestation behind him, soared into the air after channeling his true energy, moving with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, Bai Mingxiong was seen dashing through the swamp, each step triggering an explosion of icy energy that crystallized the mire beneath him. Wielding a colossal sword, he fiercely battled the approaching demon crocodiles, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. A girl with silvery white hair on his shoulder wove her icy strands around the sword, guiding it to strike at the encroaching horde of beasts. All around, each individual employed their unique abilities to safeguard themselves as they pressed forward. A youth, seemingly no more than 18 or 19 years of age, emerged, his silhouette framed by a shadowy azure portal that flickered behind him. Within this portal surged an ethereal energy, capable of drawing in the monstrous crocodiles that dared to attack him. Moments later, a gruesome shower of shredded flesh erupted from the portal. As whatever resided within mercilessly annihilated its prey, it remained a mystery what kind of formidable spirit this was, exhibiting such overwhelming dominance. Spirits of the innate kind possess a quality of supremacy, their power naturally amplified by their inherent greatness. However, there exist inconspicuous spirits of ordinary nature that, through the relentless efforts of true martial practitioners, can be coaxed to reveal their hidden potential, surpassing even the mightiest of divine spirits. Talent often dictates the heights from which individuals may ascend, yet the heavenly path does not forsake those who are indefatigable and resolute. This marshland stretched over 100 miles, claiming the lives of countless souls. At last, someone emerged from the mire, setting foot upon solid ground. Yet, the land ahead revealed an eerie expanse of ice and snow, an endless white forest beneath a vast, desolate sky, where the chill was palpable. Upon escaping the marsh, Xiang Chun and his companions stood aghast at the icy terrain that greeted them. What manner of place was this behind Ling Tian Valley? Gong Sun Sheng Tian shared in their astonishment. It is freezing. Liu Bei'er, perched on the back of Xiahou Wu, involuntarily shivered, subsequently retrieving a large blanket to wrap around herself, draping it over Xiahou Wu's shoulders as well. The temperature plummeted to at least -40 degrees. Otherwise, their cultivation levels would not have felt such a biting cold. Regardless of where we are, we have no choice but to press onward, Xiang Chun declared solemnly, a flicker of concern gnawing at him as he noted the absence of Tianyu. One by one, the others ascended to solid ground, entering the snowy forest. As dusk descended, the first day drew to a close. Let us seek shelter to replenish our strength, Xiang Chun urged, plunging into the vast, snow-laden woods. His companions followed suit, and shortly thereafter, they discovered a naturally formed cavern within a colossal stone structure, a refuge from the biting wind. Yet, as the temperature continued to drop, an unsettling chill enveloped them. Xiahou Wu, cloaked in a golden aura of true energy, ventured out to gather firewood for warmth. Who goes there? Xiang Chun suddenly called out, as a group of individuals entered the cave shortly after Xiahou Wu had departed. Brother, it is us, one of them exclaimed. Xiang Chun turned to see 15 newcomers, some of whom bore a familiar resemblance. Indeed, they were among those he had rescued earlier from the mire. A robust young man, also around 18 or 19, approached with a respectful bow. Esteemed benefactor, I am Yang Bin. I wish to express my gratitude for saving my life. Thank you, benefactor. Several others among the group echoed their appreciation, as 5 or 6 of them offered their thanks, having been saved from the swamp by Xiang Chun. I am Xiang Chun. You are all too kind, but it was merely a small effort on my part, he replied, returning their bows. Yang Bin, a practitioner of the 3rd level of the innate realm, surpassed Xiang Chun by 1 level, while the others were at the 2nd level of the innate realm. The newly awakened often found themselves at such a stage, though some had likely perished by now. From now on, I shall call you Chenggu. Chenggu, this place is fraught with peril. If we remain scattered, enduring the next 7 days will prove arduous. Chenggu and a previous brother of remarkable strength faced the formidable, innate 5th-tier demon crocodile, which could not withstand their might. We, a collective of individuals, aspire to ally ourselves with you, Chenggu, to heed your command as we jointly resist the senior students and strive to survive the impending 7 days, Yang Bin remarked, gazing at Xiang Chun. Indeed, Chenggu, we are all newcomers from the West Courtyard, and with your unparalleled prowess, alongside that of the previous brother, we can unite our strength and perhaps carve out a path to survival amidst the seniors in these 7 days, others chimed in. Chenggu, we beseech you to lead us and guide us through this perilous week. Remarkably, these individuals had all come to pledge their allegiance to Xiang Chun. Yet, it is only natural, in the face of life and death, seeking refuge under the protection of the strong is a means of survival. Both Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chun possess astonishing strength, placing them among the elite of the newcomers, making it expected for others to seek their shelter. Chapter 365 unfolds as follows. Xiang Chun regarded the 15 individuals and stated, "A single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle of chopsticks is resilient. Since you all are willing to rally under my banner, I, Xiang Chun, shall endeavor to lead us through the bloodshed. Though I must clarify that I cannot guarantee the ability to safeguard each one of you. I can only strive to do my utmost." He did not refuse. The strength of an additional team was undoubtedly preferable to just himself and Xiahou Wu. The reason wolf packs dominate the world of demon beasts is that they move in unison. A single fierce tiger could not triumph over 20 ferocious wolves. Splendid. Chen Ge has agreed. The group rejoiced, hastily bowing in gratitude. Brothers, there is no need for such formality. In the coming 7 days, we shall fight side by side, Xiang Chen said, offering his support with a smile. Suddenly, a furious roar pierced the air from outside. This is bad. Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed out of the cave, followed closely by the others. Upon exiting, they were met by a biting wind. The temperature had plummeted to at least -50 degrees, causing even a simple act of urination to freeze instantly. Once outside, they beheld Xiahou Wu engaged in combat with a massive bear, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length and cloaked in black fur. The bear emanated a demonic aura, undoubtedly at the innate 5th-tier level, with ferocious power. However, Xiahou Wu had transformed into a towering figure, several meters tall, pressing down on the bear's neck while delivering relentless blows to its head. Remarkably, the bear was beaten to death. Such terrifying strength. That bear must have been at least an innate 5th-tier demon beast. It appears we have indeed aligned ourselves with the right person, Yang Bin and the others thought, their hearts racing. After vanquishing the bear, Xiahou Wu dragged it over while clutching firewood in his other hand, gradually shrinking in size. "Monkeys, we have meat," Xiahou Wu exclaimed cheerfully, tossing the bear in front of the cave. "Who are these individuals?" Xiahou Wu inquired, eyeing Yang Bin and the others. "These are brothers from the West Courtyard who have come to ally with us. We shall act together henceforth," Xiang Chun introduced. "Huh, that is splendid. Brothers, lend a hand and let us skin this bear." Xiahou Wu laughed, showing no resistance to Xiang Chen's recruitment of others. "All right, Brother Ho, we will assist you." They replied eagerly, rushing to help drag the bear into the cave for butchering. Before long, a fire was kindled within the cave, its warmth enveloping the space and supporting a large pot to cook the demon bear. The group gathered around the bonfire, growing familiar with one another as they feasted on the bear's meat. Some had brought wine, and together they indulged in merriment, all being of similar age and enjoying each other's company. After a few bowls of wine, they had already begun to call each other brothers. Yang Bin and the others hailed predominantly from various small nations within the wild state, with a couple being locals from the capital. Yet all belonged to ordinary families without significant backgrounds. "Dogsy, what is our next move? Should we continue to follow the Spirit Tablet's guidance?" asked Xiahou Wu, seated beside Xiang Chun. Meanwhile, Li Baoer curled up next to them, wrapped in a blanket, fast asleep. The events of the day had been overwhelming. A day filled with battles and escapes, leaving them utterly exhausted. "Hey, you rascal, don't you dare steal my elixir. Go take a hike," Li Baoer suddenly muttered in her sleep, kicking out with one leg. Her foot landed squarely on Xiahou Wu's younger brother, causing him to wince in pain. His eyes wide open as he clutched his leg while covering Li Baoer with her blanket. "That girl, even in her slumber, is restless," Xiang Chen chuckled, shaking his head as he gazed at the flickering firelight illuminating the handsome features of the youth. "I wonder what awaits us at our destination. Our primary goal is a 7-day survival trial. Our lives are paramount. If we can endure this cave for 7 days, I believe this hunt will come to an end." Xiahou Wu nodded in agreement, leaning against the stone wall, languidly remarking, "How thrilling. This wild state academy has certainly been worth the visit. Today has drained me." He yearned for this exhilarating lifestyle. The thought of languishing at home, practicing cultivation while listening to lectures, was intolerable for his combative spirit. They assigned 2 individuals to take turns keeping watch through the night. The group of youths lay side by side, drifting into slumber and bringing an end to their exhausting day. Outside, the cold wind howled, while soft murmurs of dreams filled the cave. The chilling gusts were occasionally punctuated by cries of anguish, as some perished in torment, hunted down by fierce demons. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke the next day, everyone had rejuvenated through rest. They rose, invigorated and restored, both in spirit and energy. Their collective thought was unified, to remain here and wait for the 7 days to pass. As for the spirit tablet's guidance, it could go to hell. Who knew what treacherous place it might lead them to? Their lives were more valuable. However, despite their intentions, reality had no plans to let them languish in comfort. On the 3rd day, while the group was engaged in activities around the cave, hunting for sustenance, a chorus of wolf howls echoed through the forest. Suddenly, a multitude of snow-white, wolf-like demons, towering over a person and measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, akin to the size of a tiger, began to converge from the woods, their numbers exceeding 100. Not good, it's the demon wolves. Demon wolves are coming. Someone shouted in alarm, hastily retreating towards the cave. Xiang Chun and the others rushed out, witnessing a formidable pack of snow demon wolves emerging from the forest, their sharp claws glistening, enveloped in innate demonic energy. Damn it, we've encountered a wolf pack. Chunge, what should we do? The group turned to Xiang Chun. Stay calm. Xiang Chun stepped outside, gazing at the encroaching pack of wolves. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into a towering 4-meter-tall celestial wolf, emanating a formidable bloodline pressure. Get lost, he bellowed, fixing his gaze upon the monstrous wolves. Wolves of the same realm could hardly withstand his bloodline aura. However, these beasts displayed no reaction, slowly advancing and baring their fangs with low growls. Astonished, Xiang Chun thought, this is illogical. A massive wolf king, measuring 7 to 8 meters, let out a long howl. The pack roared and surged towards Xiang Chun and his companions with ferocious intent. They were all innate-level demon wolves, and more continued to gather. This is bad. We must break through, Xiang Chun shouted, gripping his dragon blade and charging into the oncoming horde. They had been discovered by a large pack of wolves, and remaining here would surely lead to their demise. Brothers, carve a path through the blood. Xiahou Wu roared, transforming into a 5-meter giant, wielding a spear as he joined Xiang Chun in the assault. Kill! The others immediately followed suit, drawing their swords, blades, and spears, and collectively charged at the demon wolves. Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu moved like lead tanks, crashing through and cleaving the wolves that lunged at them, drawing the majority of the wolves' attacks. The others followed closely behind, fending off the demon wolves attacking from the rear, but the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, pouring in from all directions. The only direction with fewer wolves seemed to be guided by a spiritual talisman, as if a force was compelling Xiang Chun and his companions towards it. Ah, brothers, save me. Brother Chen, help, cried one individual from the rear, struck by a cold blade emitted by a demon wolf, severing his thigh. These demon wolves could unleash chilling blades with tremendous force. Fortunately, most of the wolves were of low cultivation, primarily at the first innate level and the great heaven position of the divine concealment realm, yet they fought fiercely and in vast numbers. Li Huan. Xiang Chun turned to see, and with a powerful step, he launched himself towards the injured man. A demon wolf roared, jaws wide, lunging at Li Huan, who stood frozen in fear. Die! But at that moment, a black-red blade of light cleaved through the air, striking the demon wolf and slicing it in half. With a thunderous crash, Xiang Chun landed, sweeping his dragon blade to shatter the incoming chilling blades, cleaving through 4 demon wolves with a single stroke. Brother Chun, Li Huan exclaimed joyfully. Move! Xiang Chun roared, grasping Li Huan's waist with his massive claw and propelling him towards the front lines, where he was caught and carried. Meanwhile, Xiang Chun swung his dragon blade, continuously tearing through the horde as he surged forward. Yet, amidst the chaos, a scream erupted from the group. One individual was struck in the neck by a chilling blade, blood gushing forth. Moments later, 2 more howling blades sliced through, decapitating him. Zhang Chun. With the loss of a comrade, the young man named Zhang Chun was immediately torn apart by a swarm of demon wolves, blood spilling profusely. The others dared not linger and desperately fled forward. The further they advanced, the fewer the demon wolves became. After fleeing over 20 kilometers, they finally escaped the pursuit of the wolf pack. The atmosphere within the group was tinged with melancholy. One member had perished, another lay gravely injured, and several others bore minor wounds. Presently, only 18 remained in the company. Amidst the vast expanse of the snowy forest, a cluster of individuals hastened through the thicket. Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu led the way, with Xiang Chun gazing intently at the spirit tablet that pointed their direction, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Brother Chun, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Yang Bin remarked, furrowing his brow. It feels as though an unseen force is compelling us toward the direction indicated by the spirit tablet. I have noticed it too. The recent pack of wolves seemed intent on driving us further in this direction, Xiangqin replied. Then let us proceed forthwith, and while we are at it, let us also seize the battle flag those elders spoke of, Xiahou Wu suggested. In the current circumstances, seeking refuge in a quiet corner was an impossibility. We could only continue onward, Xiangqin concluded. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, a human voice, possibly that of a woman, deep within the forest. 26 freshmen found themselves encircled by 15 upperclassmen. Remarkably, most of these newcomers were young women, aged 18 or 19, with 18 females and only 8 males among them. Nevertheless, these women possessed strikingly athletic physiques, clad in martial skirts, while the men, though robust, bore significant injuries and lacked formidable prowess. One girl, with a slightly dark complexion and a tall, lithe figure standing at nearly 6 feet, exhibited striking beauty. Her high nose and defined features bore an exotic allure. Her long hair was intricately braided, and she wielded a crescent-shaped scimitar, her cultivation at the 3rd level of the innate realm. Goodness! I never anticipated encountering such a multitude of beauties. Brother Mu, we are indeed fortunate, one of the upperclassmen leered. The man referred to as Brother Mu possessed considerable strength, ranked at the 6th level of the innate realm, and presided as the leader of this hunting group. With a hawkish nose and a somewhat sinister countenance, he appeared to hail from the western wilderness. Brothers, slay the men, but let us toy with the women first before we do the men. Brother Mu grinned wickedly. Agreed. The 15 upperclassmen cackled as they surged forward, intent on attacking the 26 freshmen. You scoundrels, perish! The girl named Aduoya, wielding her scimitar, charged valiantly towards the assailants, exuding fierce determination. Kill! The remaining girls and boys roared as they lunged at the upperclassmen. However, upon contact, they swiftly suffered grievous losses. A young man screamed in agony as he was cleaved apart by a strike, the 5th level innate realm upperclassman overpowering him with ease. As the second blade came crashing down, he was pierced through the chest, collapsing to the ground, racked by excruciating pain. The 15 upperclassmen completely overwhelmed the 26 freshmen. Beasts, no? Cried one girl, who had already been gravely wounded, pinned to the ground as her clothing was torn, struggling in despair. Aduoyo engaged in combat with Brother Mu, the 6th level innate realm cultivator. My dear, your swordsmanship is commendable. Come now, quicken your pace. Brother Mo wielded a long sword, unleashing his true essence to counter the opponent's fierce blade technique. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and with a swift motion, he evaded a striking blow, delivering a powerful palm strike to Aduoya's dantian, causing his true essence to erupt. Aduoya coughed up a mouthful of blood, sent crashing against a tree with a pained scream. Brother Mo smirked coldly, flicking his sword to ruthlessly sever Aduoya's wrist tendons. Beautiful one, the moment of passion has arrived, Brother Mo leered, beginning to tear Aduoya's garments. Beast, no? Aduoya screamed in despair. Princess, the other clansmen watched in horror, their eyes reddening. Brother Mo continued to rend her clothing, kissing her fiercely. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth with deadly precision. Brother Mo instinctively reacted, slashing with his sword. Yet the arrow was swifter. The force of the arrow struck him, sending him flying. A second arrow followed closely, piercing his chest, causing it to burst open, blood gushing forth. Brother Mo widened his eyes, feeling the excruciating pain, as he turned to see a group rushing from the snowy forest. Leading them was a youth, wielding a dark dragon-hunting bow, accompanied by a robust companion, with others trailing behind. These beasts. Xiangqin's eyes burned crimson. He could not tolerate such acts. Had Wang Ying not been under family protection, he would have long since perished at Xiangqin's hands. With the dragon-hunting bow in hand, 7 arrows were loosed. The startled upperclassmen, 7 in total, screamed as each was struck in the chest, their bodies exploding from the impact. Slay these beasts. Xiangqin roared. Chapter 367, Discovering Clues. Kill. Xiahou Wu brandished his spear, charging at the upperclassmen like a raging bull, unleashing a fierce thrust. An upperclassman of the 5th level of innate realm attempted to block with his sword, but the overwhelming force sent the blade flying, and he was knocked aside, bones shattering upon impact. Damn it! How dare you newcomers come to the rescue? Kill! One upperclassman bellowed, unleashing his true essence. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth with violent intent. The man swung his sword, transforming it into a tiger's shadow aimed at the arrow. However, The arrow curiously curved, evading the attack and striking his head, causing it to explode. Xiang Qin's archery was devastatingly potent. Under the cover of his arrows, more than 10 individuals surged toward the upperclassmen, who were forced into a desperate retreat, dodging Xiang Qin's arrows. Leading the charge, Xiahou Wu felled several foes, leaving only 3 to flee into the snowy forest. The newcomers gazed in astonishment at the fleeing figures. Xiang Qin approached, eyeing the group of newcomers, mostly women from the western courtyard. He walked over to the ground where the woman with severed tendons lay, draping a white robe over her. "Are you also a newcomer?" Aduya asked through gritted teeth. "Indeed, I shall aid you in your recovery." Xiang Qin nodded, channeling his vital energy into the body of his companion. Aduya felt a wave of exquisite energy surge within her, and the severed tendons in her hand began to heal. "Thank you, benefactor. May I know your name?" "I hail from the Jurchen Kingdom, and I am Aduya. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance." Aduya struggled to rise, expressing her gratitude. "The Jurchen Kingdom," Xiang Qin exclaimed, somewhat surprised, as it was his first encounter with someone from that realm. The Jurchen Kingdom was also a nation of the western wilderness, reputed for being ruled by women renowned for their fierce prowess. "I am Xiang Qin, a citizen of the Great Shan Kingdom," he replied. "The Great Shan Kingdom. I am familiar with it. Our Jurchen Kingdom engages in trade with your nation," Aduya remarked, gazing at the handsome youth who barely towered over her, before taking his hand and placing it against her heart, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Lord Xiang Qin of the Great Shan Kingdom, for saving my life. From this day forth, you shall be my most cherished friend." This gesture was the utmost display of respect from a Jurchen woman to a man. Xiang Qin, feeling a surge of embarrassment, could not help but squeeze her hand lightly, silently marveling at its softness. He then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "There is no need for such formality, my lady. It is merely a matter of intervening when witnessing injustice. Thank you all for your life-saving grace," he continued. The women of the Jurchen Kingdom responded with gestures of appreciation, clasping the hands of their male counterparts against their hearts, while the men bowed in return, eliciting some bashfulness from Xiahou Wu and others. Among the 26 individuals from the Jurchen Kingdom, 3 men had already perished, leaving 23 survivors. Xiang Qin proceeded to heal each of them using his vital energy, astonishing them with its remarkable restorative power. "Aduya, why not join us in our journey? It would be safer that way," Xiang Qin suggested, glancing at the exotic beauty before him. "If Lord Xiang Qin does not mind, we would be honored to accompany you," Aduya replied, her eyes lighting up with joy. However, her expression dimmed slightly as she recounted, "Over 100 of us set out from my homeland, and now only we remain, with some others lost along the way. Alas, none could have anticipated the brutal trials within this academy. We must simply press onward." With Aduya and her companions saved, their group now numbered 41, and they continued toward the direction indicated by the spirit tablet. The addition of more than 10 women enlivened the atmosphere, dispelling much of the gloom that had pervaded their dire situation. The snow-covered expanse seemed endless. They advanced intermittently, encountering numerous attacks from demonic beasts along the way, resulting in the loss of 2 more lives. They also encountered a group of 10 seasoned students, whom they decisively defeated. Finally, on the 5th day, they emerged from the snow-laden forest, now with 39 members remaining in their party. Had it not been for Xiang Qin's medical skills and Xiahou Wu's formidable strength, their losses would have been far greater. As the 5th day unfolded, the snowy woods gradually receded, revealing a vast cliff ahead, its edge stretching across the landscape, plunging several thousand fathoms below. Surrounding the cliff's edge gathered a multitude of newcomers, numbering no less than 5,000 to 6,000, most of whom bore wounds. Xiang Qin and his companions arrived at the precipice, gazing at the gathering of new students. Over 10,000 souls, yet only these few remained alive. More than half had perished. Across the chasm, several hundred meters away, stood another cliff, with individual iron chains connecting the 2 heights, allowing passage to the other side. Beyond lay a vast plain, crowned by a towering mountain that soared 1,000 feet high. Atop this mountain fluttered a colossal, blood-red battle flag in the breeze. To their astonishment, on the plain across the chasm, 7,000 to 8,000 senior students had congregated, their predatory gazes fixed upon the new arrivals. It was precisely this assembly of experienced students that deterred the newcomers from rushing across to seize the flag. The seniors, too, seemed unmoved. Many of them sat around campfires, engaged in idle chatter, occasionally casting carefree glances toward the new students. Why is it that no one dares to organize an assault for the flag now that we are here? Xiahou Wu exclaimed in disbelief. Are you foolish? With so many seniors over there, who would dare to rush to their demise? A senior scoffed. It's better to quietly wait here until the 7 days are over. Humph. What is there to fear? If I had 5,000 troops at my command, I would make those seniors tremble before me. Xiahou Wu retorted with a disdainful snort. Enough of this chatter. Since no one is willing to charge for the flag, it would be folly for us to do so. We would be walking into certain death. Let us take this time to rest, Xiang Chun suggested, his gaze lingering on the distant figures, his expression far from relaxed. Brother Chun, why the solemn demeanor? Yang Bin inquired, offering Xiang Chun a water flask. After taking a sip, Xiang Chun replied, I fear that this ordeal is far from over. What do you mean? Is there still danger? Yang Bin asked, surveying the terrain. The cliffs are too far apart for the seniors to reach us without using the chains, and they could easily be attacked and fall. We should be safe here. Xiang Chun shook his head. No. You cannot see the expressions on the faces of those people 10 kilometers away, each one seemingly at ease, some even discussing their strategies and anticipated victories. I can assure you, they have some plan to ensure we venture across. Everyone must conserve their strength and energy. This situation is likely far from its conclusion. Chapter 368. The emergence of uncertainty. This place emanated an eerie atmosphere, as if everything were orchestrated by unseen hands. Xiang Chun could not shake the unsettling thought that pervaded his mind. No new student dared to cross the chains to claim the flag atop the mountain. Life is singular. One has but one. Xiang Chun harbored concern for Tianyu, who had not been seen since their entrance. If Tianyu had indeed entered, his prowess would not easily succumb to this fate. Yet, his absence weighed heavily on Xiang Chun's heart. Brother Xiang. At that moment, a group approached, and Xiang Chun recognized none other than Yin Tianhua, the second prince of the great Shan kingdom. Brother Tianhua. Xiang Chun greeted him with a respectful nod. Yin Tianhua was accompanied by more than 10 individuals. You have suffered significant losses, it seems, Xiang Chun remarked, glancing at the companions beside Yin Tianhua. Yin Tianhua let out a sigh and remarked, in recent days, we have lost over a dozen brothers. None could have anticipated that upon entering the academy, we would be met with such a formidable challenge. Indeed, this time, the academy has imparted a profound lesson to all newcomers. Brother Xiang, although the storm has temporarily subsided, I harbor an unsettling premonition that the 7 days of hunting are far from over. Yin Tianhua furrowed his brow as he spoke. What leads you to this conclusion? Xiang Chun inquired. Observe the senior students across the way. When we arrived, there were not many newcomers present, yet the seniors were already poised and waiting. If they were aware of our arrival, why did they not choose to ambush us here at the cliff's edge? Instead, they opted to wait for all of us to gather. If we do not advance, they would have no means to engage us. This strikes me as rather peculiar. Indeed, Yin Tianhua, hailing from royal lineage and possessing a keen acumen for strategy and analysis, had discerned the underlying issue. Your reasoning is sound. I have noticed this as well. Furthermore, I am certain that for reasons unknown, we are destined to clash with them, whether we venture forth or they approach us, Xiang Chun affirmed, nodding as he surveyed the thousands of individuals around them, who were now reveling in their survival, growing complacent. I believe the likelihood of us advancing is considerably greater, Yin Tianhua remarked, gazing at the individuals across the chasm. They would not risk traversing this perilous cliff to launch an attack against us. Even if the seniors possess superior cultivation, this natural barrier could be defended by a mere fraction of their strength against a much larger force. Casting a glance at Xiang Chun, Yin Tianhua proposed, Brother Xiang, I wish to form an alliance with you. Should any incidents arise in the next 2 days, as we suspect, having a greater number will aid us in our defense. Agreed, Xiang Chun replied, nodding. Yin Tianhua's companions, possessing innate abilities, would surely bolster their strength. The 6th day passed without incident. The seniors did not launch any attacks. Most newcomers were already celebrating, with only 1 day remaining. If they could endure this final day without turmoil, the arduous hunting would come to a close. On the 7th day, as the morning sun rose from the distant snow-capped peaks, a golden radiance enveloped the mountaintops, creating a breathtaking spectacle of brilliance. It's the 7th day. This hunting contest is finally drawing to a close. Indeed, this wretched hunting contest. This academy is hardly a place for humans. It has tormented us so. It has not been easy, yet we have persevered until the final day. As the morning sun of the seventh day ascended, countless newcomers felt a sense of relief in their hearts, recognizing that today marked the end. The tiresome game had unexpectedly led one to relive the experiences of youth. Alas, the majority of martial arts memories from that time had been lost due to reincarnation. Otherwise, how could one of such imperial stature find themselves in such a place? Engaging in trivial games alongside these mere ants? A youth, plain in appearance and clad in green, with arms crossed and aged around 18 or 19, gazed at the rising sun, muttering to himself with indifference. Though the youth possessed an unremarkable visage, his eyes were strikingly devoid of sclera, a deep, inky black resembling an unfathomable abyss. Outside, upon the luminous screen, there appeared a record that left all in awe. Sulige, a staggering tally of 22,000 credits. What does such a score signify? One earns 200 credits for slaying an upperclassman. This individual has astonishingly dispatched over 100. His achievements utterly eclipsed those of Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu. Both Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu had amassed a credit total of 10,000, which was already profoundly impressive. Following them were Bei Mingxiong and his companions, who had also gathered 5,000 or 6,000 credits. It was inconceivable. Who exactly was Su Ligay? Beyond the valley, countless gazes were fixed upon the seventh day's rankings, where Su Ligay's credit score stood out conspicuously. Su Ligay, this child, who among you from the Eastern Academy is he? Nearly all the vice deans turned their attention to the vice dean of the Eastern Academy, Fong Pingping. With a wry smile, Vice Dean Fong replied, "I am not privy to any details. This child is merely an unremarkable recruit from the current Eastern Academy cohort. His family is just an ordinary noble house from a minor kingdom. Well, it seems you all conceal your depths quite adeptly." Vice Dean of the Northern Academy, Shangwan Jinhong, scoffed. Xiao Zhan claimed that Xiahou Wu and he were nothing extraordinary. Yet now we have Su Ligay, whose credits are nearly shattering historical records. Do you truly remain unaware of their talents? I find that hard to believe. At this moment, the Northern Academy's prodigy, Bei Mingxiong, was being overshadowed. Fong Pingping shook her head with a smile, yet her gaze lingered on the name Su Ligay, a flicker of fervor igniting in her eyes. Could it be that she had recruited an extraordinary talent this time? After the hunt concluded, she must assess this child's potential. As the sun rose gradually, was this brutal hunt truly drawing to a close? Suddenly, a faint rumble resonated through the earth. The tremors were nearly imperceptible. However, to Xiang Qin's remarkable hearing, they were as clear as thunder. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly turned to gaze towards the snowy forest from whence they had come. In the snowy thicket, countless birds erupted into flight, ascending into the sky. Xiang Qin focused intently, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Dozens of kilometers away, a group of towering figures was charging forth. Each figure stood approximately 10 meters tall, resembling massive buildings, their bodies cloaked in white fur, akin to apes, numbering around 100. Their stampede rattled the earth within a 10-kilometer radius, stirring up snow and mist, obscuring their forms from the eyes of ordinary folk. Yuan Yang snow apes. This is dire. Everyone, prepare for battle. Xiang Qin bellowed. His shouts startled thousands, drawing the attention of many. Goodness, you nearly frightened me to death. What battle? Kid, have you lost your mind? Indeed, you startle me as well. Are you out of your wits? Insanity. Many expressed their disdain, yet all eyes turned to Xiang Qin, who stood resolutely. Guzi, what is the matter? Xiahou Wu inquired as he rose, immediately grasping the broken military spear. Young Master Chun, has something occurred? Aduoya asked, her surprise evident. Xiang Qin gazed into the encroaching snow mist and declared, "A horde of Yuan Yang great demons is approaching, numbering no less than 100. We must leave this place, quickly." What? Yuan Yang great demons? Over 100? The crowd gasped in alarm, following Xiang Qin's gaze. Yet the morning and snow mist obscured their vision. Xiahou Wu's eyes ignited with golden battle fervor as he too perceived the threat, his expression shifting. "Let us go to the other side," Xiang Qin commanded, turning towards the iron chain suspended between the cliffs. "Move." Xiahou Wu immediately followed suit, with Yang Bin, Li Baoer, and others trusting Xiang Qin and hastily joining him. Aduoya, without hesitation, believed in Xiang Qin and fled towards the iron chain. As Xiang Qin and his companions rushed towards the iron chain, they captured the attention of numerous newcomers. What are these fools doing? Are they fleeing to the other side? Indeed, do they intend to traverse the iron chain? How foolish! Are they seeking death? There are so many seniors on the other side. Countless newcomers voiced their astonishment. At that moment, a youth named Su Ligu also dashed toward the opposite side. Your Highness, what should we do? Is it true that so many Yuan Yang great demons are coming? The followers of Yin Tianhua expressed their skepticism towards Xiang Chun, seeking guidance from him. Yin Tianhua furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly, before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Follow me. I trust Xiang Chun." He too began to run, prompting his followers to exchange glances before reluctantly trailing after him. Everyone hurry. A vast number of Yuan Yang demon beasts are approaching. Xiang Chun turned and shouted at the throng of newcomers. I don't believe you, kid. Who are you trying to deceive? Where are these Yuan Yang demon beasts? I see none. A young man scoffed. Exactly, boy. Who do you think you're fooling? Are you trying to go over and get yourselves killed? Another added. I value my life. I wish to live for another 100 years. No one believed him. Instead, they unleashed a torrent of ridicule and scorn. Damn it. A bunch of self-righteous fools. You can stay here and await your demise. Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he cursed, turning to leap onto the iron chain. The chain swayed perilously as Xiang Chun and the 50 or so individuals ascended, crossing the several hundred meters wide chasm. Look, newcomers are coming. Should we take action? They truly came. Is that the one? No rush, it's still early. Let us not scare the boys on the other side. It's that little brat Xiang Chun. The seniors observed Xiang Chun and his group traversing the iron chain with a hint of surprise. Among them, Su Sun and Su Luo wore grim expressions. Is the poison ready? Su Luo inquired. Rest assured, it is prepared. That little beast 1T escaped the valley, Su Sun replied with a cold smile. The newcomers regarded Xiang Chun and his companions crossing the iron chain and traversing the cliff with expressions of incredulity. Meanwhile, the snow mist gradually enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by a series of faint rumbling sounds resonating from the earth. Gradually, the thunderous roar grew increasingly intense, resonating in the ears of nearly everyone, causing the earth to tremble. In the distant snow-laden forest, it seemed as though an army of thousands was approaching, the snow being trampled and rising in a swirling mist. What could be happening? Something was drawing near. Look, the ground is shaking. Is it an avalanche? Or an earthquake? The newcomers gazed in astonishment at the trembling earth, their vision enveloped by the thickening snow fog. Suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the air. With a thunderous crash, a colossal creature, towering 10 meters tall, leapt forth from the snow mist, covering hundreds of meters in mere strides as it charged towards the group of newcomers at the edge. The newcomers at the periphery were nearly paralyzed with fear, staring at this gigantic beast that leapt 100 meters high before barreling towards the crowd. Quickly move aside. No. The expressions of the crowd transformed in terror, each individual hastily evading the impending danger. The Yuan Yang snow ape roared, its fist striking the ground with explosive force, unleashing a tempest of violent energy that swept outward. More than a dozen newcomers were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere pulp. Numerous others were struck by the terrifying impact, exploding into fragments. The Yuan Yang snow ape. Countless onlookers gazed in horror at this formidable creature, a being of terrifying energy. Yet, the chaos had only just begun. From within the snow mist, a cacophony of roars erupted. 1, 2, 10, 50, 100 Yuan Yang snow apes surged forth, charging into the throng. My goodness, so many Yuan Yang beasts. No, Noah. Hurry, flee. How can there be so many of them? Damn it, that lad was right. Why did I not believe him? Run. Over 100 Yuan Yang beasts, as formidable as 1,000 soldiers, plunged into the mass of newcomers, unleashing a wave of anguished screams. Countless individuals fled in terror towards the iron chains. The newcomers at the edges suffered grievously, many being trampled, crushed, or pummeled to death. One Yuan Yang snow ape unleashed a barrage of icy arrows, hundreds of them striking forth like bullets from a machine gun. Thud, thud, thud. More than 10 newcomers, 100 meters away, cried out in agony as they were reduced to mere shreds. Damn it, that lad did not deceive us. Why did I not trust him? No. With a thunderous stomp, a massive foot descended, crushing a young man beneath it. Thousands of newcomers began to frantically flee towards the iron chains, which soon became overwhelmed with people. Some screamed in terror, falling from the cliffs into the abyss below. The scene was nothing short of staggering. On the opposite cliff, Xiang Chen calmly observed the unfolding chaos, while others were awestruck by the slaughter before them, desperately fleeing. The gazes of the crowd toward Xiang Chun were filled with respect. Had it not been for him, they would have surely suffered tremendous losses. Yin Tianhua also cast a slightly astonished glance at Xiang Chun, realizing that he had detected the approach of the Yuan Yang beast long before anyone else. Damn it. A group of fools. You didn't believe what my brother warned you about. Now you see the bitter consequences. Serve you right. A bunch of unfortunate souls. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily, unable to resist mocking those desperately climbing the iron chains to escape. How did that lad manage to detect them so far in advance? Could it be that his spiritual perception is as astonishing as mine? Su Ligu also looked at Xiang Chun in confusion. Let me see what you are capable of. Chapter 370. Crossing the river and demolishing the bridge before long. A remarkable black vortex materialized within Su Liji's eyes, mysterious and enigmatic, unfathomable in depth. A formidable sense of perception enveloped Xiang Chun, penetrating his vision. In that fleeting moment, Xiang Chun furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized, as if he were laid bare, exposed without a shred of cover. Sensing something, his gaze shifted to a solitary youth in the distance. With a frown, Xiang Chun activated his moon gaze, unleashing a powerful visual feedback. At that instant, an eerie ripple resonated through the air. Su Liji's expression shifted slightly, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the ring on Xiang Chen's left thumb, the dragon's edge demon blade he carried. The Qianquan ring. How could this be? This boy possesses a ring of such remarkable quality, one that could not be forged by any craftsman of this continent. Furthermore, the blade exuded an overwhelming demonic aura, its energy seemingly alive. Su Ligu stared in shock at Xiang Chun, and in that moment, he too felt a sensation of being seen through. This boy is also probing me. Does he possess the power of X-ray vision? Intrigue flickered in Su Liji's eyes. Xiang Chen's gaze was piercing, his heart shaken. Beneath his scrutiny, the youth's energy appeared like an unfathomable black hole, capable of consuming all. Moreover, an astonishing sword intent emanated from him, even more potent than his own blade intent, sharp and fierce. That earlier sensation of being observed indicated that this individual possessed ocular prowess. Xiang Chen's expression darkened. He could not discern the youth's true cultivation level. He had never encountered such a phenomenon within the same realm. The youth resembled a profound and mysterious ancient well. Both subsequently withdrew their gazes. A wicked smile crept upon Su Ligu's lips. How intriguing to encounter such an interesting youth. Albeit his aura concealment technique is exceptionally proficient, I can still sense a faint yet remarkably resilient demonic energy. Su Liji's gaze turned contemplative. The Qianquan ring is already a top-tier treasure in this continent, undoubtedly containing extraordinary items within. I must find a way to procure it. Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he sensed the youth's ill intentions directed towards his treasures. Young man, what is your name? Su Ligu inquired from a distance. And you? Xiang Chen replied, his countenance indifferent. I am Su Ligu. I am Xiang Chun. Xiang Chen responded coolly. I shall remember your name. Su Ligu chuckled wickedly, then withdrew his gaze, no longer regarding Xiang Chun. I have also taken note of your name. Xiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Guzi, who is that young man? Do you know him? Xiahou Wu asked, puzzled. I do not know him, but monkey, be cautious of this person in the future. I have a premonition that he is not simple and may very well become a formidable foe. Xiang Chun spoke solemnly. Xiahou Wu gazed at the youth with a look of astonishment, unable to discern any remarkable qualities. His appearance was unremarkable, and he bore no extraordinary aura. Should I eliminate him now? Xiahou Wu inquired. No need. It suffices to remain vigilant until he exhibits any hostility or malicious intent. I do not initiate conflict. But should he provoke me, I shall not hesitate to execute him, Xiang Chun replied, then turned his attention back to the opposite side. The tall figure boasted a significant stature, capable of dispatching me, Su Ligu muttered, not bothering to look at Xiang Chun, his gaze drifting towards Xiahou Wu with a cold smirk. Your ears are quite sharp, able to catch that from such a distance. My brother suspects you may not be a good person. It would be wise not to provoke us, lest you learn the true meaning of death. Xiahou Wu retorted with a frigid demeanor. The youth scoffed, offering no reply. Meanwhile, numerous individuals had already crossed the iron chain. Yet many others were still being hunted down by the Yuan Yang snow monkeys, suffering heavy casualties. After more than 10 minutes, over 1,000 had perished on the opposite shore, while others managed to escape. It is tragic that these individuals did not heed Xiang Chen's warnings. Had they listened, They might have avoided such a grim fate. By heaven, that was perilous. We have finally escaped. Quickly, sever the iron chain, or the Yuan Yang behemoths will follow us. There are still some people on the chain. What do we care? A dead comrade is no concern of mine. If one does not act in their own interest, the heavens will smite them. Indeed, even if the Yuan Yang monsters pursue, they shall perish. Some took immediate action to cut the iron chain, which still bore a small number of people. Consequently, as the chain was severed, those individuals plummeted down. Ah, you beasts! How dare you cut the iron chain? Depart. Cease your actions, or I shall haunt you as a ghost. The individuals on the chain were horrified, voicing their outrage. What does it mean to burn bridges after crossing the river? This is it. Damn it. These people are inhumane. I can no longer bear to witness this. Xiahou Wu shouted in fury, rushing forward and striking down one who was about to sever the iron chain. The individual let out a wail, sent flying by the force of the blow. You fool, what are you doing? The person bellowed. You wretches, where is your conscience? What has become of the baseline for humanity? You crossed over only to sever the chain, with others still above. Xiahou Wu shouted furiously. You simpleton, this is none of your concern. Hurry and cut it down. What will you do if the Yuan Yang beasts pursue us? The man retorted, gripping his knife to continue hacking away. Just then, a figure arrived like a flash of lightning, swinging a blade. With a swift motion, blood splattered as the individual was struck in the neck, their eyes widening in shock as they crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Monkey, I cannot be bothered to waste words with such soulless creatures. Next time, I shall simply eliminate them without hesitation, Xiangqun said indifferently, turning to the others attempting to sever the iron chain, shouting, cease at once. The Yuan Yang beasts have yet to pursue. Anyone who dares to cut the chain will meet the same fate as this one. You little wretch, you did not warn us earlier, leading to the deaths of so many. You think you can stop us? One individual shouted back angrily. Whoosh. However, an arrow flew forth, striking the man in the head. His skull exploded upon impact, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Xiangqun held a bow and arrow, aiming at those who were hacking away at the iron chains. The sight of him truly intimidated them, prompting each to hastily cease their actions. When I warned you, you turned a deaf ear. The consequences of your actions are yours to bear. Do you dare blame me? Is your moral compass so utterly misguided? Who among you would dare to betray your comrades? Just ask my arrows. Xiangqun spoke coldly. Everyone, heed my command. Before the great demon of Yuan Yang ascends the iron chain, anyone who dares to strike at the iron locks shall face merciless retribution. If you wish to chop at them, do so only when our enemies are upon us. To betray one's own kind in the face of such peril is a mark of utter inhumanity. Adwaya, Yang Bin, and dozens of others drew their swords, their icy gazes fixed upon the offenders. By the order of our leader, who dares to betray their kin shall be slain. Chapter 371. Uniting the people, the formidable presence of Xiangqun and his companions instilled fear in those who had previously wielded their weapons. Well done, my brother. A splendid display. Xiangqun's actions garnered applause from many, for indeed, to betray one's comrades was beyond reproach. Thank you, brother. The climbers on the iron chains felt a surge of gratitude, hastening their ascent. The group of Yuan Yang demons did not pursue them, for their numbers were overwhelming. And with the presence of the senior students, even a confrontation would yield no advantage. In the chaos wrought by the Yuan Yang snow ape, over 1,000 new students had perished, yet the remaining had finally managed to cross over. Xiangqun observed that there were still 5,000 new students, while the number of senior students was markedly greater and their cultivation level superior. Once gathered, they severed the iron chains and turned their gazes towards the formidable group of seniors in the distance. At that moment, the imposing group of senior students surged towards them, closing the 10-kilometer distance with alarming speed, which was but a fleeting moment for the true martial practitioners. It's over. I knew it would come to this. What does it matter if they arrive? These seniors will not show us mercy. We are doomed. Their numbers and strength far surpass ours. On this final day, we shall likely not endure. Is the Academy truly intent on driving us to our demise? What a heartless institution. The new students cast anxious glances at the approaching seniors, many pale with despair. We shall confront these seniors head-on. If we must fall, let us take a few of them with us. Indeed, many brave souls found a resolve to fight to the bitter end. Everyone, listen to me. At that moment, Xiangqun's voice resonated through the ranks of new students. All eyes turned towards him, for he had been the first to alert them to the presence of the beasts, and thus, his words commanded attention. particularly from those he had previously rescued on the iron chains. Brother, what do you wish to convey? Brother, I thank you for your earlier intervention. Should we survive this ordeal, I, Zhang Nan, shall treat you to a drink. Countless gazes were fixed upon Xiang Chun. With a determined step, Xiang Chun ascended to the shoulders of Xiahou Wu, who steadied him with a firm grip. What choice do we have? Our Xiang Chun is growing ever shorter, and many cannot see him. Standing atop Xiahou Wu's shoulders, Xiang Chun addressed the crowd, exclaiming, "Friends, this is not the time for despair. We still possess a glimmer of hope. Do you see that towering mountain? The rules state that if we can reach that peak, this hunt will come to an end. Even the tiniest of ants strives for a glimmer of life. We, as martial cultivators, must not utter words of surrender in the face of adversity. Listen closely, my comrades, for there is still hope to break free from the predation of the seasoned veterans and ascend that mountain." Xiang Chun gazed at all the newcomers, his voice resonating with resolve. "Brothers, what strategy shall we employ? Speak, and we shall heed your guidance. Indeed, brothers, this time we place our trust in you. In times of peril, while some may reveal the ugliness of human nature, if there are those brave enough to step forward and fight for a sliver of hope, none shall wish to concede." Countless gazes converged upon Xiang Chun, yearning for a solution. Meanwhile, the seasoned veterans approached rapidly, mere minutes away, only 3 to 4 kilometers from confrontation. Xiang Chun's gaze sharpened as he declared, "There is but one way. Carve a bloody path through our foes. In the narrowest of encounters, it is the courageous who prevail. Listen to my commands. Archers and ranged attackers shall position themselves at the rear, while those wielding long weapons, spears, halberds, and great swords, shall take the front, forming a line of assault. Together, we shall unite our strength and surge forward, assuredly forging a bloody path. Now is not the time for selfishness or fear. Consider this a war. On the battlefield, only a united force can conquer all," shouted Xiahou Wu, his voice booming. "My brothers and I shall lead the charge. Indeed, we trust in this brother. Now is not the time for self-preservation. Those who seek to save themselves will be saved by the heavens. I, Li Chong, wielding a long spear, pledge to stand at the forefront. I too wield a long weapon and shall lead the charge. I possess a precious shield and will also stand at the front. I am an archer, a master of the bow, and I will provide cover from the rear." Xiang Chun's rallying words were met with immediate response from all. The crowd swiftly organized into formation. All wielders of long weapons moved to the front. Archers positioned themselves behind, while those with short weapons took their place in the middle. Upon glancing around, Xiang Chun was astonished to find that there were over 1,800 archers, though not all were proficient in archery. Leaping down from Xiahou Wu's shoulders, he summoned the little white tiger, which grew to the size of a mighty beast. Xiang Chun mounted the tiger, taking his place at the forefront of the formation. The long weapons were poised, their tips directed forward, while those in front crouched low, granting the archers a clear line of attack. A rough formation of 1,000 warriors was swiftly established. Truly, he is the son of Xiang Liang, the scion of the divine war god of the Great Shang. In such a brief span, he has managed to unite these individuals into a cohesive force. If Xiang Chun is to assist me in the future, how could my elder brother possibly contend with me? Yin Tianhua gazed at Xiang Chun, his desire to bring him under his banner intensifying. Little did he know of Xiang Chun's ambitions, which soared far beyond his own. "Haha, youngsters, resistance is futile. Surrender to us and become our credits. Newbies, feel the agony and despair. We have all endured this, and now it is your turn. Kill, annihilate the newcomers." The seasoned veterans, forming various factions, advanced with sinister laughter, their numbers swelling to 7,000 or 8,000 as they closed the distance rapidly. Within 1,000 meters, then 900, then 800. "Release the arrows," Xiang Chun bellowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, thousands of archers and crossbowmen unleashed a barrage of arrows. In that fleeting moment, the sound of bowstrings snapped like thunder, as a torrential rain of arrows surged forth, all aimed at the advancing upperclassmen. Oh no, an arrow storm! Dodge! The new students, united in their resolve, elicited a wave of alarm among the frontline seniors. The sheer force of the arrow rain, imbued with vital energy, sent chills down their spines. With a sickening thud, an arrow pierced through the throat of an unsuspecting senior, who had yet to summon his protective aura, resulting in a horrific cry as he succumbed to his fate. Chaos erupted ahead, screams echoing as the complacent seniors suffered tremendous losses, with 800 or 900 falling victim to this unexpected onslaught. Xiang Chun, wielding the dragon-hunting bow, unleashed 7 radiant arrows that struck with astonishing force, slaying 7 seniors in an instant. The arrows' power continued to wreak havoc upon those behind them, claiming at least a dozen lives. The upperclassmen could scarcely fathom that the newcomers had banded together to unleash such a formidable barrage. Quickly, defend yourselves. The remaining seniors, taken aback, scrambled to protect themselves. Those with magical shields drew them forth, while others summoned their vital energy, forming protective auras. The ordinary arrows, though not from any exceptional bow, could not penetrate the seniors' defenses, as most possessed innate skills surpassing the 4th level. Attack! The seniors, gathering their protective auras, charged fearlessly into the fray, seemingly devoid of trepidation. Brother, assist me. I have something extraordinary. Gongsun Xingtian bellowed, as from his golden storage ring, 3 colossal catapults materialized, shimmering with power. By the heavens! Catapults! What a marvelous invention! Xiahou Wu exclaimed, his face alight with joy, recognizing the siege engines as formidable weapons of war. Xingtian, how on earth do you possess such devices? Xiang Chun queried, rushing to position the catapults, aided by a throng of others. Did you forget? My family is the largest arms manufacturer in the great merchants. I never anticipated these would come in handy. I wish I had brought more. Gongsun Xingtian chuckled, retrieving a large cache of fire thunderstones, each as large as a human head. These fire thunderstones, crimson as flame and imbued with potent fiery energy, were encased in explosive shells, their destructive potential immense. Marvelous! Brothers, unleash the fire thunderstones and obliterate the seniors. Xiahou Wu commanded, placing the fire thunderstones into the catapult before vigorously activating the launching mechanism. With a roar, 9 fire thunderstones ignited and soared through the air, resembling meteors as they hurtled towards the seniors, who were 600 or 700 meters away. Boom! A thunderstone crashed into the crowd, unleashing a ferocious conflagration and shockwave that enveloped a 20-meter radius in a violent explosion. Ah! Fire thunderstones! Catapults! How do they possess such weaponry? The seniors cried out in disbelief as the blast decimated over 100 of their ranks in an instant, the power of the assault staggering. We need more catapults. Brothers, those with strength, come forward and hurl them. Xiahou Wu bellowed as he grasped 2 extraordinarily heavy fire thunderstones, igniting them with genuine flames before hurling them with great force. The 2 fire thunderstones were launched into the throng of veteran students, detonating amidst a cacophony of screams and dismembered limbs, claiming numerous lives. Hundreds of fire thunderstones followed suit, as over a dozen remarkably powerful men joined in the attack. Bai Mingxiong also seized 2 fire thunderstones and cast them forth, resulting in further carnage. However, the force of the manually thrown stones paled in comparison to those propelled by a siege engine. With a whistling sound, the fire thunderstones soared like fiery projectiles towards the crowd, eliciting a chorus of wails from the veterans, many of whom hastily retreated to evade the onslaught, suffering grievous losses. Meanwhile, on the outer projection, observers noted with astonishment that many names of the veteran students had vanished, while the names of the newcomers remained relatively unchanged. What was happening? How could the veterans be experiencing such significant casualties? It was unfathomable that the veterans were enduring such extensive losses while the newcomers seemed to be thriving. Many gazed in shock at the shifting names on the screen. Within a brief span, over 1,000 veterans had perished, and the toll continued to rise. This Xiang Chun is truly remarkable, the vice dean of the South remarked in awe. He has managed to unite the strength of the newcomers to counter the veterans in such a short time. This young man is a born leader. Xiaozhan, why not let us in the North Academy have Xiang Chun? We excel at nurturing future stars, suggested Shangwan Jinhong. Dream on. I am also adept at battlefield command, and I intend to personally mentor Xiang Chun. Xiaozhan promptly declined. His heart brimmed with joy. Not only was Xiahou Wu a formidable warrior, but Xiang Chen's innate leadership skills were also a source of great delight. Certain individuals possess the inherent ability to rally disparate forces into a cohesive unit, and Xiang Chen demonstrated such talent, having previously garnered the goodwill of those around him. Despite his decisiveness in battle and ruthless nature, he exhibited a fundamentally pure character, adhering to his principles. His earlier actions of preventing others from sabotaging bridges and warning everyone of the impending beast attacks were indicative of a promising talent worthy of profound cultivation. Indeed, you in the West Academy have struck a significant advantage this time. The Vice Dean of the South huffed, sighing inwardly. The South Academy lacked talents like Xiang Chun, Xiaohou Wu, Su Ligei, and Baiming Xiong, who were so formidable. These old fellows seemed to be fully aware of all that unfolded on the battlefield, which was quite intriguing. On the battlefield, the fire thunderstones eventually ran out. The veterans had suffered over 2,000 casualties from arrows, yet they surged forward, closing the distance to less than 100 meters. Brothers, in a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. Life and death are trivial. Those who defy fate shall charge forth head held high. Attack! Xiang Chun roared, brandishing his dragon-quelling demon blade as he charged into the fray atop his small white tiger. Kill! Xiaohou Wu echoed, following closely behind. Kill! The front line of 2,000 spear-wielding martial artists roared in unison, forming a battle line as they surged forward, creating a long, unbroken formation. Behind them were short-weapon martial artists and archers. Kill! The battle cries from both sides reverberated across the cliffs. The small white tiger roared fiercely, leaping over 100 meters high before pouncing into the mass of veteran students. Die, rookies! Several senior students leapt forth, launching an assault against Xiang Chun. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger unleashed a terrifying growl, sending shockwaves that ruptured the eardrums of these attackers, causing them to writhe in agony. The white tiger's claws tore through the air, golden streaks of power enveloping and annihilating the assailants. Their screams echoed as 4 of them fell, shredded into pieces by the onslaught. With a swift motion, Xiang Chun drew his blade, the crimson light slicing through the air as it cleaved into the 3 dazed senior students, severing them into 6 gruesome segments. The white tiger landed amidst the fray, charging into the crowd, its paws relentlessly striking and tearing apart foes with the ease of a true predator among sheep. Xiang Chun, perched upon the tiger's back, wielded his blade to fend off the myriad of incoming attacks, the Dragon Queller demon blade claiming lives with each sweep. Then came the manifestation of the heavenly duel. Summerho Wu erupted into action, transforming mid-air into a towering 5-meter giant as he landed with a tremendous force, his legs exuding an overwhelming energy that crushed all beneath. The god of war trampled the ground, a golden tempest of violent energy radiating outward, causing nearby senior students to scream as lower-ranked ones were obliterated, while those of higher cultivation were sent reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. Summerho Wu brandished his battle spear, unleashing his might, with a single thrust. He became an unstoppable force within a 10-meter radius. Weapons were sent flying, and heads were cleaved from shoulders. Meanwhile, a phalanx of soldiers surged into the fray, igniting the battlefield with a clash of weapons. Gratitude was expressed for the cat's constant unsealing, with a heartfelt wish for the brothers' well-being amidst the rampant plague. Hoping for the safety of all. On the battlefield, every inch mattered. The longer weapons held the advantage, their concentrated true energy striking with lethal precision. Nearly 2,000 wielders of long weapons advanced against the senior students, their spear thrusts and lance strikes piercing through the air before the enemy's attacks could even reach them. The sounds of blood splattering and spears penetrating flesh filled the atmosphere as this line of true martial practitioners decimated hundreds of foes, crashing into the senior ranks and creating a substantial impact. True martial practitioners wielding long swords and knives jumped into the fray, joining the melee, while archers drew their sidearms to complement the assault. Yet, even without a unified front, the seniors, due to their formidable prowess, inflicted significant damage, causing heavy casualties among the newcomers. Do not linger in battle. Gather together and follow me up the mountain. Xiang Chun bellowed, a man, a tiger, and a blade, executing grand and sweeping cuts against the oncoming seniors. At that moment, a powerful surge of true energy erupted from the crowd, barreling towards Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun, meet your end. A figure charged forth, emanating the terrifying aura of an innate 8th-level warrior. This individual wielded a long knife, effortlessly dispatching one newcomer after another, before launching into the air, aiming a deadly strike at Xiang Chun. Dark blue poison shimmered on the blade, hinting at a lethal toxicity. Su-sun. Xiang Chun recognized the figure, his expression turning cold as he retaliated with his own strike. Boom. The 2 blades clashed, the opponent's profound cultivation sending Xiang Chun hurtling off the tiger's back. The little white tiger roared in fury, lunging towards the man. Wretched beast, your opponent is me. Another figure, wielding a sword that emanated a terrifying sword intent of the innate realm's great heaven level, charged at the little white tiger. It was Su Luo. Xiang Chun was sent flying, his body marred by numerous gashes, yet his flesh remained unscathed. He cast a cold, piercing gaze towards Su Senator. You little creature. This is not the great Shang. Here, you shall find your grave. Su Sun sneered, advancing step by step, his blade imbued with a peculiar poison. Dog, do you need me to come assist you? Xiahou Wu shouted, engaged in battle with a group not far off. No need, I can handle him myself, Xiangchen replied. His eyes icy as he focused on Su Senator. Did Yi Tianxi send you to kill me? Xiangchen asked coldly. You do not need to know. Go and inquire with the King of Hell. Here, others may survive, but you are destined to perish, Su Sun sneered, unleashing a surge of true energy as he swung his sword at Xiangchen. Solar slash. His strike ignited with searing flames, radiating light as if it transformed into a miniature sun. The blazing sword energy cleaved through the air. Xiangchen executed a swift retreat, his feet exploding with speed. The strike collided with the ground, creating a massive crater as the fiery blade energy erupted. Xiangchen's expression remained frigid. What does it matter if you are at the 8th level of the innate realm? Today, I shall slay you. And do not presume I am oblivious to the mysteries of this place. I possess means to annihilate you. Xiangchen produced a golden elixir and swallowed it. In an instant, an astonishing surge of golden medicinal power enveloped him in a unique protective aura, enhancing his defense tremendously. This was the first time he consumed the 10 golden elixirs gifted to him by Elder Feng. With a roar, he transformed into a towering 4-meter-tall celestial wolfman, his aura soaring as he wielded the dragon-quelling demon blade, charging directly at Su Senator Dai. Su Sen bellowed, unleashing another solar slash. However, this time, Xiangchen did not evade. Instead, he met the attack head-on with his own blade. The solar slash exploded, the sword energy colliding. Yet it could not penetrate the golden aura surrounding Xiangchen, dealing no damage whatsoever. How is this possible? This brat is clearly only at the 2nd level of the innate realm. Su Sen's expression shifted, revealing disbelief, for his solar slash was a perfected profound level sword technique. Yet, Xiangchen had closed the distance. Crushing mountain. He gathered all his strength for a mighty strike, the force of his blow exceeding 80,000 pounds. Su Sun shouted in fury, raising his sword to counter, but the two blades clashed and exploded, sending Su Sun staggering back from the impact of Xiangchen's sword energy. This is impossible. What kind of monster is this? Su Sun was horrified. The disparity between the 2nd and 8th levels of the innate realm was immense. Xiangchen unleashed a claw strike, 5 lunar blades howling forth. Ripping towards Su Senator, Su Sun hastily swung his long blade to defend against the 5 lunar blades. Yet at that moment, Xiangchen leaped down, delivering a powerful downward slash. Clang! The immense force erupted, and although Su Sun attempted to block with his sword, he found himself bent low under the pressure of Xiangchen's strike. At this moment, Xiangchen unleashed a torrent of energy from his mouth, resembling a ferocious beast, and released a beam of light that struck with tremendous force. Su Sun screamed in agony as he was hurled backward, blood gushing forth even with his true energy attempting to shield him. You little wretch! Su Sun roared, igniting his lunar true energy, his aura becoming even more terrifying. Heaven-devouring evil vine, arise. With a firm step, Xiangchen summoned the vine from beneath his feet, stealthily merging it with the earth, before it abruptly erupted from the ground. Boom, boom. 2 tendrils of the heaven-devouring evil vine burst forth, ensnaring and striking Su Senator. What in the world is this? Su Sun exclaimed, his face pale with fear. Suddenly, the vine constricted violently, crunching down. Crack! Crack! Su Sun screamed, his bones feeling as though they were being ground to dust. The leaves of the vine transformed into sharp blades, slicing through him mercilessly. With a sudden twist, Su Sun was reduced to a bloody pulp, an eerie force being absorbed by the vine. Su Luo's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe that Su Sun had been slain. How is this possible? Su Sun was so much stronger than Xiangchen, yet he was killed in return. At that moment, the mocking glint in the little white tiger's eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling murderous intent. From its mouth, it conjured a golden flying sword. Whoosh! This sword transformed into a blinding flash of light, its terrifying energy swiftly encircling Su Luo's neck. Su Luo's protective true energy was effortlessly sliced apart, and his head fell from his shoulders, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The little white tiger possessed the strength to annihilate those of innate talent, yet had toyed with its prey until now. Xiang Chun observed as the remnants of Su's sun were absorbed by the vine, scattering into luminous motes, deepening his internal confusion. He glanced at Su Sen's blade, his expression shifting slightly. Soul poison. Chapter 374. Enraged Xiaohou. The poison on this blade contained a peculiar psychic energy that corroded the very essence of one's soul. Tian Yi Association, Yi Feng, Yi Tianxi. The moment Xiang Chun recognized the soul poison, he resolved to confront the Tian Yi Association and Yi Tianxi to the bitter end. Kill. 2 more members of the Tian Yi Association charged forth, both of them masters of the 6th level of innate cultivation. The heaven-devouring evil vine shot out, shattering their incoming energy attacks, and ensnared them, reducing them to nothingness. Xiang Chun pressed forward without hesitation, one blade in hand, mounted upon the little white tiger, while the vine emerged from his shoulder blades, dispatching any attackers around him. No one could withstand this fearsome combination. Within a 20-meter radius of Xiang Chun, none dared approach. Xiahou Wu, carrying Li Baoer, wielded a spear in one hand and clenched his fist to battle the myriad foes, keeping close to Xiang Chun. Li Baoer clung to his neck. In this chaotic battlefield, her individual cultivation left her with no choice but to rely on him. Gongsun Shengtian, adorned with top-tier defensive treasures, stood as an impenetrable bulwark, rendering him a formidable presence that none could breach. Among the newcomers, there are individuals whose combat prowess is truly astonishing. Take, for instance, the duo of Baiming Xiong and Biu. One wields an incredibly resilient ice silkworm, effortlessly controlled, and possesses formidable supportive abilities. With Baiming Xiong brandishing a heavy sword, coupled with Biu's assistance, their synergy renders them unmatched among the upperclassmen. Another formidable contender is Su Ligay, whose battle strength is equally fearsome. A dark portal materializes behind him, revealing a swirling black vortex. Anyone daring to approach within 10 meters is drawn into the abyss by an overwhelming force, with anguished screams and the sound of crushed bones emanating from within. A surge of dark energy erupts from him, igniting black flames that morph into a colossal fire serpent. A senior, ensnared by the serpent, screams in agony as the flames corrode him, reducing him to ashes. This terrifying and grotesque assault instills fear in all who dare to approach him. The newcomers band together, trailing behind several individuals as they break through lines of upperclassmen, charging towards a distant peak. Suddenly, massive green vines ensnare and constrict around Xiaohua's legs, causing him to tumble to the ground. A startled Li Baoer is flung aside. A 7th-level innate senior sneers, a shadow of a green vine spirit materializing behind him. If I kill this brat, I'll gain a wealth of credits. He bellows. Slaying a high-credits newcomer allows one to claim half of their credits, making the elimination of Xiahou far more advantageous than defeating 2 or 3 others. Kill. 6 seniors pounce, unleashing their true energy and weapons upon Xiahou. You seek death. He roars, swinging his spear to sever the vines binding him, a powerful golden light erupting from within. The barrage of attacks is obliterated by the stunning defense of his golden aura. Die. Yet, the 7th-level adept thrusts forward, channeling all his strength into a single lethal strike. With a swift motion, the spear pierces through Xiaohua's golden shield, a glimmer of cold light aiming for his head. Monkey. Xiang Qin's expression shifts dramatically as he rushes to Xiaohua's aid. However, the fatal strike does not land upon him. A delicate figure interposes herself before Xiahou. The spear penetrates her back, emerging from her chest, blood gushing forth. Li Baoer, with wide, beautiful eyes, gazes down at the protruding tip, her pallor reflecting her pain. Xiahou's eyes widen in fury as he witnesses Li Baoer taking the blow for him, his gaze instantly turning crimson. Baoer, he cries, his anguished wail echoing across the battlefield. Ah, it seems we are truly one now. Li Baoer offers a bittersweet smile before collapsing into Xiahou's embrace. Baoer, he weeps, holding her tightly, his body trembling with grief. Yet the senior shows no mercy, launching another spear aimed at Xiahou, which only penetrates his shoulder by half an inch before it cannot advance further. Baoer. Xiang Qin's eyes turned crimson, a surge of furious wrath bubbling forth. How could this be? The old student's expression shifted slightly before he thrust his spear towards Xiahou Wu's head. However, Xiahou Wu seized the spear with one hand while cradling Li Baoer with the other. His entire being ignited with a blaze of golden-red battle fire, an overwhelming aura of combat radiating from him. In a heartbeat, Xiahou Wu swelled into a towering giant of 8 meters. The wrath of the war god. Xiahou Wu roared, blood surging through him, waves of terrifying energy crashing forth, whipping up a tempest of raging power. The onlookers were driven back, gazing in horror at Xiahou Wu. All of you, go and taste death for Baoer. I will annihilate every last one of you old students. Xiahou Wu bellowed, the energy surrounding him multiplying exponentially, his terrifying presence rivaling that of a primal force. Such a dreadful fluctuation of energy. How could this be? This creature? The spectators stared in shock at Xiahou Wu, at this fearsome giant cloaked in golden-red flames. With a thunderous stomp, Xiahou Wu unleashed a terrifying surge of energy from his feet, transforming into a circular wall of force that radiated outward in all directions. The ground shattered beneath him. Thick layers of earth were uprooted, and the destructive force engulfed the old student of the 7th tier of innate realms, along with several others nearby. The screams of the victims echoed as they were obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere fragments. The terrifying wave of energy surged forth, affecting dozens of old students and several newcomers, all caught in its deadly grasp. This strike was truly cataclysmic. The earth trembled for 1,000 meters, and countless onlookers were left in awe of this giant. That was Xiahou Wu. Kill! Xiahou Wu's eyes blazed with golden flames as he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the surrounding old students, targeting the densest clusters of foes. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious force of his fists transformed into rampaging tigers, exploding within a radius of 100 meters. What kind of monster is this? How can he possess such formidable power? Terrifying. Countless students, both old and new, gazed at this terrifying giant dominating the battlefield. Monkey, bring Baoer to me, Xiangchen shouted, the swallowing sky evil vine extending outward. Dog, you must save her, I beg you. Xiahou Wu looked towards Xiangchen, who felt a jolt in his heart. This was the first time Monkey had earnestly used the word beg in relation to him. Brother, I promise you, I will save Baoer no matter what. Xiangchen declared resolutely, the swallowing sky evil vine wrapping around Baoer's body. As Xiangchen took hold of her, his palm trembled upon contact. Li Baoer's body had grown completely cold, devoid of any life. Her heart had been pierced, and her soul had utterly dissipated. How could this be? Xiangchen was stunned. Such a wound should not have led to a soul's dispersal within 3 days. Yet now, Li Baoer was truly dead. Xiangchen's eyes reddened in an instant. He dared not confirm the dreadful thought in his mind. The dog, Xiahou Wu, looked hopefully at Xiangchen, who returned his gaze, both enveloped in silence. However, the two brothers, having shared a profound bond over the years, could discern everything from a mere exchange of glances. In an instant, Xiahou Wu felt as though his heart were being cleaved in two, and he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. A thunderous wail erupted from Xiahou Wu, his fists pounding the ground, a tempest of wrath emanating from him in every direction. Cursed trials, cursed seniors. Xiahou Wu howled to the heavens, his eyes ablaze, truly igniting into flames, resembling a beast that had lost everything, frantically surveying the battlefield. He rose to his feet, his gaze akin to that of a bloodthirsty predator. I will not pursue the flag any longer. I shall slay every one of these seniors. I demand that these vile wretches make Baoer a witness to their demise. Xiahou Wu bellowed. Never before had he felt such seething rage. What do you intend to do? I shall accompany you. Let us abandon the flag pursuit. Let us kill. Xiangchen returned Li Baoer to Xiahou Wu. With utmost caution, Xiahou Wu grasped Li Baoer with one hand, while the other wielded the formidable war spear, which had transformed into a 10-meter-long weapon infused with immense true energy. The war spear, being a top-tier artifact, possessed the ability to alter its size to a certain extent. Kill! Xiahou Wu roared, brandishing the spear as he charged into the fray. With a single thrust, the 10-meter spear became the deadliest instrument of harvest upon the battlefield. 7 or 8 seniors, along with 2 freshmen, were struck down by Xiahou Wu's spear, exploding into a shower of fragments, his terrifying combat prowess astonishing all. Madman, madman! This fellow has lost his wits. Flee, flee! How does he possess such overwhelming power? The surrounding freshmen and seniors gazed in horror at Xiahou Wu. Kill! Xiangchen roared, transforming into a werewolf, unleashing the devouring vines that relentlessly struck down, morphing into two enormous tentacle-like spears, piercing each senior within a 30-meter radius. The two brothers did not pursue the summit, but instead unleashed a frenzied assault on the seniors. The seniors on the battlefield were rendered pale, each one gazing in terror at the duo as they unleashed a savage onslaught upon the surrounding foes. Xiahou Wu, in a frenzy, turned crimson with rage. Anyone within his striking distance, regardless of whether they were freshmen or seniors, was indiscriminately slain as he unleashed his true energy and strength. Xiangchen's devouring vines wielded a fearsome lethality. Within 30 meters, none could escape his wrath. These two are truly deranged. Madmen. The freshmen were equally astonished at the sight of the two, including Aduoya and her companions, who stood in stunned silence. Princess, what shall we do? Aduoya's followers looked to her for guidance. Clenching her teeth, Aduoya declared, "We shall assist our benefactors and confront these seniors with everything we've got." Chun Gu and Ho Gu, along with Yang Bin and others, stood dumbfounded for a moment, then gritted their teeth, abandoning their ascent towards the peak to join the battlefield. Following the two brothers, the majority of the freshmen had aimed for the summit, but the chaotic slaughter wrought by Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu utterly disrupted the seniors' formations, sending all into a panic as they fled from these two lunatics. Su Ligay watched this scene unfold, shaking his head with indifference, remarking, "Too bound by emotions. Too many ties. Xiang Chun, I have discerned your greatest weakness. Such a character shall never prevail against me." Su Li continued his ascent towards the mountain, as all those who attacked him were devoured and obliterated by that enigmatic black door. The frenzied slaughter by the two was unfathomable. An unknown number of elder students perishing at their hands. 50, 100, 200, 300, 500. They resembled two deities of death, ruthlessly dispatching the elder students, with shattered corpses strewn across the ground. The elder students, utterly petrified by the terrifying combat prowess of these two, fled in their wake. This bloody battle raged on for over an hour. Su Ligay and Bei Mingxiong, along with 2,000 to 3,000 new students, finally ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, the elder students ceased their assault, gazing in horror at the tireless, relentless pursuit of the elder students by Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu, their hearts shaken. Su Ligay and Bei Mingxiong surged towards the peak, intent on seizing the battle flag. Suddenly, a figure transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring along the mountain path towards the battle flag with a pair of ethereal wings. Dongfang Yi, a prodigy from the East Courtyard, possessed the ability to fly and formidable offensive power. This time, the first place in the new student trial is mine. I shall be the king of the newcomers. Dongfang Yi laughed heartily as he raced towards the summit. However, his aspirations were thwarted by a sudden, chilling presence. Bei Mingxiong's companion, Bei Yuyu, let out a cold snort, unleashing strands of icy silk that shot out over 100 meters, ensnaring Dongfang Yi's legs. Dongfang Yi's expression shifted as he realized he was trapped. He unleashed a surge of azure radiance from his wings, sharp beams slicing through the air like sword chi. Bei Mingxiong unleashed the northern ice blade. He roared, swinging his sword to counter the incoming onslaught of radiant energy. Return. Bei Mingxiong grasped the heavenly silk and yanked downward. Dongfang Yi cried out in agony as he was pulled down. The immense force combined with the razor-thin silk severed his legs, blood spraying forth as he tumbled down the mountainside. The battle flag belongs to me and Yuyu. Bei Mingxiong laughed triumphantly as he and Bei Yuyu ascended the peak. You two are not worthy of the battle flag. A voice, cold and indifferent, interrupted their revelry. A figure approached from behind. Seal the gate, open. The black spiritual gate behind the youth in azure erupted with a terrifying force of absorption, drawing the two into its grasp. Bei Mingxiong slipped downward, nearly engulfed, but he managed to drive his sword into the mountain to stabilize himself. However, Bei Yuyu let out a startled cry as she was pulled from his shoulders. Yuyu. Bei Mingxiong's face paled, and he quickly abandoned his sword to grasp her leg. They were both drawn into the black gate. Within the black gate, a terrifying black flame surged towards them. Yuyu. Bei Mingxiong immediately shielded her with his body, his flesh igniting and eroding into ash under the searing heat. Chapter 376. Breaking the record, Su Ligay emerged as the foremost contender, racing towards the mountaintop. Yet, it was the names of Xia Houwu and Xiang Chun that left everyone in awe. Outside, on the luminous screen, the names of Xiang Chun and Xia Houwu surged forth, their credits escalating at an alarming rate. 20,000 points, 21,000 points, 4,000 points, 28,000 points, 30,000 points, 40,000 points, 45,000 points, 50,000 points. The credits of the two individuals soared at an astonishing rate, even surpassing Su Ligay. The elder students who were observing were left in shock, gazing at Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu as their names continuously climbed, reflecting their growing credits in disbelief. On the luminous screen displaying the elder students' rankings, numerous names began to vanish, signifying their demise. How could this be? What were these two doing? Their credits were increasing at an unbelievable pace. What were they truly engaged in? The onlooking elder students were oblivious to the details within, merely astonished as they watched Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu amass credits at a frantic rate of 200 every moment. Look, Xiang Chun has reached 70,000 credits, breaking the record, the highest in the Academy's history for new students in the hunting competition. Xiahou Wu also reached 70,000 credits, a remarkable feat indeed. What were these two doing? In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, their credits eventually slowed down only after reaching 80,000. The four Vice-Deans were equally astounded by the terrifying combat prowess displayed by the two, their attention diverted from Su Ligay, who was striving to seize the flag and secure first place in the rules. They are prodigious talents, both of them combat geniuses destined for greatness, with proper guidance. Perhaps two legendary figures will emerge from our academy in the future. Vice-Dean Nen exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Zhan was even more exhilarated, declaring, "If these two children can keep up for the upcoming Battle of the 9 Provinces, our Huangzhou Academy will surely rank among the top. Time is pressing for the Battle of the 9 Provinces. It seems unlikely these two can catch up," Fang Pingping remarked with a furrowed brow. "Old Xiao, your West Academy has truly struck gold," Shangwan Jinhong remarked with envy. With Xia Qinsheng emerging before, and now with Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu, fortune has finally smiled upon your West Academy. Fang Ping smiled in response. Ha ha ha, the tides of fortune have turned, indeed. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. However, amidst the battlefield, after relentless combat and slaughter, the medicinal pills that replenish their vital energy had finally been exhausted. The two men, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the ground. Surrounding them lay a gruesome sight, approximately 1,000 corpses, with rivers of blood flowing around them. Monsters. Madmen. It's impossible for two freshmen to be this formidable. The elder students in the distance were petrified by the prowess of the duo, their expressions filled with terror as they beheld the sea of bodies around them. Xiahou Wu could no longer sustain the celestial dual law form, reverting to his weakened state. Xiang Chun, too, was drained of both energy and stamina. Leaning against Xiahou Wu as he gasped for breath, the stench of blood overwhelming. Gong Sun Sheng and others were equally exhausted, lying amidst the two. This group was clearly drained of strength, yet the elder students in the distance remained frozen in fear, none daring to advance. The terror was palpable. Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu had amassed a staggering number of kills, over 1,000, with the vast majority attributed to them and the little white tiger, while the others had scarcely contributed. This is undoubtedly one of the most tragic and despairing moments in history, where the new students confront their seniors. Xiahou Wu cradled the lifeless body of Li Bei'er, now utterly cold and devoid of any vitality, his expression somber and silent. Xiang Chun leaned against Xiahou Wu, equally mute. The monkey sighed, reflecting on life, and found himself at a loss for words, ultimately shaking his head in bitter silence. "Brother Ho, Brother Chun, please accept my condolences." Yang Bin approached with a sigh, aware of the strong bond shared between the two and Li Bei'er. They too were struck by the sheer magnitude of Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu's formidable strength, capable of dispatching 100 foes, all of whom were of higher cultivation. How terrifying is that? They could be deemed invincible within their realm, having never encountered such power in their lives, especially not in two brothers, both exhibiting such immense prowess. At that moment, Su Ligu had ascended the towering peak, gazing at the crimson battle flag fluttering in the wind. He grasped the flag and tore it free. With a thunderous roar, a beam of light shot from the mountaintop into the heavens, resonating with a series of booming sounds across the land. "Ha ha ha, my little ones, congratulations. You have finally completed the 7-day hunting battle and survived. A voice echoed through the realm. The 4 vice deans materialized before them. It's over. We have survived. We have triumphed. They exclaimed with exuberance. This cursed hunting battle, I have finally made it through. We won. We are alive. Brothers, we held on until the end. At that moment, an untold number of new students wept tears of joy, embracing one another in celebration. Throughout these 7 days, they had faced unimaginable horrors of life and death. Su Li Gu, congratulations on becoming the king of this year's new students, said Fang Pingping. The vice dean of the East, with a smile, as Su Li Gu, belonging to her Eastern Academy, nodded calmly without excessive joy. At that moment, the 4 figures flickered and appeared beside Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu, gazing at the two and the corpses strewn around them in astonishment. Congratulations to you too. Though you did not seize the battle flag, you shattered the record for the highest hunting battle score among new students in the Academy's history, Xiao Zhan remarked with a grin. Xiang Chun remained impassive, silent. However, Xiahou Wu glared coldly at the 4, stating, "You old fools orchestrated this hunting battle, leading to Bayer's demise. One day, I will make you pay for this." The 4 were taken aback, surprised by Xiahou Wu's audacity, their expressions peculiar. "Brother Ho, you must not," Yang Bin and the others exclaimed, their faces pale at Xiahou Wu's boldness and cursing the dean. The 4 exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at? I may not match you now, but I will ensure you pay the price in the future," Xiahou Wu bellowed. "Such an arrogant little fellow. Well then, the hunting battle is over. It's time for you to learn the truth," Xiao Zhan replied, unfazed. As this occurred, the surroundings gradually transformed into luminous points, vanishing into thin air. Countless new students were horrified to witness their bodies dissipating into light. "What is happening? Ah, my leg, my hand, they are gone." All the new students were struck with horror as they beheld this scene. Chapter 377, Descended into Hell. Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu's bodies were also transforming into specks of light, vanishing before their eyes. Xiahou Wu stared wide-eyed at his own body, while Li Baoer too began to disappear. Could it truly be so? As Xiang Chun gazed at his vanishing form, a sense of relief washed over him. In an instant, all their bodies disintegrated. Xiang Chun felt a sharp pain and a wave of dizziness coursing through his mind, a sensation akin to floating in the ether. Suddenly, he was met with a weighty feeling. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying in a valley, surrounded by others who were also sprawled on the ground. Xiahou Wu lay in the same valley, and one by one, they began to awaken. The battlefield where they had fought was now entirely erased. "What is happening? How did we end up here again? I thought I had already died. Is this hell? I have come back to life." Countless new students who were supposed to have perished in the hunt suddenly realized they had not died, and each was overcome with emotion, weeping aloud. Could it be a dream? Many gazed around in disbelief. Someone gave themselves a hard slap. "Ouch, that hurts. This is not a dream. Shingu, Hogu, I thought I was dead. How did you also descend to hell?" Just then, Wang Ying and Wang Xiaojing approached, astonished to see the two. "Wang Xiaojing, you are not dead?" Xiahou Wu exclaimed in shock. "No, I distinctly remember dying," Wang Xiaojing recalled, his last consciousness fading as his head was severed. "Come here." Xiahou Wu beckoned Wang Ying over. As Wang Ying approached, Xiahou Wu slapped him hard. Wang Ying was knocked to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he angrily said, "Hogu, what are you doing? You know pain, so you are not a ghost?" "Ha, Wang Xiaojing. You are alive." Xiahou Wu rejoiced, lifting Wang Ying in a warm embrace, laughing heartily. Wang Ying was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sudden warmth in his heart. He was alive. Xiang Chun surveyed the bewildered crowd around him. His earlier suspicions had begun to crystallize into an answer. They had entered an illusory world, or perhaps a powerful and authentic realm constructed of illusion. He had taken many lives. Each experience felt strikingly real. Even the pain was palpable. Yet, he discovered that the beings he had slain could not be absorbed by the Long-K demon blade. Only the swallowing sky evil vine could devour the essence of souls. "Xiaozi by Mao Mao." At that moment, a voice rang out in surprise. Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu turned to see a playful and adorable girl in a short skirt, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Li Baoer, you are not dead," Xiahou Wu exclaimed joyfully, springing to his feet and rushing to embrace Li Baoer. "Baoer, how wonderful. You are alive. I am so sorry. I failed to protect you before." Xiahou Wu held Li Baoer tightly, filled with remorse. Li Baoer, clutching Xiahou Wu, softly replied. I thought I was dead. I never imagined I would get to see you all again. This is truly wonderful. Xiang Chun gazed at the two individuals, smiling yet silent. It appeared that all the newcomers had been orchestrated and deceived by the academy, which had set a grand scheme in motion, subjecting everyone to an ordeal that approached the very brink of life and death. De Xiong, splendid news. You are alive. You too, Yu, Bei Mingxiong, Bei Yu, and others who had experienced the cycle of death and rebirth were filled with overwhelming joy, embracing one another. From now on, I shall never allow anyone to harm you again. Elder brother, Tianyu suddenly appeared behind Xiang Chun. Goodness, Tianyu. Haha, you startled me. Where have you been? I've been searching for you. Xiang Chun exclaimed with surprise. Tianyu tilted his head and touched Xiang Chun's forehead. No fever? Dreaming too vividly? He murmured, then added. I've been right here, watching over you for 7 days while you all lay asleep on the ground. Xiang Chun was taken aback. Didn't Tianyu enter the illusion realm? What illusion realm? Tianyu asked, perplexed. Never mind. I thought I hadn't seen you in that place, Xiang Chun replied, relieved yet curious as to why Tianyu had not entered the illusion realm. Haha, little ones, were you surprised? Delighted? At that moment, Xiao Zhan laughed heartily. Director, what is happening here? How have we come back to life? Indeed, Director, weren't we dead? What is going on? Countless newcomers inquired, bewildered. Xiao Zhan smiled and said, I understand you have many questions, and I shall provide explanations, so please quiet down. Everyone fell silent, gazing at him with curiosity. First and foremost, congratulations on completing your first trial as new students, which is also the inaugural lesson of your journey here. Over these 7 days, you have faced the terrors of life and death, despair and hope, and have engaged in numerous battles and trials. I believe this lesson will have an immensely significant impact and insight on your lives. Xiao Zhan looked at everyone and gestured towards Ling Tian Valley. Ling Tian Valley, also known as Ling Su Valley, is imbued with a powerful spiritual illusion array that creates a virtual yet existent realm of illusion. Your soul energy entered this realm, experiencing a harrowing yet real trial. When you perished within the illusion, your soul energy would return to your body, awakening you. However, this array is only effective for those below the soul moon realm. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of enlightenment. It was indeed an illusion array. Many who had experienced death felt a chill run down their spines, realizing how terrifying death truly was. Having experienced the sensation of dying within the illusion realm, this array is rare, possessed by only a few forces in the world. Thus, this trial presents a tremendous wealth of experience for your lives. However, the secrets of Ling Tian Valley must not be disclosed. You cannot reveal them to future students. Otherwise, the effectiveness of the trial will be greatly diminished. Anyone who dares to leak this information will leave a spiritual mark on their soul, which the Academy will discern, leading to a penalty of death. Without experiencing life and death, despair, how can one comprehend the preciousness of life and the importance of formidable strength? Xiao Zhan spoke slowly, addressing everyone. Although the deaths within are but a fabrication, should you fail to exert yourselves in reality, you may one day confront such dire circumstances and face death anew, never to rise again. Dean Shangwan Jinhong spoke with a chilling authority. The forthcoming years at this academy represent your most opportune period for growth. Let this lesson resonate within each of your hearts. Those who possess feeble strength shall merely become prey for others, mere stepping stones in times of peril. Upon hearing these words, silence enveloped the crowd, and the spirits of countless individuals who had perished once before were ignited with formidable resolve. In the future, they vowed never to succumb to such a fate in reality, for the haunting sensation of fear and vulnerability was indelible. Chapter 378. The Newcomer King. This hunting battle indeed imparted a profound lesson to all newcomers. In this moment, every newcomer felt that the annual tuition of 1,000 spirit coins was indeed well spent. Such trials of life and death could not be experienced elsewhere, regardless of the price paid. Of course, this is merely the tuition for the outer academy. The fees for inner palace students are even steeper, at 5,000 spirit coins per year. However, as one's cultivation strengthens, the means to earn becomes increasingly accessible. Did Tianyu not enter the illusionary realm? Could it be that his soul power has surpassed the Yuan Yang realm? Xiang Chun mused to himself while glancing at Tianyu beside him. Many individuals showcased commendable performances. Those who successfully survived a day in the hunting battle would receive a reward of 1,000 credits, stacking cumulatively, with those who endured all 7 days receiving a reward of 7,000 credits. Additionally, several individuals performed exceptionally well. Xiao Zhan surveyed the crowd, where countless gazes were directed towards Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu. Their display of power during the final battle was nothing short of terrifying, as they dispatched senior students with alarming ease, having slain nearly 1,000, instilling fear in the hearts of the upperclassmen. This left many newcomers in awe, filled with admiration and trepidation. Su Ligay stepped forward. Xiao Zhan commanded. Among the throng, a youth clad in blue emerged. His appearance was unremarkable, neither striking nor unattractive. Yet his eyes, devoid of whites, possessed an uncanny ability to leave a lasting impression. Su Ligay, the name of this formidable individual, was known for his terrifying prowess, his soul power manifesting as a dark portal capable of drawing others in before delivering fatal blows. I recall he seized the battle flag. It seems that the title of this year's newcomer king is rightfully his. Many whispered amongst themselves, eyeing the young man. Su Ligay, Xiang Chun also regarded the youth, the only one among this batch of newcomers who evoked a sense of danger within him. Dean Fong Ping addressed him. Su Ligay, your performance in this hunting battle has been outstanding, earning you the battle flag of the newcomers. Therefore, in accordance with regulations, you shall be bestowed with the title of this year's newcomer king, exempted from tuition for your second year, awarded an additional 10,000 credits atop your original credits, and granted the opportunity to select a mid-tier spiritual technique or martial art from the scripture pavilion. 10,000 credits and a mid-tier spiritual martial art. Such bountiful rewards. It is said that mid-tier spiritual martial arts can quadruple one's attack power. Countless individuals cast envious glances at the seemingly ordinary youth with his peculiar gaze. Thank you, Dean. Su Ligay replied calmly. Furthermore, I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Fong Ping inquired with a smile. Upon the utterance of those words, an overwhelming wave of envy washed over the crowd, as countless senior students cast jealous glances towards the young lad. I am willing to pay my respects to the master. Su Ligay bowed respectfully. Excellent. Fong Ping responded with a smile and a nod. Su Ligay's age and cultivation level had been scrutinized. At only 16 years old, he had achieved the 3rd level of the innate realm, capable of effortlessly vanquishing opponents of the 5th and 6th levels in the illusion realm, a truly formidable talent for both cultivation and combat. A subtle smirk danced upon Su Ligay's lips, yet none could discern the profound thoughts swirling within his enigmatic gaze. Moreover, 2 other students exhibited even more remarkable prowess, Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu. At that moment, Xiao Zhan turned his gaze towards the crowd, focusing on Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he glared at Xiang Chun, internally cursing Su Sun and Su Luo, the 2 incompetent fools who failed to eliminate him. Brother Feng, we have a problem, Su Luo whispered, cradling Su Sin's lifeless body as he approached Yi Feng. You 2 inept fools. What have you done? Why could you not kill Xiang Chun? And why is Su Sin still unconscious? Yi Feng scolded in a hushed tone. Brother Feng, we underestimated Xiang Chun's strength. He is far too powerful. Though his cultivation is not high, his prowess is terrifying. He possesses a tiger demon that can easily slay me. Xiang Chun wields a vine-like spirit that boasts tremendous power, having killed Su Sun, who, for reasons unknown, has lost all vitality. He is dead, Su Luo lamented. What? Su Sun is dead? How can that be? Could Xiang Chun also possess soul poison? Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment, turning his gaze towards Su Senator. I don't know. Perhaps he fell victim to the soul poison on his own blade. Su Sun has indeed perished, Su Luo replied quietly. Unbeknownst to them, the swallowing sky evil vine possessed the ability to consume spiritual energy, having completely devoured Su Sen's essence, leaving him a mere corpse. Xiang Chun. Yi Feng seethed, his teeth clenched as he glared at the youth who stood at the center of attention. This enmity had irrevocably deepened. Xiao Zhan observed the 2 with a smile. Although Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu had not claimed the flag, their display of strength was truly astonishing. You 2 have excelled in the hunting battle, shattering the Academy's record for new students by achieving 90,000 credits. Therefore, our institution has decided to bestow upon you both the title of Newcomer Kings for this session, awarding you 10,000 credits, a mid-tier martial art of the spiritual level, and a year's exemption from tuition fees. Countless students from the Western Academy gazed at the 2 with envy. How is it possible that this little rascal has performed so remarkably, being crowned newcomer king and receiving such rewards? Xiang Ke seethed with jealousy, unaware that he would meet his demise in the illusion realm the following day, completely oblivious to Xiang Qin's true capabilities. Xiang Qin, Xiahou Wu. Countless students from the Great Merchant Academy looked upon the duo with admiration, as it marked the first time someone from the Great Merchant had been awarded the title of newcomer king, leaving many in confusion about the events that transpired. Brother, do you know what happened? How did Xiang Qin and Xiahou Wu earn such high credits? A stunned senior student inquired of another. The elder student gazed apprehensively at the two and replied, "These two are utterly terrifying. In the final slaughter battle, they transformed into monstrous beings, slaying over 1,000 seniors. It was sheer carnage. I vow that I will never oppose these two in the future." What? Those two have killed over 1,000 old students from the 3rd and 4th grades. The surrounding business students, who had not participated and were unaware, were struck with disbelief and astonishment. Xiang Qin, Xiahou Wu, and Yin Tianai all wore ashen expressions, consumed by an overwhelming jealousy. 100,000 credits. Mid-grade spiritual martial arts. In the years since entering the academy, he had not amassed such credits, nor had he acquired mid-grade spiritual martial arts. Yet these two had obtained them upon arrival. I must devise a plan, at any cost, to eliminate these two. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly become my formidable adversaries, perhaps even threats to the royal family. Yin Tianai vowed silently within himself. Previously, out of jealousy, he had considered confronting Xiang Qin, but now he truly recognized the immense potential threat Xiang Qin posed. Xiang Qin and Xiahou Wu exchanged a glance and stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Dean." Haha. By the way, Dean, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I trust that your generosity will allow you to forgive me. Xiahou Wu chuckled awkwardly, recalling his angry outburst directed at the 4 deans due to Li Beier's death. Chapter 379. Multiple backers. You, young man. Just now you scolded all 4 deans. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to dust with a single strike. Xiaozhan teased. The dean is compassionate and cares for his students as if they were his own children. He would never hold a grudge. Xiang Qin replied with a smile. Enough, you two. Stop your banter. I will overlook your earlier disrespect this time, Xiaozhan remarked, finding the 2 young men quite agreeable. He had witnessed their brotherly bond. Xiahou Wu seemed to have unleashed his fury in response to the death of his beloved, while Xiang Qin was willing to risk his life for the sake of brotherhood, demonstrating a rare loyalty. Being a person of deep emotion himself, he naturally appreciated their camaraderie. You two, I wish to take you both as my disciples. Are you willing? Xiaozhan inquired. At this proclamation, the surrounding students from the West Courtyard were consumed with envy. To be taken as a disciple by the Vice Dean. What a remarkable honor. Xiaozhan was one of the most powerful figures in the West Courtyard. Becoming his disciple would alter their status entirely, promising a future replete with opportunities. These 2 little rascals have indeed received such a distinguished honor. Yin Tianai and Xiang Ke were seething with jealousy. Yin Tianai's own master was merely an ordinary instructor at the academy, his status comparable to that of Wu Ling. To be a disciple of the West Courtyard's Vice Dean. This status would ensure that even the royal family of the Great Shang would think twice before challenging them, for he possessed the capability to obliterate the Great Shang royal family. Xiang Qin and Xiahou Wu, however, appeared taken aback, their expressions revealing an inner conflict. Xiaozhan furrowed his brow and asked, "What? Are you two unwilling?" Xiang Qin replied apologetically, "I regret to inform you, Dean, that monkey and I already have a master, and we fear we cannot accept your offer." Though Ba Ge had not formally taken Xiang Qin as a disciple, in his heart, Xiang Qin had already regarded Ba Ge as his master. Xiahou Wu was indeed a direct disciple of Ba Ge. What constitutes a master? A master is one who imparts knowledge, dispels confusion, and guides. The term master carries a paternal connotation, and in the hearts of disciples, a master holds a status akin to that of a father. Certainly, the term master we commonly use in our daily lives does not signify the same meaning as teacher, but rather serves as a title of respect. Hence, a master typically has only one disciple throughout their life. You two have already found your master. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhan furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of disappointment. In that case, let the 2 of you take me as your teacher. You may still seek my guidance and knowledge. Both of you possess remarkable talent, and it would indeed be a pity to lack the guidance of a distinguished mentor. Xiaozhan remarked. The two exchanged glances before bowing and stating, "We are honored to greet our teacher." "Excellent," Xiaozhan nodded. He turned his gaze towards the other new students in the West Courtyard and said, "In the coming 6 years, I hope you will diligently cultivate your skills within the academy, aspiring to become the pride of the West Courtyard and the pillars of humanity. With the conclusion of the hunting competition, your academic journey truly begins. From this day forth, the classrooms and cultivation towers will be officially open, and all may utilize their credits to attend classes and seek the guidance of the academy's esteemed instructors. West Courtyard students, disperse." Upon finishing his words, Xiaozhan transformed into a beam of light and ascended into the sky, departing. The students of the West Courtyard also began to disperse, with many still discussing the hunting competition and commenting on Xiang Chun. "Brother Chun, Brother Ho, congratulations on being accepted as students by the esteemed dean," exclaimed Yang Bin and other acquaintances who gathered to offer their congratulations. "Indeed, Brother Chun, Brother Ho, congratulations. This time, you truly stole the spotlight. You are the new kings of the West Courtyard." "Exactly. Haha. Who would dare to look down upon our new students from the great merchants after this?" The new students who fought alongside each other in the illusory realm came over to extend their congratulations as well. "Brother Chun, Brother Xiaoho, congratulations." A duo of acquaintances, including a Duoya, approached to celebrate. "Brother Xiang, congratulations." Yin Tianhua also came to offer his well wishes. "We shall all be classmates from now on, so no need for formality. Allow me to treat everyone to a hearty meal at the cafeteria shortly." Xiang Chen smiled. "Haha, splendid." A group of individuals responded in unison before they formed a large gathering of 50 or 60 people heading towards the cafeteria. At that moment, a large crowd encircled Xiang Chun and his companions. Su Luo, clutching Su Sin's lifeless body, questioned with eyes filled with resentment, "What vile means did you employ to slay my brother?" They were all members of the Tianai Association, with Yifeng present as well. Xiang Chen's expression remained indifferent. "You wish to kill me, yet do not permit me to retaliate? What logic is that? Do you desire a brawl? I can slay you in the illusory realm. And rest assured, I can do the same in reality. Care to test that?" Summer Ho Wu sneered. "Draw your weapons." Yifeng commanded. In an instant, 700 to 800 members of the Tianai Association unsheathed their blades, radiating a menacing aura. Xiang Chen's expression remained calm as he brandished a knife, stating coolly, "Should anyone dare to strike, I shall expose your use of soul poison during the hunting competition. The usage of soul poison in the competition is a capital offense." Su Luo's expression shifted dramatically. The knife in Xiang Chen's hand belonged to Su Sun and bore traces of soul poison. Yifeng's expression also darkened, realizing that should this be revealed by Xiang Chun, it would indeed pose a significant problem. Xiang Chun let out a cold laugh and stepped forward, declaring, "Clear the way." The faces of the Tianai Association members grew grim, yet they did not yield. "Let them pass," Yifeng commanded coldly. At last, the crowd parted to allow a path. Xiang Chun took the lead to depart, with the others trailing behind. Xiaoho Wu chuckled coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Suddenly, Xiang Chun paused and declared, "Since your Tianai society has chosen to be my enemy, I shall accompany you to the bitter end. This grudge is now sealed. It will be a fight to the death." After stating this, Xiang Chun resumed his stride. "With 1,000 members in the outer courtyard and 200 in the inner palace, do we fear you?" Yifeng scoffed. As Xiang Chun and his companions exited, they hurried towards the dining hall, their stomachs growling after having gone without food or drink for a full 7 days. The dining hall was bustling, as both new students and returning members partook in their meals after the hunting competition. Make way for Xiang Chun and Xiaoho Wu. Do not offend these two harbingers of death. Countless students, both new and old, cleared a path for them. Their fearsome record during the hunting competition, where one had vanquished hundreds, had earned them the moniker of God of Death. Upon entering the dining hall, the older students allowed Xiang Chun and Xiaoho Wu to be served first. Xiang Chun spent 500 spirit coins to treat his comrades who had fought alongside him, reserving a large table and ordering an array of dishes, accompanied by fine wine. "What are you all waiting for? Dig in, drink up," Xiang Chun urged as he raised his cup. At that moment, Yang Bin and a group of more than 10 suddenly stood, raising their cups in salute to Xiang Chun. "Brother Chun, we have discussed this among ourselves, and we are willing to follow you as our leader, pledging our loyalty. Please accept this cup of loyalty wine." Loyalty wine. What does it signify? To drink from this cup represents their commitment to follow and be loyal to Xiang Chun for the rest of their lives. Akin to younger brothers pledging allegiance to their elder brother in the martial world, or soldiers swearing fealty to their commander in the army. Xiang Chun was taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Yang Bin and the 18 others. At that moment, Adoya also stood, holding her cup. Though I am but a woman, Brother Xiang saved my life. I, Adoya, am willing to drink this cup of loyalty wine and follow you for the rest of my days to repay my debt to you. Duoya, you princess. The faces of her companions changed, astonished by her declaration. Adoya was a princess of the Jin state. How could she choose to follow someone from another nation? Duoya, you need not do this. In the realm of illusions, all is but a mirage. Had I not saved you, you would not have perished. Xiangchen quickly responded. But back then, did Brother Xiang not know it was an illusion? In my heart, the gratitude for your life-saving grace still exists. Were it not for you, I would have faced humiliation in that realm. What difference is there from reality? The courageous words of the female Jin princess echoed with a manly spirit. If the princess is willing to follow Brother Xiang, then so shall we. With Adoya's support, her close companions, 19 Jin women and 15 men, also raised their cups in agreement. Brother, drink up. I see that everyone is sincere, Xiahou Wu encouraged. Xiangchen looked around at his companions, solemnly stating, Very well, I shall drink this wine. From this moment on, we are all brothers and sisters. Brother Chun, and I too. At that moment, Wang Ying hurriedly interjected. He raised his cup and knelt on one knee, saying, Brother Chun, I sincerely apologize. In the past, I sought to harm you multiple times. I was not a person then. I also wronged Sister Xiang Ro, and for that, I am truly sorry. I am filled with regret and guilt. The last time you stood up for me in the cafeteria, putting our past grievances aside, you taught me the true meaning of friendship and brotherhood. Brother Chun, I acknowledge my past mistakes. Please, drink this bowl of loyalty wine with me. I, Wang Ying, vow to become a better person and to follow you faithfully. Wang Ying spoke with a quivering voice, his gaze earnest. He was, after all, still a young man. And at this age, feelings often outweighed material interests. Little chick, you truly have the ability to turn over a new leaf. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a bully in the merchant world, but instead become a person of virtue. I, Xiang Chun, am willing to recognize you as my brother. A wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Xiang Chun replied solemnly, his heart narrow. He would not forgive those who harmed his loved ones. Yet, he also possessed a broad heart, for he was willing to give opportunities to those who genuinely sought redemption. Wang Ying was fortunate that Rower had not truly perished by his hand. Had she been lost forever, Xiang Chen's hatred would have been insurmountable. Thank you, Brother Chun, Wang Ying said through tears. Yin Tianhua and the others remained silent, unwilling to express their opinions. Inside, Yin Tianhua felt pride and could never pledge loyalty to Xiang Chun, treating him instead as a kindred spirit. Together, Yang Bin and 18 others, along with a duo Ya and 35 individuals, Wang Ying included, raised their cups of loyalty wine, totaling 54. Xiang Chun lifted his cup and declared, With this bowl of wine, we shall become brothers and sisters henceforth, steadfast in poverty and wealth alike, united in life and death. I, Xiang Chun, am elated to have each of you in my life as brothers and sisters. I drink this bowl of loyalty wine, and from now on, we are bound as family, never to part in life or death. Upon finishing, he downed the wine and smashed the cup onto the ground with a resounding thud. From now on, as brothers, never to part in life or death, echoed the 54 voices as they drank heartily from their cups. Rising from the table, they knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in salute, proclaiming, We pay our respects to our elder brother. Ha ha ha, Xiang Chun, welcome, dear brothers. Xiang Chun replied, also kneeling on one knee. After this collective gesture of respect, everyone rose, loudly calling Xiang Chun elder brother. This scene drew the attention of many new and returning students in the cafeteria. As for Xiahou Wu, Tian Yu, Li Baobao, and Gongsun Xingtian, they naturally did not require such formalities, as they were brothers in life and death, friends in spirit. Elder brother, now that we are so many and all from the West Courtyard, we could establish a society, Yang Bin suggested with a smile. Indeed, elder brother, we can form our own society and recruit members, thereby strengthening our own power, others chimed in agreement. If we establish a society, I can bring some individuals from the Jurchen nation to join us, a duo Ya added with a grin. Brother, that is an excellent idea. If we wish to accomplish great things in the future, we will need a solid group behind us, Xiahou Wu remarked. I concur, Gongsun Xingtian affirmed. Establishing a society sounds delightful. By Mao Mao, let us proceed with that, and we will all join, Li Baobao added. Tian Yu remained silent. Sitting to the left of Xiang Chun, with Xiahou Wu on his right, Xiang Chun pondered for a moment and remarked, this is an excellent idea. However, once this society is established, we will inevitably have to compete with other societies for resources. What of it? Let them compete. Xiahou Wu declared with spirited bravado. Very well. Let us establish a society, Xiang Chun said as he rose and addressed the assembly. Brother, what shall we name this society? Yang Bin inquired. Xiang Chun surveyed the crowd, contemplated briefly, and replied, let us call it Yin Huang. Yin Huang? What does it signify? Yin Huang. What a melodious name, the crowd murmured in discussion. Xiang Chun elaborated. For 5 millennia, we have witnessed the rise and fall, the glory and shame of our people. For 5 millennia, our spirit has endured. We stand to establish a heart for the heavens and earth, to give life to the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to pave the way for peace across the ages. This is the essence of Yin Huang. Yin Huang represents an ancient civilization that has weathered countless trials yet has never succumbed. It stands proud as a great nation. Yin signifies the courage to lead the world, while Huang symbolizes the fertile land. Thus we are Yin Huang. Countless times in his dreams, he had recalled the memories of that magnificent civilization, a world where all were equal and united in purpose. Even in his reincarnation as a human or a demon, even when exposed to foreign realms, Xiang Chun had never forgotten the ancient lineage that coursed through his veins, the bloodline of Yin Huang, which epitomized the pinnacle of thought and morality. To establish a heart for the heavens and earth, to give life to the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to pave the way for peace across the ages. As the crowd reflected on these words, they were profoundly moved by the lofty ideals contained within. Their gazes toward Xiang Chun filled with newfound respect. Yin Huang, a splendid name. Henceforth, we shall be known as the Yin Huang Society. Everyone unanimously endorsed this name. To establish a heart for the heavens and earth, to give life to the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to pave the way for peace across the ages. This is the Yin Huang Society, which dares to lead the world. Yin Tianhua regarded Xiang Chun, feeling a tremor in his heart. What immense ambition lay within those words. It seems I shall never have such a person serve me. Xiang Chun is destined to be a friend, not a foe, he mused inwardly. He then rose with a smile and said, what a splendid Yin Huang. What a noble cause. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, giving life to the people, inheriting the teachings of the sages, and paving the way for peace across the ages. Brother Xiang, may I apply to join Yin Huang? The true essence of Yin Huang refers to the combined legacy of the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor following tribal unification. Chapter 381. Cultivation in Seclusion. Xiang Chun looked at Yin Tianai, smiling as he said, anyone who genuinely wishes to join Yin Huang is welcome, regardless of their background or origins. We value camaraderie over profit, and we do not look down upon those of humble beginnings, nor do we elevate those of noble lineage. If Brother Yin can embody these principles, he is most welcome to join Yin Huang. Xiang Chun's words carried a subtle admonition, for Yin Tianhua, hailing from royal lineage, could not help but harbor a degree of pride. Moreover, Yin Tianhua was known for his patience, cunning, and focus on personal gain. Thus, Xiang Chun was not particularly fond of such individuals. Yet, Yin Tianhua understood the underlying message in Xiang Chun's words and replied with a smile, Brother Xiang, you worry too much. My desire to join Yin Huang is sincere. I genuinely wish to forge friendships with all of you, to grow and progress together. Xiang Chun gazed at Yin Tianhua and said, if that is the case, the Yin Huang welcomes you, Brother Tianhua. However, I must make it clear that Yin Huang is my creation, and matters pertaining to Yin Huang shall be led by me. Anyone who attempts to sow discord or form factions within will face my wrath, and I shall not show leniency nor mercy. His gaze swept across all present, not merely directed at Yin Tianhua. Essentially, what is termed as association is merely a manifestation of power. The one in authority will naturally not permit any internal factionalism that threatens their dominion. The assembly nodded in agreement. For the Yin Huang Society indeed revolves around Xiang Chun as its focal point, enabling it to coalesce. Seeing no dissent among the crowd, which was unlikely to arise in this matter, Xiang Chun raised another bowl, filled it with wine, and proclaimed, "In the years to come, I, Xiang Chun, wish to advance and retreat alongside all my brothers, striving together on the martial path. I wish to progress in unison with my elder brother, sharing both fortune and misfortune on this journey." The gathering lifted their cups in laughter and echoed, "Cheers." In the humble dining hall of the Huangzhou Academy, a nascent power, Yan Huang, destined to influence the tides of the world, was born. Following the initial establishment of the Yan Huang Society and their feast, the members departed from the Taotao dining hall, each returning to their respective quarters to formally embark on their journey of cultivation within the Huangzhou Academy. Xiang Chun, Xiahou Wu, Tian Yu, and the new arrivals from the Great Shang resided in a shared area, and the group made their way home together. "Dog, I have just broken through to the 4th level of the innate realm. I plan to retreat to the cultivation tower for a period of seclusion to solidify my foundation," Xiahou Wu remarked. "That was swift. When did you achieve your breakthrough?" Xiang Chun asked in astonishment. "Hee, it happened during the Hunting War Conference. Amidst the battles, I achieved my breakthrough. My cultivation method thrives on combat. Fighting is my fastest path to advancement," Xiahou Wu replied with a grin. "You truly are a prodigy. Then let us go together." Fortuitously, the brutal skirmishes over the past 7 days have brought my cultivation to the brink of a breakthrough as well. I believe another period of seclusion will enable me to ascend, Xiang Chun stated. Having witnessed the rapid growth of his companion's abilities ever since the awakening of Monkey's spirit and his apprenticeship under the Elder, "I will join as well," Tian Yu declared. "Brother Chun, I too must strive to cultivate. I do not wish to experience the sensation of losing my head again," Wang Xiaoji interjected. "I shall return to the Alchemist Academy to further study alchemy." By Mao Mao, "Thank you for the alchemical scriptures you gifted me." Zaya Huzi, "Farewell," Li Bayer said, eager to embark on her own path of cultivation. "I too will head to the Refining Academy to hone my skills. One day, we shall have a top-tier refiner among us in Yanhuang. Brothers, we shall meet again," Gong Sun Xingtian declared with a smile. "Farewell, let us strive together." The group parted ways, and Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu made their way toward the cultivation tower, located at the center of the western courtyard. The cultivation tower soared 100 zhang high, capable of accommodating thousands of practitioners simultaneously. The apex of the tower was where the essence of heaven and earth converged most densely. As they beheld the tower, constructed from an unknown black stone, it emanated a mystical glow, imbued with a formidable energy pressure. Numerous individuals traversed in and out of the tower's entrance. The pinnacle of this tower conceals a highly sophisticated spiritual gathering formation, at least of the 7th rank or above. The spiritual energy is drawn from the underground spiritual veins, converging at the tower's apex, before cascading downwards, rendering it a truly rare sanctuary for cultivation, sighed Xiang Chun. "Come, let us experience it." The group entered the cultivation tower together. Upon entering, they found themselves in a circular corridor, which connected numerous cultivation chambers, nearly all of which were secured by stone doors bearing signs indicating occupancy. This first level of the tower boasted the most cultivation rooms, totaling 1,200. However, the quality of spiritual energy on this floor was the poorest among the 9 levels, primarily frequented by first-year students. Xiang Chun and his companions ascended directly to the 2nd level, which offered few cultivation rooms. Continuing their ascent, they discovered that the number of cultivation chambers diminished as they climbed higher. Yet, on the 5th level, they stumbled upon a room that had just been vacated by another cultivator, which they graciously surrendered to Wang Yang. Xiang Chun, Xiahou Wu, and Tian Yu continued their search upwards. Upon reaching the 9th level, the very top, they found only 500 cultivation rooms available. To their surprise, 7 rooms were unoccupied. How is it that so many rooms are vacant on this top floor, where the spiritual energy is most abundant? Asked Xiahou Wu in astonishment. "Having options is a blessing. I shall take this one." Tian Yu, "Monkey, you may choose 2 others," Xiang Chun replied with a smile, entering the room, numbered 9420. This cultivation chamber was modest in size, approximately 10 square meters, containing merely a mat and an incense burner. Within the burner lay a half-burned, extinguished incense stick of tranquil incense, which, when lit, could bring serenity to the heart, facilitating a state of mental clarity and enhancing the effectiveness of cultivation. Above, the chamber featured several honeycomb-like vents, from which surged rich streams of violet energy. It was the essence of the heavens and earth, extremely dense spiritual energy. The outpouring of this energy was astonishing, equating to the energy contained in 3 true qi pills over the span of a day. Thus, cultivating in this locale for a single day would be more beneficial than 3 days spent elsewhere. The door was a sliding stone entryway. Xiang Chen flipped the sign to indicate that the room was occupied before closing the stone door. He seated himself on the mat and ignited the tranquil incense, allowing the wispy smoke to spiral gently, its subtle fragrance instilling a sense of tranquility and calm. Xiang Chen then consumed 10 true qi pills and commenced the first level of the 10,000 demons sacred art, the Tying True Scripture. Following this, every pore of his being erupted with a consuming force, as the long-accumulated spiritual energy in the stone chamber was swept into him, converging within Xiang Chen's body. He transformed into a colossal vortex, voraciously absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. If this scene were witnessed by others, they would undoubtedly be left in a state of utter astonishment. Why? The primary gateways for respiration in the human body are the nose and mouth. Those of innate purity, having refined their physical forms and expelled numerous impurities, may find that certain pores can also breathe in the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, allowing these energies to directly enter the meridians. After circulating and refining within the meridians, they surge into the dantian, transforming into innate true energy. In the case of Xiang Chen, his entire being, with its myriad pores, astonishingly absorbs the celestial energies simultaneously, resulting in an intake that far surpasses that of others. This signifies that his constitution is nearly devoid of any impurities obstructing the pores and delicate meridians, achieving a state of true purity and cleanliness. The more refined the cultivation method, the greater the absorption capacity, leading to an accelerated pace of cultivation. Xiang Chen's innate gifts, characterized by his exceptional physical endowment, have enabled him to reach the pinnacle of this realm. Even those at the grand level of innate cultivation cannot match his rate of absorbing celestial energies. A magnificent vortex of purple energy coalesced around him, enveloping him in a whirlpool of spiritual essence. An abundance of heavenly and earthly energies surged into his pores and meridians, bestowing upon him an exquisite sensation, as if all his meridians had been unblocked, allowing him to align with the cosmos and merge with nature. Although the process of cultivation may seem tedious, for him, it is an immensely enjoyable journey. Delicate threads of celestial energy coursed through his pores and meridians, traversing the 12 major spiritual channels, ultimately forming a grand circulation that, upon entering the divine repository of the dantian, had already been refined into strands of innate true energy, subsequently absorbed by 2 spirals of energy. The 10 true energy pills within his stomach were also fervently refined, releasing torrents of energy that, once absorbed into the dantian, transformed into innate true energy. Xiang Chen's power grew to a formidable extent, visible to the naked eye. As time passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, whenever hunger struck, he would supplement himself with a pill of absence, a concoction of herbal ingredients, along with spiritual rice and meat, distilled into a concentrated essence that could sustain him for 7 days without food while maintaining optimal bodily function. When thirst arose, he would sip on spiritual wine, rich in abundant spiritual energy. On the 7th day, a resounding roar echoed from within Xiang Chen's divine repository. The space within expanded continuously, growing from 14 zhang to 17 zhang in size. With a thunderous sound, another true vortex coalesced, giving rise to the 3rd tying energy spiral. He broke through to the 2nd level of innate cultivation, and Xiang Chen's power surged dramatically, catapulting his cultivation directly to the 3rd level of innate realm. The youth slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a smile gracing his lips. He then rose from his meditation chamber to visit the restroom, expelling the accumulated impurities from his body, including those from the pill of absence and trace impurities from the spiritual energy. The human body is a remarkable machine, a miniature universe in itself. Every organ and part holds its own significance and rationale in the realm of cultivation. After all, cultivators also require the restroom to eliminate impurities, despite any impure thoughts one might associate with it. It is likely that Xiang Chen is the first of the charming figures to acknowledge the need for such mundane acts, even amidst his fantastical prowess. After the expulsion of several clumps of toxins and impurities, Xiang Chen felt a wave of comfort wash over him, allowing him to resume his cultivation. His primary purpose for being here was to enhance himself and seek a more conducive environment for his practice. Time passed swiftly during this period of seclusion, and nearly a month had elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, the fourth vortex of Tying True Qi was on the verge of solidification. In the corridor, two figures approached in tandem. They were a pair of young men and women, the woman linking her arm with the young man's as they chatted and laughed. The young man, whose appearance could be described as somewhat unattractive, with prominent cheekbones and deep-set eyes, suddenly grinned mischievously and remarked, "Darling, how about we enjoy ourselves in your room before your seclusion? Otherwise, it will be quite a while before we can again." The young woman, possessing a delicate beauty with an oval face, shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Wait until I emerge from seclusion and break through to the 8th heavenly layer. Then I shall reward you properly." The young man sighed in response, "Very well. But after your seclusion, I certainly wish to try this." He planted a quick kiss on her lips. "Oh, you naughty boy, how could you?" The woman replied in a teasing tone, her voice sweet and beguiling. "Ha ha ha, I have arrived at my cultivation room. I shall see you after my seclusion." The young man chuckled as he halted before the door of a cultivation chamber. "Hum," the young woman said, watching him open the door. They shared a lingering kiss at the threshold before she departed. The young man closed the stone door behind her and returned to his practice. Once the stone door was shut, the smile faded from the woman's face. "Tch," she spat lightly, her expression turning sour. As she walked away, she muttered with disdain, "If it weren't for the desire to extract more cultivation resources from you, I would never deign to look at a face like yours. Once I have utilized you, I shall kick you aside." Dressed in yellow, the woman continued her way, feeling a wave of revulsion. After some time, she finally arrived at the door of her usual cultivation chamber, number 9420. Upon seeing that the chamber was closed and a sign indicating someone was inside, her expression darkened. "What audacious individual dares to cultivate in my chamber? Do they not know this is Ma Romping's sanctuary?" With her demeanor turning icy, Ma Romping unleashed a powerful strike against the door of the cultivation chamber. A thunderous boom reverberated through the space, shaking the very walls. "Whoever is inside, come out," she bellowed angrily. Inside the chamber, Xiang Chun, who had been engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly felt his concentration shatter. His eyes flew open, and a surge of blood rushed to his head, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The nascent vortex within him, on the brink of formation, was abruptly disrupted by this startling interruption, dissipating into a torrent of Tying True Qi, just as he was about to break through to the 4th heavenly layer. This unexpected awakening severed his energy flow, resulting in failure. "Come out, you little brat." Ma Romping's furious voice echoed from outside. The stone door was secured with a bolt, preventing anyone from entering. Yet, her weak curses reached Xiang Chen's ears. His expression darkened as a surge of anger welled up within him. Rising to his feet, he swiftly unlatched the stone bolt and pushed the door open. Beyond the threshold stood an enraged woman clad in yellow, her eyes glaring at Xiang Chun as he revealed himself. Suddenly, her expression froze, for she beheld a youth whose visage was as exquisite as a jade crown. With lips red and teeth white, and long hair, glistening like snow, gathered into a crown. With ears cascading down from his temples and eyebrows like swords framing dark starry eyes. What a strikingly handsome young man. Ma Romping had never encountered such a stunning youth, and her simmering anger dissipated somewhat. Indeed, great beauty is a gift that naturally draws others in and garners affection. Yet, the youth's words ignited her fury once more. "Woman, are you seeking death?" Chapter 383, The Elder Next Door. Xiang Chen's eyes revealed a murderous intent, his rage surging, wishing to tear this woman apart. "What did you say, brat?" Ma Romping's expression darkened, as if she had misheard. This boy radiated the aura of a pinnacle innate realm of the 3rd level, yet dared to speak to her. An innate realm of the 7th level, in such a manner. "Get lost, and do not disturb my cultivation," Xiang Chen coldly commanded, pushing the stone door to shut. Ma Romping grasped the door with one hand, preventing its closure, and shouted angrily, "You insolent wretch, this is my cultivation chamber. You dare to practice here and use my tranquil incense? You are the one seeking death. Come out and kneel to apologize. We can let this matter rest." "Your cultivation chamber?" Xiang Chen scoffed. "Why do you not proclaim that this cultivation tower and this academy belong to you as well? All cultivation chambers are communal. How can it be deemed your private domain? Release it and get lost. I have no habit of striking women. You little beast, you court death." Ma Romping seethed with rage, her fury at being scorned by someone of lesser cultivation evident. She formed her hand into a claw, aiming directly for Xiang Chen's throat. Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy as he unleashed his strength, forcefully closing the stone door. With a thunderous crash, the stone door slammed shut, imbued with immense force. Crack! Ah! Ma Rongping screamed in agony as her arm was caught, the bone snapping with a sickening crack, her cries echoing through the corridor like the wails of a slaughtered pig. Xiang Chen opened the stone door again, and Ma Rongping, clutching her arm in torment, found her forearm grotesquely bent at a 90-degree angle, the bone shattered. You brought this upon yourself. Say another word, and get lost. Xiang Chen declared coldly. You little bastard, I will kill you. Ma Rongping howled, her eyes aflame. In her other hand, a precious sword materialized, and in her fury, she disregarded the consequences, unleashing her innate true energy, thrusting the sword towards Xiang Chen's throat with lightning speed. Xiang Chen swiftly evaded, transforming into a fleeting white shadow. Then he clenched his fist, unleashing the power of the dragon elephant and the tying true energy. Boom! With a punch, a shadow of the dragon elephant, imbued with a ferocious and domineering spirit, surged towards Ma Rongping at close quarters. Bang! Ma Rongping's protective true energy was shattered with a single blow, like fragile foam dispersing, as the violent force struck her body. Ma Rongping let out a wail, akin to being struck by an ancient dragon elephant, and with a cry, she spewed forth blood, crashing violently against the corridor wall. Her bones shattered within. Fear gripped her heart. After all, she was a practitioner of the 7th level of innate realm. How could she possibly be so easily overpowered by someone at the 3rd level? The might of his fists was utterly terrifying. The explosive force of Xiang Chenlong's elephant fist rivaled that of perfected techniques at the pinnacle of the profound realm. This was a technique capable of continually enhancing its power in accordance with one's cultivation level. This was merely the elephant fist. Further ahead lay the more domineering dragon fist. 10 elephants combined to form one dragon. Yet his current inner strength in the dragon elephant form was insufficient to unleash the true potential of the dragon fist. As Ma Rongping collided with the corridor, the thunderous sound startled several cultivation rooms nearby, causing their doors to swing open, with a few senior students emerging, grumbling. However, upon recognizing Xiang Chen, the expressions of 2 among them shifted dramatically. It was the infamous Shura. These 2 had witnessed his terrifying prowess of slaughtering 100 foes in the hunting battle and quickly retreated behind their doors, shutting the stone door, too formidable to provoke. Xiang Chen stepped out, placing a foot on Ma Rongping's neck, pinning her against the wall. Her complexion drained of color, hair disheveled, she gazed at him in terror. With a frigid expression, Xiang Chen extended his fingers, sharp as claws, and hooked them beneath her chin, coldly proclaiming, "This is your final warning. Should you dare disturb my cultivation again, I will take your life." "Why yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong." Ma Rongping stammered in fear, on the verge of tears. Xiang Chen snorted disdainfully, withdrawing his foot from her neck and turning back to the stone door. Over the past month of cultivation, he had shot up to a height of 175 meters. Otherwise, he would have struggled to pin someone down like her. Coughing, Ma Rongping collapsed onto the corridor floor, her eyes darkening with resentment. That little beast, that wretched spawn, this isn't over. She cursed inwardly, staggering to her feet and leaning against the corridor as she made her way to a distant cultivation room. Indeed, it was not long before Xiang Chen had barely settled down when a cacophony of curses erupted outside. Damn it, which fool dares to strike the woman of Song Jebi? Seeking death, a young man, who had arrived with the woman, stormed in, carrying her while cursing vehemently. "Brother Song, you must avenge me. I want to break that little beast's limbs." Ma Rongping shouted angrily, cradled in Song Jebi's arms. "Rest assured, my dear. I will ensure that brat kneels and apologizes to you. Then I shall crush his hands and feet. Alas, look at what they have done to my precious." Song Jebi lamented, tenderly kissing Ma Rongping. "Yes, Brother Song is so good to me. Ruin that little wretch," she exclaimed. The 2 soon arrived at Xiang Chen's cultivation room. Song Jebi kicked the stone door with a resounding thud, shouting, "You little beast, come out. Do you know how to write the word death for daring to strike my woman?" With a thunderous crash, the cultivation room door swung open, revealing Xiang Chen, his expression dark as thunder, as he regarded the 2. "Xiang Chen," Song Jebi gasped in shock, retreating a couple of steps. "That's him. That's the one who attacked me. Ruin him," Ma Rongping shouted, pointing at Xiang Chen from within Song Jebi's embrace. As fate would have it, When Song Jebi loosened his grip, Ma Romping let out a yelp and fell abruptly to the ground, crying out in pain. Oh, it turns out to be Xiang, junior brother. I see you are here cultivating, Song Jebi remarked with a genial smile, his demeanor exceedingly amiable. Xiang Qin's expression darkened as he inquired, were you just insulting me? Song Jebi, caught off guard, chuckled awkwardly and quickly replied, a misunderstanding, junior brother. I was actually scolding her, pointing at the fallen Ma Romping. Ma Romping, incensed, retorted, Songgu, what are you talking about? It was this little beast who attacked me and seized my cultivation chamber. You must deal with him. Get lost. Unexpectedly, Song Jebi delivered a swift kick to Ma Romping, sending her rolling away with a pained cry. The cultivation chamber is for everyone's use. It belongs to no one. This is junior brother Xiang. Do you even know who he is? He shattered the historical record for new students in our western courtyard, having vanquished countless upperclassmen in the hunting competition. He will be my friend. Brothers are like limbs, and women are like garments. Should you dare insult my brother again, I shall break your despicable legs. Song Jebi's voice rose in fury, revealing his unabashed shamelessness, a true scoundrel. Chapter 384. The enchantress emerges. Xiang Chun was taken aback by his words, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he regarded the elder. No, Song Jebi. You know me? Song Jebi chuckled awkwardly. Junior brother, have you forgotten? We sparred on the last day of the hunting competition. You don't remember? I was ensnared by your two great vines, and then had my head nearly severed by your blade. That stroke of yours was nothing short of celestial, a divine flourish that left an indelible impression on me. Hearing this, Xiang Qin couldn't help but smile. This individual was indeed remarkable. Having once been struck by his own blade, no wonder he seemed to hold him in such esteem. Since there is nothing amiss, please do not disturb my cultivation. Xiang Qin thought, his anger somewhat abated. He had to admit, this man was quite cunning. Such flattery left him feeling too embarrassed to cast blame. Please do not disturb. Understood? Oh, very well. I won't disturb you, Song Jebi replied, albeit without comprehending the phrase's meaning. Junior brother, may you cultivate diligently and achieve mastery soon. I hope to treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. Xiang Chun closed the stone door and resumed his practice. Song Jebi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful not to have provoked this formidable figure's ire. Song Jebi, you owe me an explanation, you coward. You promised to avenge me. Ma Romping shouted, her teeth clenched as she glared at him. Oh dear, please, get up, my heart aches for you. Song Jebi hurriedly offered his hand to help her up from the ground. Get your hands off me. How dare you? I never expected you to be such a coward. We are through, done. Ma Romping shouted, forcefully pushing his hand away. Song Jebi's expression darkened as he replied, you wretched woman. How dare you turn your back after I just saved your life? Do you even know who he is? Who cares? You're just a coward. Ma Romping retorted angrily. He is Xiang Chun, the reigning rookie king of the West Courtyard. In the hunting competition, he single-handedly vanquished over 400 senior students, shattering the academy's record for freshmen. Even I cannot contend with him. Su Sun from the Heavenly Leaf Society fell to his hand, and he was subsequently taken under the wing of the dean as a student. Do you realize who you have offended? Can you truly provoke such a figure of boundless potential? Song Jebi remarked coldly. What? He? Is he not the one who has recently stirred great commotion? One of the two rookie kings of the West Courtyard, the infamous Shura twin-killing god, Xiang Qin? Ma Romping's expression shifted dramatically in her earlier fury. She had not paid attention, but upon hearing this explanation, her heart was filled with astonishment. Indeed, I have been defeated by him in the hunting competition. That lad is terrifying. He masquerades as an underdog, yet his strength is formidable. Song Jebi recalled that academic battle with lingering trepidation. Xiang Chun instilled a sense of dread in Ma Romping's eyes as well, but soon, a glimmer of realization sparked within her gaze, as if she had conjured a thought. Brother Song, I was wrong. Please help him up. Humph, so there's no breakup? No breakup. It was entirely his fault earlier. That's more like it. Just wait until you recover. I will show you who's in charge in bed. Ma Romping was assisted to her feet and taken to the medical hall for treatment. Xiang Chun, you shall wait. I am determined to make you my devoted subordinate, to have you kneeling beneath my pomegranate skirt. Humph. Due to the interference of this woman, it took Xiang Chun an entire day to once again summon a attained cyclone. 10 days later, his cultivation officially broke through to the 4th level of the innate realm. Having ascended 2 realms in succession, his strength and prowess had naturally grown significantly. With this newfound power, his spiritual force and control over the three flavors true fire had also improved considerably. Xiang Chun then delved into higher-grade alchemy, striving to refine 5th and 6th grade precious elixirs. Within his Qinquan ring, he possessed a vast array of medicinal materials collected from the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. Only after mastering the art of refining 6th grade supreme elixirs did Xiang Chun conclude this period of seclusion. He had been in isolation for 2 months, and it was becoming increasingly intolerable to remain confined. In the inner palace city, atop the Jade Dragon Peak, where spiritual energy swirled like clouds, the door of a premier cultivation chamber swung open. A tall girl, standing at 175 centimeters, emerged from the chamber, her face partially obscured by a red crystal mask. Even with only half her visage visible, she exuded an astonishing beauty. Her brows were like painted arcs, her skin translucent, fair as snow with a hint of rosy hue, her stature tall and well-proportioned, her curves exquisite. Her long, snow-white hair was divided into 3 bundles, tied at the back, cascading down to her waist, and she wore a flowing cloud-patterned celestial dress. Adorning her elegant, swan-like neck was a red amber pendant, while a formidable energy fluctuation emanated from her, gradually receding into her being. As the girl descended from the peak, she walked gracefully down the jade stone steps, flanked by lush green spirit bamboos, their leaves glistening like jade, each releasing faint wisps of worldly spiritual energy. Among the steps, passers-by included disciples of the academy and students from the inner palace, all formidable beings at the Yuan Yang realm level. As she gazed upon the young girl, her eyes were filled with wonder, and she smiled warmly in greeting. Qingqing, junior sister, have you emerged from your seclusion? Xia Qingqing merely nodded indifferently to the crowd. Neither warm nor cold. Sister Qingqing, you've come out of seclusion. At that moment, a girl of around 13 or 14 rushed towards Xia Qingqing. Yinner. Xia Qingqing's face lit up with a smile upon seeing her. She was the beloved granddaughter of her master. Sister Qingqing, you've been in seclusion for so long, for whole months. Yinner has missed you dearly, the girl exclaimed, grasping Xia Qingqing's hand with joy. Xia Qingqing smiled faintly and asked, while I was away, did you neglect your training? I have not been idle. I have reached the 8th level of the divine concealment realm, and by the end of this year, I will certainly attain the innate realm, Yinner replied, bouncing with excitement. Well then, if you don't achieve it, I shall spank you. Xia Qingqing teased, playfully tickling Yinner's side, causing her to erupt into joyous laughter. By the way, Yinner, has the enrollment period already passed? Xia Qingqing suddenly inquired. Yes, it has been over 2 months now. Sister Qingqing, you wouldn't believe it. This time, several formidable new students have emerged from the outer academy. Yinner replied eagerly. Oh, what remarkable new students. These newcomers have shattered the historical record for new student hunting battles, amassing a staggering 100,000 credits. The top of the new students from the 4 outer academies is named Su Ligay, and there are 2 from our Western Academy, one called Xiangchun and the other Xiahou Wu. They are truly impressive, having slain hundreds of senior students during the hunting battles. Especially Xiangchun, Sister Qingqing, you must see him. He is incredibly handsome, just like you, with strikingly beautiful snow-white hair. Chapter 385. Caught in the act, what did you say? Xiangchun. Xia Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment, turning her gaze to Yinner. A look of delight spread across her face. Brother Xiangchun and Aho have come to the academy? Yes, his name is indeed Xiangchun. He is so incredibly handsome. Uncle Xiao Zhan even wanted to take him as a disciple, but unfortunately, he already has a master and can only be a student. Yinner gushed, her expression one of infatuation. Xia Qingqing, filled with excitement, asked, Yinner, do you know where he resides? He should be in the first-year student area of the Outer Academy, probably in District 9, Yinner replied. District 9. Xia Qingqing's face radiated with joy as she hurriedly made her way down the mountain. Sister Qingqing, why are you so happy? Do you know Xiangchun? Yinner trotted alongside her. At that moment, a handsome young man in white approached, blocking Xia Qingqing's path with a smile. Xia, you've come out of seclusion, he inquired. Brother Yi, Yinner called out. Yi Tianxi, Xia Qingqing acknowledged with a frown, nodding. It's been a while, Xia. You seem to have grown taller. What a coincidence. I just arrived and ran into you. Shall we have a meal together? Yi Tianxi suggested, his eyes betraying a clear affection. Xia Qingqing furrowed her brows and replied. There is no need. I have other matters to attend to. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Yi. Yi Tianxi continued. Recently, I hunted a particularly rare beast, a formidable ice-type creature at the Yuan Yang realm. It would undoubtedly benefit your cultivation. I've arranged for the best chef in the city to prepare it for you. You must try it. No, it's really unnecessary. I have other matters to attend to. Xia Qingqing shook her head and then took a step forward. In an instant, she soared into the sky, her back manifesting a pair of ice-blue ethereal wings, breaking through the air with remarkable speed. Her cultivation had evidently reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. Thanks to the peculiar characteristics of her spirit, she was able to fly. Yi Tianxi, witnessing Xia Qingqing's evasion, felt his smile fade. Sister Qingqing, wait for me, Yunar exclaimed, then let out a whistle. A magnificent white crane descended, and Yunar leaped onto it, prompting the crane to take flight in pursuit. Yi Tianxi's expression darkened slightly as he instructed a companion behind him. Go. Follow her, and see if she is indeed heading towards that Xiangchun. Yes. The young man nodded, unleashing his true essence to ascend into the sky, manifesting a pair of blue wings to follow suit. Xia Qingqing, I, Yi Tianxi, will ensure you become my woman, Yi Tianxi declared in a low voice. Xiangchun ambled leisurely towards his residence, taking in the scenery of the western courtyard, which was expansive enough to resemble a city. In front of Xiangchun's courtyard, a figure paced back and forth, a pure and adorable young girl clad in a blue palace dress. That wretched Xiangchun, that insufferable Xiangchun, has been in seclusion for so many days without returning, and he hasn't even thought to seek me out, the girl muttered as she wandered. Could he really be angry with me? Lu Shiming pondered, recalling how she had stormed off in anger after being upset by Xiangchun. She had expected him to come find her to apologize, yet there was not a single word from him, not even an attempt to reach out. Oh, Shiming, what are you doing at my door? Are you looking for me? Xiangchun inquired. Lu Shiming turned at the sound of his voice, her face lighting up with joy. Xiangchun, she exclaimed, her eyes suddenly reddening. Why haven't you come to play with me? Are you angry with me? Xiangchun, taken aback, chuckled. Angry with you? Why would I be angry? Silly girl, what are you thinking? Lu Shiming approached and playfully punched Xiangchun's chest. You scoundrel, I thought you were upset with me. Just as Xiangchun was about to respond, Lu Shiming suddenly embraced him. He stood in surprise, gazing at her. Xiangchun, I like you, Lu Shiming whispered. I like you too. I never said I disliked you, Xiangchun replied, patting her back. No, the kind of like I mean is different, not the kind friends have, it's that kind. Lu Shiming clarified. However, upon noticing the teasing expression on Xiangchun's face, her cheeks flushed crimson. You scoundrel, you're teasing me, she said through clenched teeth, stamping her foot on his. This time, however, Xiangchun deftly sidestepped her foot. Hee, girl, do you think I would make the same mistake twice? He laughed. In a sudden impulsive move, Lu Shiming stepped forward and planted a quick kiss on his lips, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, then quickly retreated, her face aglow as she gazed at him. Xiangchun stood in astonishment, touching his lips and looking at the bashful girl. Little girl, this is your second time kissing me without warning. Could you please be mindful of your image? Humph. To win my affection is a blessing you have earned over 8 lifetimes. Do not act coy after having taken advantage, Lu Shiming remarked with a light scoff. I must repay this in kind. Watch your mouth. Xiangchun brazenly leaned closer, but at that moment, he suddenly felt an icy aura of menace envelop him. He halted, turning to see the girl in white standing not far away, gazing at him. Qingqing, Xiangchun exclaimed in surprise, his excitement palpable as he looked at the girl. Summer Qingqing, with an expression of indifference, was fixated on Lu Shiming. Qingqing, how wonderful. You've emerged from your seclusion. I've missed you dearly, Xiangchun exclaimed, hastening towards Summer Qingqing. He approached and embraced her tightly. A peculiar smile graced Summer Qingqing's face as she asked, Brother Chun, just how much have you missed me? As many stars are in the sky, that is how much I long for you, Xiangchun replied softly. Is that so? Summer Qingqing's face suddenly turned cold, and with a swift motion, she kneed him in the stomach. Ah! Xiangchun cried out in agony, clutching his abdomen and curling up on the ground. Miss me? I suspect you long for someone else. Just moments ago, were you not about to kiss her? Tell me, who is she? Summer Qingqing demanded sharply, revealing her domineering side for the first time before Xiangchun. Summer Qingqing, why did you strike Xiangchun? Lu Shiming interjected with a sharp glare. I recall your name is Lu Shiming, Summer Qingqing retorted coldly. Indeed, Lu Shiming replied with equal aloofness. Brother Chun is mine. He is my betrothed fiancé. I am to be his lawful wife in the future. Any woman wishing to claim him must have my approval and consent. Not every woman can become Brother Chen's beloved. Sister Shiming, your actions just now were quite out of line, Summer Qingqing asserted, stepping forward with an air of authority. Xiang Chun, hunched over, managed to rise. A wry smile on his face as he attempted to speak. Qingcheng, I was going to silence. Chapter 386, The Overbearing Sister. Xiang Chun was startled into silence, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Although this world leaned towards a feudal system where men could have multiple wives, even emperors had their empresses. Summer Qingcheng was his fated betrothed, a match recognized by their families, complete with documentation. Though they had not yet wed, she remained his only legitimate fiancée in this realm. Embarrassed, Xiang Chun stood silently, experiencing his first reprimand from Qingqing. It appeared that this girl was not as gentle and compliant as he had previously imagined. He mused wryly. He glanced at Lu Shiming, unsure of how to proceed. Lu Shiming was in a standoff with Summer Qingqing, but she was clearly overwhelmed by Qingqing's imposing presence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sister Shiming, do you not think I speak the truth? There is nothing wrong with a woman loving a man. But there must be an order to such affections, Summer Qingqing stated indifferently. I, Lu Shiming, found myself at a loss for words. Xia Qingqing continued. My engagement with Brother Xiang Chun was arranged when we were merely 3 years old. Our hearts are intertwined, bound by parental decree and the promises of matchmakers. I shall be Brother Xiang Chen's only lawful wife. Even if you, Shiming, wish to be with him, my consent is imperative. This is the rightful power of a wife. Do you not agree? Lu Shiming fell silent, her head bowed, feeling deeply aggrieved. Xia Qingqing cast a glance at Xiang Chun, who responded with a playful smile. Stepping forward to clasp her hand, saying, Qingcheng, there is something I wanted to discuss with you, though I have only just seen you. Is that so? Xia Qingqing inquired, her gaze skeptical. Indeed, Xiang Chun replied, unwavering. Step aside, Xia Qingqing retorted, shaking off his hand. She turned to Lu Shiming, saying, Shiming, do share how you came to have feelings for my brother Xiang Chen. What experiences have you shared? I believe I am entitled to know. As the future matriarch of the Xiang family, I hold the right to oversee matters concerning Brother Xiang Chen's household. Should any ill-intentioned individuals approach him and bring him harm, I will not stand idly by. I cannot express it, Lu Shiming murmured, her cheeks flushed. Yet you had the audacity to kiss Brother Chen in public. Can you not voice your feelings? Xia Qingqing interjected coolly, her demeanor commanding. It is true that several months ago, Xiang Chen saved me, Lu Shiming began, recounting her encounters with him. That fateful night, he bravely diverted a formidable enemy's attention alone. It was during that serendipitous meeting that the seeds of affection took root in the heart of a young girl, blossoming with the innocence of first love. After hearing this, Xia Qingqing shot Xiang Chun an incredulous glance, remarking on his adeptness in wooing. Xiang Chun offered a wry smile in response, clasping his fists before shrugging his shoulders. And what of you, Brother Xiang Chun? Do you harbor feelings for Shiming? Xia Qingqing pressed. If you like her, then admit it. If not, cease your ambiguous actions. She insisted. Lu Shiming also turned her gaze toward him. Xiang Chun, feeling awkward, admitted, I suppose I do. He was no paragon of virtue, but a man with normal desires. Lu Shiming's beauty and their shared experiences had undeniably kindled feelings between them. Very well, Xia Qingqing concluded. I shall not interfere with whatever transpires between you and Shiming. However, Brother Xiang Chun, do remember the promise you made to me. And if you have done anything to betray Shiming, I shall not spare you. Xia Qingqing's tone grew serious. Should you ever dare to betray me, I will take your life and ensure your parents are honored in your stead. Rest assured, I have done nothing. My relationship with Shiming is entirely pure. Xiang Chen replied with a forced smile. Sister Qingqing, Lu Shiming felt a warmth bloom within her upon hearing Xia Qingqing's words. One cannot deny that Xia Qingqing is quite formidable. She initially asserted her dominance over Lu Shiming, establishing her position as Xiang Chen's foremost woman. Yet she also sought to protect Lu Shiming, winning her over. It is not merely cunning. As the future head of Xiang Chen's household, she possesses both the courage to confront and the tenderness of a woman. If she were to be wholly compliant without any personal boundaries, that would indeed be abnormal. In an effort to ease the awkwardness, Xiang Chen smiled and said, Qingcheng, it has been so long since we last met. Let us dine together. Responded Xia Qingcheng, her earlier intensity subsiding, as she gently linked her arm with Xiang Chen's. Shimeng, do join us, Xiang Chun invited Lu Shimeng. Feeling bashful, Lu Shimeng replied, I think I shall pass. You two haven't seen each other in ages. It would be nice for you to catch up. Nonsense, come along. Xia Qingcheng insisted with a smile. Lu Shimeng, under the influence of Xia Qingcheng's newfound authority as a proper wife, acquiesced. She stepped closer to Xiang Chun, who exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Qingcheng and took Lu Shimeng's hand. As Lu Shimeng's hand instinctively withdrew slightly, she glanced at Xia Qingcheng, who smiled reassuringly, allowing Lu Shimeng to finally wrap her arm around Xiang Chen's. Thus, the three of them walked side by side. My dear, I had no idea you could be so fierce, Xiang Chen remarked, his lips moving as he communicated through thought. You startled me earlier. Quite the commanding presence, he added. Humph. How long have you been away from me that you've already charmed one of the four beauties of the academy? Impressive, Brother Chun, Xia Qingcheng retorted telepathically. Are you truly upset? I apologize, dear Qingcheng. Brother Chen was wrong, he replied, unabashedly continuing their silent conversation. Where did I err? He inquired, prompting a soul-searching dialogue typical of couples. Your mistake lies in your flirtations outside, Xia Qingcheng answered. No, the error was in your failure to inform me beforehand. She clarified, playfully pinching his waist and continuing, I am not so petty. You may take as many concubines as you wish, but you must communicate with me. Only once I acknowledge it can she become a member of the Xiang family. As your legitimate wife, I have duties to uphold. What if she is a spendthrift or harbors ill intentions towards you? None of you men are ever faithful. I must ensure you are not swayed by any temptress. She asserted firmly. Understood, I shall heed your counsel. From now on, your words shall be my guiding principles. Anyone you disapprove of shall never cross the threshold of the Xiang family, agreed? Xiang Chen chuckled, pulling Xia Qingchen closer. Humph, now that sounds more appropriate, she replied, allowing a sweet smile to grace her half-hidden visage. Brother Chun, if I were to struggle beyond 30, how could I trust that those around you are sincere? Do not fault me for my strictness, she cautioned, as they strolled down the pedestrian street. Xiang Chen's left arm around Xia Qingcheng, and his right linked with Lu Shimeng, they unwittingly attracted numerous astonished gazes from the outer academy disciples, who were filled with envy and admiration. Goodness, is that Xia Qingcheng, the ethereal beauty of the academy, and Lu Shimeng, the graceful lotus? How is it that they are both linked to one man? Who is this remarkable fellow? To have captured two of the four renowned beauties from our institution. One exclaimed, No, Sister Qingcheng, my goddess. How is it that she is being embraced by a man? My goddess, you are no longer pure. What becomes of your title as the ethereal beauty? Who are you, you wretched scoundrel, that you can bask in the company of the two most beautiful maidens of the academy? I challenge you to a duel for my beloved junior, Shimeng. Hold on. My friend, do you even know who he is? He is none other than one of the twin rookie kings of this year's West Campus. The one who slaughtered over 1,000 senior students alongside Xiahou Wu in the hunt, Xiang Chun. You wish to duel him? Are you courting death? He is the new student-killing god, Xiang Chun. How could it be? The enchanting goddess actually has a connection with the new student-killing god, Xiang Chun? This can't be true. I must be seeing things. As the trio entered the dining hall, the entire West Campus cafeteria erupted in chaos. Countless onlookers stood agape, witnessing the scene, and soon, a multitude of hostile glares, filled with malice, converged upon Xiang Chun. Numerous food containers clattered to the ground, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Qingcheng, Shimeng, you two are surely inciting a great deal of animosity towards me. Xiang Chun observed the surrounding throngs of jealous men, their eyes burning with the desire to tear him apart, and he forced a wry smile. Lu Shimeng chuckled, among the academy's students, there are four great beauties, and both my sister Qingcheng and I are included. Xiang Chun, you must brace yourself for the enmity of the masses. As for the words of Xiang Chun, it was merely a matter of courting. When pursuing a girl, one must be prepared to pay the price, remarked Xia Qingcheng coolly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun laughed heartily, declaring, No one can take my woman from me. Let them be envious. Should anyone dare to provoke me, I shall crush them. You two stay here obediently while I fetch our meals, Xiang Chun said, finding an empty table for them to sit. Sister Qingcheng, is Xiang Chun the one you fancy? I never imagined you had an affair with him. Do tell me, what is the nature of your relationship? Yuner suddenly appeared, drawn in by curiosity. As Xiang Chun went to retrieve the food, a multitude of senior students glared at him, blocking his path. What do you want? Xiang Chun asked them calmly. Xiang, You have gone too far. A scholarly young man ground out through clenched teeth. Indeed, there are rumors of your affair with Junior Liu, and while that may be tolerable, why must you also bring harm to our goddess Qingqing? A burly youth growled, for Qingqing's allure was shrouded in mystery. Her half-masked visage enough to captivate countless male students in their dreams during lonely nights. How outrageous. You monopolized 2 of the 4 great beauties, Xiangchun. Do you have no shame? You beast. How dare you tarnish the purity of our adorable junior, Shiming? The wrathful shouts from numerous male students echoed, casting Xiangchun as the target of their collective scorn. Silence. Xiangchun bellowed suddenly, unleashing a terrifying aura that chilled everyone to the bone. The crowd recoiled, astonished at the intensity of his presence. Such a potent aura. How many souls has this man claimed? Xiangchun spoke coolly. Let me clarify. Everyone, Qingcheng and I have been betrothed since childhood. She is my fiancée. What business is it of yours? As for Shiming, she has affections for me, and I for her. What concern is that to you? If there are any dissenters, feel free to challenge me. Xiangchun, haha. Of course, even if you succeed in defeating me, Qiancheng and Shiming shall never belong to you. What? The goddess Qiancheng is your fiancée? That is preposterous. Xiangchun, you wretched beast, do not be too smug. Countless students were both shocked and furious upon hearing this. Chattering is futile. If anyone is unconvinced, why not step forward and engage in a duel? Xiangchun chuckled coldly, crossing his arms as he surveyed the crowd. I will fight you, Xiangchun, shouted a young man clad in black, his powerful aura emanating from the 8th level of the innate realm. I must see what makes you worthy of Qiancheng and Shiming. They say you can slay 100 in battle. I have yet to witness such a feat, and I refuse to believe this nonsense. I too am not convinced, and I wish to fight you, declared another. Count me in, Xiangchun. If you lose, you must leave Shiming. This provocation incited countless students to toss aside their chopsticks, rising in anger. A throng of challengers surrounded Xiangchun, demanding a contest. With a nonchalant smile, he retorted, Why should I battle with you? Isn't it exhausting? Where is that fierce aura you had moments ago? Are you not bold enough now? Indeed, are you afraid? Coward, if you are frightened, just step aside and leave Shiming. The crowd erupted in furious shouts. Xiangchun, as a freshman, you should be more modest, sneered a tall young man in a blue robe, leading a group away. Songyu, a master of the eagle list from our west courtyard. Songyu, teach him a lesson. Don't you fancy Shiming as well? Many echoed. Songyu smirked haughtily, stating, to deal with a first-year student, even if he were the newcomer king, he is not worth my effort. The reputation of the eagle list is indeed lofty, thought Xiangchun, unfazed by the remark. He addressed the crowd. If you wish to fight, it is not impossible. Within the innate realm, those who wish to challenge me must pay a fee of 100 spirit coins for a single attempt. Otherwise, why should I bother with you lot? He intentionally provoked them. How audacious. You truly think you can demand such a price, but fine, I will pay the 100 spirit coins, shouted one challenger. I too shall not swallow this humiliation. Xiangchun, I will pay the 100 spirit coins. If I do not smash you to pieces, I will have wasted 4 years in this academy. Others chimed in. Yes, yes, we shall fight. Good, such chivalry. A furious charge for the sake of beauty, Xiangchun exclaimed, promptly producing a large basin used for cooking meat and casting a meaningful glance at Xia Qiancheng. Xia Qiancheng rolled her eyes at him, understanding the mischievous intent of her clever brother. She took hold of the basin, as did Lu Shiming. Everyone wishing to challenge, please deposit your fees first. 100 spirit coins will grant you the right to challenge me. The money shall be placed in this basin held by the lovely Qiancheng and Shiming. Even if I emerge victorious, the funds shall still go to them. Xiangchun indicated towards the basin held by Xia Qiancheng and Lu Shiming. How shameless. Qiancheng, we shall rescue you from this monster's grasp. Chapter 388. Defeating the lascivious fiend. Shiming, await my return. I shall vanquish the lascivious Xiangchun and free you from his clutches. Spending 100 spirit coins to thoroughly thrash this beast is worth it. Immediately, a multitude of individuals approached, depositing bag after bag filled with 100 spirit coins, or scattered spirit coins, into a large basin. Before long, the basin was nearly full, with no fewer than 20 people contributing their coins. In this brief moment, Xiangchun had amassed an amount equivalent to over 2 years of tuition. A large crowd surged out of the cafeteria, which opened onto a vast expanse of open ground. Inside, the students who had been dining abandoned their meals, one by one, to witness the spectacle, forming a throng of over 1,000 outside. At this juncture, Yuan Yang, who had come to eat, rushed over, astonished, and inquired, "Brother Chun, what are you up to? Little chick, I have a task for you," just like that. Xiang Chun whispered in Yuan Ying's ear. Yuan Ying's eyes lit up upon hearing this and exclaimed, "Brother Chun, you're a genius. Haha, it would be a disgrace for you not to engage in business." Yuan Yang then plunged into the crowd, shouting, "Brothers, Xiang Chun has monopolized the two most beautiful women in the academy. This is an affront to justice. Ambitious souls, hurry and challenge him. I am here to establish a betting house. Place your bets on Xiang Chun's victory or defeat. Come one, come all." Previously a hedonistic scion with a penchant for indulgence, Yuan Yang produced a large betting table and declared, "Bet on the outcome. The notorious womanizer Xiang Chun is about to challenge the masses. Come and place your bets, 10 spirit coins a wager." Intrigued, one by one, people began to place their bets. "I bet 10 spirit coins that Xiang Chun will lose. I too wager that he will be defeated. He is far too arrogant. And I cannot believe he can overcome so many seasoned students. I bet on Xiang Chun's victory. I have witnessed his prowess firsthand. 10 spirit coins on his win." Initially, bystanders were drawn in by Yuan Ying's charisma and began to place their wagers. Those wishing to challenge were instructed to pay first and urged to form a queue. Xiang Chun was also beckoning those eager to confront him. After paying, the challengers lined up, each preparing to face Xiang Chun in turn. Standing amidst the circle of spectators, Xiang Chun addressed the first challenger. "Let us begin, esteemed guardians of beauty." The challenger, a fifth-year student named Lu Yong, boasted a cultivation level of the 7th layer of innate realm. "You are overly arrogant. Remember my name, Lu Yong. Watch as I leave you searching for your teeth." With that, Lu Yong unleashed his innate energy, transforming into a streak of yellow light that lunged at Xiang Chun. "The tiger pounces," he bellowed, as a massive claw of condensed energy surged forth, fierce and unyielding. Xiang Chun smirked, grounding himself as he unleashed his internal power of 40,000. Coupled with the eruption of his tying true energy. From his fingertips, razor-sharp wolf claws emerged, their ferocity heightened. "The celestial wolf reaches for the moon," he declared, as a moonlit wolf claw, infused with formidable internal force, shot forth. A thunderous explosion echoed as the two claws collided, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Lu Yong's strike was repelled, causing him to stagger back in shock. Seizing the moment, Xiang Chun pivoted, swiftly delivering another claw strike that gleamed with lethal intent. 5 razor-like claws tore through the air, striking the unfortunate individual. A pained scream escaped his lips as he was flung backwards, his body marred by gaping wounds. Flesh torn and exposed. Had it been a claw from the celestial werewolf, Xiang Chun could have easily shredded him into mere fragments. Next, Xiang Chun stated nonchalantly, "This individual truly possessed astonishing strength." Observers gasped, realizing that despite his cultivation being merely at the 4th level of the innate realm, he had effortlessly defeated a formidable opponent at the 7th level with just 2 strikes. "Haha, everyone who bet against Xiang Chun, come collect your winnings. 2 spirit coins for each." Yuan Yang exclaimed, laughter booming. "Damn it, I'll take my turn." Another man bellowed, "I am Wang, a 5th-year student." "Enough. I have no interest in your name. There's a queue behind you. Step up, and if you lose, be gone," Xiang Chun replied coolly, deliberately displaying an air of arrogance to provoke others into joining the challenge. "Brat, prepare yourself." The man, enraged, charged forward, gathering a violent force into his fist, which unleashed a thunderous roar. Thunder fist. The blow surged forth like a tempest, the red energy coiling like lightning, its might rivaling an explosive force of 90,000. Xiang Chun surged forward, his internal power roaring like a dragon, the Taijin true energy erupting forth. As his fist struck, the roar of an ancient dragon echoed. A white dragon-like figure coalescing, unleashing a terrifying force exceeding 100,000. Boom! The clash of energies erupted. A thunderous crack resounding as an unstoppable force obliterated the man's attack, striking him down. "Ah!" he cried out, sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into the crowd and spitting blood. The onlookers gasped in shock at the spectacle. "I'll step in," another individual shouted, this one even stronger than the last. At the 8th level of the innate realm, he brandished a battle knife, measuring 1 meter and 60 centimeters. With a swift motion, he lunged forward. unleashing a slash that split into 5 2-meter-long blue blades aimed at Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun smiled faintly, revealing his dragon-slaying demon blade. Swinging it low as he countered with a sweeping motion, a black-red blade curtain meeting the 5 incoming strikes. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the man's attack was shattered. Then he channeled his strength downward, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Mountain crumble. Boom. Xiang Chun's blade met his opponent's knife, resembling a bomb detonating. The man's weapon severed in an instant by the explosive blade energy. He howled. Also sent flying, his body torn with gashes, blood spilling profusely, though he was not mortally wounded. Even someone at the 8th level of the innate realm was no match. All eyes turned towards Xiang Chun, their expressions grave. Those at the 9th level of the innate realm were nearing graduation, each one fervently training to break through to the Yuan Yang realm and gain entry into the inner palace for further cultivation. Thus, in the outside world, there are few cultivators of the 9th innate realm, as they lack the leisure to roam aimlessly. Those at the 5th grade, with their mastery in the 8th and 7th innate realms, are already formidable within the outer academy. Next, Xiang Chun rested the Dragon K demon blade upon his shoulder and addressed the assembled crowd. However, at that moment, those still queuing seemed to falter in their resolve. Chapter 389. The Great Battle of the Eagle Ranking at the Jade Dragon Peak. Within an exquisite cultivation chamber near the summit, spiritual energy swirled like clouds. Inside, a young man clad in white was diligently refining his chi. President, Song Air requests an audience. A respectful voice called from outside the chamber door, belonging to one of Yi Tianxi's subordinates assigned to oversee matters. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tianxi summoned his vital energy to unlock the door, which swung open with a resounding thud. The man entered and bowed, saying, "President, you instructed me to follow Xia Qingqing, and she has indeed gone to meet her fiancé from the great merchant clan." Yi Tianxi's gaze flickered, his expression darkening slightly as he muttered, "What is it about that scoundrel that she cannot forget? I have already conveyed my feelings to her, yet she remains steadfast in her memories of that boy." Song Air lowered his voice. "That lad is quite the rebellious one, arrogant and proud. He is entangled with Lu Shiming and has publicly declared his relationship with our junior sister Qingqing, provoking countless admirers to challenge him. Currently, a confrontation is unfolding at the cafeteria entrance. My brother, Song Yu, is present there, and I have instructed him to teach that boy a lesson." "Very well. Inform Yi Feng that I will reach out to the Academy's task department shortly. A mission will be assigned to them soon, and at that time, ensure they deal with that boy," Yi Tianxi commanded. "Indeed. By the way, it is said that this boy has also established a society, named the Yan Huang Society. Should we also take action against them?" Song Air inquired. "Handle it as you see fit. Let them learn a lesson. We shall see who dares to approach Xiang Chun in the future," Yi Tianxi replied nonchalantly. "Understood." Song Air bowed and exited, closing the stone door behind him. Yi Tianxi's eyes glinted coldly as he declared, "Xia Qingqing, I will surely obtain your frigid primordial yin and possess you entirely." He resumed his meditation, a chilling aura freezing the air within the cultivation chamber. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Xiang Chun, with a serene smile, addressed the crowd. "So, esteemed guests, shall we continue? You have all paid. Would I allow you to suffer losses? Come, today I shall ensure you enjoy yourselves." With a gentle flourish, he raised his blade and planted it into the ground beside him. The onlookers glanced at those previously injured by Xiang Chun, hesitating, too intimidated to approach. His displayed prowess was undeniably astonishing, suggesting that only those of the highest innate realms could contend with him. Arrogance. At that moment, from the crowd emerged the Eagle ranking expert, Song Yu, his voice icy as he stepped forward. "Xiang Chun, your arrogance knows no bounds. With many top seniors from the outer academy in seclusion, do you truly believe there is no one here capable of challenging you?" Song Yu stated coldly. "I harbor no such belief. However, if you all wish to confront me, how could I possibly retreat?" Xiang Chun retorted. "As for Xia Qingqing and Lu Shiming and whom they favor, it is not for you to dictate. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to step forward and settle this as men." Xiang Chun gazed at the man and said, "This senior possesses the profound cultivation of the 9th level of the innate realm. He certainly can step forward to challenge me." "Xiang Chun, you truly do not know the gravity of your situation. This is Senior Song Yu, a formidable expert on the Eagle ranking," someone retorted with a cold laugh. "Oh, an expert on the Eagle ranking? That certainly sounds impressive. If you are dissatisfied, then let us duel. Xiang Chun replied with a domineering smile, pointing his blade at Song Yu. Song Yu stepped forward and declared, I shall engage you in battle and teach you, a presumptuous newcomer, a lesson. Xiang Chun responded with a faint smile, let us adhere to the rules. Pay up. An eagle-ranking expert is indeed a lofty figure, so it shall be 500 spirit coins. If you have the funds, we shall fight. If not, step aside. Song Yu's expression darkened as he retorted, You dare to demand such a sum for a duel with me? I shall defeat you within 10 moves and make you plead for mercy. With a resounding roar, Song Yu unleashed the power of the 9th level of true qi, enveloping himself in a torrent of crimson flames as he charged towards Xiang Chun. Explosive flame palm. Song Yu gathered his immense power into a single hand, unleashing a force of 90,000, magnifying the impact of his palm technique exponentially. A massive crimson flaming palm, a yard in size, erupted from his hand, surging towards Xiang Chun with a wave of searing heat. With a soft exclamation, Xiang Chun countered with the dragon elephant fist. However, with a thunderous clash, his fist was obliterated by the overwhelming force of Song Yu's attack. Song Yu's explosive flame palm is an advanced martial art of the Xian tier, perfected to the point of doubling its strength. That boy is doomed, someone sneered. The disparity in strength between the 9th level of the innate realm and those beneath it was monumental. As the scorching attack approached, Xiang Chun swiftly retreated with a single step, then leaped into the air. The force of the palm grazed beneath him, resulting in a resounding explosion. Inferno strike. Song Yu bellowed, altering his hand seals as multiple fiery palm imprints surged forth, howling towards Xiang Chun, suspended in midair. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 blazing palm prints whipped up a tempest of heat, sealing off Xiang Chun's escape route. There was no way to evade. He was surely finished. That man is finished, someone remarked, but then their expression shifted, astonished as they exclaimed, How is this possible? To their amazement, Xiang Chun had executed several swift movements in the void, leveraging the air to evade the palm imprint. Subsequently, hovering several dozen meters above the ground, he ignited the attained true fire in both hands. 9th layer Inferno Palm. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Chun conjured 6 overlapping white flames in his palms, which surged downwards like a heavenly strike. His palm strength had multiplied twofold. In a clash with me, you are doomed. Now, Song Yu laughed sinisterly, raising his palms to meet the oncoming assault. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, Xiang Chun's fiery palms exploded forth, shattering Song Yu's flames. The ferocious heat contained within Xiang Chun's strikes pierced through to land a blow upon Song Yu's form. With a resounding impact, Song Yu was sent reeling back. Though his innate true qi shielded him, he was forced back several steps, and a layer of frost formed upon his shield, corroded by the malevolent energy. How is this possible? Song Yu stared in disbelief at Xiang Chun, astonished that he had been pushed back. At the final step, Xiang Chun unleashed a fierce attack, sneering, Is this all the strength you possess as a ranked warrior? Song Yu, incensed, retorted, Do not underestimate me. This is not my true power. Behold my sword. In Song Yu's hand appeared a magnificent sword. With a swift motion, the blade ignited with true fire, instantly transforming into a streak of blazing light, accompanied by an astonishingly fierce sword energy. With a thunderous crash, Xiang Chun's 9 layers of flame palm was pierced by the sword, which then aimed directly at his head. Xiang Chun, unable to withdraw his sword in time to defend, allowed his hands to morph into the heavenly moon wolf claws, forming a series of interlocking blades to catch the incoming strike. However, the sword's formidable penetrating power relentlessly pressed forward, forcing Xiang Chun to retreat. Sparks flew as the blades scraped against his claws, targeting the center of his forehead with lethal intent. Yet, mere inches from Xiang Chun, the sword suddenly halted. His form expanded, and before the astonished crowd, his spirit manifested, transforming him into a towering half-wolf figure, standing 4 meters tall. The potency of his attained true qi surged exponentially in an instant. The sword was firmly grasped. Onlookers gasped in disbelief at Xiang Chun's transformation, many women shrieking in terror. Rumors of Xiang Chun's spirit being that of a beast god were confirmed in this moment. He was indeed extraordinary. How terrifying. This fellow is nothing less than a ferocious beast clad in human skin. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, their eyes fixed on Xiang Chun's metamorphosis. Song Yu's expression shifted as he realized the sword could no longer advance. With a powerful grip, Xiang Chun crushed the incoming sword energy with a resounding explosion. Then, with a swift claw strike, he unleashed 5 fierce heavenly moon wolf claws. Flame slash! Song Yu bellowed, swinging his sword to unleash a fiery sword wave several meters long. Retreating with experience in battle. With a thunderous impact, the sword was shattered by a claw strike, which cleaved the ground beneath, leaving deep gashes. Dragon K. Xiang Chun summoned a powerful force, drawing the Dragon K demon blade from afar into his grasp. With a resonant hum, he infused it with Tien true energy, transforming it into a massive blade over 3 meters long. Grasping the Dragon K demon blade, he stepped forward, exploding into motion, delivering a ferocious slash. Within this strike resided a formidable blade intent, enhancing its power significantly. Slash! The Dragon K demon blade carved through the air, executing a half-arc attack aimed at Song Yu. Its force surpassing 100,000 pounds. Curse it! I refuse to believe I cannot defeat a newcomer. Fire Rain Sword Attack! Song Yu roared, stepping back as he thrust his sword forward. In an instant, over 10 fiery sword lights surged forth in a deadly barrage. However, beneath this strike, all the fiery sword lights were obliterated by the overwhelming blade energy. The terrifying force of the strike collided with Song Yu's defensive sword. Within Song Yu, the sword spirit's power erupted, unleashing an even more potent sword energy to counter. With a resounding clash, the two formidable energies collided. As for Song Yu, he was unexpectedly forced back. With a thunderous shout, Xiang Chun unleashed the power of his celestial wolf bloodline. The atmosphere became thick with malevolent energy as the essence of the sun and moon converged, flooding into his being. He struck again. With each successive slash, second, third, he cleaved, hacked, shattered, and swept through the air, unleashing a tempest of blade energy. Clang! At last, the sword in Song Yu's hand could withstand no more and shattered under the onslaught. A powerful wave of blade energy striking him with ferocity. Blood sprayed forth as Song Yu was sent flying over 10 meters, the true essence barely mitigating the impact, leaving him with numerous gashes as he tumbled across the ground. Xiang Chun stepped forward once more, his blade humming as it hovered just half an inch above Song Yu's forehead. His form transformed, returning to that of an ordinary human size. You have been defeated, Xiang Chun stated matter-of-factly. Song Yu's eyes were fixed on the blade poised against his brow, disbelief etched across his features. How could this be? He had actually lost. The multitude of onlookers were equally stunned, witnessing the fall of Song Yu, a master of the innate realm, from the eagle ranking. Unbelievable. The disparity between this youth's prowess and his cultivation level was astounding. How could someone like Song Yu be bested? Who else could possibly rival him? The crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes fixated on the strikingly handsome, yet slightly sinister young man. Are you convinced? Xiang Chun asked coldly. I am not convinced. If you have the ability, let us duel again. Song Yu bellowed in anger. The outcome will be the same. If you remain unconvinced, I shall force you to accept it. Xiang Chun replied with a chilling smile, then transformed his slicing strike into a forceful palm strike. Bang! Song Yu was propelled away, soaring several dozen meters into the distance. My goodness, that's quite a distance. Wang Xiaoji murmured. A look of elation spread across his face as he shouted to those around him. Pay up! Pay up! Everyone who bet on Song Yu, pay up. In the recent clash between Xiang Chun and Song Yu, nearly all had wagered on Song Yu, save for Wang Ying and a few others who had placed their stakes on Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun sheathed his blade and turned his gaze towards the fervent admirers of Xia Qingqing and Lu Ximing, stating indifferently, who else remains unconvinced? Step forward for a practice match. Those who had previously signed up remained silent, heads bowed, not daring to meet Xiang Chun's gaze. If that is the case, I kindly request that you refrain from gossiping behind my back in the future. Also, my gratitude for your generous contributions is immense, Xiang Chun remarked with a smile, eyeing the 2 large bowls filled with spiritual coins, nearly 3,000 in total. With that, the crowd, lacking the courage to linger, hurriedly departed. Many regarded Xiang Chun with awe, marveling at his strength. Having only entered the academy in his first year, he was destined to carve out a significant path in the inner palace. Haha, Brother Chun, we have struck it rich, Wang Ying exclaimed, collecting the winnings from all the bets. We profited over 4,000 spiritual coins from this round. Given the hundreds who had participated in the betting, it was no surprise that the winnings amounted to such a sum. Haha, This is all thanks to Qingqing and Ximing. Xiangchen acknowledged, glancing at Xia Qingqing and Lu Ximing. He had astutely capitalized on the envy and resentment others harbored towards him to reap a substantial reward. Brother Chun, you are quite the cunning strategist. Do you intend to treat us as cash cows? Xia Qingqing cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Chun and remarked, hee. As for this money, if there is an opportunity to earn, why not seize it? After all, those fellows are eyeing my two exquisite beauties. Xiang Chun approached, clasping the hands of both ladies with a smile. Lu Ximing let out a slight huff and said, Xiang Chun, if you are in need of money, why not tell me? I still have 10,000 spirit coins of pocket money left this month, which I can lend you. She removed a golden ring adorned with jade from her finger and offered it to him. 10,000 spirit coins for a month, as pocket money. Xiang Chun and Wang Ying exchanged glances, while Wang Xiaoji expressed his envy, saying, now, that is what I call a wealthy family. Oh heavens, is it possible to have a dozen women like her? Xiang Chun smiled wryly. Indeed, she is affluent, but I must decline. As a man, I wish to earn my own living. Otherwise, I would truly become a kept man. Such male chauvinism. Well then, let me assist you by paying your tuition fees for the next few years in advance, Lu Ximing offered. Ximing, if you truly care for brother Xiangchen, refrain from making such remarks in the future, Xia Qingqing interjected hastily, aware of Xiangchen's pride. Don't worry, I am not in need of money. If I were, I possess the ability to earn it myself. After all, I am a pharmacist and an alchemist. Come, let us indulge in a lavish meal, a high-end spiritual cuisine feast. Xiang Chun took hold of the hands of both women and headed towards the cafeteria, with Wang Xiaoji eagerly following behind. A few days later, Xiahou Wu also emerged from his seclusion, having advanced to the 5th level of the innate realm. His cultivation had significantly progressed following the 7-day bloodbath of the last hunting battle. Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu decided to visit the scripture repository together. They still had 2 mid-tier spiritual martial arts to collect. The scripture repository, shared by the academy, was located not far from the inner palace area. It was a towering black pagoda, standing 100 feet high, exuding an imposing presence. Many people frequented the repository, and it was common to see disciples from the inner palace. Upon entering the 1st level, they found an array of ordinary classic texts, resembling a vast library. Inside, there was a long bench and a jade table, where a middle-aged man in a gray robe, with disheveled hair and an unkempt appearance, was engrossed in a colorful illustrated book. One of his legs lazily rested on the jade table, and he occasionally lifted a small teapot to his lips, emitting a lewd chuckle. Oh dear, what a posture! I have gained insight today. This technique, the divine dragon's tail, is quite remarkable. As Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu approached, they noticed a plaque on the jade table inscribed with the title, Elder Yuan Yang, Guardian of the Repository. The two approached respectfully and greeted. We pay our respects to Elder Yuan Yang. The middle-aged man replied lazily. The Xiantier techniques are on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The Lingtier martial arts are on the 4th floor. The Tiantier techniques on the 5th floor are not open to you. Obtain them with your academic credits. And do not bother me. With that, the gray-clad elder turned the page of his book, producing a sound of disapproval. Xiangchen glanced over and was astonished to see the title prominently displayed. The Golden Lotus, Collector's Edition. Xiangchen spoke up, Elder. My brother and I have come for the first time to claim the Academy's rewards for the mid-level martial arts of the spirit rank, which shouldn't require any credits, right? Upon hearing this, Elder Yuan Yang finally set down the illustrated book and turned his gaze towards the two. Xiangchen observed a somewhat plump middle-aged man, whose small eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intelligence. Elder Yuan Yang put down his book, sipped his tea, and lazily remarked, So, you two lads are the new kings among this batch of freshmen? The ones who broke the records? Indeed, we are here to receive the Academy's rewards, Xiangchen affirmed, casting a glance at the book's content depicting amorous scenes, feeling a mix of disdain and amusement at the elder's choice of reading material. Elder Yuan Yang scrutinized the two of them before stretching and saying, Follow me. With that, Elder Yuan Yang rose, leading the way, while the two followed closely behind. You two youngsters have quite impressive talents. One is 16 and the other 17, already at the 4th and 5th levels of the innate realm. Yet you managed to shatter historical records. Where do you hail from? Elder Yuan Yang casually inquired as he walked ahead. We come from the Western Wilderness. The Great Shan Kingdom, under the name of Xiahou Wu Dao. The Great Shan Kingdom, huh? I recall that Xia Qingqing girl is also from there. It's remarkable how such a small place has produced so many prodigies, Elder Yuan Yang expressed with mild astonishment as he led them upstairs. Hee. Qing Cheng is actually my brother's fiancé, Xiahou Wu chuckled. Elder Yuan Yang, upon hearing this, glanced at Xiang Chun with curiosity, scrutinizing him further before frowning. Young man, you carry an exceptionally heavy aura of extreme yin. It is inconceivable for an ordinary person to endure such profound yin energy. Could it be that you possess the extreme yin body? Xiang Chun was taken aback. The elder's penetrating gaze revealed an uncanny insight into his inner energy. Indeed, elder. Do you have any guidance? Xiang Chun nodded affirmatively. You truly possess the extreme yin body. Upon receiving confirmation, Elder Yuan Yang's gaze ignited with fervor, revealing a look of delight. Xiang Chun regarded him with puzzlement, knowing that his constitution was actually the highest among yin attributes, the supreme yin body, which surpassed the extreme yin body in rank. Senior, is there something amiss? Xiang Chun inquired, astonished. Young man, since you are of the extreme yin body, can you refine and absorb deathly energy? What about corpse poison? Elder Yuan Yang asked. Certainly, but it depends on the level of deathly energy and corpse poison. If it's too potent, I may not be able to withstand it, Xiang Chun replied. Haha, splendid. Linger, you are saved. Elder Yuan Yang exclaimed with excitement, seemingly recalling something, as he grasped Xiang Chun's hand, saying, Young lad, I possess an extraordinary martial art. Would you be willing to practice it? Xiang Chun felt the intensity of the elder's gaze, sending shivers down his spine. What schemes might this man be harboring? Elder, what is this about? Xiang Chun quickly withdrew his hand. Elder Yuan Yang chuckled awkwardly, cleared his throat a few times, and said, Apologies, I merely noticed your remarkable bone structure, handsome features, and your pure and unblemished constitution. You are a rare talent for cultivation. I happen to have a martial art that is exceptionally suited for your physique, and I wish to recommend it for your training. Xiang Chun was left speechless. This elder seemed to have ulterior motives. He then inquired, Elder, may I ask what martial art it is? In the realm of martial arts, the spiritual level is indeed remarkable. Come, I shall show you, Elder Yuan Yang declared, hastening his steps. Soon, they arrived on the 4th floor, a space rarely frequented save for a few disciples who meticulously organized the scripture repository. Here, numerous chambers awaited, each housing a unique tome of spiritual martial arts. The 4 tiers of martial arts, heavenly, spiritual, profound, and yellow, render the spiritual level a rare and precious treasure on the continent. In contrast, the myriad beast sacred text possessed within Xiang Chun's collection was comprised primarily of esoteric techniques and divine powers, treasures of even greater value. However, the high level of these divine abilities rendered them inaccessible to him at present, as his cultivation was insufficient to unravel the seals of inherited memories. The Dragon Elephant Fist was a martial art that progressed from elementary to advanced, continually enhancing one's physique and inner strength. Xiahou Wu accompanied them, and the trio soon entered a chamber. A luminous barrier enveloped the entrance, a protective enchantment. A slot awaited where one must insert their student identity token to deduct credits for entry. However, this particular transmission room was devoid of such a requirement. Merely inserting the token dispelled the barrier. Upon entering, an overwhelming chill swept through, a bone-chilling cold that sent shivers to the very soul. Xiang Chun felt little effect, instead finding the sensation rather pleasant. Yet, upon contact with this frigid air, a surge of excitement welled within him. The coldness of the yellow springs. He gazed into the small room, where a pale yellow, jade-carved tome adorned with swirling runes floated mid-air, emanating the icy aura. How frigid! Xiahou Wu exclaimed, wrapping his arms around himself, trembling slightly. Kid, you are no ordinary individual. Your physique radiates warmth and resilience, and yet you only feel a slight chill. Others beneath the sun's radiance would turn into ice sculptures upon entering this chamber. Elder Yuan Yang, too, regarded Xiahou Wu with astonishment. Chapter 392. The Yellow Springs Forbidden Tome. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Wu contemplated the elder's intentions. You are aware that those beneath the sun should not enter, yet you allow me in? Who are you trying to deceive? Elder Wang's gaze shifted to Xiang Chun, who exhibited no signs of discomfort. Instead, Xiang Chun's attention was fixated on the jade tome, feeling his innate yin energy fervently absorbing the cold essence. Elder, what martial art is this? Xiang Chun inquired with palpable excitement. Elder Yuan Yang replied, This martial art is extraordinary. I obtained it from an abyss known as the Yellow Springs Forbidden Tome. It contains several immensely powerful techniques, waiting here for its destined practitioner. Young man, your astonishing bone structure indicates you are indeed the one meant for this art. The name Yellow Springs Forbidden Tome resonated deeply within Xiang Chun, hinting at its profound connection to that place. How many credits are required for exchange? He asked. There are no credits required. It is free to practice. Elder Yuan Yang smiled. Free martial arts? Xiahou Wu echoed in disbelief. Elder, do not lead the young man astray. 8 students have previously attempted to practice your Yellow Springs techniques, and within a month, they all perished and met their demise. At that moment, a disciple of the Sutra Pavilion passing by shook his head and remarked that the truth of the matter had suddenly become evident. You too should refrain from practicing this martial art. For everyone who attempts it, one shall perish. The disciple approached and spoke in hushed tones. Get lost, little Lu. You know nothing. The individuals ahead lacked the requisite constitution. Forcing themselves to cultivate this art is merely courting death. Elder Yuan Yang kicked the disciple away and turned to Xiang Chun, hastily declaring, as a person of extreme physique, you should have no trouble mastering this martial art. Xiang Chun replied, I shall choose it. Huh. Indeed, you possess a discerning eye. Elder Yuan Yang laughed heartily. However, Elder, your eagerness for me to practice this martial art must surely stem from some ulterior motive, Xiang Chun inquired with a faint smile. Elder Yuan Yang, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, as the head of the Sutra Pavilion, I would not wish for a gem to gather dust. Such an excellent martial art should not remain unpracticed. Of course, should you succeed in your cultivation, I would only ask for a small favor in return. Xiang Chun narrowed his eyes and said, earlier, you mentioned death energy and corpse poison. There must be a reason for that. Given my extreme physique, I am not afraid of such threats. If you have a task for me, please be forthright. Elder Yuan Yang smiled faintly. You are quite the astute young man. Indeed, the favor I require is related to this matter. Should you successfully cultivate this martial art, I would ask you to accompany me to a certain location to rescue someone. If you agree, I will grant you this martial art for your practice. Moreover, I can utilize my authority to reward you with a volume of the finest martial art within this spiritual level as a reward for your efforts. To what location shall we go? Who are we to save? Xiang Chun furrowed his brow, not rushing to agree. It is inconvenient to disclose the location, and it is not for now. That place is somewhat perilous. However, with my protection, you need not worry. As for whom we are to rescue, it suffices to say it is my wife, Elder Yuan Yang explained. Then I shall pass. I am not interested. Xiang Chun shook his head. Do reconsider. Why are you not tempted by such a fitting martial art? Elder Yuan Yang's expression shifted slightly. Xiang Chun regarded the martial art and remarked, your strength must be astonishing. Elder, the Sutra Pavilion is a treasure not guarded by ordinary individuals. You have mentioned a dangerous location, which signifies great peril to me. Why would I risk my life for such a venture? Xiang Chun spoke with calmness. As his cultivation grew stronger, his moon-gazing eye technique also advanced, allowing him to perceive the strength of those in the soul moon realm. Yet, he could sense no fluctuations from Elder Yuan Yang, indicating his extraordinary prowess. Elder Yuan Yang gazed deeply at Xiang Chun and said, very well, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The location I speak of is indeed perilous, but perhaps not so for you. If you agree to this matter, I will ensure your safety when we venture into that treacherous place. My wife is trapped there, and I require someone capable of mastering this martial art to assist me in her rescue. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun replied, yet I cannot risk my life in such a manner. I vow that should we journey to that perilous place, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety and bring you back alive, Elder Yuan Yang stated earnestly. Xiang Chun gazed into the eyes of the other, perceiving a hint of helplessness, anguish, and a flicker of hope amidst despair. He must truly love his wife. He glanced once more at the Huangquan Forbidden Classic, which resonated with his Taoing scripture, hesitating before he replied, very well, I shall comply, Elder. Elder Yuan Yang exhibited a trace of gratitude, smiling as he said, if you succeed in your cultivation, this martial art will undoubtedly meet your expectations. When does the elder plan to venture to that perilous land? Xiang Chun inquired. Rest assured, it is not time yet. When the moment arrives, I shall contact you. Here is a transmission spirit jade. Within it lies my communication talisman. With this, you may reach me within 100,000 miles. I can also connect with you through it. Beyond that distance, it will depend on luck. Elder Yuan Yang presented Xiang Chun with a palm-sized, square golden jade plate, intricately engraved with spiritual patterns. The transmission spirit jade. Xiang Qin's expression brightened. This was a remarkable item, akin to a mobile phone from his past life, enabling communication between those who possessed the jade and shared a bond of energy. The transmission spirit jade was quite valuable. Such treasures were absent in the merchant kingdom. Elder, one must be generous in gifting. I am right here, after all. I am his closest brother, and if I oppose my brother's venture, hehe, Xiahou Wu remarked with a grin as he looked at Elder Yuan Yang. This fellow, having spent much time with Xiang Chun, had grown quite audacious. Such a greedy little rascal. I shall gift you one as well, for I have plenty to spare. Elder Yuan Yang tossed a piece to Xiahou Wu. Thank you, Elder. Your generosity knows no bounds. Xiahou Wu replied joyfully as he accepted it. You may contemplate here and memorize the contents within. I shall assist you in selecting a top-tier spiritual level martial art as a reward from the academy. Elder Yuan Yang instructed Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen nodded, and the elder then turned to Xiahou Wu, asking, what type of spiritual level martial art do you desire? I will help you choose the best among them. Thank you, Elder. I would like. Elder Yuan Yang led Xiahou Wu away to select their rewards. Meanwhile, Xiang Chun approached the floating Huangquan Forbidden Classic, captivated by the large characters inscribed on the jade tome and the emanating chill of Huangquan, his heart filled with exhilaration. This martial technique was evidently not of the mundane realm. Flipping through the jade book, he discovered countless runes and scripts engraved within. Xiang Chen's moonlit pupils shone with two beams of silvery light, enveloping the jade classic, capable of directly copying and recording its contents. Such an ability, if not utilized for studying 10 sets of elementary textbooks and the Huanggang Little Champion examination papers for university entrance, would be a lamentable waste. What knowledge lay within? Chapter 393, Thunderous Annihilation. Pale yellow runes etched into Xiang Chen's mind, accompanied by the diagrams of meridian cultivation techniques and operational patterns. The Huangquan Forbidden Classic, a divine martial art created from the 9 nether Huangquan, could absorb the power of the otherworldly Huangquan, only cultivatable by those of the extreme Yin physique. The entire text is divided into 3 supreme techniques. The first, 9 nether cold abyss. This technique condenses the chill of Huangquan, capable of being unleashed through fists, palms, legs, swords, and other means, freezing and slaying spirits, demons, and even human vitality. The second technique, Huangquan Fury, mastery of 9 nether cold abyss to its pinnacle, igniting the fires of extreme Yin, allows for the cultivation of the 9 nether Huangquan flame, infusing boundless power into combat skills. In the third technique, the Yellow Springs Heavenly Destruction, the mastery of cultivation culminates in the ability to combat celestial beings with mere jest. The introduction within the Yellow Springs Forbidden Canon is exceedingly domineering, boldly proclaiming its martial prowess to challenge even the divine. As Xiang Chun meticulously recorded all the runes and the cultivation diagrams in his mind, he was profoundly astonished by the formidable nature of this tome. This Yellow Springs Forbidden Canon possesses the extraordinary capability to absorb the power of the Yellow Springs from otherworldly realms and the netherworld for cultivation. Such extraordinary abilities should not exist in the realm of mortals. Where could the elder have acquired such a transcendent skill? Xiang Chun, initially struck with shock, soon transformed that astonishment into elation. His Taiyin physique and the Taiyin true scripture were perfectly suited to harness this martial art, which felt as though it had been tailor-made for him. With joy, Xiang Chun settled into a meditative posture, allowing the Taiyin true energy to flow as he began to practice the first technique, the 9 nether cold ice, following the patterns etched in his memory. As the true energy circulated, something peculiar occurred. Once the energy formed a complete circuit, a strange black vortex emerged within his spiritual space. This vortex contained a black hole, seemingly bottomless and spanning a foot in diameter, leading to an unknown dimension. The moment Xiang Chun engaged, he was able to cultivate, revealing the profound mastery of his body's meridians achieved through the heavenly return scripture. From the depths of the black vortex, wisps of pale azure cold air surged forth, exuding a formidable and corrosive essence. Although Xiang Chun's Taiyin true energy also harbored coldness, it was fundamentally a method of biological cultivation rather than a technique for slaying foes. Thus, its chill lacked such ferocity. However, should the primordial Taiyin cold air born of the heavens manifest, its potency would be terrifying. As this cold air coursed through Xiang Chun's meridians, He became enveloped in an ethereal azure chill, thickening the atmosphere within the room. This coldness harmoniously merged with his tying true energy, instantly magnifying its power. At that moment, Elder Yuan Yang entered, and upon witnessing Xiang Chen's cultivation scene, he was rendered speechless. Unable to believe that Xiang Chen had already manifested the Yellow Spring's cold air and was able to wield it. How could this be possible? This individual achieved success in such a short span. What extraordinary talent! Elder Yuan Yang was taken aback, staring in awe at Xiang Chen. His shock swiftly transformed into joy, for it indicated that Xiang Chen was exceptionally suited for this martial art. As Xiang Chen ceased his practice, the black vortex within his spiritual space gradually dissipated, and the Yellow Spring's cold air no longer flowed forth. He focused intently and, with a sudden strike of his palm, manifested a condensed imprint of tying true energy that surged forth. The originally white palm strike now radiated with an ethereal azure chill. With a resounding crash, the strike collided with the wall, causing the symbols upon it to flicker, and instantly a layer of ethereal azure ice enveloped the surface. Indeed, it was formidable. Xiang Chen retracted his palm, delighting in the astonishing power of the Yellow Spring's cold air. The first technique, the 9 nether cold abyss. If he could summon 9 Yellow Spring's vortices to unleash the cold air, the resulting power would be unparalleled. Kid, you truly are a genius. In such a brief moment, you have already managed to summon the Yellow Spring's cold air? Elder Yuan Yang exclaimed, astonished. The Elder has overpraised me. I am merely among the top 3 in the universe. By the way, Elder, I have memorized the methods of cultivation. Should we proceed to select my reward? Xiang Chen spoke with unabashed confidence. Haha, it seems I have indeed found the right person this time. What type of spiritual level martial arts do you desire? Yuan Yang replied, his spirits soaring. If Xiang Chen succeeds in his cultivation, it would significantly increase his chances of rescuing his wife in the future. Is there any formidable sword technique available? Xiang Chen pondered for a moment. The sword technique he had been practicing was the one gifted by Gongsun Xingtian, which he had already perfected long ago. Indeed, there are numerous spiritual level sword techniques. Follow me. I shall lead you to the most powerful one. Elder Yuan Yang chuckled, turning to guide him personally. Before long, they arrived at a transmission hall. Upon seeing the entry requirement, Xiang Chen was taken aback, an astounding 800,000 credits. He only possessed 100,000 credits. However, Elder Yuan Yang utilized his identity token to bypass the credit deduction, and they entered the hall together, where a jade classic carved from spiritual jade awaited them. Within this classic emanated a formidable sword intent. The thunderclap heaven-severing sword technique. Elder Yuan Yang exclaimed. This technique is the pinnacle of spiritual level sword arts within the academy. Once mastered, it can summon heavenly thunder, its power rivaling that of heavenly tier techniques. It is the most formidable sword technique available for your current realm. This martial art is most suited for those who wield thunder, yet regrettably, there are few disciples of the thunder attribute in the academy. You may practice it as well, but the risks are substantial, as you are not of the thunder attribute. The act of summoning lightning could very well lead to your demise. The thunderclap heaven-severing sword technique. What a domineering name. Haha. I, Xiang Chen, have slain countless foes. Upholding righteousness and punishing evil, I fear not the lightning. It shall be mine, he declared with a grin. Young Chen, you are not ordinarily qualified to select this sword technique. Your reward would typically allow only for a spiritual level 5th tier martial art. This, however, is a pinnacle 9th tier martial art, and I am granting it to you through my authority, Elder Yuan Yang stated. Thank you, Elder. Rest assured, I shall remember your kindness and assist you in rescuing your wife in the future, Xiang Chen replied, proceeding to copy and learn the sword technique. This technique comprises 3 formidable moves, Thunder Slash, Trembling Thunder, and the Thunderclap Heaven-Severing, each containing a myriad of tactical variations. However, below the Soul Moon realm, one can master at most the first 2 moves. Elder, is there truly a heavenly tier technique at the 5th level? Xiang Chen inquired, perplexed, as he perused the Jade Classic to imprint it in his mind. Indeed, every academy possesses its own signature heavenly technique. However, these techniques are among the most elite in the human realm of the continent and are not disseminated externally. To learn them, one must join the academy and become a lifelong disciple. Significant contributions and a substantial amount of credits are also required. The martial arts you study here are bound by soul restrictions. Should you divulge them, your mind may be ensnared, and your powers rendered null. Therefore, it must not be shared, understood? Chapter 394. Yang Yuan and Yin understood, Xiangchen nodded. Profound techniques are generally subject to such soul restrictions to prevent external transmission. At that moment, Xiahou Wu approached, his expression brimming with excitement. Ha, my dog, I have chosen my martial arts as well. Thank you, Elder, for gifting me a set of top-tier spirit-level spear techniques. Xiahou Wu approached and said, Oh, what spear technique is it? Curious, Xiangchen inquired. The dragon-slaying spear. Elder Yuan Yang replied with a smile. It is indeed a premier spirit-level technique, bestowed upon this fellow out of respect for you. This spear technique possesses formidable power. It was derived from a top-tier warrior who once slew a dragon and later, in gratitude, shared it within our academy. Thank you, Elder. Xiangchen expressed his gratitude with a bow. Do not rush to thank me. Now that you have cultivated the Yellow Spring's cold energy and entered the realm of the Nine Nether's coldness, I need your assistance, the Elder stated. What kind of assistance? Xiangchen asked. Follow me, Elder Yuan Yang commanded as he turned to leave, with Xiangchen and Xiahou Wu trailing behind him. Descending the stairs, Elder Yuan Yang briefed a disciple and then led Xiangchen and Xiahou Wu outside. Upon exiting the scripture pavilion, Elder Yuan Yang grasped both Xiangchen and Xiahou Wu's hands, unleashing a surge of potent energy beneath their feet. With a thunderous roar, he soared into the sky, carrying both youths towards a specific location within the academy. Their destination lay in the inner palace area. The speed was astonishing, and soon they had traversed over 10 kilometers, landing in front of a grand hall. The plaque above the entrance read, Hall of Renewal. Upon seeing the plaque, Xiangchen realized it was a medical hall. Indeed, several injured disciples were moving in and out, some missing limbs, others leaning on crutches. Elder, why have you brought me to this place? Xiangchen asked. Do you recall that little six mentioned 8 individuals who encountered troubles while practicing the Yellow Spring forbidden techniques? Elder Yuan Yang inquired. I remember. Could it be that they are not dead and are here? Xiangchen questioned. These 8 individuals, due to their inadequate physiques, became frozen as living dead after cultivating the Yellow Spring's cold energy. I wish to see if you can help them dispel this cold energy, Elder Yuan Yang explained. That is certainly within my capabilities, Xiangchen nodded, gaining further respect for Elder Yuan Yang. This fellow, despite his quirks, possessed a good heart. As the 3 entered the Hall of Renewal, a strong medicinal aroma enveloped them. Make way, make way, a woman shouted, hurriedly carrying another woman into the hall. Xiangchen and Xiahou Wu quickly stepped aside as the woman passed, exuding a fragrant aura. Xiangchen caught a glimpse of her beautiful face, marked with urgency and sorrow, adorned in a fiery red pomegranate gown. He glanced at the woman she cradled, whose pallid complexion and feeble breath revealed her beauty marred by suffering. Xiangchen frowned. Discerning the symptoms, the girl had been drained of her Yin energy. How reckless, Elder Yuan Yang sighed, though his eyes sparkled as he admired the young woman's retreating figure. Brother Zhang, hurry, come out and save Yu Ting. The woman cried, her voice resonating sharply, causing many to wince. It is Sister Yuming. What has happened? The goddess Yuming, one of the 4 beauties of the academy. Many students, who had come to seek treatment, gazed in astonishment at the woman. What is it? It is Sister Yuding. A young man clad in yellow emerged from a medicinal hall and inquired. Brother Zhang, quickly, save her, save Yuding. You are the finest apothecary here. Please save her. A woman in red implored anxiously. Zhang Chunbao, the most skilled apothecary of the rejuvenation hall, approached and said, Lay her in my medicinal hall. Yuming carried the woman into the hall and placed her upon a sickbed, while a crowd gathered at the entrance, eager to witness the spectacle. Zhang Chunbao felt her pulse and exclaimed, Her essence has been completely drained. Upon hearing this, Yuming's face flushed with rage. Indeed, we undertook a mission to slay a notorious flower thief in the desolate city, but Yuding was ambushed and captured by that scoundrel, who drained her essence. Yuming clenched her fists, a powerful surge of true energy radiating from within her. She was a formidable opponent, a 7th-level Yuan Yang cultivator. Zhang Chunbao glanced at the woman lying on the bed, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes as he said, To save her now, we can only utilize the method of Yang essence returning to Yin, which means to rescue Sister Yuding, I must employ some rather inappropriate means. This. Yang essence returning to Yin, this. Yuming's expression changed. Did this not equate to further harming Yuding's body? Indeed, her essence has been completely drained. The only way to restore her is to infuse her body with yang energy to help her yin and yang harmonize. Otherwise, she will not survive more than 2 days. Zhang Chunbao sighed, a smirk playing on his lips, concealing his inner laughter. Nie Yuding was a woman he had long coveted, but his advances had gone unreciprocated. Now, fate had presented him with an opportunity, and he intended to take advantage of it, ensuring he would have a new plaything. If I can save Yuding's life, then so be it, Yu Ming thought with a pained heart, unaware of how Yuding would confront this reality upon awakening. Very well, you may leave for now. I need to concentrate, Zhang Chunbao instructed. You speak nonsense, came a furious retort from the entrance. Many turned to see that the speaker was an exceptionally handsome young man. Who are you cursing, brat? Zhang Chunbao replied coldly. Xiang Chun pressed forward, his voice icy. I am cursing you, the vile apothecary. Do you truly wish to save her? You are clearly lusting after her body, resorting to such base methods as yang essence returning to yin. There are undoubtedly several other means to save her. Zhang Chunbao's countenance darkened, his scheme exposed, and a surge of anger welled up within him. You little rascal, who do you think you are? Do you possess any medical knowledge to speak so recklessly? Guards, throw this brat out. Zhang Chunbao bellowed. Are you embarrassed because I have exposed your thoughts? Xiang Chun sneered as 2 attendant disciples approached to seize him. Stop, Yu Ming commanded, her gaze fierce as she looked at the 2 disciples. They halted immediately, glancing toward Zhang Chunbao. Little brother, is what you said true? Yu Ming gazed intently at Xiang Chun, who, at that moment, scrutinized the woman before him. In her 20s, she possessed an oval face, fair skin, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and ruby-red lips revealing pearly teeth. Her long hair was elegantly styled atop her head, adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin, and she wore a striking crimson gown that accentuated her impressive figure. What a stunning beauty, Xiang Chun mused inwardly. Yumeng, ignore his nonsensical ramblings. Young man, do you even comprehend the essence of medicine? Zhang Chunbao retorted coldly. Do I not? Xiang Chun chuckled derisively. 1 tael of jade goji berries, half a tael of 200-year-old Hishou Wu, accompanied by a century-old cold spirit mushroom, brewed into a potion and administered at the midnight hour, will surely aid her in restoring her vitality. And you, resorting to such despicable methods, dare call yourself a healer? Where is your compassion as a physician? Zhang Chunbao's expression shifted, for this was indeed a top-tier prescription for nourishing yin. Who is this youth, to possess such knowledge and speak so freely? Yumeng glanced at Zhang Chunbao, and upon noticing his change in demeanor, her countenance darkened. Zhang Shixiang, is this true? He speaks nonsense. Do not believe him. Yumeng, I am the true healer. This boy is merely a novice. We must commence treatment for Yuding immediately, otherwise, she may not survive the night, Zhang Chunbao insisted. Huh, just moments ago, you claimed she wouldn't last 2 days. Why the sudden change? Xiang Chun mocked with a smirk. Brat, what do you know as an external disciple? Leave my medicinal hall at once. Zhang Chunbao barked angrily. Zhang Shixiang, I ask you, is what he said true? Yumeng demanded, her eyes icy as she regarded Zhang Chunbao. Yumeng, do not trust this boy. He knows nothing of medicine, Zhang Chunbao replied hastily. Huh, I may not need medicine, nor your sordid methods to revive her, Xiang Chun retorted with a cold smile. Young lad, can you truly save her? Yumeng inquired, her gaze fixed upon the remarkably handsome youth. I can, Xiang Chun affirmed with a nod. Utter nonsense. Without medicine or your revival methods, how could you possibly save her? Zhang Chunbao scoffed. Yumeng, do you truly believe the words of this unknown individual? Zhang Chunbao derided. Xiang Chun replied indifferently. If I can heal her instantly, you will kneel and apologize to this lady. Should I fail, I shall kneel and apologize to you. Very well, I shall witness your capabilities, Zhang Chunbao sneered. May I have the honor of attempting to save her, senior sister? Xiang Chun asked Yumeng. Of course, Yumeng nodded. If you can successfully treat Yuding, I will owe you a significant favor. Upon hearing her words, Xiang Chun stepped forward and placed his palm upon her dantian. At that moment, the true yin energy within him surged forth, accompanied by the energy of recovery, flowing into Nie Yuding's body. His true yin energy, the source of all yin, possessed the inherent ability to nourish yin energy. His constitution served as a top-tier cultivation furnace for female cultivators, perfectly suited for a harmonious partnership. Could this young man truly surpass Zhang the healer in medical prowess? It seemed implausible, for Zhang the healer had reached a level where he could help reattach severed limbs and mend flesh and bone. The onlooking disciples buzzed with speculation. astonished at this unexpected turn of events. The elder outside was equally astonished. Zhang Chunbao cast a menacing glance at Xiang Chun, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. If this brat were to succeed in saving her, his reputation would be utterly ruined. He could not allow that to happen, regardless of whether the boy could actually save her. Zhang Chunbao secretly mused, his fingers deftly concealing a needle as fine as a hair, poised to strike at Xiang Chun beneath the cover of his sleeve. As Xiang Chun's tying true qi, along with the rejuvenation true qi, flowed into Nie Yuding's body, the depleted primordial yin within her began to regenerate. In mere moments, her skin took on a rosy hue, her breathing intensified, and the rhythm of her heartbeat grew strong. It was working. The onlookers were captivated by this transformation. Yuding! Yu Ming exclaimed with delight, quickly grasping Nie Yuding's hand. Damn it, this little brat can actually save her. Zhang Chunbao's expression shifted as he sensed Nie Yuding's vitality surging. No, he could not allow this to continue. With a subtle curl of his fingers, he prepared to launch the poisonous needle, intending to strike without a trace. However, at that moment, a large hand suddenly seized Zhang Chunbao's arm with a painful grip. Ah! Zhang Chunbao cried out in agony as his arm shattered, gripped by someone from behind. The scream startled those around him. Elder Yuan Yang. It was Elder Yuan Yang from the scripture pavilion. The crowd turned to see the elder known for indulging in questionable texts. Little brat. Attempting such treachery will surely invoke divine wrath, Elder Yuan Yang remarked with a faint smile, extracting a poison needle from Zhang Chunbao's fingers. Elder Yuan Yang, I was wrong. Please spare me. Zhang Chunbao shrieked, writhing in pain as his arm was held tightly. At this moment, Xiang Chun withdrew his hand and addressed Yu Ming, senior sister. She will awaken shortly. Thank you, junior. What is your name? Yu Ming asked, her eyes bright with hope as she glanced at her friend. I am Xiang Chun. He replied with a gentle smile, turning his attention back to Zhang Chunbao. Xiang Chun, this name seemed familiar. Yu Ming furrowed her brow in contemplation, watching the young man's retreating figure. Xiang Chun approached, taking the poison needle from Elder Yuan Yang's hand, his expression turning icy as he regarded Zhang Chunbao. The soul poison needle. You intend to kill me, Xiang Chun said coldly. Zhang Chunbao's face paled. He could not lie before Elder Yuan Yang. Xiang Chun inquired, Elder, how shall we deal with this man? A single rat droppings is a plague. It is best to dispose of it as you see fit, Elder Yuan Yang replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun swiftly plunged the needle into Zhang Chunbao's forehead. Ah no, Zhang Chunbao wailed, before the poison infiltrated his soul, corroding it. Blood gushed from all 7 orifices, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing and perishing within mere breaths. Elder, you will bear the consequences of this, won't you? You did say to dispose of him as I wished, Xiang Chun grinned. This fellow, so ruthless. Zhang Chunbao has perished just like that? The spectators looked on in astonishment at Xiang Chun. Whether you kill him or not, remember, even if I shield you from the Academy's repercussions, this man had considerable connections. You will face trouble in the future, Elder Yuan Yang remarked with a teasing smile. Connections hold value only while one is alive. Once life ceases, these connections naturally dissipate. Release him, and my troubles will incessantly flow forth. A faint smile played on Xiang Chun's lips. He was not like the foolish protagonists often depicted in films, who spare irreconcilable enemies only to ensnare themselves and their friends later on. At such a tender age, his perspective was remarkably clear, decisive in matters of life and death. Quite impressive, young man. Do you have a mentor? Why not consider taking me as your teacher? Elder Yuan Yang inquired, genuinely fond of Xiang Chun. No. The Vice Dean has already posed this question to me. I apologize for disappointing your kind intentions, but I do have a master, Xiang Chun replied apologetically. Just then, the woman regained consciousness, but she was enveloped in a menacing aura. Chapter 396. The key arrives. No, please, no. The woman abruptly awakened from a nightmare. Sitting up in alarm. Yuding, you're awake. Yu Ming exclaimed excitedly, embracing Nie Yuding tightly. Nie Yuding was momentarily stunned, then suddenly broke into tears. Yu Ming, I have been defiled by that beast, Kai Chenhua. Her sobs echoed the anguish that any woman, be she a formidable cultivator or an ordinary individual, would find unbearable. Do not worry, I will surely slay that beast. If I cannot, I will have my brother do it. We will ensure that he faces 1,000 tortures. Yu Ming reassured her dear friend, though her heart was heavy with guilt for not having protected her. Why did you save me? My purity has been destroyed by that monster. What face do I have left to continue living? Nie Yuding pushed Yuming away, seizing his sword and preparing to take her own life. Yuding, no? Yuming's face blanched in horror. Just then, the elder flicked his finger, sending forth a beam of light that knocked the sword from Nie Yuding's grasp. Why do you stop me? What face do I have to exist in this world? Nie Yuding cried out in anguish, glaring at the elder. Yuding, Yuming quickly embraced her, preventing her from committing an act of folly. The elder was about to speak when Xiang Chun interjected coldly. What a foolish woman you are. Who are you calling foolish? Nie Yuding glared at Xiang Chun in anger. Yuding, it was this junior who saved you. He is your savior, Yuming explained. I never asked for his help. Why don't you let me die? Living on like this, I will only become a laughingstock, a wilted flower, suffering more than death itself. Nie Yuding retorted furiously. Xiang Chun scoffed. This is the first time I have saved someone so ungrateful and unaware of their fortune. If you wish to die, you can simply bite your tongue and depart this world. Do you live merely for the sake of your own purity? For the opinions of others? That is why I deem you a foolish woman. As he approached, despite being only at the innate stage, he exuded a formidable aura, speaking coldly. You are selfish, considering only your own injuries without regard for others. If you were to die, how many years of your parents' nurturing would be rendered meaningless? How many years of love would transform into sorrowful tears? The white-haired would mourn the black-haired. In the future, when your parents remember you, they will weep day and night. When your friends think of you, their hearts will ache with regret. Tell me, does that not make you a self-centered individual? Xiang Chun scoffed, deliberately provoking. I did not. I am not. Nie Yuding retorted, her face pale. Xiang Chun turned, slamming the door shut with a kick, excluding the onlookers from participating, and stated indifferently, if a person has been grievously humiliated once and can let it go, that is merely a past pain. If one cannot move on, but instead dwells on it day and night, then they are subjected to daily humiliation anew. Though my words may be harsh, the truth is undeniable. One who has not experienced another's despair should refrain from lightly advising others to seek virtue. I am not you, and I have not endured your despair. I do not suggest you simply let go and be magnanimous. However, I too have faced my own despair, and I am merely expressing my perspective. You may choose to end your life, to escape it all, but I believe that to be the most foolish choice. Were I in your position, I would rise with unwavering resolve and vanquish all those who prey upon the innocent. Since fate has dealt us a devastating blow, if we succumb to it and refuse to rise again, then we become forever cowards in the face of suffering. You, Nie Yuding, even in death, others will merely sigh or mock at your gravestone. However, if you become strong enough, even when others mention such matters, they will only feel awe. Xiang Chun's vehement words rendered Nie Yuding speechless. Her mental defenses crumbled, and she clutched Yuming tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Yuming cast a resentful glance at Xiang Chun, blaming him for his harshness, questioning the comfort in his words. Yet Yuan Yang's gaze towards Xiang Chun brimmed with increasing admiration. Such words could not be uttered by one who had not endured profound suffering, despair, and enlightenment. It was hard to fathom that such wisdom could emerge from the lips of a youth. Do you still wish to die? Xiang Chun asked with indifference. No. I want revenge. I must become strong and eradicate all the scoundrels who prey upon the innocent. Nie Yuding exclaimed, her sobs subsiding into fierce determination. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun winked at Yuming, signaling that she would no longer entertain thoughts of self-harm. Thank you. Yuming nodded, offering a grateful smile to Xiang Chun. All right, elder. Let us go see those 8 individuals. Xiang Chun addressed the elder. Elder Wang nodded, and the group opened the door to find a throng of people gathered outside. Is the commotion so entertaining? Disperse at once. The elder commanded, and the crowd shrank back, hastily scattering, though they continued to murmur amongst themselves. Who would have thought such a stunning beauty as Nie Yuding could be sullied by a scoundrel? What a pity. Indeed. Back then, she rejected my advances. And now look, she can no longer feign purity. She has become tainted. Exactly. We must spread this tale far and wide. An esteemed beauty corrupted by a beast. It will surely create a stir. I wonder how the famed flower thief treated Nie Yuding. If it were me, I would have relished it. As the crowd dispersed, their whispers dripped with malicious mockery, such as human nature, never considering another's pain as one's own. These individuals were hardly virtuous, treating such matters as mere gossip. Xiahou Wu's fury ignited upon hearing their words. Xiang Chun remarked coolly, There will always be those who wield words as weapons. Keyboard warriors and critics abound. Treat their cold remarks as inconsequential as flatulence. If you can retaliate, then tear their words apart. If not, simply ignore them. What is a keyboard warrior? Xiaohou Wu inquired, perplexed. A group of individuals, lacking the capacity to empathize with the suffering of others, unable to exercise perspective-taking, stand upon their self-righteous moral high ground, trampling upon the wounds of others with their perceived lofty ideals and malicious words. Xiang Chun remarked softly, such individuals are indeed despicable. Should I encounter one, I would dispatch them without hesitation. Xiaohou Wu replied, such people are inexhaustible, for if we, at times, fail to confront the truth and recognize reality, we too may unwittingly be led astray and become like them. There are those who embody goodness and those who embody malevolence. However, there are also those adept at exploiting the goodwill of others to perpetrate evil deeds. As the two conversed, they accompanied the elder into a room designated for the deceased. The atmosphere within this chamber was chilling and foreboding, with 8 corpses lying on wooden slabs, each bearing contorted expressions of agony, their eyes wide open in terror. More alarmingly, a layer of ghostly frost had formed upon each of these bodies, their postures twisted into grotesque shapes, revealing the depths of despair that had led to their suffering. Upon first glimpse of these individuals, Xiang Chun observed, 7 of these souls have already departed. However, this one remains alive, having been recently brought here. He gazed upon one individual whose face also bore the marks of torment, now stiffened in death. Yet, the determination shining through his opened eyes was astonishing. This young man, robust in stature, appeared to be in the prime of youth and was a formidable presence at the Yuan Yang realm. He was brought in just yesterday, among your students. He holds a certain reputation, apparently ranking on the tiger list, Elder Yuan Yang remarked. Xiang Chun moved closer and stated, I shall rescue him first. Fortunately, he has only recently succumbed to the frost. As for the others, their souls have already dissipated. Elder, if you extend the duration of this technique any longer, how many more lives will be lost? Xiang Chun questioned. This is no injustice. They chose this path themselves. I made the risks and benefits clear, yet each one, in their arrogance, believed they could master it. I am powerless in the face of their hubris. Elder Yuan Yang shrugged in response. Xiang Chun approached, channeling the internal energy of the Huangquan Forbidden Classic into the individual's dantian. A stream of ghostly frost emanated from the man's dantian, rushing towards Xiang Chun's palm, where it coalesced into a swirling black vortex. Within Xiang Chun, a surge of devouring power erupted from the silver fishes, capable of consuming the Huangquan cold energy of others. As this cold energy coursed through his meridians, it was drawn into his divine repository, amplifying his own Huangquan cold energy. Within the confines of the divine repository, the vortex slowly reformed, absorbing the streams of Huangquan cold energy into Xiang Chun's Taiyin vortex. Remarkably, the first form of his cultivation, the realm of the 9 nether cold abyss, was rapidly advancing, soon manifesting 2 Huangquan vortices, propelling him toward the minor completion of his training. After assimilating the entirety of the Huangquan cold energy, Xiang Chun's initial form was on the verge of reaching minor completion. As Xiang Chun observed the pallid frost of death gradually dissipate from the man's features, he noted that the flow of vital energy within the body had ceased. The heart, which had already stopped beating, was reinvigorated by Xiang Chun's application of the 7 northern dipper needle technique. Thud, thud, the man's heart began to pulse once more, and the stagnant life force surged through his veins, revitalizing his entire being. Although his eyelids slowly descended, a newfound vigor radiated from his body as his once pale skin regained a healthy hue. Impressive skills you possess, Elder Wang exclaimed, astonished. The man's bodily functions had been on the brink of cessation, verging on death, yet Xiang Chun had managed to restore him to life. Your medical expertise surpasses that of many self-proclaimed healers I have encountered, provided the head remains intact and the soul is not dispersed. I can mend any injuries within 3 days. Even Yama must seek my permission before claiming a soul, Xiang Chun boasted with a sly smile, then proceeded to the next individual. The first person he had rescued remained unconscious, while the others had succumbed to death. Xiang Chun sought to absorb the cold energy of the yellow springs emanating from the deceased. Though lifeless, their cultivated cold energy was a substantial boon for him. After absorbing the cold energy from another individual, the body began to decompose rapidly, filling the room with a foul stench. Xiangqun frowned and addressed Elder Wang. These corpses can no longer be preserved. May I take responsibility for their disposal? Certainly, but please retain their tokens, so that they may be returned to their families for a proper burial. Do not covet the wealth of the deceased. Elder Wang assumed Xiangqun's intentions were to seize their riches. I have no interest in their possessions, Elder. Kindly step aside while I focus on dissipating the cold energy from their bodies, Xiangqun replied. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang turned and exited the morgue, closing the door behind him. After thoroughly absorbing the cold energy from several bodies, Xiangqun's internal essence coalesced into a stable vortex of yellow spring energy, measuring an impressive 2 zhang in size. First technique, 9 nether cold abyss, has reached a minor mastery. He exclaimed with delight. My extraordinary ability to absorb is truly remarkable, serving as an unparalleled enhancement to my martial cultivation. The innate talent of the silver fish, which he seldom employed in combat, had manifested in 2 significant ways. Firstly, its spatial ability allowed him to traverse short distances, effortlessly bypassing any obstacles. Now, at the innate realm, his spirit power had strengthened considerably, enabling him to traverse approximately 30 meters unobstructed, 3 times in quick succession. Secondly, his devouring talent permitted him to absorb not only vital energy, but also the true essence of others, including the cold energy of the yellow springs he encountered. His elder brother had remarked that his innate spirit, that of a foolish fish, was of the supreme grade, surpassing even the moon-eating wolf's spirit. As for the precise magnitude of his spirit strength, Xiangqun held little comprehension. His ability to instantly enhance his power by absorbing demonic cores was attributed to the mysterious ancient cauldron and the innate devouring talent of the foolish fish, which allowed him to assimilate such immense power in an instant. Certainly, Xiangqun seldom relies on the absorption of others' vital energy for his cultivation, fearing that it may lead to an addiction, rendering him dependent. In pursuit of strength, he worries he might indiscriminately slay the innocent and descend into the path of evil. Should he rely on the innate talent of the foolish fish to devour others' cultivation, his progress would likely escalate to terrifying levels. Kuan Ling, emerge, Xiangqun commanded. A beam of light shot forth from the Qinkuan ring, revealing a numbed expression on a small zombie, Kuan Ling. He belongs to you. Xiangqun indicated towards the decaying corpse. Kuan Ling remained silent, of course, as his limited intelligence only grasped a few words like master. Approaching the rotting body, Kuan Ling unleashed a surge of yellow-brown energy that enveloped the corpse, which then disintegrated into a potent aura of death, rushing into Kuan Ling's being. This source of death at the Yuan Yang realm propelled Kuan Ling's cultivation to soar, for the stronger the source, the mightier the energies after death. Initially at the 6th level of the innate realm, Kuan Ling's cultivation astonishingly surged to the 9th level upon consuming this individual, a leap of 3 realms. Xiangqun continued to absorb the cold aura of the third person, and after doing so, Kuan Ling decomposed and absorbed the decaying source. Even if Kuan Ling refrained from consumption, these corpses would inevitably rot into a toxic substance due to the corrosive nature of the cold aura, leading to poisoning upon contact for ordinary individuals. Both the man and the zombie were in a frenzied ascent of power. In Chapter 398, Brother Dongbei, after absorbing the cold aura of the 5th individual, Kuan Ling coalesced a second vortex of the cold realm, the 9 nether cold abyss, directly advancing to a consummate state. Following the absorption of the 8th individual's cold aura, Xiangqun's cold aura condensed into a 3rd vortex. The first technique reached perfection at the innate realm level. Achieving 3 cold vortices signifies completion in the innate realm, while true perfection entails 9 vortices. After Kuan Ling consumed the source of the 8th individual, the death aura surged towards the Yuan Yang realm. One cannot deny the swift advancement of this malevolent path. Xiangqun retrieved Kuan Ling into the Qinkuan ring, instructing him to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. Among these 8 individuals, one was a formidable entity at the pinnacle of the Yuan Yang realm, leaving behind an undon the size of an egg. The true Dan is a product of a powerful being in the Yuan Yang realm, materialized from the condensation of true energy when striving for the soul moon realm. The existence of such a Dan marks one as the most formidable within the Yuan Yang realm. The demon race refers to it as the demon Dan. Furthermore, upon reaching the Yuan Yang realm, the demon race can directly crystallize their demon Dan, rendering their cultivation significantly more robust than that of the human race at the same level. Xiang Chun, a half-demon cloaked in human skin, will only understand the path he must tread after achieving a breakthrough. Who are you? At that moment, the first individual Xiang Chun saved suddenly rose, surveying his surroundings with confusion before casting a cold gaze upon Xiang Chun. You have awakened, Xiang Chun replied with a gentle smile. Who are you? How did I end up here? The individual inquired, frowning. My name is Xiang Chun, a student from the Foreign Affairs Academy. You have been practicing the forbidden tome of the Yellow Springs, but the chilling aura of the Yellow Springs has backfired, freezing you to the brink of death. I rescued you, yet your constitution is ill-suited for this practice. You must cease immediately, Xiang Chun elucidated. You saved me? How is that possible? The chilling aura of the Yellow Springs is so tyrannical. How could you possibly dispel it? The man exclaimed in astonishment. He then muttered to himself. I remember that just as I was on the verge of completion, my body could no longer withstand the chilling aura, and I was gradually frozen, losing all consciousness thereafter. The forbidden tome of the Yellow Springs is only suitable for those with an extremely keen constitution, whereas you possess a formidable thunder attribute, which directly conflicts with this martial art. If you continue down this path, you shall inevitably meet the same fate again, Xiang Chun advised. Had I encountered you a day later, even a deity would not have been able to save you. The man's attribute was indeed domineering, a rare and powerful thunder attribute. Practitioners of the thunder attribute are nearly unrivaled within their realm. He glanced at Xiang Chun, then rose from his bed and declared, I shall remember this kindness. My name is Dongfang Sanqing. Brother, if you encounter any issues in the academy, I shall shield you. Dongfang Sanqing. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow. The name sounded familiar. Suddenly, he recalled the individual ranked third on the Tiger list. The only inner academy disciple who had entered the top 5, while still at the 8th level of the Yuan Yang realm. You are the one from the Tiger list. Ranked third? Xiang Chun inquired in disbelief. Indeed. Impressive, isn't it? Such a remarkable figure is none other than myself. Stick with me, and I assure you will thrive in the academy. Dongfang Sanqing chuckled. Xiang Chun could only manage a wry smile. Was this person a jester? He clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Senior Dongfang. Senior? That sounds so formal. Just call me Xing from now on. Brother, what is your name? Dongfang Sanqing jested, draping his arm around Xiang Chun's shoulder as he opened the door, exuding a rustic charm. Outside, Elder Yuan Yang had already departed. Xiang Chun, bemused, replied, As I mentioned earlier, my name is Xiang Chun, from the Shan Kingdom. Oh, Xiang Chun. Got it. Here, take this, an echoing spirit jade. If you need anything, use this to contact me. Just call for Xing Gu, Dongfang Sanqing said, producing a piece of echoing spirit jade for Xiang Chun. No need. I already have one. Just leave your true essence imprint on my jade, Xiang Chun replied, retrieving his own echoing spirit jade. Dongfang Sanqing took it and left his imprint, saying, All right, brother. I shall forever remember this life-saving grace. Do not stand on ceremony with Xing Gu. You are now my brother. I will treat you to a meal shortly, but first, I must go to the scripture pavilion to settle accounts with Elder Yuan Yang. That old rascal nearly cost me my life with that free martial arts scheme. I almost lost my life because of it. Dongfang Sanqing patted Xiang Chun's shoulder. Then with a powerful leap, he erupted into a flash of pale silver lightning and vanished. His speed astonishing, accompanied by a thunderous roar. What terrifying speed! A practitioner of the thunder attribute indeed lives up to the reputation of possessing the most explosive power among martial practitioners, Xiang Chun marveled. However, shortly thereafter, a series of anguished cries echoed from the scripture pavilion. Yuan Yang, you old dog, just wait. This matter is far from over. Though I may not be able to defeat you, I shall summon my aunt to deal with you. A figure was sent flying hundreds of meters away. You little brat, your training is of no concern to me. Whether you call your aunt, your father, or your ancestors, I, Yuan Yang, will still prevail. The voice of Elder Yuan Yang echoed with a cold laugh from the scripture pavilion. At that moment, Yuming approached with Nie Yuding. Nie Yuding lowered her head, her expression betraying her sorrow, and murmured, Thank you, Brother Xiang. Xiang Chun replied with a smile, No need for such formalities, senior sisters. He glanced at Nie Yuding and said, Senior sister Nie, my previous words may have been a bit harsh. I apologize. However, live for yourself more from now on. Consider your parents and friends, and pay less heed to what others say. Words are spoken by others, and you can never stop them. Nie Yuding gently nodded. knowing it would take time to fully recover. This time, consider it a significant favor owed to you. Do you have a communication jade? Let us exchange contact information. And should you need assistance in the future, you can reach out. I will treat you to a meal another day, but for now, I will accompany Yuding. Yuming inquired. With a smile, spring breezes awaken 100 charms. Xiang Chun took out his communication jade, imprinting his energy onto the jade of the other party. Nie Yuding did likewise. And only then did they depart. Dog, you've managed to charm 2 girls, Xiahou Wu remarked with a grin. You think too much. This is a pure and innocent camaraderie among classmates, Xiang Chun replied, securing his jade as both prepared to leave. I don't believe you. I must tell Sister Qingqing about this, he added. Don't you dare, brother. If you tell her, do you believe I want to make you suffer for 10 days? 3 days later, a torrential rain engulfed most of the city of Huangdu. Within the academy, disciples who had ventured out hurried back to their courtyards to avoid the downpour or sought refuge in the training towers. Yet Xiang Chun braved the storm, clutching over 100 spirit stones as he rushed towards the academy's highest peak, the renowned battlefield of the academy, Guanyun Peak. What could Xiang Chun possibly be up to? Chapter 399. The eerie boy thunder rumbled across the heavens, and dark, oppressive clouds loomed over Huangdu. Torrential rain poured down incessantly, resembling beans falling from the sky. Guanyun Peak towered 3,000 zhang high, over 9,000 meters, surpassing the height of Mount Everest from Xiang Chun's past life. With much of its body shrouded in clouds, Xiang Chun did not bother with an umbrella. Instead, he charged towards the peak, his form becoming a streak of lightning as he ascended. The higher he climbed, the thinner the air became, a perilous altitude for an ordinary person. Xiang Chun was unaware of whether the continent he inhabited was a planet or some other form, but the vast sky above was incomprehensibly high, far exceeding tens of thousands of meters. After more than 10 minutes of ascent, Xiang Chun finally reached a relatively flat area near the summit, a secluded hollow void of any presence. From this vantage point, he gazed down, his vision cutting through the mist, revealing a panoramic view of the academy. It was only upon reaching this point that he realized the immense scale of the institution. Xiang Chun subsequently retrieved a collection of spiritually inscribed stones, meticulously arranged within the confines of this secluded valley, thus forming a formation reminiscent of 6 stars. The essence of the Taiyin was summoned to activate the array, unleashing a wondrous force of heaven and earth. In the atmosphere, tumultuous thunder molecules converged, coalescing into delicate silver sparks of lightning. This was a miniature thundercalling array, classified as a mid-grade Xiantir formation. Within the heart of this thunderous array, Xiang Chun felt a sharp sting upon his skin, akin to a cascade of electric sensations coursing through him. The intensity of the electrical force had escalated to several hundred volts, sufficient to incapacitate an ordinary individual. However, for him, this surge merely elicited a tingling sensation. His hair stood on end as the strength of the lightning intensified further. Xiang Chun drew forth the Dragon K Demon Blade, channeling the unique martial arts techniques within his veins. With a harmonious synchrony, he became one with the blade, executing the thunder-severing blade technique, which commenced its intricate flow. As he wielded the blade, the surrounding lightning began to coalesce, converging towards him and infusing his meridians and the blade itself. The Dragon K Demon Blade became enveloped in arcs of crackling lightning sparks. The youth tirelessly practiced his swordsmanship, his formidable prowess a testament to his relentless dedication. The torrential rain persisted for 3 consecutive days, resulting in deep accumulations of water throughout the city. Throughout this time, Xiang Chun remained atop the mountain, devoted to honing his blade technique. The intensity of the lightning within the array had amassed to nearly 3,000 volts, a force potent enough to obliterate an ordinary innate realm master. On the 4th and 5th days, a surge of energy coursed through him. Thundercut, Xiang Chun bellowed, swinging his blade with fervor. A tremendous influx of lightning gathered from the surrounding environment, merging with his true energy and blade aura, culminating in a formidable strike. With a crackling sound, a blinding bolt of silver lightning erupted from his blade, slicing through the air over 40 meters before exploding in a dazzling display of thunderous sparks. A massive boulder, towering 3 men high, was shattered into powder by his strike. As Xiang Chun sheathed his blade, a smile graced his lips. The first form had finally been mastered. The thundercut indeed possessed extraordinary might. Infused with lightning, it had augmented the range of his blade's power 3-fold. surpassing even his previous strongest technique, the mountain-shattering strike. If he were a lightning cultivator, the potency of this strike would amplify even further. And this was merely the first form. No wonder it was a technique approaching the heavenly tier. The initial move was so arduous to master, and the second, the rapid thunder slash, would likely prove even more challenging. Xiang Chun mused to himself, aware that had others overheard him, they might have been inclined to silence him with a single slap. Mastering a martial art of such caliber in 5 days was a feat that would take others 50 days to achieve, if they were fortunate. The thunder cut was an explosive technique, while the second move, rapid thunder, was designed for continuous attacks, integrating a unique evasive maneuver. At his current level, he could unleash 36 strikes in a single breath, making this technique particularly suited for practical combat training. He pondered the cultivation method for the second move, the rapid thunder slash. At that moment, Xiang Chen's ears perked up as he detected the sound of someone hastening up the mountain from below. Who could possibly ascend at such a late hour? His brow furrowed. It was already nearing midnight. During the day, especially in pleasant weather, couples often came here to witness the sunrise, seeking thrills amidst the wild. Just yesterday, he had observed a couple indulging in a rather lengthy display for half an hour. Guanyin Peak was renowned in the academy as a site of wild encounters. Now, he found himself questioning whether this individual had come solely to practice their swordsmanship. At this hour, visitors were virtually non-existent. The scent in the air was familiar. He had encountered it before. With a sense of heightened awareness, far more acute than that of a dog, Xiang Chun detected the presence of 2 individuals. Furrowing his brow once more, he activated his moon-seeking eye. In the darkness, he discerned a figure rapidly ascending the mountain, clutching a large bag, on the opposite side of the mountain where Xiang Chun stood. It was him. A flicker of recognition illuminated Xiang Chen's gaze. He knew precisely who this was, the most enigmatic and formidable individual among the newcomers. The boy, with an unremarkable appearance, yet possessing pitch-black eyes devoid of whites, emanated an aura of eeriness. He reached the summit and, familiar with the terrain, entered a cave that was obscured by trees, making it difficult to detect. Upon entering the cave, the boy discarded the burlap sack onto the ground. Surrounding him were 5 desiccated corpses, clad in the academy's robes, their skin tightly adhering to their bones in a grotesque manner, devoid of any flesh. A truly horrifying sight. The boy unfastened the sack, revealing a young man within. The youth gazed at the boy in terror, his mouth bound, limbs restrained, emitting muffled cries of fear. The boy regarded the young man with a cold smile, and then, astonishingly, a crimson light flickered in his dark eyes. Sharp claws sprouted from his fingertips, glistening red, while a pair of blood-red wings emerged from his back, his skin adorned with scales, and horns resembling daggers grew from his forehead. He approached the youth, and, with a claw gripping the young man's neck, opened his maw filled with jagged fangs, sinking them into the youth's throat amidst his horrified gaze. The young man writhed in terror and agony. Subsequently, all his vitality, essence, and life force surged into the boy's body, causing the boy's strength to escalate dramatically. The young man, after a brief struggle, became increasingly emaciated, eventually collapsing and succumbing to death, transforming into a lifeless husk. The boy's cultivation surged from the 4th level of innate skill to the 5th. Truly, he was one of the most powerful bloodlines in existence. Fortunately, he had retained that individual's essence within his Qinkuan ring, perfectly merging with this bloodline before the age of 3 in his rebirth. In less than a few hundred years, I shall undoubtedly reclaim my zenith. Chapter 400. From the abyss, Xiang Chun concealed his presence, taking refuge at the cave entrance. His gaze riveted on the unfolding scene, revealing his astonishment. This Su Li Gu was not of the human race. The youth in question is none other than the astonishingly powerful Su Li Gu, whom I encountered during the hunting battle. It is evident that Xiang Chun is truly despicable. Had he been confronted by a beauty, he might have rushed forth to rescue her. Yet, even if he attempted to save someone, it would have been futile, for Su Li Gu drained that individual of life in but a breath. Who exactly is this person? A sense of trepidation gripped Xiang Chun as he prepared to stealthily withdraw. However, beneath his feet, he inadvertently crushed a stone frog, which let out a mournful cry. Come out, why hide? Xiang Chun, I have long sensed your vital fluctuations. At that moment, Su Li Gu, with his back turned towards Xiang Chun within the cavern, let out a cold chuckle and turned to face him, his crimson eyes fixed upon Xiang Chun. His demonic form reverted back to that of a human. A heavy sensation weighed upon Xiang Chun's heart. He had been discovered. Had he truly been sensed all along? How did the other party perceive his presence? Xiang Chun was astonished. His turtle breathing technique and 7 illusions concealment technique were both top-tier secrets. No longer wishing to remain hidden, he stepped forward and calmly remarked, "I never imagined that the new king of the academy would turn out to be such a monster, violating the academy's rules by secretly practicing forbidden arts." Xiang Chun's gaze shifted to the other corpses within the cave, clearly indicating that this individual was not engaging in such nefarious deeds for the first time. This was a capital offense. Su Li Gu smiled indifferently and replied, "I am not human, and you are not human either. Others may fail to discern your transformation due to the nature of your bloodline, but I am not so easily deceived. That is not merely the effect of your spirit. You are not a pure human, for there is the blood of a demon within you." A weight settled in Xiang Chun's heart. How had this fellow discerned such a truth? Yet, he maintained a calm facade and asked, "Su Li Gu, who exactly are you?" With a chilling smile, Su Li Gu responded, "I traverse the dark night, bearing the embers of vengeance, stepping over the remains of my kin, and treading through thorns and abysses. I hail from the deepest, darkest hell. Xiang Chun, you are a demon, I am a devil. We are what the world deems as monsters. I do not inquire about your origins, nor should you pry into my past. I recognize that you possess great fortune, and I have long been aware of you. This time, I intentionally revealed my whereabouts to lure you here." Xiang Chun remained indifferent, asking, "What do you intend to do?" As Su Li Gu approached, Xiang Chun heightened his vigilance, the true Yin essence within him already primed to unleash a strike at any moment. The two stood 20 meters apart, and Su Li Gu remarked nonchalantly, "Do you not find this world utterly tedious and hypocritical? Humanity extols ethics and morals, yet they never abide by them, continuing to commit acts of murder and arson, slaughtering their kin for selfish desires. They proclaim the light, yet engage in the darkest of deeds." Xiang Chun replied indifferently, "People die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. This is the law of nature. Even if some harbor darkness within, there are still those who yearn for the light. Without these moral structures, ordinary people would have no chance of survival." Su Li Gu scoffed, saying, "Only through absolute survival of the fittest can the strongest race be forged. Why indulge in the actions of executioners while proclaiming the virtues of a saint? I detest this hypocritical world. I perceive that within your heart lies a buried darkness. Why suppress it? Release it. I can sense the malevolence you carry, the vengeful spirits of those you have slain. You are far from being a merciful soul. Xiang Chun, follow me, and together we shall forge a world devoid of pretense, where the strong devour the weak, a realm where demons reign supreme." Su Li Gu gazed at Xiang Chun and declared. Xiang Chun replied coolly, "I apologize, but I am not interested. Although I cannot claim to belong entirely to the human race, my parents and my siblings are all of human descent. My existence is dedicated to them. I will not relinquish my blade of slaughter, for I must survive to protect myself in them. However, I shall not turn that blade against my fellow humans. Su Li Gu, I am no longer curious about your origins, your schemes, or your ambitions. However, should you dare to cast your gaze upon those dear to me, I will ensure you return to the depths of hell." Xiang Chun warned with a cold smile. Su Li Gu sighed, saying, "I had thought that since you possessed the blood of a demon, we would become kindred spirits. However, it appears that is not to be. Since you refuse to ally with me, I shall gladly accept the opportunities that reside within you." With a sinister grin, Su Li Gu suddenly unleashed a formidable surge of dark crimson energy. Was it demonic energy? With a swift step, he lunged towards Xiang Chun like a dart. His clawed hand aimed directly at Xiang Chun's head. Sharp crimson talons emerged from his fingertips. Xiang Chun was prepared. With a deft movement, he evaded the strike. Boom! The stone wall was rent by Su Li Ge's crimson claws, leaving 5 gaping gashes as if struck by a blade. Xiang Chun, having dodged, coldly remarked, "To wish to kill me, it seems your ambition will never be realized in this lifetime." Su Li Gu shook his hand, grinning maliciously. "You may torment those insignificant ants, but before me, you are merely an undeveloped ant. Do not underestimate me, or you shall meet a grim fate." With a resounding thud, he unleashed his energy once more. The terrifying amalgamation of 2 formidable powers overwhelming those at the same level, even those in the 5th, 6th, or 7th stages of cultivation. "Kill! Sure as seal!" Su Li Gu bellowed, gathering a terrifying aura of slaughter which dwarfed Xiang Chen's own. In an instant, a scarlet palm imprint, a yard in size, materialized, transforming into a streak of light accompanied by a tempestuous gust, hurtling towards Xiang Chun. He could sense the terror of that strike. Even those at the 7th stage of innate cultivation would likely be shattered by its force. 9 layers of flame palm. Xiang Chun roared, unleashing the true fire of the sun, condensing 9 moonlight-colored flame imprints to counter the incoming attack. Remarkably, he had perfected the 9 layers of flame palm. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, the Shura seal easily shattered the 9 layers of flame palm, culminating in a powerful blood-red light that struck Xiang Chun. Bang! Xiang Chun was sent flying, spitting blood, as his body collided forcefully against the stone wall. Even more terrifying is the tumultuous surge of blood energy within, causing immense discomfort, should one endure a single strike. The very essence of life may erupt within, leading to demise. This Su Li Gu possesses a truly fearsome strength. He is yet to unleash his full potential during the hunt. Chapter 401. The battle with demons. Su Li Gu approached Xiang Chun, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Before them, you may be an unparalleled genius, yet before me, you are nothing more than an insignificant insect. With a sneer, Xiang Chun rose, channeling his celestial energy to subdue the raging blood energy within, spitting out a mouthful of blood and laughing. Insects still strive for survival. Since you hail from the depths of hell, allow me to send you back today. With a resounding roar, Xiang Chen's form expanded, transforming into a towering half-wolf figure, radiating an overwhelming aura. He launched himself towards Su Li Gu with a thunderous stomp. Following that, a punch infused with the might of the dragon elephant and the tying true energy erupted forth. Boom! The ferocity of this punch, imbued with potent intent, shattered the rocks within the cavern, coalescing into a dragon-like force hurtling towards Su Li Gu. In response, Su Li Gu surged forward, delivering a punch that summoned a torrent of boiling magical energy, coalescing into the form of a bloodthirsty tiger, clashing against the dragon elephant punch. Bang! The collision of these two forces unleashed a cataclysmic power, reverberating in all directions, fracturing the cavern floor and causing countless stone walls to crumble under the impact. Kill! Xiang Chen's fists moved like thunder, unleashing a barrage of colossal punches. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, their fists colliding, each strike reverberating through the cavern. Boom! At last, Xiang Chen's might overpowered Su Li Ji's force. Su Li Gu was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall which splintered and cracked upon impact. Kill! Xiang Chun roared, his massive claws descending like 5 sharp scimitars. Su Li Gu narrowly evaded, but the 3-foot-long claws tore through the stone wall as if it were mere tofu. Indeed, such formidable bloodlines. Now, witness the power of my lineage. Su Li Gu grinned wickedly, his form swelling. His back split open, giving rise to a pair of crimson wings, while blood-red scales emerged upon his body. Bony spikes sprouted from his shoulders, and knife-like horns grew from his forehead, his claws expanding dramatically. Su Li Gu transformed into a monstrous figure towering 4 meters high. With a thunderous roar, he channeled his energy, delivering a punch of even greater might than before. The ferocious force of their clash caused the cavern to tremble, with a torrent of debris cascading down upon them. The lifeless corpses were reduced to mere dust. Boom! The cavern itself began to collapse under the weight of their conflict. Both combatants found themselves buried beneath the rubble. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a cloud of debris erupted. A colossal figure was hurled from the entrance of the cave. It was Xiang Chun. Within his eyes, astonishment was evident. This adversary, after transforming, exhibited an even more terrifying power than his own. Xiang Chun rolled down the slope, then anchored his claws into the ground to stabilize himself. A surge of black and red radiance erupted as Su Li Gu transformed into a monstrous entity, emerging from the collapsed cavern. With a pair of enormous wings spanning 8 meters, he ascended several meters above the ground, his icy gaze fixed upon Xiang Chun. In comparison to your bloodline, what of mine? Su Li Gu inquired with a sinister grin. Utterly repulsive, Xiang Chun retorted with a cold smirk. Taken aback, Su Li Gu swiftly descended from the air like a streak of blood, unleashing an aura of terrifying energy. Sure, a claw. A resounding crash echoed as 5 blood-red claw strikes descended, rending towards Xiang Chun. Heavenly Moonblade. Xiang Chun roared, tearing with his claws to unleash 10 crescent-shaped moonlight blades that whistled forth, erupting with lethal precision. Boom, boom. The clash of claw energies reverberated, fracturing the mountainside with fissures stretching several meters. Kill. At that moment, Xiang Chun propelled himself forward, leaping into the air with a burst of speed, brandishing a 3-meter-long black dragon blade that radiated a terrifying aura. Thunder slash. With a single stroke, the forces of thunder converged, and the blade glowed with electric light. A silver thunderbolt erupted, cleaving through the sky, manifesting as a 3-meter-long curtain of lightning aimed directly at Su Ligay. Su Ligay extended his claws to parry. Yet the force was overwhelming. With a thunderous explosion, the blade of lightning detonated, sending Su Ligay staggering backward, a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. Startling steps, kill. Xiang Chun executed a series of rapid strides, his speed accelerating to a level comparable to that of sound as he charged forward, with a swift upward slash. The speed was so great that Su Ligay could hardly react. Struck by the force of the blow, a sound akin to a splintering echo resonated as the tough blood scales were sliced open, blood splattering forth. Su Ligay was sent flying over 20 meters. Yet, in a bizarre twist, the blood that flowed forth inexplicably surged back into his body. The wounds that had severed his bones healed instantaneously. How is this possible? Xiang Chun thought, astonished. His regenerative capability surpassed even his own. Alarmed, he launched a second strike directly at Su Ligay's neck. However, with a clang, a sword interposed itself before Su Ligay's throat. He now wielded a sword, black and formidable, with a hilt resembling a menacing fawn. 3 meters in length, but lacking a blade tip. Su Ligay sneered. Your swordplay is commendable. At your age, you have comprehended the essence of the blade. A violent sword aura erupted forth, causing Xiang Chun to be thrust down from the air, skidding across the mountainside for over 10 meters. Alas, you have encountered me, a being who once battled deities and demons. The thrill of slaughtering prodigies is far more exhilarating than that of ordinary foes. Su Ligay grinned maliciously, twisting his neck, before unleashing a devastating sword strike. Buzz. From the broken sword emanated an incomprehensibly terrifying sword intent, warping the very fabric of space. A horrific black-red sword light, 7 to 8 meters in length, cleaved downward, its speed rendering it nearly impossible to evade. Xiang Chun roared as he swung his blade to defend. Clang. Yet, the sword sent his weapon flying, lacerating his arm, blood gushing forth. He was propelled back over 20 meters, his body torn asunder, revealing a massive wound and shattered ribs within his chest. Xiang Chun spat blood as he tumbled down the hillside, his vital energy surging forth, rapidly mending his wounds. He was utterly subdued. Unable to serve me, he is doomed to perish. Die. Su Ligay sneered, transforming into a streak of crimson light, the fragmented sword coalescing into an incredibly sharp beam aimed at him. Xiang Chun roared, grasping the sword with both hands, channeling his energy into the blade. Yet, the sword's might did not wane. It continued its relentless advance, slicing through his skin, tearing flesh, aiming for his heart. Xiang Ergo gasped. The tale was drawing to a close. Naturally, it could not end this way. 9 nether cold abyss. Xiang Chun bellowed, unleashing a terrifying chill from the underworld, as the 3 swirling vortices of his inner sanctum erupted, releasing a frigid wave at close range. This chilling aura, the 9 nether cold abyss, even froze the sword's energy. In an instant, this icy force enveloped a 10-meter radius. The temperature of the ground and air plummeted dramatically, cloaked in frost. The sword was momentarily halted. This power? How is this possible? The cold of the underworld. This is not a force meant for the mortal realm. Su Ligay was taken aback, recognizing the formidable energy. His arm was instantly encased in ice, and soon his entire body began to freeze. The overwhelming might of the cold from the underworld, enhanced by the energy of the moon, was astonishing. In that fleeting moment, Xiang Chun seized the opportunity to counterattack. With a roar, his claw morphed into 5 razor-sharp blades, tearing into Su Ligay's arm. Su Ligay shrieked, as his entire arm was severed. Yet, no blood spilled forth. It had already frozen. Just as Xiang Chun was poised to crush Su Ligay's skull with his second claw, Su Ligay retaliated with a powerful kick to Xiang Chun's chest. Thud! The force of the kick sent Xiang Chun flying over 10 meters. Rolling down the slope several times, his chest caved in, Numerous bones shattered from the impact. Meanwhile, Su Li Gun knelt on the ground. The domineering nether-cold abyss continuing to freeze and erode his vitality. Bloodban. Su Li Gu roared, his entire body igniting in crimson flames. A surge of immense blood energy and malevolence rising to counteract the chilling grasp of the nether-cold abyss. At last, the encroaching cold ceased its advance. Xiang Chun. Su Li Ji's visage twisted in fury as he bellowed. I never anticipated you possessed such power, drawn from the higher realms of the underworld. It indeed surprises me. However, the more formidable you are, the more resolute I become in my intent to slay you. You cannot be my subordinate. You must fall as my enemy. I wish to see what fortunes you truly possess. As Su Li Gu grinned wickedly, the flames on his body intensified, his aura growing ever more terrifying. A sense of dread filled Xiang Chun's heart. This adversary could not be easily vanquished. The cold of the underworld, capable of freezing those at the Yuan Yang realm, could not extinguish this foe. Furthermore, his strength was escalating. Xiang Chun had never encountered such a formidable opponent. You may fight, but so shall I, Xiang Chun. Su Li Gu, you are perilously dangerous. Such peril must be eradicated. Xiang Chun let out a cold laugh, and then his form began to swell. In an instant, his entire being transformed. His physique, once resembling that of a human, metamorphosed into a colossal silver wolf nearly 10 meters in length and 5 meters in height. A pair of enormous wings sprouted forth, and a crescent-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. His claws were as sharp as blades, and his fangs resembled sword-like tusks, all enveloped in a silvery luminescence akin to that of the moon. The power of the moonlight surged wildly into his being, causing his energy to spike dramatically and his aura to soar. The moon-eating celestial wolf. This was the ancient sacred wolf, the moon-eating celestial wolf. Su Li Gu, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment, his eyes displaying an expression of utter disbelief. How could this be possible? In such a realm, in such a place, how could there exist such a formidable creature? This was unfathomable. Su Li Gu exclaimed, his gaze reflecting his incredulity. He recognized Xiang Chen's demonic form, indicating his vast knowledge and origin. Su Li Gu, prepare to meet your demise. The moon-eating celestial wolf spoke with human words, its eyes radiating a chilling light. A pair of figures hidden behind the rocks, 1,000 meters away, were equally struck by shock, uttering a faint cry. Xiang Chun, you have truly astonished me. But what does it matter that you are a sacred beast? You shall still perish. Su Li Gu declared coldly. I am increasingly curious about your origins. But before I eliminate you, I must first deal with these two insignificant pests. Quickly flee. The pair hidden behind the rocks were filled with dread upon hearing this. There are demons here. They turned to escape, their speed remarkable, their cultivation at the 8th level of the innate realm, racing frantically down the mountain. Help! Demons have infiltrated the academy. They shouted as they fled. The moon-eating celestial wolf turned to gaze at them, a cold glint evident in its eyes. It could not allow them to reveal its identity. In that moment, Su Li Gu also transformed into a streak of crimson-black light, pursuing the two. Startled, they immediately split in different directions as they descended the mountain. At that moment, the woman felt a sudden chill on her back. Su Li Gu had caught up to her. Then, a broken sword transformed into a beam of light, piercing fiercely into her back. The woman screamed in agony as the blade penetrated her heart. Su Li Gu lunged forward, sinking his teeth into her neck, voraciously consuming her blood, even devouring her whole. In an instant, she was drained of life and crushed within, while Su Li Ji's severed arm began to condense and regenerate. The clothes of the woman, expelled from his maw, were consumed by a surge of blood fire, turning to ashes. Meanwhile, the man desperately burned his true energy, racing down the mountain. However, a booming sound echoed through the skies as a colossal figure tore through the air in pursuit. A massive silver celestial wolf was now hovering above him. The man was stricken with terror. Within the jaws of the moon-eating celestial wolf, the power of moonlight gathered, transforming into a colossal wave of silver lunar energy. With a tremendous force, a beam of silver moonlight, measuring 10 feet in size, coalesced with astonishing energy, hurtling towards him and unleashing a violent energy storm. No! The man screamed, his voice reverberating through the mountains as he concentrated all his innate true essence. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the silver moonlight waves. unleashing a terrifying energy that transcended the innate realm in an instant. The innate true essence of the individual was violently torn apart by the blast, and in a moment, the person exploded amidst the luminous waves, reduced to mere dust. The mountainside was left with a gaping crater several dozen meters wide. The force of this strike was indeed formidable. In the eyes of the moon-swallowing celestial wolf, there flickered a hint of regret, yet he felt utterly powerless. If these two were to flee down the mountain and reveal his identity, it would surely spell his doom. There was no choice. Swiftly, from the pavilions below, some individuals rushed up to Cloud Viewing Peak to investigate, soaring through the air with true wings, powerful practitioners of the Yuan Yang realm. Xiang Chun observed that they were disciples of the academy. It seems this battle must be postponed, he murmured. I will keep your secret, and you shall keep mine, otherwise, we shall both meet a grim fate. Your sacred beast form is already claimed by me. Su Li Gu chuckled coldly, transforming back from his demonic form to his human visage. Xiangchen also reverted to his human state, his aura immediately weakening. I shall eventually slay you, Xiangchen declared icily. Ah, at last, I have found an intriguing opponent, Su Li Gu responded with a devilish smile, turning to descend the mountain. As Su Li Gu departed, Xiangchun hastened down the mountain as well. Soon after, several Yuan Yang realm disciples arrived, taking in the pockmarked surroundings, clearly indicative of a fierce battle that had transpired. However, they could see no one, only sensing the lingering scent of blood and the dissipating waves of shattered souls. Chapter 403. The Celestial Leap. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xiangchun immediately entered his training chamber. The injuries within him could no longer be contained. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body racked with pain. He swiftly settled into a meditative posture, retrieving a vial of medicinal elixir, his own concocted rejuvenation dew, and began to circulate his true energy to heal. This battle had left him severely wounded. 8 of his bones were fractured, and his internal organs had sustained injuries. Su Li Gu was exceedingly dangerous, having learned his secret. This individual must be dealt with. Xiang Chen pondered, recalling Su Li Ge's transformed state, grappling with the mystery of his lineage. He was surely not merely of the human race. Nonetheless, his power was indeed astonishing. Within the same realm, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. After a night of cultivation, his injuries finally began to mend. Although his recuperative abilities were not as robust as Su Li Ji's, recovering from such grievous wounds in a single night was, for an ordinary individual, an inconceivable feat yet. This battle was not without its merits. The fierce encounter had stimulated his divine reserves, allowing for a marked advancement in his cultivation. With another period of seclusion, he should be able to break through to the 5th level of the innate realm. Xiang Chun mused that combat to the death is one of the most expedient methods for a warrior to enhance their prowess. Rising to his feet, he opened the door and made his way toward the training tower, resolved to enter seclusion once more. The following day in Wang Xiaoji's courtyard, he exclaimed, "My dear, I can no longer contain my anticipation." Wang Ying burst into his courtyard, embracing a beautiful young woman clad in white, and immediately began kissing her passionately. Why the hurry? Let's discuss this inside. The woman giggled, her delicate fingers playfully pressing against Wang Xiaoji's lips. Haha, still feeling shy? Wang Xiaojia laughed heartily, embracing her as he pushed her into his room. This fellow, one could not fathom where he had picked up such a girl. Though he had reformed his ways, his lustful nature remained unchanged. However, no sooner had they entered than the woman's piercing screams and cries erupted. Help! I've been assaulted. You beast, someone help. Her screams, infused with innate energy, echoed widely. Many new students were startled and peered outside. At that moment, a group of individuals, seemingly prepared, rushed into Wang Xiaojia's courtyard. Inside the room, the woman was disheveled, tears streaming down her face. What is happening? A young man at the forefront of the group inquired sharply. Yi Yun, you must help me. I've been violated, she sobbed, throwing herself into his embrace. The group bore the insignia of the Tianyi Society, members from its outer courtyard. Yi Yun, a formidable figure on the eagle ranking of the outer courtyard, along with Yi Feng, were key members of the Tianyi Society. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaojia emerged, his expression filled with agony. Just moments ago, everything had been fine, but as he was about to proceed, the woman had suddenly kicked him in a sensitive area and screamed assault. Yi Yun's face darkened as he glared at Wang Xiaojia, surrounded by over a dozen others. You dare commit such a beastly act in broad daylight, assaulting my woman? Yi Yan spoke coldly. Wang Xiaojie felt a sinking dread upon seeing these people. He realized he was likely being set up. You wretched woman, it was all consensual. You are framing me. The woman wept. You beast, you deceived me. Who would have known you intended to do such vile things? My purity has been ruined because of you. Yi Yan, please help me. You dare touch my woman? Bring him to justice. Break his arms and legs. Yi Yan commanded icily. Wang Xiaojie's face paled, and he turned to flee, unleashing his innate energy to leap towards the courtyard wall. Help! Brothers, save me! He cried, surrounded by new students from the Xianghua, many of whom were from the Yanhuang Society. There's nowhere to run. One seasoned member of the Tian Yi Society sneered, unleashing a long chain infused with true essence, which shot out over 10 meters to ensnare Wang Xiaojie's legs. With a sudden tug, he was yanked back, crashing to the ground with a cry. Two elite members of the Tian Yi Society swiftly approached, restraining Wang Xiaojie and dragging him before Yi Yan. Yi Yan smirked, gripping a dark iron rod, and swung it. Crack! Wang Xiaojie screamed in agony as his left arm was shattered, the bone protruding grotesquely from the flesh. Beast! How dare you break my arm? Wang Xiaojie's eyes turned bloodshot with pain. I can certainly break all your limbs. Yi Yan laughed coldly, swinging the rod once more. Another scream escaped as Wang Xiaojie's other arm met the same fate. Stop! What are you doing? At that moment, over 20 individuals rushed into the courtyard, comprising members of the Yanhuang Society, including Yang Bin. Xiaoji. Upon seeing Wang Xiaoji with his arm broken, their faces manifested shock and fury. Brother Bin, save me! Wang Xiaoji cried, tears streaming down his face. Brothers, charge! Yang Bin roared, unleashing his true essence as he surged toward the members of the Tianai Society to rescue Wang Xiaoji. However, among them, the most skilled only reached the 4th level of innate realm, while the least skilled barely attained the 1st level. They were no match for the Tianai Society, whose members generally boasted a 6th level of innate realm, with several experts at levels 8 and 9. As the battle erupted, they had yet to reach Wang Xiaoji when one by one, they were struck to the ground. Yi Yan stepped on Yang Bin's head, sneering, with your meager cultivation. You dare to rescue someone? You fools, you merely entered the academy a few years earlier than us. Tianai Society, you are too arrogant. Yang Bin struggled and roared. Yet he was firmly pinned to the ground. Indeed, we have been arrogant, but who told you to ally with that scoundrel, Xiangchen? He is the one we, the Tianai Society, intend to deal with. You are all his accomplices, and from now on, your days in the academy will be worse than death. Yi Yan chuckled coldly, grabbing Yang Bin by the hair and delivering a fierce punch to his abdomen. Take these individuals away and notify the enforcement squad. Wang Ying has assaulted a fellow student, and the others are accomplices. We shall resolve this nuisance on behalf of the enforcement squad, Yi Yan commanded. The members of Tianai Society promptly took the injured Yanhuang Society individuals away. Outside, numerous new students gathered to watch as the Tianai Society members emerged, parting the way. I knew it. Those who follow Xiangchun to establish the Yanhuang Society will surely meet a grim fate. Indeed, having offended the foremost organization of the West Courtyard, these individuals will only suffer in the academy from now on. Following Xiangchun spells disaster. How can such a power as Tianai Society be countered by these misfits? Just wait, Xiangchun will meet a far worse end. Chapter 404. Breaching the Tianai Society among the new students, several prominent merchants, and those aligned with Tianai sneered, reveling in the misfortune. Shortly thereafter, the stone door of the cultivation chamber where Xiangchun resided was knocked upon. Upon opening it, he found a tall, strikingly beautiful woman, a duoya, accompanied by a group of Yanhuang Society members, including Tianhua. What has happened to warrant such a gathering? Xiangchun asked, astonished. Brother Chun, Wang Xiaoji and the others are in trouble, a duoya said gravely. Xiangchun's heart sank. What is the matter? Tianhua replied. Wang Ying has been accused of misconduct, and the accusers are members of the Tianai Society. Yang Bin and his group, attempting to assist Wang Ying, have all been captured by the Tianai Society. Brother Xiang, this is a trap. Xiangchen's expression darkened. Did the enforcement squad not intervene? The enforcement squad has long been bribed by the Tianai Society. Moreover, Wang Ying was initially accused of violating academy rules, which does not favor our side, Tianhua explained. Follow me. We must rescue them. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiangchun concluded his cultivation and led the members of the Yanhuang Society toward the Tianai Society. The headquarters of the TNI Association's external branch stands as an imposing 6-story edifice, constructed at the expense of its members, encompassing a vast area surrounded by a spacious courtyard. Wang Xiaoji, Yang Bin, and over 20 others find themselves bound to wooden stakes, their bodies marred with numerous injuries, a clear testament to their suffering. Within the courtyard, more than 300 members of the TNI Association have gathered. Yifeng sits upon a chair, awaiting the arrival of Xiang Chun and his companions. Beside him is another figure, Huang Zixuan, the one who was once defeated by Xiang Chun, Xiahou Wu, and Tian Yu in unison. This time, our external branch can handle it alone. There's no need to trouble Brother Zixuan from the inner palace, Yifeng remarks to Huang Zixuan. A sinister smile spreads across Huang Zixuan's face as he replies, I hold a deep grudge against those young brats, and soon, I shall personally cripple Xiang Chun. Brother Feng, Senior Zixuan, they are here, announces a messenger who approaches. Shortly thereafter, over 30 individuals, led by Xiang Chun, enter the courtyard. The eyes of the hundreds present fixate upon the leading youth, their gazes sharp and imbued with an intangible pressure. As Xiang Chun strides forward, he pays little mind to those around him, reaching the center of the courtyard where he spots the bound Wang Yang, Yang Bin, and the others. Chenggu, Wang Bin, and the others gaze at Xiang Chun, their eyes betraying a mix of guilt and remorse. Do not worry, brothers. I will rescue you shortly. Xiang Chun reassures them, then turns his gaze towards Yifeng. You truly have the audacity to show up here. Spare me the pleasantries. I know you seek to confront me. Release my brothers, Xiang Chun states coldly. Laughter erupts from the surrounding TNI Association members. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Where do you think you are? They jeer, their voices laced with derision. Yifeng rises, declaring, Your brother has violated the woman of my brother. This matter must be resolved. Either you present me with 100,000 spirit coins, or you kneel and kowtow to all present here. Then sacrifice an arm to make amends. Chenggu, I was framed. I could never do such a thing. Wang Xiaoji hastily explains. I believe you. Xiang Chun responds with a nod to Wang Yang, causing Wang Xiaoji's eyes to redden. He then turns his cold gaze back to Yifeng. This is clearly your trap. A setup for extortion. You want money? I have none. You seek a life? I have one to spare. I repeat, release my brothers, and I shall remain here to entertain you. You insolent wretch. Watch your tongue. Do you think you can act with impunity here? Yifeng retorts with a cold smile. Just then, the courtyard doors slam shut, and the TNI Association members laugh mockingly, advancing towards Xiang Chun and his companions. I promise to make your lives a living hell within the academy. Yifeng sneers, then bellows, disable them. Kill. The cry echoes from all directions as TNI Association members surge forward. Fight! Xiang Chun roars, his foot striking the ground as he transforms into a swift arrow, charging towards the oncoming foes. A duo of allies, including a duo Ya, unleash their true essence, following closely behind him. Dragon Elephant Fist. Xiang Chun roared, his inner strength surging like a dragon and elephant, as the true Yang energy erupted, unleashing a mighty dragon elephant fist that thundered forth. The ferocious force collided with the martial techniques of the 4 adversaries, shattering their defenses and sending them crashing through the air. Flame Hand, exclaimed a powerful practitioner of the 8th level of the innate realm, as he unleashed a devastating palm strike, coalescing the true flame energy into a gigantic crimson hand that surged towards Xiang Chun. In response, Xiang Chun roared, transforming into a celestial wolf, his claw tearing through the air. Swish, swish, swish. 5 celestial moon wolf claw strikes rent the air, obliterating the fiery palm with ease. How is this possible? The man's expression changed dramatically as his ultimate strike was effortlessly shattered. With a mighty exhalation, Xiang Chun summoned an overwhelming fist force, encircled by a tempestuous wind, coalescing into a formidable punch that shattered his opponent's true Yang energy. The man screamed in agony as he was sent flying by the colossal blow. Another assailant descended from above, wielding a blade aimed at Xiang Chun. With a swift motion, Xiang Chun crossed his claws to intercept the attack, releasing a beam of light that sent the attacker sprawling. With a decisive step forward, the power of the dragon elephant surged forth, propelling him ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The members of the TNI Society were sent flying, as Xiang Chun rampaged like a torrent unleashed from its dam. His combat prowess was astonishing. However, the other members of the Yanhuang Society lacked such extraordinary strength, struggling to keep pace behind him. Xiahou Wu and Tian Yu were absent from Xiang Chen's side. How can this little beast possess such formidable power? What is the origin of his spirit? Yi Feng and his companions were astounded by Xiang Chen's ability to carve a path through the throng of hundreds. I shall capture him, Yi Yun declared coldly. Gripping a long spear, he then leapt forward, using the heads of several individuals as stepping stones to launch himself towards the center where Xiang Chen stood. Xiang Chen, behold my spear, Yi Yun shouted as he summoned a true yang energy strike. Before the spear reached its target, a glimmer of cold light arrived first. In that moment, a dragon-quelling demon blade appeared in Xiang Chen's hand, parrying the incoming weapon. The clash resounded, sending Xiang Chen staggering back from the force of the spear. Kill. With renewed vigor, Yi Yun unleashed a second and third thrust, each strike as swift as a dragon, sending forth 7 or 8 spear lights that raced towards Xiang Chen with astonishing speed. Thunder slash. Xiang Chen countered, swinging his blade to release a streak of thunderous light. A 3-meter bolt of lightning sliced through the air, colliding with the 8 spear strikes, causing a spectacular explosion of energy and sparks. Yi Yun roared, dashing forward with a spear thrust that was as swift as the wind, aimed directly at Xiang Chen's eyes. Chapter 405. One man standing alone behind Xiang Chen. A brother from the Yanhuang society cried out in anguish, grievously wounded. The spear aimed at Xiang Chen's eyes met with his claw, which crushed the incoming attack with ease. In a swift motion, Xiang Chen transformed his downward strike into a mighty slap, crashing down onto Yi Yun's spear. Boom! The force of the blow surpassed 100,000 pounds, causing Yi Yun, who braced himself against the impact, to be sent flying along with his weapon, blood erupting from his hands. With a powerful step, Xiang Chen bore down upon him, unleashing a beam of true yin light aimed directly at Yi Yun. With a resounding boom, Yi Yun's protective aura was shattered, followed by a piercing scream as he was violently propelled backward by a beam of light. Xiang Chen, moving like a startled swan, struck with a devastating punch. Bang! Yi Yun was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, his body hurtling over 10 meters before crashing into 3 others, all of whom were also knocked down. Severely injured, Yi Yun could no longer rise. How could it be? Senior Yi Yun was not even a match for him. This fellow has already attained the strength to rank on the Eagle list. Surrounding spectators were left aghast, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at the werewolf-like Xiang Chen. Yi Yun. Yi Feng was equally shocked, unable to comprehend the situation. Yi Yun's prowess was only surpassed by him in the Outer Academy's TNI society. Kill. More than 10 individuals charged towards Xiang Chen simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of martial techniques. Fist imprints, blade lights, sword energies, and palm strikes surged forth, all aimed at Xiang Chen. Suddenly, 2 sinister vines erupted from Xiang Chen's back, resembling enormous tentacles. The ominous vines enveloped his body, absorbing the onslaught of attacks with ease, sustaining no damage. Subsequently, the vines lashed out like 2 formidable whips, emanating astonishing power as they spun and struck. Bang, bang, bang. Over 10 individuals were sent flying by the wrath of the sinister vines, sustaining severe injuries. You brat, die. At that moment, a figure unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. This energy was pure essence. Huang Zishuan had made his move. He erupted with yellow essence, forming a blade of energy imbued with formidable power, which he swung at Xiang Chen. Huang Zishuan. Xiang Chen's expression turned icy as he recognized him, swiftly retreating to evade the strike. With a thunderous roar, the ground of the courtyard split open, ravaged by the unleashed energy. Several members of the Yanhuang society were sent flying, grievously wounded. You little beast, back then, the 3 of you managed to defeat me by chance. Today, I shall see how I deal with you. Prepare to die. Huang Zishuan sneered, transforming into a streak of yellow light as he advanced. Simultaneously, he swung his blade with lightning speed, carrying a terrifying aura. Xiang Chen's eyes glinted coldly as the 2 ominous vines coiled and charged toward Huang Zishuan's blade. Bang! The strength of the strike was utterly obliterated by the 2 sinister vines. What on earth are these things? Huang Zishuan's expression changed dramatically, hastily retreating as he summoned a yellow wing of essence to evade the deadly embrace of the vines. Xiang Chen surged forward like a bolt of lightning, the 2 sinister vines pursuing him like enraged serpents. I refuse to believe that as a dignified Yuan Yang realm expert, I cannot break through your 2 vines. Wind Wolf Blade Technique. Huang Zixuan roared, drawing forth his treasured blade, channeling all of his essence into it, and struck with full force. A massive yellow wolf, formed from condensed blade energy, burst forth, its power exceeding 200,000 pounds. The blade energy, imbued with fierce energy, surged forward, tearing apart all in its path. In response, Xiang Chun's sinister vines transformed into two furious dragons, infused with tying true energy, charging forth to meet the onslaught. A thunderous eruption of energy collided with the sinister vines of the devouring heaven, intertwining with the force of the wind wolf blade chi, which was subsequently ensnared by the malevolent tendrils. A violent struggle ensued. Bang! The wind wolf blade chi shattered into fragments. How could this be? Huang Zixuan's face turned pale with terror as the two devouring heaven vines constricted around him, despite the protective energy shield. Hold your ground, Huang Zixuan roared, striving to maintain the defensive barrier. However, the malevolent vines tightened their grip, causing the shield to creak and ultimately explode. Huang Zixuan was ensnared by the two formidable, devouring heaven vines. Even a powerful figure at the Yuan Yang realm faced defeat. This was a trump card he had not even utilized against Su Ligay. Xiang Chun ceased this. At that moment, Yi Feng's furious shout pierced the air, his sword poised against Wang Xiaojia's throat. Look around you, Brother Chun, Brother Xiang Chun. It was only then that Xiang Chun suddenly awoke to the grim reality. The members of the Yanhuang Society had all been captured or severely injured, lying helplessly on the ground. With their limited numbers and weak strength, they were no match for their adversaries. Yin Tianhua was pinned to the ground, trampled underfoot. Adoya was also seized by her hair, forced to kneel. Brother Chun, I'm so sorry. We held you back. Adoya and others expressed their guilt. A cold wave washed over Xiang Chun's heart as the devouring heaven vines continued to constrict Huang Zixuan, inflicting him with excruciating pain. Yi Feng's voice was frigid as he demanded, Xiang Chun, release Senior Zixuan and kneel. Otherwise, we shall immediately slay this boy. He has violated the Academy's rules and will be expelled. Killing him will incur no consequences. If you wish to spare your brother's life, release Senior Zixuan and kneel. Brother Chun, Wang Xiaojia's face turned ashen with fear, desperately gazing at Xiang Chun. Meanwhile, Yi Feng's sword pressed firmly against his neck. Xiang Chun's expression hardened. I will release him, but first, you must let my brothers go. Then, you may do as you wish with me. You are in no position to negotiate. Your people are in our custody, Yi Feng retorted, then struck Yang Bin's hand with his sword. Ah! Yang Bin screamed in agony as his entire left arm was severed. Yang Bin. The members of the Yanhuang Society cried out in despair. Yang Bin. Xiang Chen's eyes reddened, a surge of wrath and killing intent igniting within him. The other devouring heaven vine tightened around Huang Zixuan's arm, pulling with tremendous force. Puff! Ah! Huang Zixuan emitted a heart-wrenching scream as his arm was brutally torn away. You severed my brother's arm. I shall return the favor. If you dare harm my brother, I will ensure you pay with your life. Xiang Chen bellowed defiantly. Yi Feng's face twisted with rage as he shouted, I don't believe you would dare kill me. If you do, the Academy will execute you too. I, however, can kill him. I command you to cease and kneel. Brother Chen, don't worry about me. Fight these scoundrels. If I perish, avenge me. Wang Xiaojia roared, his eyes aflame with fury. Release him. Kneel. Yi Feng screamed, the sword's edge already cutting into Wang Xiaojia's throat. Chapter 406. Utilizing the rules Xiang Chun. Today you shall comprehend the magnitude of the forces you have offended. We can effortlessly bring about your demise. Should you resist, you shall perish. Every individual present here will lose an arm. Intruding upon the sanctum where others cultivate their skills permits the students to justifiably retaliate, including rendering the intruder incapacitated, Yi Feng sneered. Seasoned as they were, they understood precisely how to manipulate the Academy's regulations, originally intended to safeguard the students, to bring about death. With that, he swung his sword once more. Ah! Another member of the Yanhuang Brotherhood, Li Huan, had his arm cleaved off by the blade. Li Huan. Xiang Chen's eyes filled with fury. It was the first time he had ever felt such rage since entering the Academy. Everyone, raise your weapons. If Xiang Chun is unwilling, then let us sever the hands of all. Yi Yun coldly commanded. A contingent of 50 to 60 members of the TNI Society raised their blades, poised to strike the arms of the Yanhuang students. Stop! Xiang Chun roared. I will release them. Let my brothers and sisters go. In a sudden act, Xiang Chun freed Huang Zixuan, who fell to the ground. Seize him. Yi Feng barked immediately. At once, two individuals lunged forward, pressing their swords against Xiang Chen's throat. Kneel. One of them delivered a powerful kick to the back of Xiang Chen's leg, attempting to force him to submit. Yet, Xiang Chun remained steadfast, refusing to bend a knee. Kneel. Another approached, wielding a long iron staff, swinging it with tremendous force. Bang! The staff, infused with the strength of a formidable 8th-level practitioner, struck Xiang Chen's leg, shattering it and forcing him to kneel on one knee. However, Xiang Chun emitted not a single sound of pain, his eyes blazing crimson as they fixated on Yi Feng. Brother Chun! Brother Chun! The members of the Yanhuang Society wept at the sight. Brother, it was my fault. It is not worth this. I have been a scoundrel in the past. Having harmed you and your sister, there is no worth in this. Wang Xiaoji sobbed uncontrollably. Do not weep. You are a man of stature. What is there to cry about? Xiaoji, did we not share the wine of loyalty? From now on, we are brothers. You, like the others, are my kin. All of you are worthy, Xiang Chun declared. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoji gritted his teeth, ceasing his tears. He had once surrounded himself with fair-weather friends, yet none had ever proven to be a true companion. When trouble arose, they fled like cowards. Never had anyone gone to such lengths for him. For the first time in his life, he truly understood the meaning of the word brother. I have released them. Now I am in your grasp. Can you allow my people to depart? Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy as he regarded Yi Feng. Ha ha ha, little beast. You should have anticipated this fate when you wronged us. Yi Feng laughed heartily, reveling in the sight of Xiang Chun, with a broken leg, kneeling before him. The satisfaction and vindication in his heart were immense. The moment you offended our TNI society, you sealed your own doom. Have you not considered who reigns supreme among the students of the Western Courtyard? The members of the TNI society also scoffed coldly. Xiang Chun, Huang Zixuan, pale with pain, cradled his severed arm, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Xiang Chun. You dare to sever my arm? I will make your life a living hell. Huang Zixuan roared, charging forward to snatch the sword from Yi Feng's grasp, and then, with a swift stroke, he sliced through Wang Xiaoji's throat. Blood gushed forth, spilling like a fountain as Wang Xiaoji's neck was cleaved open. Staring wide-eyed, Wang Xiaoji bent down to gaze at his own neck, but could not see the wound. He only felt an excruciating pain as blood poured forth. Wang Xiaoji. The members of Yanhuang were struck with shock, their cries of despair echoing. Xiang Chen's eyes instantly turned crimson, his murderous intent erupting as he could no longer contain himself. I shall sever your arms and cripple your limbs. Huang Zixuan bellowed, charging forward with his sword clutched in one hand. You seek death. Xiang Chun roared in fury, unleashing a piercing howl as his human form transformed into a half-wolf demon. A terrifying chill of the yellow springs surged forth, accompanied by the explosive force of the true Yin energy, sending shockwaves through the air. The two who held him were instantly frozen, transformed into ice sculptures. Xiang Chun surged forth, the devouring sky evil vine bursting from his back, entwining and constricting around Huang Zixuan. Huang Zixuan, stricken with terror, saw the sinister vine reemerge, wrapping around his sword, while another coil ensnared him completely. Ah! Cursed Huang Zixuan, ensnared once again, rendered immobile. This is bad, Xiang Chun, let him go. Yi Feng shouted in fury. Let him go? Huh! He must pay the price for his actions. Die? Xiang Chun howled, the devouring sky evil vine exerting its full force to constrict. No. Ah! Huang Zixuan screamed in agony as his bones shattered, flesh torn apart, his entire being disintegrating into a gruesome explosion of meat. The devouring sky evil vine ravenously absorbed him, completely consuming Huang Zixuan within its tendrils. He is dead. Xiang Chun has killed Huang Zixuan. Stop! A figure materialized in the distance, soaring forward with an overwhelming aura of true essence. The newcomer, clad in azure garments, appeared to be in his late 20s, radiating the terrifying energy of the Yuan Yang realm. Senior Zixuan has been slain. How dare this boy? How dare he take a life? The members of the TNI society were aghast, unable to comprehend the scene before them. All that remained of Huang Zixuan was a cloud of blood mist and tattered clothing. Yi Feng, terrified, stumbled backward. Yi Feng, you shall also perish. Xiang Chun roared, propelling himself towards Yi Feng, the devouring sky evil vine writhing in pursuit. Yi Feng, pale with fear, hastily dodged. Little beast, cease at once. The approaching figure bellowed in wrath, unleashing a violent palm strike. A crimson handprint surged through the air, slicing through the distance with deadly intent, aimed straight at Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun attempted to defend with the devouring sky evil vine. But the violent palm strike erupted with a thunderous crash, sending him hurtling through the air, landing several meters away, blood spewing from his mouth. Utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault, the figure in azure descended. Senior Kangar, the esteemed Kangar from the Tiger ranking, a core member of the Inner Palace TNI. We pay our respects to Senior Kangar. The members of the outer court of the TNI society around him displayed expressions of reverence, each hastily greeting him with respect. Song Air, an esteemed cadre of the TNI society, a stalwart member, and a formidable presence on the Tiger rankings, wore a grim expression as he gazed upon the tattered garments strewn on the ground and the distant figure of Xiang Chun. It was an egregious humiliation that a member of the Inner Palace had been slain by a mere newcomer from the outer court. You useless lot, so many of you. Yet you couldn't handle a single freshman. Song Air berated them. The crowd lowered their heads, too ashamed to retort. Chapter 407. He is called Little Chicken, brothered Song Air. Even Yi Feng bowed his head before this man. Though he hailed from the Yi family, this individual was a trusted aide of Yi Tianxi, a capable subordinate, and possessed extraordinary talent, destined for a future of great promise. Your actions will surely disappoint the president. You couldn't even manage a newcomer. It seems you no longer wish to serve as the outer court minister of TNI, Song Air remarked coldly. I am truly sorry, Yi Feng muttered, his head bowed. I never anticipated that Xiang Chun would possess such strength. Upon hearing this, Song Air turned his gaze towards Xiang Chun, who was struggling to rise. Song Air felt a flicker of surprise, even after expending only 20% of his strength. The fact that a person at the innate realm could still stand was indeed astonishing. An outer court student daring to kill an inner palace disciple. Boy, you have committed a grave sin. There is no need for justification. You shall die, Song Air stated coldly, advancing towards Xiang Chun with a terrifying surge of true essence. Xiang Chun's complexion paled, pain coursing through his body as he retorted mockingly, a grandmaster of the Yang stage employing ambush tactics against a mere outer court student? How impressive. Sharp-tongued as ever, but I have no interest in engaging in verbal sparring with you. Prepare to die. Song Air summoned a red elemental sword in his hand and charged towards Xiang Chun. His cultivation was more than sufficient to easily dispatch him. Song Air, you dare to harm my brother? I will not let you get away with this. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed as a figure tore through the air. A silhouette, enveloped in silver lightning, with true lightning wings, approached at an astonishing speed. Boom! A bolt of silver lightning descended, creating a crater in the ground as a towering figure landed before Xiang Chun, debris scattering in all directions. The newcomer wore a silver robe, had long black hair, thick brows, large eyes, and a square jaw. Oriental Sanxing. Apologies for being late, little brother. Let me show you how to deal with this scoundrel, he said, addressing Xiang Chun. You're just in time, Xiang Chun replied with a smile, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Oriental Sanxing. Song Air's expression darkened as he regarded the newcomer, furrowing his brows. Oriental Sanxing, ranked third on the Tiger rankings, was the only one who had entered the top 10 without achieving the Great Heaven stage, a thunder cultivator, and a paragon among them. What is he doing here? Those from the TNI society around them were also taken aback, recognizing him. Thunder cultivators were exceedingly rare, powerful and domineering, and Oriental Sanxing was among the best. Within the entire Inner Palace, among thousands of disciples, he ranked third on the Tiger rankings. For many, this name resonates like thunder. Many believe he will be the next to ascend the Dragon and Phoenix Monument. Dongfang Sanxing, what brings you here? This is a matter for our TNI association. What concern is it of yours? Song Air's cold voice pierced the air. Song Air, you dare to bully my brother? Speak. Which hand would you rather lose? Dongfang Sanxing retorted with a chilling smile, his arms crossed, exuding an oppressive aura as he gazed at Song Air. Is this brat your friend? Song Air furrowed his brow, turning his gaze towards Xiang Chun. Indeed, he is a brother who saved my life. Now, I ask you, which of your arms do you wish to part with? Dongfang Sanxing sneered, advancing step by step toward Song Air. Song Air's expression darkened. Dongfang Sanxing, is it worth incurring enmity with our TNI association over a mere new recruit? Do not forget, while you rank third on the Tiger list, our president ranks second. Ha ha. Do you think I fear that scoundrel Yi Tianxi? Once I break through to the great heaven realm, he will be the first I trample upon. What is your Tianai association to me? I fear not even the Yi family. For injuring my brother, you shall lose an arm." Dongfang Sanxing laughed arrogantly, stepping forward. With a thunderous roar, a surge of violent, thunderous true essence erupted within him. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, charging forth with a palm imbued with raging thunder true essence, coalescing into a wave of lightning. Lightning palm. The speed was astonishing. Song Air was taken aback, hastily attempting to evade. Just as he dodged, Dongfang Sanxing's palm descended. With a resounding crash, the thunder erupted as Dongfang Sanxing's palm struck down, unleashing a violent explosion of lightning. The ground was blasted into a deep crater, debris flying in all directions, and a 100-meter radius became a tempest of thunder. Crackling with energy, many were seized by the lightning's force, screaming in agony, their hair standing on end, smoke rising from their bodies, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. Dozens of TNI members were caught in the aftermath, sprawling helplessly on the ground. Though Song Air managed to evade the brunt of the strike, the explosive thunder still coursed through him, sending waves of paralysis and agony throughout his body. Yet Dongfang Sanxing surged forward once more, delivering a palm strike that coalesced into a razor-sharp bolt of yellow lightning, moving with incredible speed, cleaving through Song Air's shoulder in an instant. "Ah!" Song Air cried out in anguish as his entire arm was severed cleanly. Clutching his mangled limb in pain, he retreated, horror etched on his face as he regarded Dongfang Sanxing. The swiftness and ferocity of the attack were overwhelming. His own strength, ranked 11th on the Tiger list, was rendered utterly impotent against this foe. Song Air had fallen. So swiftly defeated, could Dongfang Sanxing truly be this formidable? What terrifying mastery of thunder! The members of the TNI Association were left aghast, unable to comprehend the speed of Dongfang Sanxing's assault. The battle had concluded before their eyes. Xiang Chun was equally astonished. Recognizing the power of the Thunder Cultivator, a formidable anomaly beyond the conventional 5 elements. The velocity of Dongfang Sanxing's attacks and the might of his thunder true essence far surpassed that of others within the same realm. "Get lost with your dog's paw." Dongfang Sanxing kicked Song Air's severed arm away disdainfully. Song Air, his face twisted in pain, roared in fury, "Dongfang Sanxing, do not be so arrogant. There are those who can deal with you." Upon concluding his words, he rolled up his severed arm and soared into the sky with his true wings. Senior Song Air. The members of the TNI Society were stunned. With Song Air's departure, who among those present could contend with Dongfang Sanxing? With a mere strike, he could effortlessly eliminate 10 or 8 foes. "Bah, you filthy trash, I fear you not," Dongfang Sanxing retorted disdainfully. Meanwhile, Xiang Chun hastened towards the bound Wang Xiaoji, swiftly tearing apart the iron chains that restrained him. Wang Xiaoji collapsed into Xiang Chen's embrace, his blood staining Xiang Chen's attire. "Xiaoji, hold on. I shall save you at once," Xiang Chen said, his eyes reddened. He never anticipated that one day he would feel sorrow for someone he once wished to kill, for they were now brothers. "Brother Chun, this is a fatal wound." "Xiaoji, I fear you cannot endure much longer," Wang Xiaoji murmured weakly, his voice hoarse. As his throat had been slashed, he could speak only through the remnants of his true energy. With a smile and tears in his eyes, he uttered, "Brother Chun, thank you. It is such a pity that I finally had a true friend in my life. I apologize for my past transgressions, but even in death, Xiaoji shall become your brother, a brother of Yin Wang. Even in death, I do not regret meeting you, nor do I regret being a part of Yin Wang." With that, Wang Xiaoji's hand fell limply, a smile gracing his lips as he succumbed in Xiang Chen's embrace. Once a notorious scion of the Wang family, a bully of men and women alike, he had now transformed into a brother of Yin Wang, having turned over a new leaf. Chapter 408. Complete Demonization. Xiaoji. The brothers and sisters of the Yin Wang Society could not help but weep at this sight. Though Wang Xiaoji possessed a rebellious and wild nature, he also harbored deep emotions. No one is born an absolute villain. Holding Wang Xiaoji, Xiang Chun reassured him, "Do not worry, Brother Chen will not let you die. I have diligently practiced medicine to prevent the king of hell from taking my loved ones away." In his hand, 3 silver needles appeared, piercing the 3 vital meridians in Wang Xiaoji's forehead, spiritual platform, and temples. 3 needles to lock the soul. "Brother, I am sorry, I have come too late." Dongfang Sanxing lamented. "Do not blame yourself. Xiaoji is not dead yet. I can still save him." Everyone, carry the wounded away. Xiang Chun instructed the members of the Yanhuang Society. The injured were assisted by one another, including Yang Bin and others, as they left, gathering their severed limbs. Outside the Tianai Society, many outer courtyard students gazed at Xiang Chun and his companions with awe, their eyes predominantly fixed on him, filled with reverence and astonishment. Xiang Chun alone had rendered the Tianai Society's outer courtyard incapable of holding their heads high, having slain inner courtyard disciples at the Yuan Yang realm. This incident would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar. He is incredibly strong. I have been in the academy for 5 years and have never witnessed such a formidable newcomer. This Xiang Chun is nothing short of a monster. Indeed, his cultivation allows him to slay those of the Yuan Yang realm. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have deemed it a fantasy. The eagle list of the outer courtyard will soon undergo a change. No, it is certain that Xiang Chun will be doomed. Slaying inner courtyard disciples is a violation of the academy's rules, a capital offense indeed. Outside the courtyard, people parted to create a path, and the members of the Tianai Society dared not obstruct. Stepping aside in trepidation as Xiang Chun departed with Wang Ziyage chicken in his arms. Yi Feng watched Xiang Chun leave, his teeth clenched in anger. His face a shade of iron, yet he refrained from uttering another word. Suddenly, Xiang Chun halted, his back turned to Yi Feng, and coldly declared, Yi Feng, in half a month, I shall await you at the Death Valley for a decisive confrontation. At these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Xiang Chun sought a life-and-death duel with Yi Feng. Yi Feng's expression shifted, fury surging within him, mingled with a hint of fear. Having slain Huang Zishuan, a master of the Yuan Yang realm, how could he, a peak innate realm cultivator, possibly prevail? He silently mused, you might not survive until then. The fact that Xiang Chun had killed Huang Zishuan was a grave violation of the academy's regulations. As Xiang Chun and his companions departed, Yang Bin, Aduoya, In Tianhua, and others followed silently, each burdened with guilt and discomfort. In the face of impending danger, it was Xiang Chun who bore the brunt. While they felt they could only hinder his efforts, their contributions seeming negligible. Damn it, the Tianai Society is a bunch of useless fools. Despite my careful planning, they allowed Xiang Chun to escape unscathed. In Tianya's countenance darkened within the crowd, frustration gnashing at his teeth, coupled with an undercurrent of fear. Xiang Chun's current strength was utterly unfathomable. However, he mused that with Huang Zishuan dead, Xiang Chun would not escape unscathed. The enforcement team would surely pursue him relentlessly. A cold smile crept across In Tianya's face. This incident was not a complete failure. Moreover, with Wang Ying's death attributed to Xiang Chun, he could manipulate the narrative to incite outrage from Wang Ying's father, deftly directing all blame onto Xiang Chun. A sinister plot unfurled in In Tianya's mind. Upon returning to their lodgings, Xiang Chun entered his meditation chamber, cradling Wang Ziyage chicken. The others, suffering non-lethal injuries, were swiftly transported to the academy's medical hall, where the apothecaries could tend to their wounds. Xiang Chun's gaze fell upon Wang Ziyage chicken, whose throat bore a grievous wound, severing the carotid artery. Such an injury would typically lead to suffocation and excessive blood loss. Wang Ziyage's bodily functions had nearly ceased, overwhelmed by the loss of blood. Xiang Chun employed his Beidou heart needle to safeguard Wang Ziyage's heart meridian, channeling his true qi into the wound and applying a revitalizing balm. The severed throat visibly began to sprout granulation tissue, healing before his eyes. However, the significant blood loss necessitated a transfusion. Furrowing his brow, Xiang Chun recognized that Wang Ziyage's most pressing issue was the excessive bleeding. Then allow me to bestow upon you a great fortune, little chicken. I hope you shall not disappoint me henceforth, he silently vowed. In a surge of power, Xiang Chun expanded, his robes billowing as he transformed into a colossal moon-swallowing celestial wolf, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the meditation chamber in a thick miasma. Extending his sharp claws, he sliced open Wang Ziyage's chest, revealing the faintly beating heart within. Xiang Chun then made an incision on his own claw, allowing a stream of pale golden blood, shimmering with a soft lunar glow, to flow forth. Xiang Chun's claw pressed against the wound on Wang Xiaojia's chest, the sacred blood of the celestial wolf surging within. Within Xiang Chun's being, there existed 9 drops of his life essence, of which one was forcefully extracted. This single drop, imbued with an abundance of the celestial wolf's bloodline power, flowed into Wang Xiaojia's body, directly into his heart. The sacred blood of Xiang Chun was exceedingly domineering. Upon entering Wang Xiaojia's body, it immediately began to devour and transform his original human blood. Simultaneously, Xiang Chun activated the Yin True Cannon, guiding his sacred blood to circulate within Wang Xiaojia's veins. As that drop of celestial wolf essence surged into Wang Ying's heart, Wang Xiaojia's heart began to beat violently, its rhythm rapid and intense. With a commanding voice, Xiang Chun invoked the ancient mysterious cauldron, which materialized with a resonant hum, levitating in the air. The cauldron was inverted, enveloping Wang Xiaojia in an enigmatic refining force, as countless golden symbols transformed into radiant light encircled him. One of the cauldron's remarkable properties was its ability to refine demons, facilitating a complete and seamless integration of bloodlines. It is important to note that even among humans, blood types vary. The bloodlines of different individuals are even more disparate. If the blood of two different people were to merge, it could lead to fatal consequences. The fusion between humans and demons was deemed impossible. However, the mysterious cauldron possessed the extraordinary ability to turn the impossible into reality. Under the cauldron's alchemical influence, Xiang Chun's sacred blood and celestial wolf essence fully invaded and integrated with Wang Xiaojia's being. In a state of unconscious agony, Wang Xiaojia let out a roar, yet was suppressed by the cauldron, unable to move. His bloodline and genes underwent a cataclysmic transformation. With a sudden roar, he opened his eyes, which had turned a moonlit white. Subsequently, his body began to swell, tearing through his garments, as his skin sprouted moon-white wolf fur. From his tailbone, a wolf's tail emerged, while claws formed on his hands and feet, and sharp fangs sprouted from his mouth. In an instant, he transformed into a being resembling a half-wolf. Yet, the transformation did not cease. Once Xiang Chun's essence completely merged with his heart, Wang Xiaojia's form entirely metamorphosed into that of a celestial wolf, sprouting a pair of wings. Chapter 409, The Era of All Demons. The moon-eating celestial wolf, a sacred beast among wolves, is bound by the natural order. With the birth of one moon-eating celestial wolf, there shall not be another. Although the celestial wolf is the supreme among wolves, it is not subject to this limitation. This celestial wolf, endowed with Xiang Chun's moon-eating celestial wolf bloodline power, could inherit 70% of Xiang Chun's bloodline strength. The most significant distinction was that Wang Xiaojia, now transformed into the moon-eating celestial wolf, bore no crescent moon holy seal upon his forehead. The celestial wolf suddenly opened its eyes, and from its moon-white gaze, two beams of moonlight burst forth, bewildered as it surveyed its surroundings. Startled, it caught sight of a massive wolf head staring back, causing it to leap in surprise. "My goodness, are you the three-headed hellhound?" The celestial wolf, now capable of speech, was taken aback and retreated to the corner, exclaiming in terror, "Hellhound, please don't eat me. I'm not tasty. Curse you, hellhound." Xiang Chun struck the celestial wolf's head with a claw, an overwhelming bloodline pressure compelling the celestial wolf to the ground, trembling as it gazed up at the moon-eating celestial wolf, devoid of any rebellious feelings within its heart. "Wait, my hand!" exclaimed Wang Xiaojia's chicken, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed upon his hand, which had inexplicably transformed into a fuzzy wolf paw. How could this be? In horror, he touched his face, and upon feeling it, he realized that it had morphed into that of a canine. Heavens! Could it be that I have been reincarnated as a dog? Please, no. I, Wang Ying, have scarcely done any good deeds. Surely, this is not a fitting punishment. I do not wish to be a dog. Wang Xiaojia's chicken howled in despair. "Enough, little chicken. I am Xiang Chun," the moon-devouring celestial wolf replied, bemused by the creature's reaction. "That voice! Chun, brother Chun, is that really you? My goodness, brother Chun, have you also died and been reborn as a dog?" Wang Xiaojia's chicken exclaimed, astonished at the revelation. The moon-devouring celestial wolf sighed, then swiped a paw at the celestial chicken, causing it to yelp in pain. "You old fool, neither of us is dead. You have transformed into a celestial wolf. Some of this may sound unbelievable, but it is indeed true. I am not merely a human. I am also of the demon lineage, the moon-devouring celestial wolf. After your demise, I altered your bloodline, transforming you into a celestial wolf, or rather, into a demon. Regardless, you are no longer human." Xiang Chun elucidated, his form shifting and shrinking until he resumed his human appearance. "Truly, brother Chun, you are no longer human?" Wang Xiaojia's chicken stammered in disbelief. "Well, although it may sound odd, It is accurate. You, too, have ceased to be human. You now possess my bloodline, becoming a divine beast among wolves, endowed with the essence of a sacred beast, and have received a tremendous fortune. This is my secret. You will understand your newfound strength upon reflection, Xiangchen explained. Leaning against the wall, the celestial wolf chicken was struck with awe, remaining in a daze for quite some time before finally regarding his wolf paw. Indeed, he now felt an overwhelming power coursing through him. Despite possessing only the second level of innate cultivation, he felt an inexplicable strength capable of vanquishing even those at the 9th level. I am no longer human. I have become a demon. Wang Zai's chicken was astounded and then asked, Brother Chun, how can I revert back? I long to regain my human form. How can I attract women like this? Wouldn't I frighten them away? This beastly transformation is far too shocking. I have never experienced it before. How absurd. So this is what concerns you. Truly, you are a beast, Xiangchen replied, nearly exasperated. Feel the power of the bloodline flowing within you, and focus your consciousness to gather it back into your core and heart, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Wang Zai's chicken attempted to concentrate, and gradually, his entire being began to transform back into human form. He stood there, completely naked, marveling at his body before joyfully leaping with glee. This is incredible. Let me try again. Wang Zai's chicken experimented with the bloodline power once more, and soon transformed back into the celestial wolf. This fellow's adaptability is indeed better than I anticipated, Xiangchun mused silently. Wang Zai's chicken's transformation would undoubtedly yield great benefits for him. His talents had been enhanced, and the genetic lineage of his life had ascended to a higher echelon. Humans may surpass wolves in intellect, yet wolves embody a nobility that humans lack. The celestial wolf, with a lineage that overwhelms humanity, reigns supreme. As Wang Xiaoji transforms into a celestial wolf, Xiangchun wields absolute control over him, rendering any thoughts of betrayal futile. Enough of this. Put your clothes on, Xiangchun commanded. Wang Xiaoji snapped back to reality, realizing that his garments had been torn. He offered an awkward smile before donning the academy's provided attire. Chenggu, I must say, your prowess is astounding. You are indeed the reincarnation of the wolf god. Wang Xiaoji exclaimed with fervor. Well, that is somewhat accurate. It is a secret you must keep. As for you, your identity as a celestial wolf must remain concealed from prying eyes, lest you attract perilous attention, possibly becoming a mount for someone else, Xiangchen cautioned. Moreover, this is the turtle breathing technique, which will help you suppress your demonic aura. Here is the true scripture of the dark moon. You shall practice this from now on. He handed Wang Xiaoji 2 small volumes of the scriptures, imparting the cultivation methods from the sacred text of myriad demons. Thank you, Chenggu. I thought I was doomed. It is wonderful to continue being brothers with you, Wang Xiaoji said emotionally as he accepted the scriptures. Enough with the sentimentality. You're giving me goosebumps, Xiangchen jested, chuckling as he opened the door to the training room. A few individuals awaited outside, and upon seeing Xiangchen emerge with Wang Xiaoji unharmed, they expressed their astonishment and joy, quickly surrounding them. Chenggu, is it permissible to disclose this to the brothers and sisters of Yanhuang? Wang Xiaoji inquired discreetly through telepathy. No, Xiangchun replied, shaking his head. His secret was known only to the monkey in the past. Were the celestial wolf lineage to be so formidable, why not transform our brothers and sisters into demons as well? Then we would be a true family, Wang Xiaoji suggested with a sly grin. The thought stirred something within Xiangchun. The strength of the Yanhuang group was lacking, and Wang Xiaoji's proposal was indeed worth contemplating. Should he not consider transforming a pack of wolves? This notion took root in Xiangchen's mind, leading a pack of wolves to roar across the heavens and spill blood on the battlefield. Oh, the thrill of it. If it's feasible, hold your tongue for now. You may reveal your half-wolf form might gradually. Ideally, let others come to seek me voluntarily, Xiangchun conveyed through telepathy. I understand. Just watch how I flaunt it, Wang Xiaoji replied, comprehending the implication. This crafty fellow was already plotting to manipulate those around him after his transformation. In ancient times, there were asuras battling the heavens. Today, a pack of wolves howls across the lands. This is indeed an era of myriad demons rising. Chapter 410, The Swana Place. After healing Wang Xiaoji, Xiangchen personally visited the medical hall to tend to the injured Yanhuang members, reattaching severed limbs. Meanwhile, The incident involving Xiang Chen's slaying of the Inner Palace Academy's members would not go unpunished by the Tianai Society. The Law Enforcement Hall, a black palace feared by nearly all students, was where they congregated. With his arm bandaged and supported, Song Er led a group into the Law Enforcement Hall. The personnel within gaped in astonishment at the imposing presence of the Tianai Society members. "You may law enforcement, I wish to file a report," Song Er declared coldly as he approached a window, addressing a woman seated inside. "Song Er." Yumeng gazed in astonishment at Song Er and inquired, "What crime are you reporting?" Song Er replied coldly, "The outer court disciple, Xiang Chun, has killed a member of our Heavenly Leaf Society, Huang Zixuan. I urge the law enforcement team to apprehend Xiang Chun and impose the death penalty." Initially indifferent, Yumeng stood up in surprise, exclaiming, "What did you say? Xiang Chun killed the inner court disciple Huang Zixuan? Indeed. I implore you, Executor Yumeng, to dispatch someone to capture that little beast, Xiang Chun," Song Er asserted icily. "Executor Yumeng, please enforce the law," the members of the Heavenly Leaf Society echoed. Yumeng's expression darkened as she remarked, "Song Er, are you jesting? I know Xiang Chun. He has only attained the innate realm. How could he possibly have killed Huang Zixuan?" "Executor Yumeng, this matter is absolutely true. Many of us from the Heavenly Leaf Society witnessed it firsthand. There can be no error," Yi Feng interjected. Yumeng scoffed. "You members of the Heavenly Leaf Society are all cut from the same cloth. Can your words be taken seriously?" Song Er replied with indifference. "Many individuals outside our Heavenly Leaf Society witnessed this incident. If you doubt it, you may investigate. However, I urge you to act swiftly and apprehend Xiang Chun before he escapes. If you refuse, we are willing to take action ourselves." Yumeng responded, "There is no need. If he indeed violated the Academy's regulations by committing murder, it is a matter for the Academy's law enforcement team. We will send someone to investigate and apprehend Xiang Chun. Just wait. Then please, Executor Yumeng, expedite your actions. Our people are watching Xiang Chun. He is currently in the medical hall." "I understand," Yumeng replied impatiently, waving her hand. Song Er frowned, but said nothing as he turned to leave. "Song Er, why does Executor Yumeng have such an attitude? Does she know Xiang Chun? Do they have a history?" Yi Feng whispered, "Who knows what this woman thinks? She dares not disobey the law enforcement team. After all, Sister Tianjiao is above her," Song Er sneered. "We must keep a close watch on Xiang Chun. He must not leave the academy." "Yes, we will handle this properly." As the group departed, Yumeng's expression revealed a hint of worry. Had Xiang Chun truly violated the academy's rules and committed murder? She left the law enforcement hall in search of Xiang Chun. Before long, she found him in the medical hall, as mentioned by the Heavenly Leaf Society. "Junior Xiang," she called out. "Executor Yumeng, what brings you here?" Xiang Chun responded, having just finished treating Yang Bin's severed arm. "Did you kill a member of the Heavenly Leaf Society?" Yumeng asked directly. Xiang Chun's expression remained calm as he replied, "Indeed. I killed Huang Zixuan from the inner palace." Yumeng's face changed as she exclaimed, "You truly killed him? Have you lost your mind? Do you not understand that within the academy, one can only resolve life and death grievances in special circumstances? Murder is forbidden." As he proceeded to treat Li Huan's arm, Xiang Chun stated calmly, "The Heavenly Leaf Society trampled upon me, seizing my brother. Huang Zixuan personally took action to kill my brother. I killed him to save my kin. It was a matter of reason. Why did you not inform me of this beforehand? I could have helped you resolve it." Yumeng furrowed her brow. Xiang Chun smiled lightly. "A man must stand tall. Not every matter requires seeking assistance from others. I prefer to handle what I can within my own capacity." Yumeng sighed. "In any case, you have killed someone in public. The Heavenly Leaf Society will not let this go easily. I fear you will need to confront this matter in the law enforcement hall with us." "Very well, but only after I have tended to everyone's wounds," Xiang Chun remarked. "Currently, the Tianyi Association is watching you closely. Do not leave the academy. Once you step beyond its grounds, you will be unprotected, and they will surely kill you. Tomorrow, come to the law enforcement hall, and I shall refrain from personally bringing men to apprehend you." Yumeng stated. "Thank you, Senior Yumeng. No need for thanks. I owe you a favor as well." After exchanging pleasantries, Yumeng departed. Xiang Chun turned to a Duoya beside him and said, "Duoya, inform Shao Ji to continue feigning death and refrain from moving about." "Understood, Brother Chun." Duoya promptly relayed the message to Wang Shaoji. "Humph, Tianyi Association. Yi Tianci, are you adept at manipulating the rules? In the long years to come, let us see if I do not outsmart you," Xiang Chun murmured coldly. Directly confronting Li Huan with a severed arm, replenishing his vitality with pure energy. Ah, dear mother. Brother Chun, be gentle. Enough of the whining. Bear it, you big man. The following day. What? Xiang Chun has killed an inner palace student? How is that possible? Indeed, he murdered Huang Zixian, a formidable adversary who had only recently entered the inner palace, at the first level of the Yuan Yang realm. It is absolutely true. Yesterday, Xiang Chun led a group to the outer courtyard headquarters of the Tianyi Association. This is simply astonishing. A newcomer capable of slaying an inner palace senior? Quickly, let us head to the law enforcement hall to witness the spectacle. For today, Xiang Chun is to be interrogated. Within the western courtyard, news had spread like wildfire, causing a stir among the 30,000 outer courtyard students, while numerous seniors were left in disbelief. Upon receiving the news, a large crowd surged towards the law enforcement hall. Accompanied by the members of the Yin Huang, Xiang Chun approached the law enforcement hall, each of them carrying a coffin. Inside the coffin lay Wang Xiaoji, feigning death. Outside the law enforcement hall, a throng of people had gathered. Brother Xiang, this time the risk may be considerable. I have sent people to inquire. And the presiding judge is Yi Tianjiao from the Dragon and Phoenix Steel of the northern courtyard. Yin Tianhua whispered to Xiang Chun. Yi Tianjiao, could she be related to the Yi family? Xiang Chun inquired. Indeed, she is the biological sister of Yi Tianci, having joined the Huangzhou Academy. Now, she is the strongest among those from the northern courtyard in the 8-year inner palace academic system, cold and unparalleled. Although she is a woman, she is ruthless and merciless, employing vicious tactics. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun narrowed his eyes and replied, "It seems I have stumbled into a perilous situation. However, if she is indeed a member of the Yi family, how did she come to join the northern courtyard while Yi Tianci joined the western courtyard? Who can say? In any case, we are all part of the same academy. There is not much difference in which courtyard one joins." Yi Tianjiao is also one of the 4 beauties of the academy, known as the cold-blooded rose, so exercise caution when dealing with her. Yin Tianhua cautioned repeatedly. Cold-blooded rose. Xiang Chun glanced at the coffin and declared, "Then let us see this cold-blooded rose today." Chapter 411. Xiang Chun's plight. Since the Tianyi Association has chosen to slander first, does Xiang ergo intend to be a victim of injustice? He was once renowned throughout the region for his cunning. As they approached the law enforcement hall, it was already filled to the brim with people. Looking around, it seemed that all the idlers from the western courtyard had gathered there. Hurry, it is almost time, brethren and sisters. Let the suona be played, the gongs be struck, and the paper money be scattered. Doya, you must weep. Xiang Chun addressed the siblings of the Yin Huang Society. With a resounding command, Xiang Chun urged the 2 skilled suona players ahead of him, who filled their lungs and unleashed a cacophony that echoed through heaven and earth. One played the mournful tune Great Funeral, while the other performed Weeping for the 7 Gates. The jarring sounds nearly sent those with heart conditions into despair. Some began to scatter paper money. "Brother Chun, we cannot cry," Doyle lamented. "The little chick is not truly dead." "Nonsense. You must cry. The more sorrowful, the better. Just imagine. Your Jurchen kingdom has been breached. Countless innocents have perished in warfare, your father and mother executed by the enemy, their heads displayed atop the city walls. While you suffer the indignity of violation, Xiang Chun instructed earnestly. "Enough. Brother, please stop. We will cry." Doya and the others were at a loss for words. "Are you cursing my Jurchen kingdom?" Yet, upon such contemplation, their hearts were overtaken by sorrow. In an instant, over 20 young women burst into tears, their wails resonating with profound grief that tugged at the heartstrings of all who heard. Xiang Chun led the procession, weeping without rain, exclaiming, "Oh, brother, you have met such a tragic fate. We journeyed thousands of miles to seek knowledge, aspiring to rise above, only to be betrayed by treachery and oppressed by power, leading to your untimely demise. Where's the justice in this?" A mournful assembly moved forward, crying and wailing, with the sound of the suona and the beating of drums. While more paper money was scattered, the 20 or so sisters wept inconsolably, their cries echoing. "Look, Xiang Chun approaches. The Yin Huang Society has arrived. Goodness, what a spectacle. They carry a coffin for a funeral. Brother, you may not know, but it is said that the Yin Huang Society has also lost a member." As people gazed and whispered, they parted to allow passage, witnessing the Yin Huang Society's members, many still bearing injuries and wrapped in bandages, carrying a coffin, a truly pitiful sight. "TNI Society, you are utterly ruthless. We are merely a group of newcomers. Yet you spare no effort to harm us, leading to the death of our brother. Yes, we may be weak and not as powerful as the Tianai society, but we have not provoked you. How can you be so merciless, devoid of justice, humanity, or rights? Xiang Chun cried out, his voice amplified by the sobs of the 20 or so women and the sound of the swana, creating a scene of poignant resonance. With just a few words, he portrayed himself and his companions as a marginalized group, accusing the Tianai society of bullying the weak, unacceptable in the eyes of justice. Indeed, the reality was not far from this portrayal. Alas, the Tianai society had long been accustomed to tyranny, seldom provoked, always preying on others. Xiang Chun and his companions were undeniably pitiable, a group of newcomers targeted so unjustly. Such is the nature of a world where strength reigns supreme. The weak are bullied, permitted only to suffer at the hands of the powerful. As the crowd murmured, compassion stirred among the many who witnessed the plight of the Yanhuang society. Despicable. These wretched creatures. How shameless. The members of the Tianai society glared in fury, their teeth clenched in anger. Why is there such a commotion outside? A cold and indifferent female voice inquired. Within the law enforcement hall, a woman sat regally upon the throne. The individual appeared to be in her late 20s, with a visage as delicate as a peach blossom. Her long, pale blue hair cascaded elegantly, while her deep blue eyes sparkled like sapphires, exuding an air of aloofness. With lightly drawn brows, a prominent nose, ruby lips, and pearly teeth, her skin resembled freshly fallen snow. She donned a flowing red gown and black leather boots, embodying an aura of noble elegance. This was Yi Tianjiao, seated regally as though she were a queen, commanding an imposing presence. Even while still in the academic term, she had ascended to the position of law enforcement officer within the academy, recognized as one of the 4 esteemed paragons. Sister, members of the Yanhuang society, including Xiang Chun, have arrived, murmured Yu Ming. Such theatrics. Yi Tianjiao scoffed at the commotion outside, and soon thereafter, the assembly entered. Meanwhile, Song Er and others stood at either side of the hall, their expressions darkened as they listened to Xiang Chun and his companions slandering the Tianai society. At long last, they bore a coffin into the hall. Announced Xiang Chen's entry. Yi Tianjiao commanded. Announced Xiang Chen's entry. Echoed 20 enforcement disciples in unison. With a countenance marked by grief and indignation, Xiang Chen stepped into the hall, the vengeful gazes of Song Er, Yi Feng, and others fixed upon him. Junior disciple from the outer courtyard, Xiang Chun, pays respects to Sister Yi. I implore you to deliver justice on behalf of the juniors. The Tianai society oppresses newcomers and has taken the lives of my comrades from the Yanhuang society. Such acts are intolerable. Without waiting for a response from the Tianai society members, Xiang Chun lamented passionately. You wretched creature, you speak such lies. It is you who have slain our members of the Tianai society. Yi Feng bellowed in anger. You are the one speaking nonsense. We, a mere group of newcomers with little power, could never contend with the might of the formidable Tianai society. Xiang Chun retorted vehemently. Oh, the atrocities of the Tianai society. Outside the hall, Duoya and other women wept in unison. Enough. Silence. Yi Tianjiao commanded, striking the table, a formidable aura of spiritual pressure emanating from her, overwhelming all present. Both Xiang Chun and Yi Feng fell silent. Yi Tianjiao turned her gaze to Xiang Chun, her tone icy. Xiang Chun, the Tianai society accuses you of murdering Huang Zixuan. What do you have to say? Is it true or not? Xiang Chun clasped his hands and bowed slightly, responding, Sister Yi. It is the Tianai society that accuses us unjustly. They are the ones who have killed our people. Yi Tianjiao chuckled coldly. Young man, all I require from you is a simple answer. Did you kill Huang Zixuan? Furrowing his brow, he replied yes. But there were reasons behind it. See Xiang Chun at once. Yi Tianjiao commanded with a frosty tone. In an instant, 2 enforcement disciples rushed behind Xiang Chun, each grasping an arm and pulling him backward. Restraining him, Yi Tianjiao's voice turned steely. While the academy does not prohibit you from sparring, committing murder within the confines of the academy is a grave offense. Do you understand the rules? Will you comply? Xiang Chun gritted his teeth and declared, I refuse to comply, for I acted rightly in self-defense, as permitted by the academy's regulations. Sister Yi, I am aware of your close ties with the Tianai society. Under the watchful eyes of all, you cannot show favoritism. If the enforcement personnel act with such bias, what rules or justice remain in this academy? I beseech Sister Yi to uphold the law fairly. cried a member of the Yanhuang Society. Among the crowd, many newcomers echoed, "We implore Sister Yi to uphold the law fairly." The earlier attempts of Xiang Chun and his associates to evoke sympathy were not without effect. The majority of the newcomers stood in solidarity with them. Chapter 412 reveals a most shameless display. With such a multitude responding outside, Yi Tianjiao found it difficult to show favoritism. She inquired, "Xiang Chun, you claim that you killed Huang Zixuan under the Academy's regulations. Please elucidate how this is permissible." Xiang Chun turned and gestured towards the coffin behind him, stating, "Senior Sister Yi, behold, this is the corpse of Yuan Yang from the Yanhuang Society. He was slain by Huang Zixuan. I must ask, Yi Feng, do you acknowledge this?" Yi Feng's expression darkened as he replied, "Wang Yang was guilty of grievously assaulting a female student. He met his deserved end." Xiang Chun scoffed. "So you concede, Senior Sister Yi. The truth of the matter is that the Tian Yi Society conspired against Wang Yang, capturing him, along with my 20-plus brothers, under false pretenses to execute us. I ask, is the Tian Yi Society not ruthless, oppressing the weak? Is this not a travesty of justice? Indeed, Senior Sister Yi, the Tian Yi Society abducted us, inflicted grievous wounds, and sought to kill us. Thankfully, Brother Xiang led a rescue, or we would have found ourselves in that very coffin," lamented Yang Bin and others. "Preposterous. We had no intention of killing you. We merely sought to teach you a lesson. Yet you, Xiang Chun, invaded our territory and injured many of our members. Do we not have the right to defend our interests?" Yi Feng retorted, with others from Tian Yi Society echoing his accusations. Yi Tianjiao, with an air of detachment, commanded, "Bring forth the coffin and open it." The members of the Yanhuang Society complied, and upon opening the coffin, they beheld Wang Ying's cold body, bound with bandages around his neck. "Is he truly dead? Why do I still sense a flicker of life?" Yi Tianjiao inquired. "My brother was slashed by Huang Zixuan. After my intervention, he did not fully succumb. However, he is worse than dead, a living corpse," Xiang Chun declared with sorrow and rage, leaving the conclusion unspoken. "Let someone verify," Yi Tianjiao suggested. An enforcer stepped forward to assess Wang Ying's condition. It was confirmed that only a faint vestige of life remained, with no signs of consciousness. "He has indeed become a living corpse," the enforcer stated. "He deserved his fate." Yi Feng shouted. "This rascal grievously assaulted a female student, violating academy rules and by regulations. Should be expelled. As he is no longer a student of the academy, our actions against him do not breach any rules. I bear witness that this man destroyed my innocence, forcing me." A woman stepped forward. Xiang Chun regarded her with a cold smile. "Yi Feng, if you intend to frame someone, at least concoct a more credible scheme. This woman is at the 6th level of innate cultivation, while my brother is merely at the 2nd level. How could he possibly have assaulted her? Do you not possess any semblance of dignity?" The woman, infuriated, found herself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Xiang Chun continued, "Moreover, at that time, Wang Yang was still a student of the academy. Revoking his student status necessitates a thorough investigation by the enforcement team. Has the Tian Yi Society assumed the authority to act on behalf of the enforcement hall?" Yi Feng's countenance darkened as he replied, "We have already reported to the enforcement hall. Stripping him of his student status is merely a matter of time." Xiang Chun scoffed. "So you admit to acting first and reporting later? Who granted the Tian Yi Society such extensive authority? Is it your belief that you can eliminate anyone at will, subsequently fabricating baseless accusations to justify your actions? The Heavenly Leaf Society exhibits an overwhelming dominance, dictating the affairs of the academy while leaving ordinary disciples without recourse." "Xiang Chun, you are slandering me," Yi Feng bellowed. "The tyranny of the Heavenly Leaf Society is indeed excessive. Is this still an academy? A place meant to cultivate the elite of the empire?" The students observing from the periphery echoed similar sentiments of indignation. Meanwhile, the members of the Heavenly Leaf Society seethed with rage, their teeth clenched as they glared at Xiang Chun. His words were sharp, his reasoning impeccable, and he skillfully manipulated public sentiment. Xiang Chun smirked and declared, "The academy is not a lawless realm. It is a place of reason. Your Heavenly Leaf Society's blatant tyranny is akin to a rat's droppings in a pot of porridge, tarnishing the academy's reputation. Who would dare to enroll here thereafter? Can you bear the consequences?" His voice thundered, preemptively casting a heavy accusation. Yu Meng, among the enforcers, exhaled in relief, admiring Xiang Chun's audacity. He continued, "Moreover, Huang Zixuan, A formidable expert at the Yuan Yang realm, sought my life. I was utterly powerless against his tyranny. My victory over him was sheer luck. And after he dispatched Yuan Yang, he aimed to eliminate me as well, a fact witnessed by all during the ceremony of the new students. Fortune smiled upon me. And I, Xiang Chun, retaliated in self-defense, a rightful act in accordance with the Academy's regulations. Surely, senior sister Tianjiao, you do not believe that a mere fourth level of innate realm, such as myself, would dare to provoke a Yuan Yang powerhouse. Xiang Chen's words left Yi Tianjiao speechless. His cultivation was indeed only at the fourth level of innate realm, a truth evident to all. Meanwhile, Huang Zishuan, a Yuan Yang expert, rendered any notion of provocation by Xiang Chun implausible. Weakling? Many within the Heavenly Leaf Society wished to deride Xiang Chun as shameless. How could one man cause their entire faction to lose face, and yet still be deemed weak? What then did that make them? Mere scraps. Thus, esteemed colleagues, the truth has emerged. This is a clear case of the strong oppressing the weak, with the weak rising in defiance to uphold justice and righteousness. I, Xiang Chun, am innocent. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke with indifference. Innocent, innocent, cried the members of the Yan Huang Society. Innocent. Xiang Chun is innocent. Outside the hall, numerous new students rallied in fervor, stirred by Xiang Chen's passionate declaration. Xiang Chun, you are utterly shameless. Yi Feng roared. Shameless? It is you of the Heavenly Leaf Society who lack integrity. Have we ever provoked you? It is you who seek to trouble us. Very well, I, Xiang Chun, refuse to be bullied. Shall I remain silent in the face of your oppression? That is utterly unreasonable. If your Heavenly Leaf Society embodies inhumanity, I shall confront you head-on. Yi Feng, do you not wish to eliminate me? In half a month, at the Death Canyon, I challenge all external members of the Heavenly Leaf Society to a life-or-death battle. Do you dare accept? With a powerful voice, he pointed at Yi Feng, his spirit soaring. One man, challenging an entire society. This scene ignited the passions of countless onlookers. Especially among the newcomers, many gazed at Xiang Chun with admiration. He was truly a remarkable figure, a source of inspiration. Tian Yi Society, fight. Tian Yi Society, do not be timid, fight. Outside the hall, numerous voices joined in a chorus. The Tian Yi Society had never been known for its good reputation. Having been domineering for too long, it was only natural that many harbored resentment. Yi Feng and his companions wore grim expressions. They had witnessed Xiang Chen's prowess and lacked the courage to confront him. What? Are you afraid? Do not cower. I, Xiang Chun, can take on 10 of you. I am merely at the fourth level of the innate realm. And you dare to practice martial arts with such timid hearts? Xiang Chun taunted provocatively. You have gone too far. We accept your challenge. One of the Tian Yi Society members shouted in frustration. However, the moment those words were uttered, they immediately regretted it. Xiang Chun was capable of slaying those at the Yuan Yang realm. Xiang Chun, you are too arrogant. In that case, we accept your challenge. In half a month, we shall meet at Shengxia for battle. Yi Feng sneered, also agreeing to the duel. A single practitioner at the Yuan Yang realm would not stand a chance against Xiang Chun, not even if 10 powerful individuals at the innate realm banded together. Furthermore, in a fight to the death, there would be no need to hold back. Xiang Chun smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. It seems you possess some courage after all. Impudence. What do you take this place for? At that moment, a light reprimand came from Yi Tianjiao. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. She was the true leader here. Yi Tianjiao gazed at Xiang Chun, recognizing his cleverness and eloquence. After his eloquent defense, she found it difficult to impose the ultimate punishment upon him. Xiang Chun, though you may have a point, the death penalty can be avoided. Yet the living punishment cannot be escaped. Killing within the academy is ultimately wrong. Thus, I impose the following punishment upon you. Expulsion from the academy and revocation of your student status. As Yi Tianjiao's decree was announced, the faces of the Yan Huang Society members shifted. They were to strip Xiang Chun of his student status. Unjust. This punishment is unfair. The Yan Huang Society members protested angrily. Haha, well judged. The members of the Tian Yi Society rejoiced. If Xiang Chun were expelled from the academy, what chance would he have left? With so many powerful members of the Tian Yi Society, without the protection of student status, he could be easily slain outside the academy. Haha, Xiang Chun, it seems you will not have the opportunity to battle us to the death after all. Yi Feng of the Tian Yi Society remarked with a sneer. Song Ear smirked. With Xiang Chun stripped of his student status and expelled from the academy, Any member of the Tianyi society could easily kill him. Xiang Chen's expression turned icy as he gazed at Yi Tianjiao, his voice cold. Sister Yi, you are abusing your power. I will not accept this. I am innocent. On what grounds do you strip me of my student status? Yi Tianjiao replied indifferently. Your assertions are merely your own words. There are no witnesses from outside the Yan Huang society to corroborate your claims. The evidence is insufficient. This judgment is already a display of leniency toward you. Who among you will stand up and speak justly for our brother Chen? Many witnessed the events that day. Yangbin urgently appealed to the crowd. Who dares to speak out and slander? We of the Tianyi society will not let them go, Yi Feng coldly declared, eyeing the crowd. With that threat, no one dared to step forward in Xiang Chen's defense. Even if they sympathized with him, few were willing to risk offending the Tianyi society to speak out. Even those with connections would hesitate. Is there truly no one brave enough to speak the truth? A duo of voices, filled with indignation, erupted from a duo Ye and others. Xiang Chun, spare your efforts. No one will advocate for you, Yi Feng sneered. Xiang Chun remained impassive, his gaze fixated on Yi Tianjiao, determined to engrave her visage in his memory. This enmity would not go unavenged. Just as the silence threatened to consume him, a chilling laugh pierced the air. Make way for me, you spineless cowards. A robust figure swaggered in, clad in a silver robe, his speech thick with regional dialect. I, Dongfang Sanxing, stand as witness for my younger brother. The newcomer was none other than Dongfang Sanxing. Song Er's expression darkened upon his arrival. This man was a nuisance. Yi Tianjiao's eyes reflected her disdain as she addressed him. Dongfang Sanxing, do you intend to testify for Xiang Chen? Indeed, I shall testify. Xiang Chen speaks the truth. For I was present at the scene. I even severed one of Song Er's arms. Am I mistaken, Song Er? Dongfang Sanxing smirked, casting a glance at Song Er, whose arm was still bandaged. Song Er's countenance darkened as he retorted, your words hold no weight, for you are but a brother in arms with Xiang Chun. At that moment, another figure entered the arena, his demeanor indifferent. The crowd instinctively parted, revealing expressions of awe. The dragon and phoenix prodigy, Dugu Piaoxue, murmured the onlookers. He was indeed Dugu Piaoxue, the esteemed swordsman among the students. Clad in garments as white as snow, with long hair tied by a silken ribbon, and wielding an ancient sword sheathed in black, he emanated an aura of unparalleled sword intent. His visage was striking, eyes sharp and resolute, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance. My brother has finally arrived, Yu Ming sighed with relief. Dugu Piaoxue, Yi Tianjiao frowned, recognizing him as the one who shared her illustrious title, truly a rarity. With a single stroke, Dugu Piaoxue brings forth chilling light. I possess no ties to Xiang Chun, yet I am here to testify on his behalf. Yi Tianjiao, do I not meet the criteria? Yi Tianjiao responded coldly. For such a minor figure as Xiang Chun to invoke your presence, he must be of considerable significance. When no one dares to speak for justice, the world inevitably requires a few brave souls to rise, Dugu Piaoxue remarked with detachment. Now that you have taken the stand, what more can I say? Xiang Chun is innocent, Yi Tianjiao concluded softly. The weight of Dugu Piaoxue's words eclipsed 100 others. Excellent. Brother Chun is safe. The members of the Yan Huang society rejoiced, their cheers echoing. How could this be? Dugu Piaoxue has spoken on Xiang Chen's behalf. How can this be? The Tianyi society members exchanged apprehensive glances. Xiang Chun, equally astonished, regarded Dugu Piaoxue with confusion. He was the genius from the West Courtyard, Dugu Piaoxue. Yet they had never met before. Why would he extend his support? Was this orchestrated by Dongfang Sanxing? Ah, truly, a man worthy of my admiration, he mused. Dongfang Sanxing smiled, but his expression revealed surprise, indicating that the person he summoned was not the one he expected. After Dugu Piaoxue finished speaking, she turned and departed, ignoring Xiang Chun. Senior, thank you for your righteous words. Xiang Chun quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. Dugu Piaoxue merely nodded indifferently before stepping forward. With a whoosh, she transformed into a streak of white light, bursting forth from the hall and disappearing into the sky without pause. She arrived without any forewarning and left without lingering. Senior Yi, I bid you farewell, Xiang Chun said to Yi Tianjiao, his demeanor unperturbed. He turned to leave, and the crowd followed suit, exiting the hall. Meanwhile, Wang Yang, who lay in the coffin, was covered and taken away. The members of Tianyi Association watched as Xiang Chun and the others departed unscathed, their hearts filled with immense frustration. Xiang Chun, in half a month's time, you shall pay the price for your arrogance. Yi Feng raged internally. Outside the hall, the crowd parted to make way, particularly the newcomers, whose gazes towards Xiang Chun were tinged with admiration. Today, he had truly outshone the new students. Upon returning, they finally set the coffin down and lifted the lid. Xiang Chun retrieved several silver needles that had been embedded in Wang Zijiji's hair. And only then did Wang Zijiji regain consciousness. He exhaled deeply and chuckled. Brothers, my acting was rather impressive, wasn't it? Yang Bin teased, you were just lying there. Anyone could act like that. Go try lying in there yourself. It's my first time in a coffin, and it feels ominous. Wang Zijiji retorted, shut it. It's not good luck to lie in a coffin. Xiang Chun stated, this matter has been dealt with for now. Zijiji, you must refrain from going out for the next few days. Once the commotion settles, we'll say you've been revived. Understood, Brother Chun, Wang Zijiji replied. Brother Chun, are you truly going to engage in a life-and-death battle with Yi Feng and the others? A duo inquired. Xiang Chun nodded, saying, we are already in a situation where we cannot coexist peacefully. If we don't show some strength, they will genuinely believe they can trample upon us. 1 against 10 is indeed daunting. Even if, Brother Chun, you are powerful, it would be challenging to confront 10 peak innate realm experts, Yang Bin remarked solemnly. Alas, it is our inadequacy and lack of strength that leaves Brother Chun to face these challenges alone. Others echoed his sentiments with sighs of regret. Indeed, we are too weak. Last time, we truly held Brother Chun back. The group felt a sense of guilt. Within the Yanhuang Academy, strength was primarily supported by Xiang Chun, Xiahou Wu, and Tian Yu, while the rest had the highest cultivation level at only the 4th stage of the innate realm, represented by Yin Tianhua. Yet, everyone understood that Yin Tianhua's heart did not fully align with theirs. You need not belittle yourselves. There are few academies with talents like Brother Xiang. After all, we are the true newcomers, Yin Tianhua remarked. Wang Zijiji's eyes twinkled as he smiled. If everyone wishes to enhance their strength, Brother Chun has methods. What do you all think of my abilities? You? The group shook their heads and chuckled. Wang Zijiji's abilities were quite ordinary. Yang Bin laughed, Zijiji. This isn't a brotherly jab at you, but your skills are just average. Indeed, little chick, you cannot even compare to Duoya, can you? The crowd erupted in laughter. Wang Zijijikin, unfazed, replied, I am no longer the same as before. Dabin, you are at the 3rd level of the innate realm, while I am at the 2nd. How about we have a little spar? I'll even let you use one hand. Wang Zijijikin swept aside his long hair, revealing his fluffy wolf ears. Though the crowd failed to notice, Yang Bin chuckled, do you think you're Chingo? Such arrogance. Let us see where your courage comes from. If I knock you down. No whining. Wang Zijijikin grinned and took a step back, beckoning Yang Bin with his finger. This was intriguing. Zijij was clearly seeking trouble. Indeed, apart from Chun Gu and a few others, only Duoya could match Yang Bin's strength. The crowd stepped back to watch. Come on. Wang Zijijikin casually placed one hand behind his back, indicating no need for both. He's really going to use one hand. Let us see how this goes. Yang Bin shouted, unleashing his innate true energy. He shot forward with a thunderous roar, his fist gathering true essence, creating a fierce wind that rushed towards Wang Zijijikin. With a swift step, Wang Zijijikin charged forward. Just as Yang Bin's punch was about to land, he suddenly swerved, displaying astonishing agility, effortlessly dodging the attack. In a flash, he leaped past Yang Bin, appearing behind him. A sword pressed against Yang Bin's back. Yang Bin paused, feeling the sword's aura, his face displaying shock. How is this possible? Zijij's speed is incredible. The previously amused crowd now wore expressions of disbelief, watching the scene unfold. Yang Bin was defeated in one move. What? How could this be? Zijij's speed rivals that of a 5th-level innate expert. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wang Zijijikin smirked. Dabin, are you convinced? Yang Bin quickly created distance, looking at Wang Zijijikin. What kind of remarkable technique have you mastered? Wang Zijijikin replied nonchalantly. This is merely my normal burst of speed. No special technique involved. Impossible. How can your cultivation allow such speed? Come again. Yang Bin, unconvinced, shouted as he surged forward, true essence erupting beneath his feet. This time, Wang Zijijikin did not evade. He infused his sword with Taiyin true essence and unleashed a silver flash. With a piercing sound, Yang Bin's punch was effortlessly punctured by the sword. In a swift motion, Wang Zijijikin shifted, changing the sword's trajectory. and drew it across Yangbin's neck. The two separated, and Yangbin touched the blood on his neck, his expression darkening. I am defeated. Wow. This guy has truly become formidable. The crowd gazed at Wang Ziyage Chicken in disbelief. Xiang Chun, observing from the sidelines, smiled silently. Wang Ziyage Chicken remarked lightly. It is not my intention to target anyone here, but apart from Chun Gu, Ho Gu, and that wooden block Tianyu, your current strengths seem trivial to me. You may all join forces, yet you still cannot surpass me. Wang Xiaoji was filled with exhilaration. The sensation of showing off was utterly delightful. Xiaoji, you've gone too far. Indeed, you're too arrogant. Brothers and sisters, let us take him down. Xiaoji, who do you look down upon? Prepare yourself. The group burst into laughter, their anger transforming into enthusiasm as they charged towards Wang Xiaoji. A duoya, known for her fiery temperament, brandished two crescent blades and, with a swift step, launched herself at Wang Xiaoji. With a mischievous grin, Wang Xiaoji declared, "Let me show you what it means to be utterly dominant. You are all mere insects before true power." Wolf God Transformation. With a thunderous roar, Wang Xiaoji's form expanded, transforming into a colossal werewolf nearly 4 meters tall, his aura surging with ferocity. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Xiaoji advanced directly toward them. Boom! The sounds of gasps and screams echoed as over 10 individuals rushed at him, only to be effortlessly subdued by a single strike from him. The remaining onlookers stared in disbelief at Wang Xiaoji, questioning how he possessed the wolf transformation, a divine talent previously exclusive to Chengge. Yin Tianhua also regarded Wang Xiaoji with incredulity, sensing that he now possessed strength rivaling that of a 5th or even 6th tier innate expert. The feral warrior form, could it be? Pondering this, Yin Tianhua glanced at the composed and serene Xiang Chun. Chapter 4:15. My dietary restrictions are no more. After a brief moment, the crowd lay groaning on the ground, with only Duoya faring slightly better, having sustained minimal injuries. Wang Xiaoji returned to his normal state, chuckling. Now? Aside from Chun Gu and his 2 companions, who else remains? I merely wish to know, who is my opponent? Yangbin exclaimed. How is it possible for you to transform into a wolf and gain such strength? Wang Xiaoji replied with a grin. This is a benefit I acquired after dying once, and it is the most guarded secret of our Yanhuang society. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Xiang Chun, since it was a secret of Yanhuang. It surely involved him. Chen Gu, is Xiaoji's newfound strength due to you? They gazed at Xiang Chun with fervent curiosity, piecing together the connection. Xiang Chun smiled lightly. Indeed, Xiaoji's current prowess is a gift from me. Wow, that's incredible. Chen Gu, I wish to become that powerful too. Brother, that's rather unfair. If you have a way to enhance Xiaoji, why not elevate us as well? With our weak strength, we can hardly assist you. Yes, Chen Gu, I strongly demand to become that formidable. The group quickly surrounded Xiang Chun, eager for his aid. Since he had allowed Xiaoji to showcase his abilities, he must have intentions of elevating them as well. Xiang Chun chuckled. All right, everyone, please calm down. Since you all wish to be like Xiaoji, I can accommodate. But it will involve some changes to your life force and bloodline. For instance, you might transform into something like this. As he spoke, he momentarily morphed into a half-werewolf, a fearsome visage that compelled everyone to step back in trepidation. If you are not deterred by the appearance and are willing to take on this form, then it is possible, Xiang Chun stated. Not ugly at all. It looks quite majestic. Chenggu, I want it. Chenggu, I want it too. They exclaimed excitedly. Brother Chun, Aduoya also expressed her desire. Yin Tianhua remained silent. He did not partake in the loyalty wine, nor did he follow Xiang Chun, merely joining his association. Such a confidential method to enhance one's strength would hardly be shared with an outsider like him. He was astute enough not to inquire further. Nevertheless, he understood that Xiang Chun had revealed this secret in his presence, awaiting his reaction. However, pride lingered in his heart. After enduring years under Yin Tianai, he harbored his own ambitions and dreams, unwilling to remain beneath others. Since everyone is in agreement, let us gather the funds, Xiang Chun proposed. I need to acquire at least 10 fresh corpses of wolf demons at the Yuan Yang realm. Even the cheapest, a first-level Yuan Yang wolf demon, costs 1,000 spirit coins each. I will contribute 5,000 spirit coins. The rest we shall pool together to reach a total of 10,000 spirit coins. I will then purchase the wolf demons at the spirit beast trading venue in the market. He explained that his own blood was insufficient to facilitate the transformation of all. The wolf demon's blood was essential as a medium for replenishment. Upon hearing this, the group readily agreed and promptly began collecting money, easily amassing the 10,000 spirit coins, even exceeding it by an additional 5,000. Brother Yin, are you interested? Xiang Chen inquired, looking towards Yin Tianhua. Yin Tianhua shook his head with a smile. This is a secret of Yin Huang. I shall not involve myself. Brother Xiang, I will take my leave. Xiang Chen nodded, very well. But please do not disclose this matter, Brother Yin. Of course, Yin Tianhua replied, clasping his fist in salute before departing. Yang Bin whispered, Brother Chen. This Yin Tianhua is quite profound. It seems he does not intend to ally with us. Xiang Chen observed the departing figure with indifference. Everyone has their own aspirations. I do not wish to impose. If he were to pledge loyalty to me, I would find that rather strange. Brother Chen, after all, he is from the royal merchant family. Once we rise to prominence and surpass the Yin family, you could become the king yourself. Wouldn't that be delightful? Surrounded by countless beauties? Wang Xiaojiji added. Indeed, due to bloodline, he now stands as the most loyal of the wolf tribe to me, Xiang Chen replied. Let us proceed to the market to purchase the wolf demons. Xiang Chen made his way to the market area within the academy, where one could find a plethora of goods, elixirs, spirit pets, weapons, medicinal herbs, various treasures, and even slaves for sale. As long as one had money, practically anything could be obtained there. Upon entering a marketplace specializing in the sale of demon and spirit beast meat, he found a clear pricing list for various beast corpses, inner cores, and materials, including even powerful demons at the Soul Moon realm, though their price exceeded 100,000 spirit coins. As he gazed at these slain beasts, a tinge of sorrow washed over him. After all, he too could be considered part of the demon race. Yet, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, there was no other choice. Demons consumed humans, and humans consumed demons, a cycle of cause and effect. Xiang Chen purchased 10 fresh corpses of Yuan Yang realm wolf demons, spending over 12,000 spirit coins, with the corpses being of low cultivation, merely at the first and second levels of Yuan Yang. After completing the transaction, he encountered a familiar face at the entrance. Su Ligu. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he and Su Ligu halted simultaneously. What a coincidence. Have you come to purchase a spirit beast as well? Su Ligu inquired with a warm smile, exuding a sense of familiarity that belied the life and death struggles both had endured. Xiang Chen responded coolly, asking, what brings you here? With a playful smirk, Su Ligu replied, I've grown weary of human flesh and seek a change of palate. Xiang Chen, I eagerly anticipate the day I can taste your flesh and blood. You must strive to become stronger quickly. The higher your cultivation, the more delectable your flesh will be, enhancing my own power in the process. The flesh of the moon-devouring wolf, a supreme among wolves, must be an exquisite rarity. Xiang Chen returned a chilling smile, revealing his sharp wolf fangs, and remarked, I, too, am curious to discover the flavor of your alien flesh. While I do not consume humans, I have no qualms about devouring other races. Haha, very well. Let us see who ultimately consumes whom. Su Ligu laughed heartily as she walked past Xiang Chen. This fellow has indeed grown stronger. Xiang Chen's expression darkened slightly, sensing that Su Liji's cultivation had progressed significantly since their last encounter. I must also hasten to enhance my own strength. After purchasing the wolf demon, Xiang Chen swiftly departed, heading toward his residence. Upon returning, Xiang Chen retrieved his mysterious ancient cauldron and transformed into the moon-devouring wolf, slicing open his claws and releasing a torrent of blood into the cauldron. As the sacred blood of the heavenly wolf flowed forth, the moon-devouring wolf ceased its actions, consuming a fresh wolf demon to refine and replenish its demonic energy and vitality. Once restored, Xiang Chen continued to bleed profusely, engaging in this cycle of bloodletting and replenishment. He lost track of how much sacred blood had been expended. The ancient cauldron seemed like a bottomless pit, eternally insatiable. For days later, having lost an immeasurable amount of heavenly wolf sacred blood, he began the process of refining transformation pills, intent on establishing a wolf pack that truly belonged to him. Chapter 416. Sowing discord during Xiang Chen's seclusion to refine transformation pills. Turmoil unfolded within the great merchant kingdom due to covert schemes. 3 days prior, at the Wang family estate, home to Wang Xiaoji, the Wang family was among the top-tier aristocratic clans in the great merchant kingdom, albeit only within its borders. The relationship between the Wang and Xiang families was neither particularly good nor bad. The elder members of the Wang family chose not to intervene in the grievances between Xiang Chun and Wang Shaoji, viewing them merely as childish disputes. Had the Wang family been overtly antagonistic towards Xiang Chun, his situation would have been far more precarious. Wang Ying's father, the current head of the Wang family, held the title of duke in the great merchant kingdom and was among the realm's most formidable figures. On this day, the family head was in his meditation chamber, practicing his cultivation. Despite being at the pinnacle of power within the great merchant kingdom, he dedicated 2 hours daily to refine his skills. Family head. A subordinate requests an urgent audience regarding the young master. A respectful voice called from outside. Wang family had opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within. And with a wave of his hand, the enchanted door to his meditation chamber swung open. Enter, he replied indifferently. A servant clad in gray entered, holding a letter in his hand. Family head, this is an urgent report from the royal court concerning the young master at the Wilderness Academy. The servant presented the letter. The head of the Wang family furrowed his brow and inquired, what about that ungrateful child? Has he caused some trouble? Upon receiving the letter and opening it, his expression darkened as he recognized the signature of Tianai. After reading the contents of the letter, his countenance fell, revealing a look of intense fury. Eagle has been killed by Xiang Chun. The patriarch of the Wang family erupted in rage, unable to believe the words inscribed within. What? The young master has been slain by Xiang Chun? The servant, equally astonished, could hardly fathom it. Master, could this possibly be true? He exclaimed in shock. How dare Xiang Chun murder the young master? The patriarch's face turned a shade of iron as he declared, Tianai would not deceive me with such matters. I had heard of the conflict between Eagle and Xiang Chun, yet I never imagined this wretched brat would dare to act so ruthlessly, crossing the line. Master, please do not be enraged just yet. Let us investigate further. We still have disciples in the academy. With such a significant incident, they will surely report back. The old servant quickly interjected. At present, Xiang Chun had established an extraordinary position within the Great Shang, with his marketplace flourishing under Su Qing'er's management. His alchemical business had surpassed the Lin family in the royal city, wielding an influence even greater than that of the Xiang Wang residents. As they spoke, a hawk flew through the window and landed upon the shoulder of the old servant. He retrieved a letter from the tube attached to the hawk's leg, and upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically. Master, we have received news from Wang Ming regarding the family disciple in the Wilderness Academy. The young master was indeed harmed by Xiang Chun, the old servant said solemnly, handing the letter to the head of the Wang family. Wang Ming was a cherished prodigy nurtured by the Wang family, possessing a 9th-tier innate realm cultivation and likely destined to become a formidable Yuan Yang realm expert, having been trained in the academy with hopes of returning as a pillar of the family. After perusing the letter, the patriarch coldly commanded, gather the family's powerful members. Accompany me to Fengchen Manor. Soon, the Wang family assembled 11 Yuan Yang realm experts and over 100 innate realm masters, embarking towards Fengchen Manor under the direct leadership of the patriarch himself. At Fengchen Manor, 100 white tiger guards stood vigilant, while his own son Wu, Zhu Wei, and other Yuan Yang experts, including the elder Feng, were present, diligently studying an alchemical tome left by Xiang Chun. A young and elegant woman, dressed in a flowing white gown, sat at a desk in her study, reviewing accounts. Lu Zhuer, a woman saved from Xiang Chun's bandit lair, brought her a cup of ginseng tea. Madam, there is a letter from the young master, Lu Zhuer said with a smile, presenting the letter brought by the hawk. Oh, Chinner has written. Quickly, let me see. Su Qing exclaimed, setting aside the accounts with alacrity. After reading the letter, a smile graced her face. What did the young master say? Lu Zhuer inquired. Take a look for yourself, Su Qing replied, handing the letter to Lu Zhuer. Having been raised in a distinguished family, Lu Zhuer was literate, and after reading, she laughed. The young master is truly remarkable. Upon entering the academy, he has already become the newcomer king and has been accepted as a student by the dean. This child, knowing he can find peace in his studies, brings me great comfort. Su Qing gazed out the window, where the sun shone brightly. Her spirits lifted. In the letter from Xiang Chun, only joyful news was mentioned, with no reference to the dangers of Tianyi or the perils that lurked outside. When one is away from home, it is common to share good tidings while concealing worries to avoid alarming loved ones. The head of the Wang family was denied entry without prior notification. At that moment, a shout echoed from outside. Get lost! The head of the Wang family, accompanied by a group of imposing individuals, stormed toward Fengchen Manor. The two white tiger guards stationed at the entrance were immediately struck and severely injured by two formidable Wang family warriors of the Yuan Yang realm. A throng of people forcefully invaded the manor. The white tiger guards within Fengchen Manor, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene, drawing swords and preparing to intercept. The Wang family head halted and demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" Sun Wu bellowed, "Stand your ground. Where is Su Qing? Have her come out." The Wang family head roared angrily. "Impudence, Wang family head. Kindly show respect to Our Lady." Sun Wu retorted coldly. "Respect? Huh. I am here to take her life today." The Wang family head sneered. "Wang family head, it seems you are in fine spirits, but what brings you to my Fengchen Manor with such fury? Let us discuss this matter calmly." At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in a simple white dress approached, accompanied by a burly man with a dark complexion and a maid named Lu Zhuer. "Su Qing'er," the Wang family head's countenance darkened. "Look at the misdeeds your wretched offspring has committed." He raised his hand, sending a letter hurtling towards Su Qing. As she caught it and opened the letter, her expression shifted dramatically. "Qing'er has killed Wang Yang. Indeed, your son has slain my son. Such a grave vendetta cannot go unpunished. First, I shall capture you, and then I will hunt down your son," the Wang family head declared coldly. "Attack! Kill!" With a thunderous command, the Wang family members surged toward Fengchen Manor. "Protect the lady," Sun Wu shouted, his face paling as over 100 individuals swiftly encircled Su Qing. The Wang family head took a step forward, unleashing a tremendous surge of true essence that burst forth. With a thrust of his palms, a roaring fire dragon, spanning over 10 meters, was unleashed upon the white tiger guards. One by one, the guards were sent flying, engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground in agony. Sun Wu retaliated with his own true essence, only to be repelled by the Wang family head's strike. The Wang family head's cultivation had evidently ascended to the Soul Moon realm. Chapter 417. Kill the Wang Patriarch. First, Su Qing had barely entered the first level of the Yuan Yang realm. How could she contend with a powerhouse of the Soul Moon realm? The Wang family head's palm descended with unmatched force and astonishing speed, rendering anyone incapable of resistance. "Madam, be careful," others exclaimed, their faces paling in fear. Yet, Su Qing'er remained composed and unperturbed. Seeking death, the burly man behind her suddenly roared, striking out with a palm that transformed into the claw of a dragon, infused with terrifying demonic energy. The two palms collided, generating a powerful shockwave. But the strength of the dark-faced man was even more formidable, unleashing a torrent of dark demonic energy. The Wang family head was sent reeling back several dozen meters, spitting blood in astonishment as he gazed at the dark-faced man. The man stood protectively in front of Su Qing, exuding the terrifying pressure of the Soul Moon realm. In the realm of the Soul Moon, one could not have anticipated that the Wind Dust Manor harbored such formidable talents. The head of the Wang family wore a grim expression, for he sensed the overwhelming strength of his opponent after their initial clash. "Leave, or I shall annihilate every last one of you," declared the dark-faced man coldly, none other than Long Yu. "Arrogant, face my blade once more," the Wang family head retorted, unleashing a beam of sword light from within, which transformed into a radiant white arc. With a thunderous roar, the spiritual sword expanded to a size of 10 zhang, exuding an astonishing aura of sword energy. "Kill." The head of the Wang family wielded the spiritual sword and struck down with tremendous force. A wave of sword energy surged forth, capable of shattering mountains and emanating an awe-inspiring might. Long Yu roared, his form swelling until he morphed into a 10-meter-tall creature, half human and half dragon. One claw gathered draconic energy and struck out with ferocity. Dragon transformation palm. As this strike descended, a dragon's roar erupted, manifesting a black dragon energy that extended over 10 meters, hurtling towards the sword with cataclysmic intent. Clang! The colossal sword and massive claw collided, and the sword was effortlessly deflected, its energy dissipating in the aftermath. How could this be? The Wang family head's expression shifted dramatically. In that instant, Long Yu lashed out with his tail, transformed into a furious whip, striking with the swiftness of lightning. The Wang family head summoned a blue shield to defend himself. However, upon impact, the shield shattered with a resounding explosion. The violent force crashed into him, and the Wang family head screamed, sent flying through the air. Head of the family. The Wang family's warriors gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Subsequently, Long Yu advanced with a powerful leap, his claw descending to capture the Wang family head effortlessly. "Cease this at once," Su Qing commanded coldly. Witnessing this, the Wang family's warriors recoiled in fear, withdrawing their attacks. The head of the Wang family had been easily subdued by Long Yu. How can such terrifying strength exist within the wind-dust manor? Long Yu returned to Su Qing's side, still holding the Wang family head captive. "Madam," he said respectfully, reverting to his human form while maintaining a grip on the Wang family head's neck. Due to his mastery of the tortoise breathing technique, Long Yu refrained from releasing any demonic aura, leaving the Wang family head unaware of his true nature as a beast cultivator. After all, members of the human race who possessed the beast god soul could partially transform into beasts. The royal family, namely the Yin clan, also possessed the soul of the beast god, specifically the python dragon. Su Qing spoke indifferently. "Wang family head, I am unaware of the source of your information, but my Sun Shin absolutely did not kill your son." Choked by the grip on his neck, the Wang family head retorted angrily, "Su Qing, I underestimated you. I concede. This news came from my people at the Academy of the Wild State. It cannot be false." Su Qing replied coolly, "My Sun Shin has sent word stating that your son Wang Ying has now become friends with him and has encouraged a cordial relationship between the Wind-Dust Manor and your Wang family. If my son had truly slain your son, why would he say such a thing?" Upon hearing this, the Wang family head furrowed his brow and coldly responded, "Do not attempt to deceive me." Su Qing turned to Lu Zhuer beside her, saying, "Zhuer, please show the Wang family head the letter from the young master. Long Yu, release him." "Understood." Long Yu relinquished his hold, stepping back beside Su Qing as Lu Zhuer retrieved Xiang Chen's letter from her sleeve and presented it to the Wang family head. "Please take a look." The head of the Wang family let out a cold snort, suppressing the pain within as he took the letter. Indeed, it mentioned Wang Ying in 2 sentences, stating that he had transformed an enemy into a friend and could engage more with the Wang family. How could this be? Could there be some hidden truth? The brows of the Wang patriarch furrowed in thought. Su Qing calmly remarked, "This letter has just arrived, with the speed of the Heidongking. It can reach here from the Wild City in just 3 days. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding? Have you personally verified whether your son is truly dead?" The Wang patriarch, filled with doubt, relaxed slightly and replied, "I have not done so. I shall personally visit the Wild City to ascertain the truth. If it proves to be true, the enmity between the Wang family and your Fengshan manor will be resolved. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, I will come to apologize in person. Please, do as you see fit." Su Qing gestured invitingly. The Wang patriarch cast a wary glance at Long Yu and then commanded, "Let us depart. In the realm of the Soul Moon, there are but a handful of powerful beings known, and this man was one whom he had never encountered before. His strength was remarkable, perhaps comparable to that of a second-level Soul Moon expert." As the Wang entourage departed, Su Qing let out a quiet breath of relief and turned her gaze toward the burly Long Yu, smiling, "I must thank you, Mr. Long Yu, for your assistance this time." Long Yu chuckled humbly, waving his hand, "I dare not take credit. Protecting the lady is the young master's instruction. He has stated that should anything happen to you, I would be boiled and consumed." Beside them, Lu Zhuer chuckled at his words. Despite his impressive strength and towering stature, there was a certain endearing simplicity to him. The young master is not a demon. How could he eat a person? "What about the casualties?" Su Qing inquired, turning to Sun Wu. Sun Wu's face was pale as he replied, "There are no fatalities, but over 20 of our brothers are severely injured and in critical condition. We need to summon Dr. Hua. Then go immediately to Tianshan Medical Hall and seek Mr. Hua," Su Qing instructed. Her gaze lingered on the departing Wang family, her brows knitting together. "There must be something amiss with Chen'er. I must compose a letter to Brother Liang, requesting him to keep an eye on Wang Xiao. If Chen'er indeed killed Wang Ying, Brother Liang will have to take action against Wang Xiao. Otherwise, he will not spare Chen'er." A hint of malice flickered in Su Qing's beautiful eyes. Though she was gentle by nature, she was not one to show mercy to those who threatened her son. Wang Xiao and Xiang Chun were unaware of the events unfolding here. Meanwhile, in the few days of Xiang Chen's seclusion, rumors had already begun to circulate wildly in the western courtyard. Is it possible? Xiang Chun dares to challenge the Tian Yi Society alone, taking on 10 adversaries? It's absolutely true. Xiang Chun and Yi Feng personally agreed upon this in the enforcement hall, and they will face each other in the Death Gorge. It is a fight to the death. My goodness, this fellow is truly audacious. He is the most reckless newcomer in the history of the Western Courtyard. Chapter 418. The Moonlit Wolf Pack. In just a few days, this news had spread throughout the Western Courtyard, stirring even those students in seclusion for their cultivation. Meanwhile, the individual in question, Xiang Chun, remained in his training chamber, refining his concoction. He had lost count of how much blood he had shed, but he had consumed all 10 wolf demons. After 8 days, Xiang Chun successfully crafted 60 transformation pills, infused with his celestial wolf bloodline essence. Each of these transformation pills was undoubtedly a treasure for the wolf clan. After Xiang Chun emerged from seclusion, he summoned the 54 brothers who had followed him, including Yang Bin and Adoya. Each held a golden elixir, their faces illuminated with astonishment. Brother Chun, if we consume this, will we become as formidable as little chicks? Yang Bin inquired, astonished. Indeed, this substance is called the transformation elixir. Upon ingestion, it will alter your bloodlines and genes, enhancing them. However, it must be complemented with this particular cultivation method, Xiang Chun explained, producing a collection of handwritten texts of the Attained scripture, which contained the training manuals prior to the Soul Moon realm. Little chick, distribute these, Wang Xiaochik said, cradling the scriptures as he handed them out one by one. Each person received a tome detailing the cultivation methods of the Attained scripture. After receiving their copies, they eagerly began to peruse them. Xiang Chun's cultivation method differed from theirs. He practiced the 10,000 demons sacred decision, which encompassed the Attained scripture. However, the Attained scripture itself is a distinct cultivation path, one capable of reaching unfathomable heights. It is the cultivation method of the moon-eating celestial wolf. Xiang Chun declared, from now on, this method shall be the core cultivation technique of our Yanhuang. Remember to destroy the texts after memorizing them. They must not circulate. There is no rush to consume the transformation elixir. Gather again tonight, and we shall proceed to a specific location. Understood. The group accepted the elixirs and the transformation elixirs, then returned to their respective quarters to commit the techniques to memory. As the day swiftly passed, around 10 o'clock that evening, they reconvened at Xiang Chun's courtyard. He led them away from their living quarters toward a vast forest park within the academy. This expansive area, spanning several dozen kilometers, was largely deserted at night and served as a space for raising and grazing mounts. Amidst this forest park stood towering ancient trees and roaring beasts. After delving over 10 kilometers into the woods, under Xiang Chun's guidance, they approached a prominent mountain. This mountain, though a few hundred meters high, was unremarkable. The group ascended to the summit, arriving at a mountain hollow. Above, a waning moon hung high, its light spilling over the forest. Upon reaching the hollow, Yang Bin asked, puzzled, Brother Chun, why have we gathered here? You will soon understand. Have you all memorized the cultivation methods of the Attained scripture? Xiang Chun queried. Yes, but Brother Chun, there are so many meridian pathways in the Attained scripture that I haven't even recognized. I didn't realize I possessed such channels, Li Huan expressed, perplexed. Indeed. Brother Chun, I too have not perceived those peculiar meridians within me, Adoya added. You will soon find out. Once you remember those meridians, they will manifest within you. After consuming the transformation elixir, you shall simply cultivate accordingly. With a smile, Xiang Chun remarked. The full name of the Attained scripture is the Heavenly Wolf Devouring the Moon Sacred Text. It is inherently a method for demon cultivators, containing many meridians that are absent in human beings, unless one transforms into the form of a celestial wolf. Now, everyone may consume the elixir. As he spoke, the crowd began to retrieve the pill Xiang Chun had provided, each swallowing it eagerly. Once the Heavenly Wolf transformation elixir was ingested, a chilling sensation coursed through their bodies. Subsequently, as the elixir was refined within them, a surge of potent vitality and a formidable bloodline power erupted forth, flooding their flesh and meridians, consuming their original essence. Cries of anguish erupted from Yang Bin and the others as they experienced a wave of throbbing pain, feeling as if they were being torn apart. A terrifying chill enveloped the group, causing them to shiver uncontrollably while they screamed in agony. Focus your minds and cultivate the refining method, Xiang Chun commanded. Upon hearing his words, the group bore their pain and sat cross-legged, channeling the Attained scripture. Wang Ziajiji, standing behind Xiang Chun, observed the torment of the others and inquired, Brother Chun, why did I not feel anything at the time? Of course, you felt nothing. I personally assisted in your transformation when you were half dead, Xiang Chun replied curtly. Elder brother, why must I abstain? Tian Yu, who had just emerged from seclusion, asked in confusion. Xiang Chun was perplexed by Tian Yu. His cultivation speed was extraordinary, having reached the 5th realm of innate mastery after just a brief retreat. You possess a pure Yangdao body, a physique coveted by countless cultivators, making transformation unnecessary. The Taiyin scripture is a technique of cold yin energy and would not suit you, potentially hindering your future. Focus on practicing the Zhuke burning world technique I provided. Xiangchen advised. Oh, Tian Yu fell silent, accepting the explanation. After a brief passage of time, a change finally occurred. The first to transform was unexpectedly a Duoya. Her tall frame began to swell as long wolf fur sprouted from her body, instantly morphing her from a stunning exotic beauty into a monstrous werewolf. Goodness! Wang Xiaojiji could not help but exclaim. Yet a Duoya's transformation was not complete. She soon developed magnificent moon-white fur and enormous wings, becoming a celestial wolf of remarkable grace. A Duoya gazed in astonishment at her new form. Princess! A Duoya's sisters were equally taken aback, and one by one they too began to transform amidst cries of anguish. Their delicate skin morphing into wolf pelts as they became werewolves, followed by their metamorphosis into celestial wolves. Yang Bin and his companions experienced similar transformations, and soon all 54 brothers and sisters had become 54 celestial wolves, each staring in astonishment at one another. Bingu, what has happened to you? Why you are Xiaohuan? Heavens, princess, we have turned into wolves. How could this be? Panic spread among the group as they realized their complete transformation. Haha, everyone calm yourselves. Do not panic. At that moment, Xiang Chun burst into laughter. All eyes were fixed upon Xiang Chun, who, amidst the gaze of the crowd, transformed into an imposing moon-swallowing heavenly wolf. Majestic and formidable, he unfurled wings stretching over 10 meters, elevating his form to hover above the mountain hollow, surveying the pack of wolves below. Wang Xiaoji also metamorphosed into a heavenly wolf. As the scene unfolded, 56 heavenly wolves congregated in the mountain hollow. Chapter 419, Collective Transformation into Beasts. Brother Chen Yu, you can transform like this too? What is happening? Brother Chen, how have we come to be like this? This is no longer human. It is entirely the form of a beast. The crowd was taken aback, struggling to comprehend their newfound state, while they could still accept their beastman forms. The sudden and complete shift into beasts left them bewildered. Everyone, do not panic. I shall elucidate matters, spoke the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf, Xiang Chun, articulating with human speech. There are certain truths that need no longer be concealed. I possess the bloodline of a beast, a lineage that bestows upon me immense strength and astonishing cultivation talent, far surpassing anything you could imagine. Through the beast transformation pill, I have granted you my bloodline. Now, you should be able to feel the formidable power coursing through your veins and the extraordinary cultivation potential that lies ahead, one that common folk could scarcely envision. Wait a moment, Brother Chen. Are you implying that you are not of the human race? You are of the beast race. And now we have all transformed into beasts as well. Yang Bin exclaimed in astonishment. The moon-swallowing heavenly wolf nodded, saying, in a sense, yes. You have all now become the wolf gods of the heavenly wolf beast clan. To attain such power, this is the price you must pay. If you choose to reject this transformation, I possess the means to sever the bloodline from you. However, you should take a moment to appreciate the strength you now wield. Under normal circumstances, in your current heavenly wolf state, your power could reach the pinnacle of the innate realm. Of course, should anyone refuse to accept their present state, I will utilize my medical skills to seal away the memories of this secret. This is my secret as well as the highest confidentiality of Yin Huang. The moon-swallowing heavenly wolf proclaimed, surveying the assembly of wolves. Now, contemplate your choices and inform me of your decisions. The pack was astounded, engaging in hushed discussions amongst themselves. Yang Bin glanced at his claws, feeling an overwhelming surge of heavenly wolf power within them. He could sense the ferocious energy contained in his paw. With a swift strike against the ground, a thunderous roar erupted as the ground was smashed into a massive crater, creating a gaping hole over 10 meters wide. What astonishing power! Yang Bin marveled. Disbelief etched across his features as he beheld the might of his own strike. My strength has indeed increased tremendously. Look, I can fly. Haha, I can soar, exclaimed another wolf, attempting to flap his heavenly wolf wings and propelling himself skyward, reveling in the thrill of flight. Some wolves released beams of radiance from their mouths, launching them toward a boulder several dozen meters away, which was obliterated upon impact. The meridians within one's mouth can unleash such formidable attacks. No wonder the beasts of the abyss prefer to emanate energy from their jaws. The young men were left awestruck by the overwhelming might of the celestial wolf, their excitement palpable. In contrast, the young women were more concerned with their appearances. "Brother Chun, can we revert to our original forms?" inquired one of the sisters from the Jun kingdom. The celestial wolf, Xiang Chun, chuckled, "Of course. Simply withdraw the bloodline power within you to the divine repository and heart meridian, and you shall revert." Upon hearing this, the women immediately endeavored to comply. One by one, Adwaya and her companions began to transform back, albeit in a state of complete nudity, their skin as fair as jade, and even more enchanting than before. The male onlookers, taken aback, gaped at the spectacle, for the women's garments had been torn asunder. "Ah, scoundrels! Where are my clothes? You must not look. Close your eyes, do not gaze." As the women regained their forms, gasps of astonishment echoed through the valley, leading them to hastily sprint towards the opposite end, creating a most magnificent scene. "By heavens, how splendid!" Wang Xiaoji exclaimed, drooling at the sight. The celestial wolf, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "The only downside to transformation is the propensity to shred clothing. However, wearing garments that conform to the body and meld with the skin would suffice." Soon after, Adwaya and the others emerged, their cheeks flushed, casting reproachful glares at Xiang Chun. "Brother Chun, why did you not inform us sooner? Indeed, a bunch of lecherous scoundrels. How utterly despicable. You must not laugh. Soon enough, you shall find yourselves in a similar predicament, and we sisters shall revel in your embarrassment." The women chided the lecherous onlookers. Yuan, you have become even more beautiful. Look at your skin. It is so smooth and tender. Your elegance surpasses before. Indeed, Xianer, you too have transformed beautifully." The women quickly realized that upon reverting, they had undergone significant changes, becoming even more exquisite, their skin smoother and fairer. The women of the Jun kingdom, traditionally of a wheatish complexion, now boasted skin as soft and delicate as an infant's, with features that had become more refined and three-dimensional, each one evolving into a rare beauty. The women eagerly produced mirrors, marveling at their transformations. The noble bloodline of the celestial wolf had indeed imparted certain changes. Adwaya, already beautiful, had now ascended to a level comparable to the four renowned beauties of the academy, exuding an exotic charm from the western regions. These transformations are a gift of the celestial wolf bloodline. "Now tell me, do you wish to retain this bloodline, or cast it away?" inquired the celestial wolf. "Retain it. We must retain it. Brother Chun, should you attempt to reclaim it, I shall be furious. Indeed, this bloodline has become ours. You shall not take it back." The women nearly spoke in unison, their resolve unwavering. This bloodline had rendered them so beautiful. Regardless of strength, they no longer cared for their former wolfish appearances. No girl is indifferent to beauty. Many women regard their appearance as more precious than life itself. "And what of you?" The moon-devouring celestial wolf cast a glance at Yang Bin and the others. "Naturally, this magnificent bloodline must be preserved. It is truly majestic." "Haha, indeed. I now feel that in this state, I could effortlessly vanquish a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the innate realm. Brother Chun, you must not reclaim this bloodline." The women, unfazed, noticed that the men, after their initial astonishment, grew increasingly fond of this state. If women are inclined to pursue beauty, men undoubtedly seek strength. Moreover, wolves, as creatures, are favored by most men for their ferocity, cunning, unity, and loyalty. The celestial wolf is indeed the royalty among wolves. Well, since everyone has come to a decision, it is time to discuss serious matters. The moon-devouring celestial wolf's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, exuding a powerful aura of bloodline pressure. Chapter 420, Eternal Night Demon, Part 2. Under this immense pressure, an unprecedented sense of submission and oppression surged within the hearts of the crowd. Xiang Chun, in their minds, instantly transformed into an emperor whose authority could not be defied. Standing atop the mountain, the moon-devouring celestial wolf gazed at the pack and spoke in human tongue. "Now that our life forms have diverged, you are no longer mere humans. You are also of the demon clan, the heavenly moon wolf god clan. This is our greatest secret, and it must not be disclosed to anyone." The pack nodded, fully aware of its significance. The moon-devouring celestial wolf continued. Secondly, the celestial wolf form must not be revealed easily. It may only be used in life and death crises or upon my command. In normal combat, the wolf transformation suffices. Thirdly, and most importantly, do not resort to indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent to enhance your power. As demons, I fear that some among you may resort to senseless killing to devour blood essence and elevate your capabilities. Whoever violates this principle, though we are siblings, I, Xiang Chun, will show no mercy. The moon-devouring celestial wolf stated coldly. Have you all remembered? We shall remember. The pack replied, bowing low. Very well. I bestow upon you the finest bloodline. Henceforth, I hope to strive alongside all of you in this realm. I aspire for my brothers and sisters to accompany me to the pinnacle of life in this world, establishing a dominion that belongs to us. The moon-devouring celestial wolf declared with a smile. We shall dedicate our lives to following you. The pack howled softly, their eyes aflame with ambition. Standing atop the mountain, the silver fur of the wolf billowed in the wind, and his profound gaze turned towards the starry sky. What I seek to conquer is not just this world, but also the vast expanse above, the cosmos. In this realm where strength prevails over reason, I, Xiang Chun, shall carve out a world of equality for all. In this moment, the youth's heart surged with boundless ambition, igniting from within. He let out a long howl towards the heavens, the distant wolf howl resonating through the forest. As a human, I shall be the monarch among men. As a demon, I shall be the sovereign among all demons. The river of life, the annals of time, shall undoubtedly leave behind a vivid mark that belongs to me, Xiang Chun. In a remote village far from the academy, nestled within the mountains, a thick, ominous scent of blood pervaded the air. This was once a large stone reservoir within the village, measuring over 20 meters in length and width. However, at this moment, countless corpses were being dragged into the reservoir, their blood spilling forth into the water. No fewer than 1,000 individuals, men, women, and children, had fallen victim to a brutal massacre. Their lifeblood cruelly drained and discarded into the pool, an atrocity that was utterly reprehensible. What was once a vessel of water was now filled with a viscous pool of fresh blood, an overwhelming aura of malevolence swirling about. A black-haired youth gazed indifferently at this horrific scene, commanding 100 warriors branded with a slave mark upon their foreheads. Surrounding the reservoir was a specially arranged formation, and from the youth's body, a faint golden light shot forth into the blood pool, revealing a drop of peculiar, potent blood imbued with formidable ancestral power. As the essence fell into the pool, the blood within began to boil and bubble violently, sending waves of crimson light soaring into the sky. The formation activated, casting a blood-red veil over the reservoir. The enslaved warriors watched in terror, their hearts pounding with disbelief. The youth, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly commanded, "Jump in." After exchanging hesitant glances, they stripped off their garments and one by one leaped into the pool. The blood surged to their chests, and as if animated, it transformed into tendrils of crimson energy that surged into their bodies. A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the 100 or so individuals. Subsequently, the blood coalesced around them, enveloping each person in a massive blood cocoon. With his obsidian eyes devoid of white, the youth coldly observed the unfolding spectacle. Within the blood cocoons, the individuals emitted screams, as if they were enduring unspeakable torment. The cacophony of cries, the eerie blood pool, the grotesque blood cocoons, and the mountain of corpses piled nearby created a scene of sheer horror under the cloak of night. The following morning, before the sun had yet to rise over the peaks, the blood within the reservoir had dried, leaving only the desiccated blood cocoons floating in the pool. With a sharp crack, one of the large blood cocoons split open, revealing a hand covered in blood scales, its fingers adorned with sharp claws. With a resounding thud, the entire cocoon shattered, and a humanoid creature emerged, adorned with crimson wings, blood-red horns upon its brow, and its body cloaked in blood scales, complete with vicious fangs. It flapped its wings, hovering in midair, surrounded by a terrifying aura of malevolence. It gazed in astonishment at its transformed physique, then fixed its eyes upon the youth. One by one, the blood cocoons ruptured, revealing similar figures, all equally astonished by their metamorphosis, feeling the powerful energy coursing through them. Congratulations, from this day forth, you shall no longer be mere slaves, but the most formidable demons in existence, proclaimed the youth, a smirk gracing his lips. Blood, cultivation Luo. The crowd, filled with reverence, knelt before him, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for granting us this new life," they chorused, bowing in deference. The youth spoke with an air of indifference. "From this moment forth, you will join me in transforming this filthy world, this loathsome realm. Together, we shall forge a domain of our own, a world of demonic majesty. No longer will you be mere slaves. You shall ascend to become the masters of this world, the sovereigns of all beings." At his words, the crowd's eyes ignited with fervor and longing. They were once a band of enslaved martial practitioners, rescued by this youth, who now led them toward freedom. As a tree yearns for the light above, its roots delve deeper into the dark soil below, an abyss that remains eternally shrouded in darkness. From now on, your loyalty shall be solely to me, rising above all existence. You shall bear a new name, Eternal Night Demon, the youth proclaimed with fervor. Eternal Night Demon. Eternal Night Demon. The crowd chanted, their excitement palpable. Go forth, traverse this world, unleash slaughter, revel in bloodshed, and grow stronger. When I summon you again, I wish to witness your might. Scatter, he commanded. In response, hundreds transformed into streaks of crimson light, soaring into the sky before dispersing to various corners of the world. The youth gazed at their departure, and behind him, two figures emerged. One was a towering giant, nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of vitality, wielding an enormous ice-cold sword. The other was petite and charming, adorned with the insignia of the Academy of the Wild State. Both bore crimson-hued pupils. Clean up the bodies. In return, the youth stated with a detached demeanor. As you wish, Master, they replied in unison, their voices laced with respect. The hulking figure stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of blood-red flames that engulfed the mountainous heap of corpses. The withered bodies ignited, gradually turning to ash, while the blood pools and formations were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 4:21. Astonishing revelations. You have established a false peace with this bloodline, and now I shall personally dismantle it. You have shackled this lineage with absurd moral constraints. It is now my turn to unleash its wildness and ferocity. I shall reveal to the world the true terror of this bloodline. You, perched high above, await my vengeance and wrath. The youth strode into the distance, the sunlight casting a long shadow behind him, an embodiment of darkness. At the Academy of the Wild State, in the western courtyard, a figure arrived at the entrance. The head of the Wang family, having flown tirelessly for 2 days, finally reached the academy that night. Gazing upon the grand gates of the western courtyard, he was filled with a myriad of emotions. Over a century ago, he had been part of this very courtyard, cherishing a precious student life within its walls. He had come here with lofty ambitions, eager to carve out a destiny in this world. Yet, the harshness of reality and the disparity with others forced him to return to the small realm of the merchant kingdom, where he dutifully inherited the family business, married, and raised children, reigning over a modest domain. Western courtyard, how long it has been, the head of the Wang family sighed, his eyes reflecting nostalgia. Stop. Only students of the academy may enter. A voice called out, commanding his attention. At the entrance, the duty-bound student barked an order. Wang Xiao stepped forward, producing an old student identity token, stating, I am Wang Xiao, a member of the class of 1034, here to pay a visit to my alma mater. I hope for your understanding. The guard was taken aback, recognizing the significance of a student from over a century ago. After verifying the authenticity of the token, the guard replied, Please enter, esteemed senior. The rules permit alumni to visit the academy, though entry to the Sutra Repository and the Cultivation Tower is strictly forbidden. Understood. Thank you, young disciples, Wang Xiao acknowledged, nodding as he entered the western courtyard. Not long after Wang Xiao's arrival, another man, also an alumnus, appeared and was granted entry. Inquiring about news and contacting former teachers and law disciples, Wang Xiao soon located Yuan Yang's residence without much difficulty. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, he found it empty, save for one room that still emanated light. With his heightened senses, he discerned movement within. Listening intently, his expression darkened. Wang Yang, you wayward son, come out this instant. His voice reverberated throughout the courtyard. Inside the room, Wang Ziyage Chicken was taken aback. Is that my father? He exclaimed in shock. Ziyage, what is the matter? Nestled in his embrace was a beautiful woman with almond-shaped eyes, her legs wrapped around his waist. This enchanting figure was Zhang Dan, one of the 19 sisters of the Yanhuang clan. A seasoned romantic like Wang Ziage quickly captured the heart of another, especially with such close proximity. It seems my father has arrived. Hurry, get dressed, we must greet him. Frightened, Wang Ziage hastily leapt from the bed, as Zhang Dan quickly donned her clothing, and they made their way outside. Once they emerged, Wang Ziage asked in astonishment, "Father, what brings you here?" Upon seeing his son, the family head felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling his earlier worries. "In Tianai, how dare you deceive me and use me as a pawn?" He seethed inwardly. "And Wang Ming, you too have the audacity to mislead me. It appears you have allied with In Tianai, an ingrate unworthy of trust. Wayward son, I sent you here to cultivate, not to indulge in frivolities." "Wait, are you already at the third level of the innate realm?" the family head exclaimed, astonished as he sensed Wang Ziage's cultivation level. Wang Ziage, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled, "Father, I assure you I was just engaged in cultivation. Do you not understand the concept of duality in cultivation? Also, you old man, why speak so harshly? Her name is Dan Dan, and she is to be your future daughter-in-law. This time, I am sincere." Zhang Dan blushed, softly greeting, "Nice to meet you, sir." The family head regarded Zhang Dan with newfound interest, his eyes sparkling at her beauty and grace. Could she be from a prestigious family? A smile graced his lips as he approached her. "Greetings, Dan Dan. I am the father of this wayward son. May I ask where you hail from? Has he mistreated you? If he has, do let me know. I shall ensure justice is served. Also, please accept this small token of my appreciation for our meeting." The head of the Wang family produced a universal currency card from Jiuzhou, inscribed with a denomination of 100,000 gold coins, valued at 1,000 spirit coins. Under Wang Ying's prompting, Zhang Dan expressed gratitude and accepted it. Wang Xiaojiao interjected, "Father, what brings you here from so far?" The elder responded, "Is it not because of you, my wayward child? How could you leave your father standing outside to converse with you? Please, come in," Zhang Dan urged, understanding the situation. "Ah, at least Dan Dan is considerate." The head of the Wang family chuckled as he entered the living room. Once seated, Zhang Dan approached to pour tea, gazing at her daughter-in-law with great satisfaction. "Having traveled such a distance, are you not weary?" "I am quite well here, diligently honing my skills and improving my strength. Not having wasted the tuition you provided," Wang Xiaojiao boisterously remarked. "Humph, you ungrateful wretch. I was informed that you had been slain by Xiang Chun, and I came to collect your remains. Since you are evidently unharmed, I shall return tomorrow," the head of the Wang family stated after sipping his tea. "Since you have come, why not rest for a few days? I shall tidy up the guest room for you shortly," Zhang Dan replied sweetly. The head of the Wang family was much more amiable towards his daughter-in-law, smiling as he said, "Indeed, Dan Dan is thoughtful. However, there are numerous matters to attend to within the family. I must remain here to prevent any disturbances." "What? That scoundrel spread rumors of my demise? I am alive and well. Xiang Chun is now my elder brother, treating me kindly, providing me with elixirs and top-tier cultivation techniques. And he dares to sow discord between us." Wang Xiaojiao slammed the table and stood in indignation. "You and Xiang Chun have truly become friends?" The head of the Wang family furrowed his brow. "Yes, my relationship with Brother Chun is quite strong. We are brothers who have faced life and death together. You know, Father, he saved my life," Wang Xiaojiao exclaimed. "He even granted me a great fortune, though I cannot disclose the details just yet. Rest assured, your son will undoubtedly surpass you in the future," he added with a hint of pride, already floating in his own ambitions before even taking off. The head of the Wang family responded coolly, "In Tianai and Wang Ming have spoken, and it seems this young man intends to deceive me into opposing the Fengchen manor. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. However, I must caution you regarding your relationship with Xiang Chun. The royal family will not let Xiang Chun or his Fengchen manor escape unscathed. Currently, they are merely treating the Fengchen manor as a pig for slaughter." Hearing this, Wang Xiaojiao's brow furrowed as he shed his carefree facade. "Father, what do you mean by that? What does it mean to be treated like a pig?" The head of the Wang family took another sip of tea and replied, "Since Xiang Liang has been imprisoned in the heavenly prison, yet In Chun allows the resentful Xiang Chun to develop freely. Do you genuinely believe that the royal family is wary of the various forces Xiang Chun has gathered? With 100,000 elite troops and superior equipment at their disposal, they could easily quell these factions. Moreover, the Wanyao Pavilion, as a globally established merchant association, thrives and is accepted by various dynasties because it adheres to the rule of not interfering in local political matters. when war truly breaks out. Do you think Yuan Yao Pavilion can genuinely assist Xiangqun? The head of the Wang family set down his teacup with a cold chuckle, saying, "You are still too young. The royal family allows the wind dust manor to exist merely to raise it like a pig. Once it is fattened, they will find any excuse to eradicate it, and all the wealth and assets of the manor will ultimately benefit the royal family and the Yin family." As a duke of the current dynasty, the head of the Wang family was privy to many secrets unknown to others. Hearing this, Wang Ziyage Chicken's expression darkened as he replied, "This damned royal family is truly insidious. How could those who govern a territory possibly be virtuous? Their schemes are far more intricate than you can imagine," the head of the Wang family remarked. "Are you suggesting that Chun Gu and his wind dust manor will face danger in the future? That they will be slaughtered by the royal family?" Wang Ziyage asked. "This is inevitable. It merely depends on how far the wind dust manor develops, and when the royal family decides to take action. Now that you have become friends with Xiangqun, you should advise him to be prudent, to relocate his family from Dashi as soon as possible. Until he has gained strength, it would be wise for him not to return to Dashi and stir trouble," the head of the Wang family warned. Wang Ziyage's heart filled with alarm and anger. He rose and declared, "I will go warn Qinggu immediately." "What are you rushing for?" the head of the Wang family retorted. "The royal family will not act now. There is no need to hurry in the next couple of days. I am tired. Go prepare my bathwater." "I won't do it. I am a grown man and have never done such a thing," Wang Ziyage protested, tilting his head. "Stay with your father." "I will handle it," Zhang Dan interjected. Dan, do not go. Let this ungrateful child do it." The head of the Wang family stopped Zhang Dan, then turned to Ziyage, saying, "After raising you for so many years, you hesitate to prepare bathwater? When you were a child, who cleaned you up when you soiled yourself? Come on, that was all mother and the nurse. You were too busy to care for me," Wang Ziyage retorted. "Ungrateful child, what did you say? Have you not been beaten in a while and are now itching for it? Hey, can you save some face in front of my future daughter-in-law?" I'll go. Wang Ziyage was sent off with a slap and obediently went to prepare the bathwater. After Wang Ziyage left, the head of the Wang family and Zhang Dan began to converse, inquiring about her family situation. Meanwhile, a figure stood in the shadows on the wall outside, having overheard the conversation inside, before quietly vanishing. "Chun, how you weather these storms will depend on your own actions." The next day, Wang Ziyage could no longer sit idle and immediately sought out Xiangqun, relaying his father's words in their entirety. In the courtyard, beneath a ginkgo tree, Xiangqun wore a contemplative expression after hearing the news. "Qinggu, my father is a duke. His words cannot be false. You must write to your mother and have her move out of Dashi," Wang Ziyage urged. Xiangqun replied, "The head of the Wang family stands high and sees far, knowing much. His words are undoubtedly true. Please thank your father for me." "Thank him for what? You and I are brothers. Your mother is also my mother." Leaning against a stone chair with his feet propped up on the table, Xiangqun remarked, "I underestimated the royal family and overestimated my own influence. It seems I must alter many of my plans now. That bastard Yin Tianai dares to plot against you and my father. We must find a way to eliminate him first. This old schemer is far too treacherous." Xiangqun let out a cold laugh. "There are countless ways to eliminate him, but now is not the time to act. If I strike, the royal family will not grant me any opportunities for advancement. However, since he dares to scheme against me, he must pay the price. I shall spare his life for now, but I will take it when the time is right." Wang Xiaoji sighed. "It is a pity my father does not heed my advice. Our Wang family can offer little assistance." Xiangqun smiled, rising to pat Wang Xiaoji on the shoulder. "Your father has already been of great help by sharing this information with me. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. Do not blame yourself. As the head of the Wang family, his decisions impact the lives and fortunes of thousands, and he cannot afford to gamble recklessly. I am certainly in agreement with you, Qinggu. Once we gain strength, we shall eradicate the royal family and appoint you as king." "Haha. I have no desire for kingship over a mere small territory, my brother. Our future horizons will be vast. Now, go and spend time with your father. He has flown for 2 days and nights to find you," which shows how worried he was. Wang Xiaoji nodded and took his leave from the courtyard. The Yin family will not thrive for long, Xiangqun thought, his gaze turning icy as he faced the direction of the great merchant. Wang Xiaoji's father did not stay long either. He departed 2 days later, heartened by the noticeable changes in Wang Yang. Soon, the time for the fated life and death duel arrived, and the news of this battle had spread throughout the 4 courtyards. The Tianai society enjoyed great renown among these courtyards, while the other courtyards also boasted their own reputations. As a student who had shattered the historical hunting records upon enrollment, Xiang Chen naturally attracted attention and discussion. He was to challenge the Tianai society with his own strength. And this news drew considerable interest. The Death Valley. This chasm is located in the western part of the academy. It was formed by a massive earthquake, plunging over 200 meters deep, stretching several kilometers long and over a mile wide. Within the rift, there are hot springs and flowing magma, barren of any vegetation. With steam rising and the heat palpable, the valley also harbors many decayed human remains. A stone tablet stands at the entrance of the Death Valley, inscribed with the words, "Once one enters this valley, life and death are determined by fate." This place is designated for resolving life and death conflicts between the Academy's disciples. Those who voluntarily enter the valley do so under the witness of enforcers, surrendering their fates to destiny. Early that morning, crowds had already gathered at the summit of the Death Valley, eagerly awaiting the impending battle. Both sides of the valley brimmed with a dense throng, predominantly external disciples, with a handful of bored internal disciples drawn to the spectacle. By dawn, the cliffs of the Death Valley were already teeming with 20 to 30,000 spectators, and the numbers continued to swell. "Make way, make way!" A sharp voice rang out among the crowd as a large group adorned with the Tianai society insignia pressed through. "Look, isn't that the internal cadre of the Tianai society, the expert from the Tiger List, Tsang Er?" Indeed, it was Tsang Er, who had come to observe the duel, indicating the considerable impact this event had even within the internal academy. The crowd swiftly parted as the formidable members of the Tianai society, numbering around 700 to 800, approached with a palpable intensity. Leading the charge was Tsang Er, followed closely by Yi Feng and the external members of the Tianai society, forming an imposing throng. Upon their arrival, the members of the Tianai society took their positions at the edge of the gorge, awaiting the arrival of Xiang Chen. One party had already arrived, while the other had yet to make an appearance. Before long, across the gorge, another group emerged. "Everyone, step aside. The Yanhuang society is here," Wang Xiaoji proclaimed loudly. As members of the Yanhuang society advanced, at the forefront was a towering youth, over 2 meters tall, none other than Xiahou Wu. The aura emanating from Xiahou Wu was even more formidable, as he strode ahead like a fearsome beast, exuding an impressive presence. Following him were Wang Xiaoji, Li Baoer, Gongsun Xingtian, a duo Ye, Tianyu, and the rest of the Yanhuang society, all present except for Xiang Chen. "Where is Xiang Chen? Why hasn't he shown up? Is he afraid?" murmured the crowd, their attention fixated on the newcomers. In the distance, another group emerged from the east courtyard, representing a newly ascendant faction, the Yongye society. Clad entirely in black robes, their leader was also a youth, with black hair and eyes, possessing an unremarkable appearance. Behind him followed 2 prominent figures, Bei Mingxiong and Bei Yuyu, who had originally belonged to the north courtyard but had joined the Yongye society in the east. Yi Feng cast a cold gaze at the members of the Yanhuang society and remarked, "Where is your leader, Xiang Chen? Where has he gone? Is he too afraid to show his face?" Xiahou Wu scoffed, "Nonsense. My brother has matters to attend to and will arrive shortly. Until then, if anyone grows impatient, I, Xiahou Wu, am more than willing to engage them in a spar." Yi Feng's expression turned icy as he responded, "I do not possess the patience to wait for him. If your Yanhuang society seeks confrontation with us, those undeterred by death may enter the gorge first. The Tianai society will not shy away from you." "Haha, very well. Before my brother arrives, I shall take the liberty of clearing out a few nuisances," Xiahou Wu retorted with a haughty smile, stamping his foot before leaping into the depths of the life and death gorge from a height of 200 meters. With a thunderous crash, Xiahou Wu landed, causing the rocky ground to fracture beneath him, unleashing a powerful shockwave. "What an astonishing physique," murmured the onlookers, astonished that he could leap from such a height without mitigating the impact. An ordinary innate realm expert would surely perish from such a fall. Pointing towards the members of the Tianai society, Xiahou Wu declared, "Yanhuang society, I, Xiahou Wu, challenge anyone within the innate realm to a duel. Arrogant child, I, Tiangang, shall fight you," boomed a robust youth from the Tianai society. With a decisive step, he leaped into the life and death gorge, his presence formidable. Tiangang, ranked 19th on the Western Courtyard's Eagle list, was a master at the 9th level of the innate realm. It appears that in preparation for this battle, The formidable masters from the external 6th grade of TNI have concluded their seclusion. Many gazes turned towards a robust young man, evidently a renowned warrior within the Western Academy. Towering over 2 meters, his muscular frame glared at Xiahou Wu, scoffing. Are you the one heralded as the newborn killing god among the dual prodigies? The one who shattered the historical records? Indeed, I am your grandfather, Xiahou Wu replied indifferently. Enough chatter. If you intend to strike, then do so without prattling. Arrogant little brat. Witness as I obliterate you with 3 punches. Tian Gang snarled, his body surging with the explosive energy of the ninefold innate true qi, unleashing nearly 100,000 pounds of force. Kill. With a single step, he launched himself like a cannonball towards Xiahou Wu, delivering a punch that conjured a gigantic black rhinoceros, barreling towards him with tremendous force. The might of this blow was formidable, exceeding 100,000 pounds. Furious rhinoceros fist. Perish. Xiahou Wu smirked, reciprocating with his own powerful step, channeling the 6th level of innate realm along with his physical prowess. He transformed into a streak of golden light, unleashing a ferocious punch that morphed into a golden tiger, roaring with ferocity. Tiger burst fist. Boom. The 2 fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the ground within a 10-meter radius, sending debris flying. Tian Gang's expression shifted as he was pushed back by the force of Xiahou Wu's punch, unable to maintain his ground. How is this possible? He was taken aback, realizing that Xiahou Wu's strength surpassed his own by a notable margin. Have you not eaten? Xiahou Wu taunted coldly. Tian Gang's face darkened, roaring, You little beast. That was merely a probing strike. Now, I shall unleash my true power. Furious rhinoceros spirit, activate. With a thunderous roar, Tian Gang's physique swelled, transforming him into a towering figure over 3 meters tall. A razor-sharp rhinoceros horn sprouted from his forehead, and parts of his body underwent beastly transformation, rendering him a small giant. His furious rhinoceros spirit augmented his physical strength, true energy, and defense by 50%, embodying a quintessential combat spirit. Huh. That lad is in for a world of trouble. Many spectators chuckled derisively. Tian Gang roared, charging at Xiahou Wu with a ferocious energy. In his grasp was a long-handled battle knife exceeding 1 meter in length. Kill. He slashed with the weapon, infusing it with true energy, unleashing a blade of astonishing power that extended for yards. Xiahou Wu brandished his pinyamal to parry the blow. The immense force indeed sent him sliding backward. Furious rhinoceros blade technique. Tian Gang unleashed a flurry of strikes with his long-handled knife, each swing aimed ruthlessly at Xiahou Wu. Yet, to his astonishment, Xiahou Wu's reactions were remarkable. The spear deftly intercepted every attack. Though he seemed to be at a disadvantage, continually forced to retreat, he remained unscathed, handling the onslaught with composure. The clashing sounds of blades and the explosive resonance of true energy reverberated throughout the area. After what felt like an eternity of deflecting strikes, Xiahou Wu thrust his spear, forcing Tian Gang back, declaring, Is this the extent of your abilities? Now it is my turn. Damn it. How can this guy's combat reflexes be so swift? Tian Gang was filled with both astonishment and fury. At this moment, an astonishing battle aura erupted from Xiahou Wu, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a war deity, radiant with golden light, towering over 5 meters tall. Before him, Tian Gang appeared as nothing more than a mere child. What? Tian Gang gazed in horror at Xiahou Wu, feeling the overwhelming surge of the latter's presence, which had intensified beyond measure. If you can withstand the full force of my spear and survive, I shall grant you respite, Xiahou Wu proclaimed, looking down from his lofty height. The previous skirmish had merely been a ferocious tiger toying with its prey. Chapter 424, A Battle for 10 Days. 6 consecutive explosions, 14 times. The towering figure of over 5 meters was indeed intimidating, standing there like a small building. In this state, Xiahou Wu had claimed the lives of hundreds of seasoned fighters in the hunting grounds due to his formidable physique. Was Xiahou Wu finally unleashing his full power? A multitude of veterans, who had previously fallen to Xiahou Wu, trembled at the thought. You speak of Tian Gang, but none of you have faced this man. You shall never comprehend his terror. A flicker of fear ignited within Tian Gang as he beheld this giant, sensing the terrifying strength residing within that colossal form. What if he had grown larger? Size alone did not guarantee superiority. Mad rhinoceros / kill. Tian Gang roared as he charged forward. Once he had entered the Death Gorge, retreat was no longer an option. With a single stroke, he summoned innate true chi to form a colossal rhino shadow, unleashing a blade with an explosive force nearing an astonishing 180,000. Xiahou Wu, witnessing the oncoming assault, stepped forward. The ground trembled with a resounding boom, his footfall wielding a force exceeding 200,000 pounds. He swung the battle spear of destruction, unleashing a resounding strike. A thunderous sonic boom rippled through the air. The sheer force encapsulated within this spear transcended the innate realm. As the spear collided with the mad rhinoceros slash, the concentrated true chi erupted with a deafening explosion. The blade shattered upon impact, disintegrating completely. An overwhelming, insurmountable force coursed through Tian Gang's arm, shattering his bone. Subsequently, the spear ruthlessly breached his protective true chi. No! Tian Gang screamed in terror, watching as the spear descended upon his skull. With a resounding thud, his head exploded like a watermelon, and the spear continued its descent. Bang! 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 Tian Gang's torso was obliterated, limbs and thighs flung in all directions, blood splattering everywhere. The spear's might struck the ground, creating a crater of 20 to 30 meters, debris scattering in all directions. Xiahou Wu withdrew his spear, leaving all witnesses in stunned silence. Gazing at the obliterated remains of Tian Gang, a chilling dread settling within them. The power of that spear was utterly terrifying. The members of the Tianai Association were left aghast, their expressions shifting in disbelief as they regarded this man, who resembled a war god. Their hearts shaken with shock and anger. Well done! The members of the Yanhuang Society roared with excitement. Great job, great lord! Li Bei'er and others joined in the jubilant cheers. Xiahou Wu sheathed his spear, his golden eyes gazing up at the members of the Tianai Society, and he coldly remarked, "Is that all? Who's next? Of course, you may send 3, 5, or even 10. I have no objections." Tian Gang. How could this little brat be so powerful? The members of the Tianai Society were both astonished and enraged. The young man's cultivation technique possessed terrifying explosive power, entirely combat-oriented. And such might could not possibly belong to this continent. Moreover, his physique and spirit were extraordinary. Su Ligay observed Xiahou Wu in silence, contemplating. Little brat, we are here to fight you. 10 innate-level strongmen from the Tianai Society shouted in unison as they leaped down into the Death Valley. These 10 were all formidable innate-level experts. Haha, splendid. Perhaps I one t even need my brothers. I alone shall deal with all of you. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily, his battle spirit surging, unperturbed. Enough, monkey. I wish to put on a show, but you've already stolen my thunder. A languid voice emerged from the crowd. A tall, handsome youth with lustrous snow-white hair approached. Chenggu has arrived. It was Xiang Chun, finally making his entrance. The crowd stirred as they beheld the young man leisurely chewing on a blade of grass, flanked by the enchanting Lu Shiming and Xia Qingqing. Xiang Chun, you have finally come. Yi Feng's eyes glinted with animosity as he regarded the youth. If you cannot defeat him now, you will truly disappoint the president. Song Air remarked to Yi Feng. Rest assured, brother Song Air. I am confident I can eliminate that little brat. I will not fail the society's expectations. Yi Feng replied with conviction. Dog, you finally showed up. If you had delayed any longer, I would have had to deal with these people myself. Xiahou Wu grinned widely. I am the president of the Yanhuang Society. The spotlight is mine. You may sit back and watch, Xiangchen replied with a faint smile. Stepping lightly as he descended into the Death Valley, Xiahou Wu stepped back, saying, All right, if you can't handle me, I will step back in. How dare you underestimate me? Xiang Chun retorted playfully, delivering a kick that struck Xiahou Wu squarely on the backside. 10 worthless opponents, and I cannot deal with them? How disappointing for one with such high cultivation and lineage, Xiang Chun sneered, his gaze chillingly fixed on Yi Feng above. What is this, Yi Feng? Are you sending them down to die instead of facing me yourself? Yi Feng scoffed. They are more than enough to deal with you. Little brat, you dare belittle us. I am Zhang Hong, ranked 11th on the Eagle list. I am Li Miao, 16th on the Eagle list. Enough with your rankings. Soon enough, you will all share a singular title. The deceased, Xiang Chun, interrupted their introductions. You 10, come at me together. Until the Tianai Society bows its head before the Yanhuang Society, I, Xiang Chun, shall not leave the Death Valley. Such arrogance. Brothers, let us charge together. Zhang Hong roared. Wielding a war hammer, his spirit melding into the weapon, increasing its rank by 2 levels. Kill. 10 formidable experts at the innate realm, each wielding immense power, roared in unison, unleashing their formidable true essence towards Xiangchun. The collective strength of these 10 was formidable enough to vanquish a first-level Yuan Yang realm warrior. Countless gazes converged upon Xiangchun below. Could he truly contend against such a multitude of powerful adversaries? Shatter Mountain Hammer, attack! Zhang Hong bellowed, brandishing a colossal war hammer that had swelled to a size of 10 feet, descending with terrifying force. Blazing Flame Slash. 1,000 Iron Chains. The other 9 also unleashed their martial prowess, launching 10 powerful assaults from various angles, all converging upon Xiangchun at the center. Their attacks were unerringly directed at him, and an overwhelming aura of true essence enveloped the battleground. Although the members of the Yanhuang Society recognized Xiangchun's might, trepidation seeped into their hearts at this moment. In such a dire scenario, it was inconceivable for Xiangchun to transform into the moon-devouring wolf for combat. This was, for all intents and purposes, a battle that seemed unwinnable. Others held an even firmer belief in this conclusion. These were not mere inexperienced participants in a hunt. They were seasoned innate realm experts on the verge of graduation, formidable contenders on the Eagle ranking, with their combined explosive strength exceeding 100,000 pounds. Chapter 425. The Aesthetics of Combat. 7 Xiangchun regarded the approaching 10 with a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, he transformed into the celestial wolf, the essence of the Taiyin surging forth, as he coalesced the mystical patterns, revealing the dragon-quelling demon blade in his hand. Bolts of Taiyin thunder intertwined around him, and with a single step, he shot forth with a crackling sound, almost transforming into a streak of lightning, leaving only an afterimage behind. In the air, a zigzagging silhouette vanished without a trace. Boom! Zhang Hong's strike missed its target, crashing into the ground and creating a massive 10-meter crater, the earth erupting violently from the impact. The attacks from the others also collided in that vicinity. However, Xiangchun's figure was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Zhang Hong, he is behind you. One person shouted in alarm. In shock, Zhang Hong turned, and there, suspended in the air behind him, was the colossal figure of the celestial wolf, Xiangchun. Mountain Shatter. Xiangchun gathered a tempestuous blade aura into a single point and unleashed a devastating strike. The 3-meter-long blade, imbued with terrifying power, descended like a shooting star, leaving Zhang Hong no time to raise his hammer in defense. With a thunderous crash, the blade obliterated his protective true essence, the quasi-spiritual grade dragon-quelling demon blade cleaving through Zhang Hong's form. No! Zhang Hong's anguished roar echoed as his body was cleaved in two. Xiangchun's swift victory over Zhang Hong sent shockwaves through the others. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his figure transforming into a swirling bolt of lightning, darting towards another adversary with an unimaginable speed that rendered him almost invisible. Thundercut. Xiangchun swung his blade, and the air crackled with Taiyin thunder, illuminating the space with bursts of electric sparks. With a sharp crack, a 3-meter-long, silver-white blade of lightning erupted forth, striking another individual with astonishing speed. Boom! The thunderous blade aura detonated, and the unfortunate target let out a blood-curdling scream, his body exploding into a mist of crimson as he was hurled dozens of meters away by the force of the strike. The lifeless body sprawled on the ground was drenched in blood, its flesh grotesquely exposed, emanating plumes of ominous black smoke. Kill! Roared the remaining 8, charging forth with various martial arts techniques unleashed. As Xiangchun stepped forward, a thunderous roar erupted, merging the stunning steps of the Thunderblade with his movements as he lunged at one of his assailants. A blade, crackling with the essence of thunder, suddenly tore through the air, shattering an opponent's protective aura. How swift! The man was horrified as a blinding flash of lightning surged before him, followed by a glimmering blade that swiftly severed his neck. Blood gushed forth as his head toppled to the ground. Another victim claimed by Xiangchun's relentless assault. In the mere span of 3 breaths, 3 adversaries had fallen to his blade. Such terrifying speed. The grace of his movements seemed eerily familiar. It was the Thunderblade's step technique, once demonstrated by senior brother Dongfang Yuan on the Dragon and Phoenix steel. That strike was a thundercut, a pinnacle technique of the spiritual grade blade arts. How could this young man possibly wield such power? Above the canyon, Onlookers were struck with astonishment. Even those at the innate realm struggled to discern Xiang Qin's velocity. Only a handful of Yuan Yang realm experts managed to catch fleeting glimpses of his movements. Kill. The remaining 7 launched a frenzied assault on Xiang Qin. However, his speed was unparalleled. He evaded their frontal attacks, picking them off one by one. His figure darted like lightning, his short-range bursts rivaling the speed of a bullet. With the Dragon K demon blade in hand, he shattered their defenses. Following this, he unleashed the power of the Dragon Elephant Fist, channeling his inner energy into a ferocious strike. Another foe was struck squarely in the chest. Sent hurtling through the air by the sheer force of over 100,000 Jin, his chest obliterated. Bang! The force erupted from behind, leaving a gaping bloodied hole the size of a head as the unfortunate soul crumpled to the ground, convulsing in death. For kills. Damn it, gather together. Yifeng shouted in frustration from above. Pull back, regroup. The remaining 6, now paralyzed with fear, retreated in haste, forming a near line. Their expressions grave as they regarded Xiang Qin. Panic etched across their faces as they beheld the figure enveloped in the thunder of the Taiyin. Xiang Qin sneered, slowly advancing with his blade raised from a distance of over 20 meters. Such a bunch of worthless fools, relying on each other to survive. Weren't you here to kill me? Attack. Is this how the Tianai society operates, filled with such incompetence? He taunted. The 6, crimson and pale, felt their anger surge within them. Come on, come kill me. Xiang Qin circled around them, mockingly urging them on. Kill. One man, his eyes ablaze with fury, howled as he lunged forward, a fiery sword aura swirling around his blade, its power formidable. Now this is a man, Xiang Qin grinned, revealing his fangs. As he propelled himself forward, the quintuple Taiyin true energy surged within him. Now at the 5th level of the innate realm, he had finally broken through. With a thunderous roar, he charged like a bolt of lightning, dodging the incoming sword strike with a swift, serpentine movement. Then, with a speed that surpassed the sound barrier, he swung his blade with unparalleled ferocity. Clang! The first strike collided instantaneously against the opponent's sword, a tremendous force causing their grip to falter. Yet, before they could react, the second strike came forth with astonishing speed. The third and fourth strikes followed in rapid succession, with Xiang Qin unleashing 9 strikes in the blink of an eye. Blood erupted from the assailant's body as he gazed down in horror at his chest, which had been cleaved open, exposing his ribs and heart. The speed was unfathomable. 9 strikes in an instant. He could only register the first blow. However, as he lowered his head suddenly detached from his neck, and his body disintegrated into several gruesome pieces. 9 strikes in a heartbeat, a testament to the mastery of the Thunder Blade technique. Cursed be it. The attack speed of a top-tier spiritual blade technique, once cultivated to perfection, is simply insurmountable for those of innate realms. This individual is far too formidable. On the Death and Life Gorge, countless students gasped in astonishment. The combat style of Xiahou Wu was a wild and chaotic aesthetic, while Xiang Qin's fighting was an art form in itself. The celestial werewolf, Xiang Qin, sheathed his blade, casting no glance at the fallen corpse, but instead turned his gaze towards the 5 remaining horrified individuals, a sinister smile revealing his fangs. If the 5 of you aren't ready to strike, I shall initiate the assault, the celestial werewolf declared menacingly. The pallor on the faces of the 5 deepened, regret already gnawing at their hearts for entering the Death and Life Gorge. Let us confront him. One shouted, eyes ablaze. Kill. The 5 advanced in unison, attacking together, their combined strikes tearing through the air. This is my hunting ground. You have trespassed into hell. Chapter 426. The True Yang of Just Beginning. 8. Xiang Qin's foot stomped down violently. Boom. The earth shattered into countless pieces, the true Yin essence surging forth, lifting stones the size of a person into the air. With a sweep of his Dragon K, the true Yin energy rippled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of large stones transformed into streaks of meteors, hurtling with immense force towards the 5. Their attacks collided with the stones, which shattered into dust and debris, failing to harm the 5 in the slightest. Yet, the ensuing dust cloud rendered the surroundings chaotic and obscured the figures of both the 5 and Xiang Qin. As Xiang Qin stepped forth, emerging from the haze, he leapt into the air, concealing his presence. Where are they? The 5 were in shock, their vision severely impaired. Suddenly, one heard a rushing wind, followed by a furious shout as a blade cleaved through the air, the light of the blade tearing through the dust. However, it only struck a fleeting shadow, achieving nothing. Swish! A chilling blade of light descended from above, the Dragon K's demonic edge slicing down. With a splatter of blood, one individual let out no cry. Cleaved in half instantly, Xiang Qin's other hand clawed out, 5 beams of celestial moon claws slicing through. A deathly scream echoed as another was torn asunder by the true qi, violently dispatched. The remaining 3 were paralyzed with shock, retreating in terror to different corners. Their innate true qi surging outward to disperse the dust. And on the ground, 2 more corpses lay lifeless. The 3 were left dumbstruck, their hearts consumed by fear. 10 individuals had already lost 3 of their own. Too formidable. I shall not fight any longer. This fellow is beyond our capability to contend with. The 3 fled in terror towards the canyon, devoid of any courage to continue the battle. Xiang Qin sneered, his figure darting forth, targeting one of them, declaring, "The battle has commenced. Do you think you can simply withdraw?" No. The man, upon witnessing Xiang Qin charging towards him, was nearly paralyzed with fear. "Xiang Qin, I will battle you to death." At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from midair, exuding a tempestuous energy, with a pair of ethereal wings forming on its back. With a single sword strike, a crimson blade of light surged downwards, extending 7 or 8 meters. Xiang Qin swiftly sidestepped the attack. Boom! The sword struck the earth, rending it asunder, creating a gash over 10 meters long. A violent surge of true essence sword energy erupted in all directions, crashing against Xiang Qin. His massive form was pushed back, faint trails of blood appearing upon his skin. A figure landed, radiating a crimson solar aura, gripping a longsword. Its cold gaze fixed upon Xiang Qin. "Yuan Yang realm. Yi Feng, have you broken through?" Xiang Qin uttered coldly. "Indeed, over the past fortnight, I have broken through. Today marks your demise, Xiang Qin." Yi Feng replied with a sinister grin, transforming into a beam of sword light, charging forth with astonishing speed and overwhelming power, far surpassing that of his companions. Once one enters the Yuan Yang realm, the true energy within them transforms into true essence, doubling their explosive power. If a typical innate realm expert possesses a foundational explosive power of 90,000, then a first-level Yuan Yang realm expert boasts an explosive power of 180,000. Each technique they employ can unleash over 200,000 in explosive might, utterly decimating ordinary innate realm experts. A great innate realm expert in the Yuan Yang realm possesses explosive power exceeding 1,000,000 pounds, capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. Despicable. Yi Feng, you have ascended to the Yuan Yang realm. Thus you are an inner palace student, ineligible for this battle. Yang Bin of the Yan Huang Society roared. Haha. Our minister Yi Feng has yet to formally enter the inner palace, hence he remains an outer academy student. Xiang Qin is doomed, sneered the members of the Tian Yi Society. It was rumored that Xiang Qin had slain Huang Zishuan of the inner palace. Here, one could witness whether he possessed the strength to battle a Yuan Yang realm expert. Yuan Yang realm? I find it nearly impossible for Xiang Qin to prevail. The countless outer academy students observing grew increasingly excited. Whoosh! Yi Feng swung his sword, and in an instant, 3 or 4 fiery sword beams, each several meters long, surged forth. Xiang Qin was forced to retreat, attempting to parry the strikes, yet he was overwhelmed by the formidable explosive power of those blows. At present, his explosive power indeed paled in comparison to that of Yi Feng in the Yuan Yang realm. However, explosive power does not solely define strength. Xiang Qin, today, you are undoubtedly destined to die. Yen Kewing Duan. Yi Feng bellowed, unleashing a sword strike that coalesced into a 5 or 6 meter long firebird of raging sword energy. The ferocious sword energy converged as the firebird charged forth. Xiang Qin retaliated with a thunderous strike, cleaving through the firebird's sword energy. Boom! The collision of fire and thunder erupted, sending sparks flying and creating craters in the ground. With a resounding explosion, the blade of Lei Che shattered, as the fiery sword energy struck Xiang Qin's form. Bang! Xiang Qin was sent flying, his body hurtling over 10 meters. The protective energy around him fracturing and tearing apart with numerous cracks. Die! Yi Feng sneered, his foot striking the ground as he surged forward, propelled by a pair of true wings on his back, moving with such speed that he was nearly imperceptible. The sword, condensed with several meters of light, violently pierced towards Xiang Qin's body. Brother Qin, The members of the Yanhuang society were taken aback by this scene. "Dogsy, hurry and use your evil vine," shouted Xiahou Wu. Just as Xiang Chun hit the ground, the sword lunged at him, and with a swift clap of his palm against the earth, he unleashed a burst of power to evade the strike. Boom! The sword struck where he had just been. The sword light erupted, and the ground was blasted apart. Waves of sword energy raining down upon Xiang Chun. He slid backward, his body increasingly marred with bloodstains, before firmly planting his foot into the earth to steady himself. "Kid, where's that vine of yours? If you don't use it now, you'll be walking to your doom," Yifeng cackled, continuing his assault. First came 3 fiery sword lights howling towards him, followed by another burst of flaming bird sword energy, imbued with immense true essence. Xiang Chun, dragging his blade, dodged the onslaught, the canyon reverberating with the sounds of battle. He crushed numerous bones underfoot, but refrained from deploying the devouring evil vine, feeling he had yet to reach the point of utter defeat. "I told you, Xiang Chun is no match for a Yuan Yang realm expert. Indeed, he is completely overwhelmed. No, you have no idea. Xiang Chun possesses a vine-like divine soul, exceedingly domineering and powerful. It was that very force that defeated Huang Zishuan." The crowd erupted in fervor, their discussions swirling around them. Xiang Chun's figure flickered like lightning, executing the stunning falcon step as he soared into the air, taking strides of 8 or 9 meters with each leap, and soon he ascended to several hundred meters high. "Kid, this time you're finished. Attempting to escape into the sky is futile. You lack the ability to fly or evade," Yifeng observed with a cold smile, convinced that Xiang Chun had made the gravest of mistakes. Chapter 427, Exploding the Valley Gate, 9. He's doomed. Xiang Chun is finished. He can't evade in midair. Indeed, Yifeng has reached the Yuan Yang realm, manifesting true wings for flight, while Xiang Chun possesses no such capability. The spectators looked up, seeing Xiang Chun retreating to the heights, considering it a self-imposed death sentence. "Kid, your end is nigh." Yifeng grinned wickedly, his foot striking the ground to unleash his true essence, launching himself over 100 meters into the sky. His back sprouted a pair of crimson true wings, hurtling towards Xiang Chun, using the force of his leap to gain altitude. However, Xiang Chun merely smirked, retracting the dragon-slaying demon blade. "The one who is finished is you." In his hand, a brilliant light flickered as a black, dragon-scale-encrusted hunting bow materialized. The dragon hunting bow. 7 precious arrows were instantly knocked onto the bowstring, infused with the essence of the Taiyin, drawn back to its full capacity. 7-star archery, unleash. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 7 shafts of arrow light surged forth, imbued with a formidable penetrating force aimed at Yifeng. Each arrow harbored the terrifying power to pierce through the protective barrier of Yuan Yang. Alarmed, Yifeng's expression shifted as he brandished his sword to defend himself, simultaneously evading and gathering his true essence for protection. Clang! 1 arrow was struck down by his sword, yet the tremendous impact sent him reeling. Whoosh! Whoosh! More arrows followed in swift succession, but Yifeng displayed remarkable reflexes, suddenly retracting his wings to evade as the arrows whizzed perilously close to him. 7 arrows avoided. "You little beast, your time has come," Yifeng roared, refusing to give Xiang Chun the opportunity to shoot a second round. He swiftly gathered his wings and charged forward. Xiang Chun chuckled coldly, declaring death. With a clenched fist, he commanded, pursuing arc arrow, strike. Whoosh! Below, one of the previously dodged arrows abruptly veered, infused with a sense of wind and intent, turning back to strike. This arrow was the sole one among the 7 to embody 2 distinct truths. However, Xiang Chun's current prowess allowed him to unleash only 1 pursuing arc arrow, whereas Xiao Bai could manipulate 3. What? Yifeng suddenly sensed a menacing aura emanating from below as an arrow raced towards him at a speed surpassing sound. No, his face paled in horror. The arrow shot from beneath him, exploding with a thunderous roar as it breached his protective essence. The arrow pierced through him at his posterior. Yifeng's visage contorted in agony, followed by a heart-wrenching scream as blood gushed forth, and his very essence shattered. The pain caused his wings to dissipate, sending him crashing to the ground. Bang! He struck the earth with such force that it cracked beneath him. How is this possible? That arrow. What did I witness? How could it have turned back? Nearly everyone stood in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. That arrow, infused with the essence of wind and intent, showcased exceptional archery skills. Su Li Gu crossed his arms and remarked coolly, "Master, how does one defend against such an arrow?" Behind him, the towering youth Bei Ming Xiong asked in shock. Utilizing true vigor to create a strong air pressure shockwave can disrupt the arrow's accuracy and trajectory. However, achieving this requires extraordinary reflexes and control, which most cannot attain. Su Li Gu replied with indifference, effortlessly revealing the countermeasure. "Then I must practice. Otherwise, encountering such an attack in the future could be troublesome," Bei Ming Xiong remarked. Yi Feng lay on the ground, his pelvis and posterior completely devastated, his rectum obliterated, blood pouring from his mouth as his body convulsed. The arrow had embedded itself in his chest, piercing through his stomach. Without a healer like Xiang Chun, he was all but doomed. His eyes were filled with terror and unwillingness. Xiang Chun descended from the air, slowly approaching with the dragon hunter bow in hand, declaring that the battle was over. "No, no. How can I, Yi Feng, be defeated? How can I die here? No." Yi Feng lay on the ground, howling, as he crushed a pill he had long concealed in his mouth and swallowed it. A formidable and overwhelming power surged from the pill into his body, igniting his true essence and intensifying his aura dramatically. With a roar, he rose once more, his true essence sealing his wounds, his momentum soaring to rival that of a minor celestial being in the Yuan Yang realm. The violent Yuan pill. He had consumed a pill that could temporarily enhance one's strength and cultivation. The violent Yuan pill. Xiang Chun furrowed his brows, swiftly releasing 7 arrows in succession, all converging at a single point aimed at Yi Feng. Bang, bang, bang. The protective true essence surrounding Yi Feng was struck by the 7 arrows, shattering once more. His chest exploded, pierced by the arrows, leaving a gaping wound the size of a head. The tumultuous energy within him dissipated once again, and Yi Feng stared wide-eyed at the bloody hole in his chest, terror evident in his gaze. He collapsed to his knees as blood flowed freely. "I regret," Yi Feng howled, and in an instant, he fell to the ground, devoid of life. Xiang Chun's expression remained cold as the devouring sky evil vine sprouted from beneath him, erupting from the earth to entwine Yi Feng's body, absorbing him entirely. Silence enveloped the scene, a deathly stillness as countless eyes turned toward Xiang Chun, half man, half wolf, their expressions filled with horror. Xiang Chun had indeed slain a master of the Yuan Yang realm. Terrifying, how utterly terrifying. This individual possessed the strength to battle across such vast realms. Minister Yi Feng. Those from the Tianyi Association outside stood wide-eyed at this spectacle, their hearts shaken with fear. This young man would surely become another formidable figure on the tiger rankings in the inner palace, perhaps even a prodigy of the dragon and phoenix. A law enforcement disciple gasped in astonishment. Useless, useless. Song Air could no longer contain his fury, shouting, "Why didn't he use the violent Yuan pill sooner? If he had, that kid might have had a chance." It was easy for him to say. Using the violent Yuan pill would damage the meridians and cause a drop in cultivation. How could Yi Feng dare to use it while he was still in a position of advantage? This child must be eliminated at all costs. He could not be allowed to grow into a formidable enemy. Song Air's eyes gleamed with madness. "Haha, we've won. Brother Chun is magnificent." The members of the Yan Huang Society erupted in cheers, filled with exhilaration. Several fresh corpses had been completely absorbed by the devouring sky evil vine, which had grown even stronger. "Brother, well done." Xiahou Wu approached with a smile. Compared to the ferocity of their battle, Xiang Chun exhibited much more skill. Xiang Chen's icy gaze swept over the members of the Tianyi Association atop the cliff. No one dared descend again. Those from the Tianyi Association outside, heed my command. All of you, enter the life and death gorge, and ensure the elimination of the two. At that moment, Song Air shouted amidst the crowd, issuing a command that left everyone astounded. Chapter 428. Unparalleled Yan Huang. 10 explosions. 4 times, Senior Song Air, are we all going down? The 800 or 900 members of the Tianyi Association outside looked at Song Air in shock. 800 or 900, to descend and kill these two? If this child is not eliminated, the Tianyi Association will have no foothold in the Outer Academy in the future. Kill them, Song Air bellowed. The crowd exchanged glances. Yet they could only obey the order. Kill. The members of the Tianyi Society, numbering around 800 or 900, roared in unison as they leaped into the abyss of life and death, unleashing their innate true essence towards Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu. These individuals were predominantly formidable practitioners, each possessing a cultivation level of at least the 6th rank of the innate realm, with no fewer than 70 or 80 warriors at the grand celestial level. The sight of nearly 1,000 innate masters plunging down the gorge was nothing short of spectacular. Could it be that the external members of the Tianai society had all charged into battle? Such shamelessness! With so many adversaries, who could possibly stand a chance? This was destined to erupt into a bloody melee. Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu had no choice but to flee. This was not the Lingshu Valley, where one could stake their life. This scene left countless onlookers aghast, cursing the Tianai society's audacity. Xiang Chun, hurry, escape. Lu Ximing cried out in alarm. You are courting death. Xia Qingqing's delicate face turned cold, and without a shred of hesitation, she manifested ethereal ice wings and soared downward. Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chun exchanged glances, their resolve unwavering in the face of the oncoming tide of 800 or 900 adversaries. How despicable! Do they think we are invisible? Brothers and sisters, take your elixirs. Yanwang Society, to battle. Yang Bin bellowed, producing a Shengyuan pill refined from demonic essence energy, which he promptly consumed. Aduya, Wang Xiaojin, Gongsun Xingtian, Li Bei'er, Zhang Dan, and the other brothers and sisters of the Yanwang Society followed suit, consuming the Xingyuan pills as well. A surge of demonic energy erupted from within them. To battle. Alongside Li Bei'er and Gongsun Xingtian, the 58 members of the Yanwang Society roared, transforming into formidable celestial wolves before the astonished gazes of those around them. With the brief enhancement from the Xingyuan pill, their true essence surged, each warrior now surpassing the 8th rank of the innate realm. The howl of over 50 celestial wolves echoed through the skies as they sprouted razor-sharp claws and leaped into the gorge, charging towards the advancing members of the Tianai Society. What is happening? How can all the members of the Yanwang Society transform like Xiang Chun? Such terrifying momentum. Their energy is astonishing. Could they all possess a singular spirit essence? The Yanwang Society is preparing for a fierce clash. Do they intend to confront 10 foes with one? Is that even possible? The 58 celestial wolves roared as they surged downward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiang Chun. Ha ha ha! Brothers, the time has come to proclaim the glory of Yanwang. To battle! Xiang Chun laughed heartily, gripping the long-cade demon blade as he charged towards the Tianai Society. To battle! Xiahou Wu roared, his massive form barreling forward. The 58 celestial wolves followed closely behind, towering at 30 meters, their charge reminiscent of a stampede of 1,000 horses. Was this the secret of the Yanwang Society? Yin Tianhua gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Though he was a member of the Yanwang Society, he lacked this transformative ability and chose not to join the fray, feeling a twinge of disappointment in his heart. An outsider, Xia Qingcheng, with her ethereal ice phoenix wings, soared alongside Xiang Chun. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their thoughts unspoken, with beauty on one side and brothers on the other. To battle! As Xiang Chun's foot struck the ground, the colossal figure of the celestial wolf sprang into action, wielding the Dragon K demon blade with ferocious intent towards the crowd ahead. With the swing of the blade, a thunderous arc of light descended, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. A shriek echoed as 5 or 6 individuals were sent flying by the force of the strike. With his right hand gripping the dragon hunter bow, Xiang Chun swiftly transitioned from blade to arrow, unleashing a volley of 7 arrows that struck with devastating precision. Bang! 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 The bodies and heads of 7 members of the Tianai Society were obliterated in an instant. Xiahou Wu roared, his immense form leaping into the fray. Kill him! The crowd howled as over 10 martial artists unleashed their attacks upon Xiahou Wu. The onslaught of sword and blade energies collided with him. Yet they were effortlessly shattered by a radiant barrier of golden light that erupted around him. War Goddess tread! Xiahou Wu bellowed, unleashing a powerful golden shockwave that surged forth with tremendous force. The wave, towering over 10 meters, swept through the enemies, causing cries of agony as over 10 individuals were hurled away, their insides ruptured. Ice Phoenix Long Rainbow. Summer Qingqing coalesced a terrifying chill within her sword, unleashing a beam of icy brilliance that sliced through the throng, accompanied by a piercing cry reminiscent of a phoenix. The 7 to 8 meter long icy sword energy surged forth, freezing everything in its path. Several innate level masters were struck by the force of the sword, their bodies instantly encased in ice, only to shatter moments later. With a fierce roar, Wang Xiaojiji and others plunged into the battlefield. Xiaojiji leapt into the crowd, his claws tearing through the air, unleashing a flurry of celestial moon claw strikes that ensnared one adversary. The individual attempted to defend against the onslaught, but was soon overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of claw strikes. Wang Xiaojiji expelled a concentrated essence of Yin energy, transforming it into a radiant moonlight blade that swiftly severed the head of another foe, his defenses utterly dismantled. Adoya, too, morphed into a celestial wolf, wielding two massive crescent-shaped blades, intertwining them as she struck, cleaving through the throng, reducing two opponents to mere remnants. 9 Nether Cold Abyss. Xiangchun roared, slamming his palm onto the earth, unleashing 3 spirals of yellow spring cold energy that surged forth, enveloping a radius of 20 to 30 meters. Crackle. One by one, individuals found their bodies frozen, the chilling energy invading their very core, rendering them immobile, as over 10 transformed into lifeless statues. 9 Nether Cold Abyss. Over 50 celestial wolves howled, erupting with 1 or 2 spirals of yellow spring black holes. A torrent of 9 nether cold energy swept through, instantly enveloping a radius of hundreds of meters, encasing over 100 individuals in ice. The yellow spring cannon, initially a free martial art, had evolved into a formidable secret technique that anyone could now wield within the realm of Yanhuang. As 50 to 60 individuals charged towards the hundreds of the Tianai society, it was as if a pack of ferocious wolves had descended upon a horde of sheep. The individuals at the rear of the Tianai society were left stupefied. The power of this group was utterly terrifying. The moment battle commenced, over 200 had already perished. What on earth was happening with the Yanhuang society? Their strength was beyond comprehension. How had these individuals transformed into such formidable beings in an instant? In the 2 gorges, tens of thousands of external academy students, both old and new, stood in awe, rendered speechless by the formidable might of the Yanhuang society. Chapter 429. A Sword of Light Approaches. Xiangchun, what kind of method have you employed to transform these individuals into such fearsome beings? Yin Tianhua was taken aback by the scene. From the moment Wang Ying grew so powerful, those who followed Xiangchun had all become equally formidable. Such strength. In this battle, the Yanhuang society emerged victorious, and I must join their ranks. Indeed, what terrifying prowess these individuals possess. How can they be so strong? Join the Yanhuang society? Don't be foolish. They have offended the Tianai society, and the true terror lies within their ranks. What of it? To have such a group of individuals who fear no authority and resist to the end, that is the essence of true martial practitioners. People were astounded by the might of the Yanhuang society, and Su Li Gu gazed in shock at this formidable assembly. Is it possible? Could it be that all of them possessed the bloodline of the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf? Su Li Gu was astonished and murmured, "Could that young man be a reincarnation of a great power, just like me? Master, these individuals are incredibly strong." Bei Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, these fellows didn't seem this powerful before. Bei Mingxiong echoed, equally astonished. Su Li Gu's gaze fixed upon Xiangchun, remaining silent. The members of the Tianai society were engulfed in shock, retreating in fear. The Yanhuang society formed a protective circle, glaring at the Tianai society members, their wolf-like eyes betraying a savage intent. Surrounding them lay over 200 corpses, frozen by the chilling aura of the yellow springs, either slain or defeated. The devouring heavenly vines were ravenously consuming these fallen foes from beneath the ground. Xiangchun stood at the center of the circle, resembling a wolf king, coldly surveying the terrified members of the Tianai society. How could these individuals be so powerful? Damn it, this is an energy we cannot withstand. How can we possibly fight this battle? The members of the Tianai society were not fools, nor were they willing to die. Witnessing the numerous deaths around them instilled a deep-seated fear. Damn it, attack. Those with arrows, fire. Song Air shouted from above. With so many of us, we can't possibly fail to take down just a few dozen. Xiangchun coldly commanded, for those who enter the valley, show no mercy. Kill. With Xiangchun's command, over 50 members of the Tianlang rushed forth, roaring as they charged at the Tianai society, their momentum utterly ferocious. Upon hearing the tumult, some dropped their weapons in terror and retreated, exclaiming, "I'm not fighting anymore. I'm out." As one individual succumbed to fear, a wave of panic spread, causing a multitude of others to flee in terror from the significantly outnumbered Tianlang. racing towards the edge of the life and death gorge, desperate to escape. They were not a resolute army, merely a collection of students lacking a shared faith or strong will. Hundreds scattered in fright. Even those who were initially reluctant to abandon the fight followed suit as they witnessed the mass exodus. Outside the TNI society, total defeat ensued. Within the life and death gorge, only corpses remained, alongside a group of extraordinarily powerful werewolves. Ha ha, the heavenly leaf has been defeated. We have emerged victorious. Long live Yuan Yang, long live Chenggu. The members of the Yuan Yang society roared with excitement at this spectacle, some howling like wolves to the heavens. Seeing this, Song Yi's face flushed with rage. Yuan Yang society. Song Yi thundered, disregarding the rules, transforming into a streak of light as he lunged downward with lethal intent. A figure, wielding the terrifying power of a great heaven position at the Yuan Yang realm, charged towards Xiang Chun. You little beast, I shall slay you. Song Yi bellowed, thrusting his sword. A ferocious and unstoppable sword aura coalesced, slashing through the air for 10 meters, aimed directly at the center where Xiang Chun and the others stood. Chenggu, be careful. The wolf pack was thrown into disarray, the faces of the Yuan Yang society members shifting in alarm. Qingcheng, watch out. Xiang Chun instinctively embraced Xia Qingcheng, and in that moment, 2 devouring evil vines shielded them. You old fool. How dare you defy the rules and attack an outer academy disciple? Dongfang Sanqing roared, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he rushed forth. Yet, faster still was a streak of pure white sword light. Swish! This sword light, swift as a startled swan, struck with a velocity surpassing double the speed of sound. Song Yi's lethal strike shattered beneath this white brilliance, disintegrating in an instant. The unstoppable sword light then cleaved through his sword-wielding arm. Ah! Song Yi screamed in agony. His right arm severed cleanly, the wound smooth. He retreated in terror, clutching his severed limb, his pallor ashen as he gazed up at a figure atop the mountain. Clad in snowy white, with hair dark as silk, cradling a sword sheath, stood the one known as Dugu Piaoxue. Buzz, the swift. White sword light was sheathed in a mere heartbeat. Dugu Piaoxue. Song Yi gasped, fear lacing his voice. To oppress the weak and violate the academy's rules by attacking an outer disciple. You are unworthy of wielding a sword, Dugu Piaoxue stated indifferently. Long hair flowing in the mountain breeze, having captured the hearts of many a maiden. Beside him stood 2 women, Yu Ming and Ye Yuding. Old fool, perish. Thunder fist. At that moment, Dongfang Sanqing roared, unleashing a blinding, powerful lightning fist that struck Song Yi. Ah! Song Yi howled, grievously wounded and now struck by the thunder. He spat a mouthful of blood, his body paralyzed as he was hurled from the sky, crashing into the valley. Seeing this, Xiang Chun immediately released Xia Qingcheng, gripping the Dragon K demon blade, and with a roar, charged at Song Yi. This man had attempted to end his life twice. Now that he had the chance to strike back, he would not let it pass. Die! Xiang Chun surged forward, covering 100 meters in a single stride, and swung his blade down fiercely. Still reeling from paralysis, Song Yi managed to extend his palm, barely channeling 30% of his true essence to form a defensive barrier. Boom! Xiang Chun's blade struck against the barrier, the blade's energy erupting without cleaving through it. However, the Dragon K demon blade continued to tear at the defenses, relentlessly approaching Song Yi. You little beast, dare you kill me? Song Yi roared. You have sought my life twice. Why should I hesitate to kill you? Xiang Chun roared, exerting every ounce of energy to control the Dragon K demon blade as it relentlessly advanced towards his opponent. With each strike, the blade swiftly severed through the hand of Song Yi, who was unleashing his true essence, causing him to howl in agony as he helplessly watched his palm being sliced open, yet he dared not withdraw. How audacious! At that moment, a colossal ice palm imprint suddenly descended from the heavens, violently crashing down towards Xiang Chun, a terrifying chill enveloping the air. Dongfang Sanqing bellowed fiercely, immediately positioning himself in front of Xiang Chun, delivering a punch that erupted with lightning. Boom! The thunderous explosion sent Dongfang Sanqing reeling back, blood spewing from his mouth, while the ferocious shockwave propelled Xiang Chun into the air. Chapter 430. Just Arrival, 12. At the pinnacle of spiritual-level martial arts, the Shiming Palm. Dongfang Sanqing's expression darkened as he gazed up at the figure materializing in the canyon's sky. Xiang Chun found himself ensnared by a chilling palm force. his complexion paling as he looked up. President. Song-Air's face lit up with joy, having lost half a finger to Xiang Chen's blade. The figure clad in azure robes was strikingly handsome and dignified, with a pair of ice-like true wings coalescing behind him, coldly surveying Xiang Chen and his companions below. Yi Tianxi. Xia Qingqing approached Xiang Chen's side, her voice devoid of warmth. No wonder he ranks second on the tiger list. His power is indeed incomparable to other formidable figures of the Yuan Yang realm. Dongfang Sanqing remarked coldly, noting that Yi Tianxi's chilling presence was sufficient to suppress his thunderous might. Yi Tianxi, the second of the tiger list. My idol, how handsome. Countless onlookers turned their gazes towards this paragon of the western courtyard, the foremost figure of the Yuan Yang realm, the second on the inner palace's tiger list. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of figures pierced through the air, no fewer than 200 powerful practitioners of the Yuan Yang realm, trailing behind Yi Tianxi, their formidable presence amplifying his already striking and martial demeanor. He is indeed Yi Tianxi. Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy. This was the first time he had laid eyes on this man, the one who had been scheming against him even before he entered the academy. Yi Tianxi, how shameless can you be to target a brother from the outer court? Dongfang Sanqing spoke coldly. Yet Yi Tianxi paid no heed to Dongfang Sanqing, instead turning his gaze towards Xia Qingqing with a calm demeanor. Qingqing, is he Xiang Chen? Indeed. Yi Tianxi, why have you persistently targeted him? Xia Qingqing replied coldly. Do you not comprehend my intentions? Only I am worthy of you. This insignificant character has neither influence nor strength. He is unfit to be your match, Yi Tianxi stated indifferently. Xiang Chen scoffed upon hearing this. What a truly shameless individual. Xia Qingqing retorted. No matter how powerful your lineage or how substantial your background, it matters not to me. I have no interest in you. I have been betrothed to Brother Chun since childhood. Our affections for each other are genuine, and no superficial conditions can sway our bond. Yi Tianxi, I advise you to relinquish your hopes. I am not your match, and we shall never be. The words struck deep, leaving many outer court disciples heartbroken. Goddess Qingqing, have you truly developed feelings for such a pitiful creature? Dongfang Sanqing sneered and said, Yi, do you hear me? Have some dignity as a person. How can you shamelessly steal someone else's woman? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxi raised his sword-like brows and cast a cold glance at Dongfang Sanqing, indifferent as he replied, Soon. I shall confront you, the third on the tiger ranking, renowned for being the strongest among the 8th level beneath the Yuan Yang realm. I fear you. It's time for you to reconsider your position. Dongfang Sanqing let out a derisive laugh. He then turned his gaze to Xia Qingqing, speaking with icy indifference. Your choice disappoints me. The woman I cannot have, no one else shall possess. Once this boy enters the inner palace, I will personally take his life. Yi Tianxi pointed at Xiang Chen, yet his eyes remained averted, utterly disregarding him. Xia Qingqing's delicate face bore an expression of frigid resolve as she declared, If you dare to harm him, I, Xia Qingqing, will ensure you pay the price. Beloved Qingqing, be good and step back. This is a matter between men. And I shall deal with this insufferable fool, Xiang Chen chuckled, reverting to his human form and patting Xia Qingqing's shoulder. Beneath him, the swallowing sky evil vine surged forth, lifting Xiang Chen to a height of over 10 meters, allowing him to meet Yi Tianxi's gaze at eye level. I do not like looking up to others. Xiang Chen stated coolly, It is more pleasing to converse this way, though, from any angle, you are hardly a sight for sore eyes. Yi Tianxi replied coldly, A mere insignificant figure, would never have caught my eye were it not for Qingqing. You lack the qualification to meet me on equal ground. Xiang Chen smiled lightly and said, Indeed, you, the young master of the Yi family, are formidable, and the average person cannot contend with you. Your arrogance stems merely from having better luck at birth. Xiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he continued, Yi Tianxi, your repeated attempts to harm me will not go unaddressed. Currently, I am not your match, but within 2 years, I, Xiang Chen, will ensure you regret all that you have done to me. In 2 years, we shall inevitably cross paths once more. Upon hearing these words, countless onlookers gasped in astonishment. This fellow was openly challenging Yi Tianxi. In 2 years, even if given 20, you shall never become my equal, a member of the Yi family mocked. A toad yawning, what grand aspirations, echoed the crowd, disbelief rife in the air. Yi Tianxi coldly remarked, Time will not halt its advance, nor will I. Even if I do not cultivate for 2 years, you will still not be my opponent. I disdain the thought of personally dealing with you. You are unworthy. Xiang Chun, you lack self-awareness, and I shall make you comprehend the chasm that lies between us. Xiang Chun replied, the gap is meant to be bridged and surpassed. The only difference between us is your age and your early foray into martial arts. Sharp-tongued and cunning. The rules of this world are not dictated by mere words. Begone. I intend to use this valley, Yi Tianxi sneered. Xiang Chun smirked, choosing not to elaborate further. Words were of little use, and he had no intention of proving himself through mere talk. Dongfang Sanxing, you struck my subordinate. You must repay that blow. Yi Tianxi declared coldly. Perfect. I shall face you and render you powerless. Let us see how you will pose before my brothers afterward. Dongfang Sanxing laughed maliciously, a tempestuous aura emanating from him. In the east, be cautious, for this individual possesses extraordinary strength, comparable to that of a great celestial in the Yuan Yang realm. Warned Xiang Chun. Dongfang Sanxing's eyes sparkled with electric intensity as he replied, I am aware. A celestial-grade soul cultivator practicing inferior celestial arts and wielding spiritual-grade martial skills undoubtedly surpasses others in power. Such opponents are indeed more gratifying to confront. Brothers, step aside. I shall handle the battle below. Haha, what bravado. I, Xiahou Wu, am proud to call you my friend. Let us make him unrecognizable in the fight, and then we shall celebrate with drinks. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily. Indeed, prepare the victory feast. Dongfang Sanxing chuckled in agreement. Xiang Chun and the others withdrew, as the battle among the Tiger List elites was beyond their privilege to intervene. As they exited the life and death gorge, the surrounding Outer Academy students cast admiring glances towards them. Xiang Chun and Xiahou Wu were formidable figures worthy of ranking first on the Eagle List. The Yanwang Society, too, showcased its might in this confrontation, standing firm against 10 adversaries. Though few in number, each member was a top-tier expert from the Outer Academy. Chapter 431, A Clash of Titans, 13. This time, everyone donned the Academy's enchanted garments, which seamlessly adjusted to their bodies, sparing them the embarrassment of tearing their attire upon recovery. Xiang Chun, you are so impressive. Please sign for me. Xiang Chun, and everyone from the Yanwang Society. Could you please sign for us? Many new female students approached, their faces alight with admiration. Haha, signing is a trivial matter. Come one by one. Wang Ziajiji beamed, rushing towards the girls, only to be yanked back by Dandan, who had caught his ear. Brother Chun, does the Yanwang Society still need members? I wish to join. I admire you all so much. Brother Chun, yes. Do you need more people? Numerous new students, inspired by the battle, eagerly inquired. Brother Xiang, congratulations. Yin Tianhua approached with a smile. This battle has truly established your reputation. Xiang Chun responded with a gentle smile. Yet it has also revealed the strength of the Yanwang Society, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. In the distance, Yin Tianai, Xiang Ke, and their companions gazed at Xiang Chun with complex expressions, rendered speechless. Among them, Xiang Ke felt genuine trepidation towards Xiang Chun. Well done, Xiang Chun, Yu Ming remarked with a smile. Xiang Chun politely returned the gesture and turned towards Dugu Piaoxue, acknowledging her with a fist salute, expressing gratitude for her earlier assistance. Nie Yuding also bestowed a kind smile upon Xiang Chun. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiang Chun's gaze shifted back to the life and death gorge, where Dongfang Sanxing was now in a standoff with Yi Tianxi. The crowd was electrified, anticipating the clash between the third and second ranks of the Tiger List. Who would emerge stronger, the formidable and aggressive Thunder System true martial cultivator, Dongfang Sanxing, or Yi Tianxi? All eyes were fixated on the two. Within Dongfang Sanxing's body, 8 whirlpools of thunderous true essence whirled violently, unleashing arcs of silvery lightning. The surrounding area was engulfed in a tempest of thunder and sparks, with the atmospheric electrical intensity reaching several thousand volts. The intensity of the lightning coursing through him was utterly terrifying, perhaps reaching tens of thousands of volts, capable of effortlessly incapacitating those of equal standing. Around Yi Tianxi, waves of profound chill emanated, causing the temperature of the air to plummet by several dozen degrees, the ground cracking and freezing into ice. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Tianxi calmly declared, "Make your move. Stop pretending to be a big shot, you brat. Take my punch." Dongfang Sanxing retorted sharply, his figure suddenly transforming into a streak of silver lightning, darting forth at a speed comparable to that of sound. He then concentrated a violent surge of thunder and struck towards Yi Tianxi. In an instant, he appeared behind Yi Tianxi, delivering a ferocious blow. Such speed. It's impossible to perceive his form. Gasped a practitioner of the inner palace's Yuan Yang realm. Boom. The punch unleashed a torrent of thunder. However, a radiant icy barrier flared to life behind Yi Tianzi, absorbing the full force of the thunderous assault, the ice crackling with electric energy. Yi Tianzi pivoted, unleashing a palm strike, while simultaneously retreating, manifesting a blade of icy energy that sliced forth with razor-like precision. Thunder palm, Dongfang Sanqing shouted, retaliating with a devastating palm strike. The icy blade was instantly obliterated by a thunderous blast. Subsequently, Yi Tianzi waved his sleeves, unleashing a surge of profound ice essence, conjuring numerous ice arrows over a foot long that shot forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of icy arrows rained down upon Dongfang Sanqing, each possessing 10 times the penetrating power of a sniper's bullet. Thunderfield, Dongfang Sanqing bellowed, stepping forward as countless bolts of lightning erupted from beneath his feet, inscribing runes that spread in all directions, enveloping the surrounding area in a powerful storm of thunder and lightning, impenetrable. Boom, boom, boom. The incoming ice arrows detonated, shattered by the ferocious lightning. This technique was an indiscriminate, powerful thunder attack, yet it boasted formidable defensive capabilities as well. At that moment, Yi Tianzi conjured 3 massive icy swords that surged towards Dongfang Sanqing. The 3 swords sliced through the air, piercing the formidable thunder field, revealing Yi Tianzi's martial prowess to be evidently superior to Dongfang Sanqing's. Dongfang Sanqing unleashed his fists, clad in skin-tight gloves woven from thunder silk. Though not as effective as blades, his striking technique bore immense power. With a thunderous assault, his fists obliterated 2 of the icy swords, yet the third exploded forth, delivering a potent spiritual strike. As the sword descended, Dongfang Sanqing's expression changed drastically as he hastened to retreat. Nevertheless, the extending sword aura still grazed him, leaving a crimson mark across his chest. At that moment, Yi Tianzi's figure vanished, replaced by 8 illusory forms of him encircling Dongfang Sanqing. Dongfang Sanqing roared, unleashing a frenzied thunder technique that unleashed bolts of lightning towards the 8 figures. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the figures exploded, scattering shards of ice. They are mere martial clones. Look out above, Dongfang, Xiangchen shouted. Suddenly, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens as Yi Tianzi brought his sword crashing down. With Xiangchen's warning, Dongfang Sanqing barely managed to evade by a hair's breadth. However, the sword was too swift, its luminous edge slicing towards the head of Dongfang Sanqing, severing an arm from his shoulder. Blood gushed forth as he let out a mournful cry, retreating while clutching his severed limb. In that moment, Yi Tianzi unleashed a kick infused with the force of collapsing mountains, striking Dongfang Sanqing with a violent force. With a resounding thud, Dongfang Sanqing was hurled backward, crashing into the stone wall of the canyon, creating a significant dent in its surface. Yi Tianzi cast his sword, transforming it into a dazzling beam aimed directly at Dongfang Sanqing's head, intent on claiming his life. However, at that instant, a fierce bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, colliding violently with the sword. With a thunderous explosion, the blade was sent flying, embedding itself in the distance and leaving a massive crater in the ground. Yi Tianzi furrowed his brow, gazing upward. A young man with a scruffy beard, clutching a wine gourd, reclined amidst the stormy clouds. Dongfang Yuan, Yi Tianzi declared coldly, the foremost figure from the eastern courtyard's inner palace, Dongfang Yuan, with a name as elegant as a poem, yet a demeanor most rugged. You little brat, you sure are ruthless. What, do you truly wish for my brother's demise? The bearded youth took a swig of wine, his coarse accent laced with mockery. Meanwhile, Dongfang Sanqing, clutching his severed arm, hastily retreated from the perilous gorge, coldly asserting, Dongfang Yuan, I never sought your rescue. Hey, you little turtle, do you think I want to save you? Who told you to be my irritable younger brother? Dongfang Yuan retorted sharply, I may be a turtle, but so are you, and aren't we both the sons of the same father? It seemed these two were indeed brothers, yet their encounters were always rife with tension. Chapter 432, Confrontation, 14. Isn't it embarrassing? Does it not hurt to have lost an arm? Hurry and reattach it. Dongfang Yuan scolded, his tone laced with reprimand yet tinged with concern. Indeed, ow, it truly hurts. Yi Tianzi, you little brat, I shall remember this grievance. Dongfang Sanqing, coming to his senses, finally acknowledged the pain and swiftly picked up his severed arm to flee the gorge. Xiang Chun rushed over to assist Dongfang Sanqing in reattaching his arm. Witnessing Dongfang Sanqing's misfortune due to his encounter with Yi Tianxi stirred a tumult of gratitude and fury within Xiang Chun. "Brother, I apologize. I wish to help you reclaim your honor, but alas, my cultivation pales in comparison to that scoundrel's. He has likely already condensed his true Dan." Nearing a breakthrough into the Soul Moon realm, Dongfang Sanqing's complexion turned pale, remnants of ice clinging to the wound where his arm had been severed, numbing the pain somewhat. "I am already immensely grateful for your efforts, and I shall ensure he pays this debt tenfold. Allow me to assist you in reattaching your arm," Xiang Chun offered, dissolving the icy remnants at the site of the severed limb before commencing the reattachment process. "Is Dongfang Yuan your brother? Why do I sense such discord between you two?" Xiang Chun inquired as he worked to mend the severed arm, utilizing his healing energy to begin the process of restoring the broken veins. In the Eastern Radiant Star's words, "He is 3 years my senior, having awakened the celestial level thunder spirit of our clan, while I possess only a 9th grade spiritual level thunder spirit. However, I refuse to yield to him. We have competed against each other since childhood, resulting in a rather strained relationship." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that family matters should remain private. Among the 4 renowned paragons inscribed on the Dragon and Phoenix Monument, he had already encountered 3, Yi Tianjiao, Dugu Piaoxue, and Dongfang Yuan, yet the 4th, Feng Yang, remained elusive. At that moment, Yi Tianxi emerged from the canyon, casting a cold glance at Xiang Chun and Xia Qingqing. "From now on, Xiang Chun shall be regarded as the enemy of my TNI society. Any internal or external members who encounter him shall be dealt with lethally." Yi Tianxi's proclamation resounded through the crowd. "Anyone associated with Xiang Chun shall be considered an enemy of my TNI society." He then cast a glance at the members of the Yanhuang society. "To the TNI society, heed my command," boomed the voices of hundreds. "We fear you not, you cur, for the injustice done to my brother. If he does not seek vengeance within 2 years, I, Xia Houwu, will ensure our feud remains eternal." Xia Houwu retorted with a cold smirk. Xiang Chun replied indifferently, "Brothers and sisters of the Yanhuang society, heed my command. Henceforth, the TNI society shall be our greatest adversary. We shall take every opportunity to eliminate them. Yanhuang, heed our call." The members of the Yanhuang society echoed in unison, their gazes locked. A palpable tension hung in the air. Onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by the audacity of the newly formed Yanhuang society, which had successfully carved its name in opposition to the long-established TNI society, led previously by Yi Tianjiao, who had gathered a wealth of exceptional talent for the Yi family throughout the years. Yi Tianxi and his entourage departed, while Dongfang Yuechu cast a fleeting glance at Dongfang Sanqing and Xiang Chun, who lay ensconced within a swirling azure thundercloud that appeared to be a flying spiritual treasure. Dugu Piaoxue too departed in silence, and the crowd began to disperse, many discussing the earlier battles. The Yanhuang society, this newly established group, had made a name for itself at the expense of the TNI society. Following the skirmish, both Xia Houwu and Xiang Chun would undoubtedly ascend the ranks of the Western Academy's Eagle list, especially Xiang Chun, who had slain a formidable Yuan Yang realm opponent. After today's battle, the 4 external academies would likely recognize the names of Xiang Chun and Xia Houwu. After Xiang Chun assisted Dongfang Sanqing in mending his severed arm, he invited him to his residence. However, feeling humiliated by his defeat at the hands of Yi Tianxi, Dongfang Sanqing declined, preferring to return home to recuperate and enhance his cultivation in hopes of reclaiming his honor. Yet, upon Xiang Chun revealing a small secret, Dongfang Sanqing, astonished, consented to accompany him back. Upon returning, the members of the Yanhuang society first ventured to the Tiaodo dining hall, booking a private room on the 2nd floor, where they spent 1,000 spirit coins to treat everyone to a celebratory feast in honor of their resounding victory. "Haha, Brother Chun, after this battle, our Yanhuang society's reputation is bound to eclipse that of the TNI society," Yangbin exclaimed with a laugh. Wang Ziyage Chicken exclaimed, "Indeed, Chen Gu, after this battle, our Yanhuang society will be known far and wide. Today's fight was exhilarating. It is a pity I could not manifest my true form, otherwise I would surely have vanquished those insignificant foes." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dan immediately stepped on Wang Ziyage Chicken's foot, casting a glance at Dongfang Sanqing, Yu Ming, exuding, and others. Wang Ziyage Chicken's smile faltered, and he promptly fell silent, realizing he almost divulged the secrets of Yuan Yang. Brother, but to speak sincerely, your group of comrades is truly formidable. Can you all transform into beasts? Do you share the same divine soul talent? Dongfang Sanqing's arm was still bandaged. Although it had been said, it would require 2 more days for complete recovery. We all cultivate the same technique, and due to certain characteristics, we can temporarily transform to enhance our strength, Xiang Chen explained, his words partially true. I see. However, while you fought with such vigor, I feel somewhat embarrassed. I raise my glass to honor you all, my brothers, Dongfang Sanqing said with a smile, lifting his cup. Thank you, Xinggu, for your assistance today. The brothers and sisters of Yuan Yang echoed in unison. By the way, big brother, many from the Outer Academy wish to join our Yuan Yang society. Should we accept them? Many students from my Manchu nation are eager to be a part of us, Adoya inquired. In Tianhua, standing nearby, offered his counsel. The Academy presents an excellent opportunity to establish connections and consolidate power. If Brother Xiang aspires to greatness, he must not overlook this chance. Xiang Chen glanced at In Tianhua and replied, we can accept new members, but they must have clear backgrounds and be unrelated to the Tianai society or the Yi family. The society can expand. Haha, splendid. I can finally take in a few younger brothers, Wang Ziyage Chicken exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, Yu Ming. Xiang Chun raised his cup in salute to Dugu Yu Ming, acknowledging her role in Dugu Piaoshu's assistance. I owe you a favor as well, do I not? Yu Ming replied with a smile. After finishing his drink, Xiang Chun looked at everyone, poured another cup of wine, and declared, in conclusion, I believe our Yuan Yang will become the most powerful organization within the Academy. In the years to come, may we share both honor and disgrace, striving forward together. All members of Yuan Yang stood up and shouted, sharing honor and disgrace, striving together, to our big brother. The feast lasted for 2 hours before everyone departed in pairs. Lu Ximing bid farewell and returned home, while Xiang Chun accompanied Dongfang Sanqing and Xia Qingcheng to his residence. Chapter 433, The Gunpowder Girl, 15 Explosions. Brother, you say you can help enhance my divine soul talent. Is that true? The talent of the divine soul can only be unearthed and developed by oneself, right? As they entered the courtyard, Dongfang Sanqing immediately whispered. Xiang Chen smiled faintly and replied, indeed, it is true. I possess methods to greatly stimulate your divine soul's talent and potential through external means. That sounds wonderful. Hurry, let me try. Dongfang Sanqing said excitedly. By the way, if I am to release my divine soul, this place is unsuitable. It would cause significant damage here, Dongfang Sanqing remarked. Then let us go to Guanyin Peak. There, releasing the divine soul will not cause any destruction, Xiang Chen suggested. All right. The 3 individuals hastened towards the peak of Guanyun, and before long, they arrived at the very spot where Xiang Chen had previously practiced his sword techniques. They found a massive boulder and instructed Dongfang Sanqing to lie down and remove his shirt. Qingqing stood watch on a distant rock, vigilant for any potential threats. Xiang Chen then produced his spirit needle, guiding it through the meridians with fluidity akin to flowing water. One by one, the spirit needles pierced Dongfang Sanqing's dantian and various acupoints, stimulating his energy channels. As these pathways opened, an unusual influx of cosmic energy surged into Dongfang Sanqing's spiritual repository. Xiang Chun immediately retreated, distancing himself by over 100 meters. Suddenly, Dongfang Sanqing reacted. He exclaimed in astonishment as he sensed the extraordinary power of the heavens entering his body, causing his spiritual reservoir to expand. Soon, torrents of domineering silver lightning erupted from within him. The surrounding air crackled with arcs of electric fire. The intensity of the lightning was astonishing. Boom, boom, strikes of lightning, as thick as a human arm, rained down, sending shards of rock flying and dust swirling. Dongfang Sanqing unleashed a series of roars as an even greater force of lightning surged from his spirit, transforming him into a veritable storm of electricity. The thunderous energy grew increasingly violent, with the silver lightning gradually shifting to a celestial blue, its power surging to over 1,000 volts. Although Dongfang Sanqing bore a semblance of pain, upon witnessing the might of the lightning he released, a look of delight spread across his face. Heavenly thunder, a heavenly grade spirit. His innate talent and potential had ascended a level. Yet, the enhancement did not cease there. The celestial blue lightning gradually morphed into a dark blue hue. Once again, the power of the spirit surged. A transcendent grade spirit. Xiang Chun and Xia Qingcheng observed this spectacle from afar, and a smile graced Xiang Chun's lips. An elevation of 2 tiers in talent at once. Boom. A bolt of dark blue lightning shot skyward, causing the celestial energies above to coalesce into dark thunderclouds. Following this, a streak of dark blue lightning descended from the heavens, crashing violently against the earth and creating a crater several dozen meters wide. As the lightning gradually receded, Dongfang Sanqing stood within the crater, feeling the immense power of the lightning he had unleashed, his face alight with exhilaration and excitement. Although the overall strength of the lightning had not increased, its intensity had more than doubled, and now, the power of his lightning approached that of a soul moon realm cultivator. Dongfang Sanqing erupted into joyous laughter, overwhelmed by the current coursing through him. A blend of excitement and awe. Congratulations, Dongfang. Xiang Chun approached with a smile. Dongfang Sanqing gazed at Xiang Chun, his eyes filled with astonishment. To assist another in enhancing their spirit's talent to such a degree, should this ability become known, Xiang Chun would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous formidable powers. Brother, thank you. Thank you so much. Dongfang Sanqing exclaimed, enveloping Xiang Chun in a hearty embrace. Since we have forged this brotherhood, such matters are trivial. However, I must request that you keep this event a secret. Dongfang, Xiang Chun replied with a grin. Indeed, I swear that if this matter is leaked, I shall be struck down by divine wrath, declared Dongfang Sanqing. Haha, there is no need to be so serious. At present, your talent for thunder surpasses even that of your brother. Once you heal, you may very well challenge Yi Tianxi again and emerge victorious, Xiang Chun responded. Indeed, with my current strength in thunder, I am confident about facing Yi Tianxi once more. I shall avenge the injury he inflicted upon me. And as for my brother, I look forward to seeing how he boasts before me in the future, Dongfang Sanqing retorted with a cold smile. Well then, my brother, let us not linger on this. A great favor does not require words of thanks. From this moment forth, you are my sworn brother. I shall return to recuperate, and once I am healed, I will challenge that rascal Yi Tianxi again, Dongfang Sanqing exclaimed with excitement. Very well, Xiang Chun nodded. As Dongfang Sanqing clasped his fists in a gesture of farewell, he transformed into a streak of lightning and descended the mountain, his laughter echoing in the air. This fellow truly possesses a spirited nature. The Dongfang family, renowned for their thunder cultivation, is indeed a prestigious clan in the wild state, Xia Qingcheng remarked with a smile. Yes, he is a person worth forging a deep friendship with. He will undoubtedly serve as a valuable ally in the future, Xiang Chun replied with a gentle smile. Watching as Dongfang Sanqing swiftly descended the mountain, the two strolled atop the peak, arriving at a massive boulder at the cliff's edge. Xiang Chun brushed the dust off the stone, and they sat side by side, gazing at the crimson clouds on the horizon. At an elevation of 9,000 meters, it felt as if they were floating among the clouds. It was the evening, and the setting sun painted the sky with a blood-red hue. A refreshing breeze wafting through the air. What a scene this is! The evening clouds hang low while fragrant grasses begin to sprout, and beyond the new moon, the birds take flight as the setting sun casts its glow upon the distant horizon. As they sat closely together, Xiang Chun wrapped his arm around Qingcheng, who rested her head on his shoulder, both of them watching the sun sink beneath the sea of clouds. Brother Chun, I have caused you so much trouble. Do you not hold any grievance against me? Xia Qingcheng asked softly. Silly girl, what do you have to do with this? It is merely that my dear girl attracts too much attention, leading to so many admirers. Xiang Chun chuckled softly, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. But I am clearly an ugly monster. They simply do not know my true appearance. Xia Qingcheng lamented as she removed her mask, revealing a terrifying visage, her cheeks as red as charcoal. Foolish girl, you are far from ugly. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful, irreplaceable by anyone else. Look, isn't Brother Chen also quite unattractive? Xiang Chen teased, pinching her cheek, a playful tuft of fur sprouting on his face. Hee, no, you're not ugly. You're adorable. I remember how much I loved to pinch Brother Chen's fluffy ears when I was little. Xia Qingcheng laughed, playfully squeezing his furry ears. Thus, we should not concern ourselves with the opinions of the mundane world. In my heart, you are the epitome of beauty, Xiang Chun declared with deep affection. Gazing into Xia Qingcheng's eyes, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Xia Qingcheng suddenly embraced Xiang Chun tightly, resting her head against his chest. Brother Chun, Tell me a story. Please. I loved listening to your tales when I was a child. Very well, let me share a fairy tale with you. Once upon a time, there was a little girl selling fireworks, lonely and abandoned, peddling her wares in the village during a harsh winter, shivering in the biting cold. She endeavored to peddle her gunpowder to the villagers surrounding her, yet her efforts met with indifference. Starving and freezing, she ignited a small handful of gunpowder, and the warmth it released momentarily conjured the image of her deceased grandmother, enveloping her in the same comforting warmth. Longing to see her grandmother once more and to bask in even greater warmth, she subsequently set ablaze the entire barrel of gunpowder beside her, in her quest for warmth. This time, the entire village was engulfed in a thunderous explosion, accompanying the little girl to reunite with her grandmother. What a peculiar tale this is. It is not a fairy tale, but a sorrowful story known as the Ballad of the Gunpowder Girl. After the battle, the rankings on the Western Academy's Eagle list underwent a significant transformation. The once unknown Xiang Chun and Xia Hou suddenly ascended to the first and second positions, respectively. The new rankings on the Eagle list attracted many newcomers eager to join the Yan Huang Society, with Yang Bin and Yin Tianhua overseeing this matter. The following day, Xiang Chun and Xia Hou set off together to pay a visit to Principal Xiao Zhan, their esteemed teacher. Having spent over 1,000 spirit coins on exquisite fruits as tokens of respect, they arrived at the grand residence of Xiao Zhan, located within the inner palace area. As they approached the crimson door, they were met by disciples guarding the entrance. Greetings, seniors. We are students Xiang Chun and Xia Hou, here to pay our respects to teacher Xiao Zhan, Xiang Chun announced with a cupped fist. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the principal, replied the courteous disciple, who promptly rushed into the courtyard to relay their message. Before long, the disciple returned and said, the principal invites you both inside. Thank you, senior, they replied. Entering the residence, a spacious abode with 3 courtyards. The layout was exquisite, covering over 1,000 square meters, with both front and back gardens. Guided by a servant, they traversed the long corridor and arrived in the expansive rear courtyard. The sound of a zither wafted through the air, where a middle-aged man in a black robe sat in a pavilion by the lotus pond, skillfully playing, flanked by 2 beautiful maidens. This was none other than Xiao Zhan. It was surprising to discover that such a rugged man possessed such refined tastes. Refraining from interrupting Principal Xiao Zhan's performance, the 2 stood outside the pavilion, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his melody. After a brief interlude, the music gradually ceased, allowing them to step into the pavilion, placing their offerings aside. They clasped their hands together and bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, teacher." "Ah, I thought you 2 little ones had forgotten your teacher. No need for formalities." Xiao Zhan chuckled, motioning for someone to take the zither away. Xiang Qin smiled. "How could we forget? We have been quite busy since entering the academy and have not had the chance to visit you. Indeed, we have brought some fruits to show our respect." Xia Hou added. A maiden stepped forward to accept the fruits, and Xiao Zhan gestured for the 2 to take their seats. As they sat across from him in the pavilion, a servant presented them with tea. "It seems you 2 have been preoccupied with stirring up trouble and engaging in skirmishes," Xiao Zhan remarked. Xiao Zhan took a sip of tea and remarked, "You 2 have only been in the academy for a few months, yet have already stirred up quite a commotion. It seems you cannot remain idle. However, I can understand the exuberance of youth. Many troubles are not sought but rather thrust upon us, and we must not tarnish our reputation as students." Xiang Qin chuckled. "You have a silver tongue, yet you have offended many by slaying Tian Yi and have made an enemy of that young man from the Yi family. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from leaving the academy. Teacher, as the head of the academy, you wouldn't allow your students to be harmed by the Yi family, would you?" Xiao Hou interjected. "Do not be naive. The academy traditionally refrains from intervening in the disputes among students unless rules are broken. As the vice president, I am no exception. However, within the confines of this academy, even the might of the Yi family would hesitate to act against you," Xiao Zhan replied. "Xiang Chun, I have heard that you successfully cultivated the Yellow Springs Forbidden Classic under Elder Yuan Yang?" Xiao Zhan inquired. "Indeed," Xiang Chun confirmed. "It seems you are a prodigy with an extraordinary physique. That forbidden tome is not of this world. Only a special constitution like the extreme body can cultivate it." Xiao Zhan nodded, then furrowed his brow. "You have accepted Elder Yuan Yang's conditions, correct?" Xiang Chun acknowledged. "Since you are aware, I wish to seek your insight. What exactly did Elder Yuan Yang refer to?" Xiao Zhan's gaze turned profound as he responded. "That is an exceedingly perilous place. where the living struggle to enter and the dead find it hard to return. With your current cultivation, entry would likely lead to your demise. However, I trust the Elder will protect you. Since he did not disclose details, neither shall I. Elder Yuan Yang is an extraordinary figure, one who existed long before the current president's tenure. He is a formidable strength that once emerged from our academy, but returned due to the incident surrounding the Yellow Springs Forbidden Classic. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow at this revelation, realizing that Elder Yuan Yang was more complex than he had initially perceived. Nevertheless, the Yellow Springs Forbidden Classic indeed possesses formidable power, aside from the sealed divine abilities within the 10,000 Demons Sacred Classic. This Forbidden Classic is among the most potent he knows. Once he reaches the Yuan Yang realm, he will unlock the legacy of the ancient moon-swallowing celestial wolf. By the way, you practice a technique of the yin and cold variety, while Xiahou Wu, yours is of the utmost yang and rigidity, correct? As my students, I have the privilege to permit you both to select 2 spiritual level techniques from the scripture repository. Should you find your current methods unsatisfactory, feel free to choose anew. Xiaozhan offered. Thank you, teacher. Both students expressed their gratitude, though they had no intentions of changing their cultivation methods. If you have any doubts regarding your training, I am here to assist, Xiaozhan continued. Indeed, I do have a few, Xiangchen replied. I have selected a blade technique, the violent thunder-severing blade. I have mastered the first move, yet the second, thunderclap, eludes me. The violent thunder-severing blade, Xiaozhan exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. It appears the Elder has granted you special privileges. I have also practiced this technique. Show me the second move. Xiangchen nodded, then drew his blade, stepping into the thunder stride, transforming into a zigzagging bolt of lightning that struck with a single slice, executing a series of 9 rapid strikes in an instant. Xiaozhan gazed at him with an appreciative nod, remarking, Indeed, your comprehension of martial arts is extraordinary, surpassing imagination. You are truly a prodigy in this realm. Others may toil for a year and a half without reaching your level. However, the true essence of the second move does not lie in the number of strikes you can deliver in a fleeting moment. As he spoke, he drew in his palm, summoning a once ordinary treasured blade from a distant rack, one he had wielded in his youth. Xiaozhan grasped the hilt and advanced towards a target situated over 10 meters away. Suddenly, a flash of white lightning emanated from the scabbard, as if the blade had been unsheathed in an instant. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared as though the sword had remained still. Without a sound, the target split in 2. How swift! Xiangchen exclaimed, astonished. Xiaozhan continued. Did you see how many strikes I just unleashed? The disciple could not discern, and Xiangchen shook his head, admitting his inability to see clearly. Thunder, he mused. For the common man can only grasp how many attacks they can unleash within a brief span. Yet, they will never attain the essence of this move. The essence of thunder lies in its unparalleled speed. What I executed just now, with your current level of cultivation, was but a single strike, a strike perfected to the pinnacle of swiftness. One strike, and the enemy perishes, surpassing the efficacy of delivering 10 or 8 blows. Upon hearing this, Xiangchen experienced a moment of enlightenment, suddenly recalling the adage, in the realm of martial arts, only speed prevails. Thus, do not concern yourself with how many strikes you can deliver. Rather, focus on honing the speed of your first strike. Just now, as you drew your blade, I perceived the intent of your sword, a fierce and dominating aura, indicating your exceptional talent in comprehending the martial disciplines of the world. Xiaozhan offered no modesty in his praise. Xiangchen truly was the finest student he had ever encountered. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. A single lesson from you is worth 10 years of toil, Xiangchen responded with a smile. Do refrain from excessive flattery, Xiaozhan chuckled. Teacher, I have just begun practicing a spear technique, the dragon battle spear. I seek your guidance, Xiahou Wu interjected. Elder Yuan Yang seems to hold you both in high regard, as the martial arts bestowed upon you are of a spiritual level, the finest for your current stage. The dragon battle spear is also a remarkable technique derived from one of our academy's formidable masters. Now, demonstrate your understanding, he instructed. Yes, Xiahou Wu began to practice the dragon battle spear, seeking Xiaozhan's guidance. The two spent the better part of the day there, undoubtedly reaping substantial rewards. Before departing together in the afternoon, Xiangchen, following Xiaozhan's instruction, practiced the thunder technique, honing his blade at cloud viewing peak. Before the cliff's precipice, he unleashed a strike against the wall, producing a thunderous sound, a flash of lightning appearing as he carved a mark into the cliff in 1/8 of a second. This speed was already rare within the innate realm. Subsequently, he sheathed his sword, striving to execute the strike even faster. Day after day, he practiced relentlessly, performing thousands, even tens of thousands of strikes, until his arms ached and he could scarcely lift them before halting. As for the nights, he would retreat to the training tower, occasionally gathering with Qingqing and Lu Shiming, leading a fulfilling existence. In the realm of Xiahou Wu, a warrior who thrived on the battle to cultivate further strength, he often retreated to the Lingtian Valley for rigorous training, enduring harsh conditions for 7 days, until either he was vanquished within or the period concluded, only to resume his arduous practice once again. During his leisure, Xiangqin frequently organized collective efforts, gathering contributions from all to procure medicinal herbs, concocting elixirs essential for their cultivation, distributing them to aid in their training. As time swiftly passed, 2 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. In the bustling metropolis of Huangzhou, a colossal mountain towered at an elevation of 4,000 zhang, piercing the clouds at a height exceeding 10,000 meters, its summit unseen by the average eye. On this day, a sudden and violent rumble erupted from within the mighty peak. The heavens roiled with thunder, and serpentine bolts of lightning danced in the sky. A radiant beam of golden light shot forth from the mountain, ascending into the firmament, as the very mountain itself split asunder, cleaving into two, revealing a vast, straight canyon that emerged from the heart of the mountain, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The inhabitants of the city gazed in awe at this spectacle, witnessing the ascendant golden light as the ground trembled beneath them. What was happening? The ancient Huangling mountain had split in twain. Was it an earthquake? Many were left in stunned silence, but amidst the chaos, some well-versed and formidable individuals expressed their exhilaration. The Huangling realm has been unlocked, they exclaimed. This is the once-in-a-century unveiling of the ancient Huang immortal realm. What is this ancient Huang realm? An inquisitive voice arose. It is a legendary domain of our Huangzhou, came the enthusiastic explanation. It opens once every century, said to house the immortal treasures left by ancient sages, also referred to as the Huang immortal realm, abundant with spiritual treasures and herbs, teeming with opportunities. I witnessed its opening in my youth, but alas, I was too young to enter. Now, a century later, I never imagined the Huang immortal realm would reveal itself once more. The remnants of the ancient immortal's secret sanctuary drew countless cultivators, their hearts aflame with excitement. The very essence of immortality, a being that could move mountains and fill seas, defy mortality, was the pinnacle of martial pursuits. Why do people cultivate? Ultimately, it is for fame, status, power, and the quest for eternal life. Those at the innate realm can live approximately 2 cycles of 60 years, equating to about 120 years, while those in the Yuan Yang realm boast lifespans akin to tortoises, living around 200 years. The Soul Moon realm grants 300 years of life. However, without transcending to immortality and breaking the shackles of mortal existence, one is destined to return to dust. Cultivation, in essence, is a pursuit of longevity. Figures surged from the city, ascending into the sky, exuding formidable energy. Some rode upon spiritual treasures, others wielded spirit swords, flying towards the ancient mountain, awestruck by the luminous spectacle and the cleaved peak, despite many having witnessed such phenomena before. Yet, the sheer force capable of bisecting a mountain spanning 100 miles and towering 10,000 meters still left them in awe. Patriarch, the Huangling realm has officially commenced. Please prepare the clan. Master, the ancient Huang domain has been opened today. The ancient and mystical realm of the ancient wilderness has been unveiled. Numerous powerful figures, long stationed in this city from various factions, have retrieved their communication jade to connect with their respective forces. This news swiftly disseminated throughout the vast expanse of the wild state, igniting a fervor within the previously tranquil cultivation community as various factions began to stir with anticipation. In truth, many forces had already begun preparations well in advance, for the ancient wilderness realm, which opens once every century, has become an established consensus among those well-versed in the cultivation world. The celestial phenomena and astral cycles herald the awakening of this realm every 100 years. Soon, this information reached the Wild State Academy, where it also caused quite a stir. What exactly is the ancient wilderness realm? Inquired Wang Xiaoji in astonishment. Li Huan, a local, promptly responded, The ancient wilderness realm is said to be a blessed land carved out by the predecessors of the wild state, opening once every century, with a duration that can extend up to a year, or at the very least, 6 months. Inside, there exists a wealth of martial arts legacies, spiritual herbs, and treasures, all left behind by ancient forebears as blessings and opportunities for the wild state. Such blessed lands are rare throughout the 9 provinces and occur only once every 100 years. Wang Xiaoji, taken aback, exclaimed, "In a small place like Shan country, how could such wonders exist?" His excitement soon surged. "So, can we enter?" Of course. All residents of the wild state are permitted access, though there are age restrictions. It is said that individuals over 30 years of age will be repelled by the secret realm, making entry difficult. This is likely due to certain prohibitions set forth by the ancestors, intended as an opportunity for the young and powerful cultivators, Li Huan elucidated. "Haha, that's fantastic. We can enter. Quickly, go spread the news to the brothers, while I seek out Brother Chun." Wang Xiaoji, brimming with excitement, hurried off to find Xiang Chun. In the meditation chamber of the 9420th cultivation tower, where Xiang Chun frequently practiced, he had claimed this space as his own, and few dared to challenge him for it. His reputation among the students of the Western Courtyard was unparalleled, and he enjoyed the privileges that his strength and status conferred. After 2 months of diligent cultivation, Xiang Ergo had indeed made significant progress, breaking through to the 6th level of the innate realm and condensing 6 lunar vortices. Inside the chamber, Xiang Chun was refining a batch of elixirs, his alchemical skills having advanced remarkably. He had mastered all formulas and patterns recorded in the sacred scripture, now capable of crafting 9th-grade precious elixirs. With such alchemical prowess, he could easily become an inner disciple of the Academy's alchemy hall. A series of knocks echoed from the stone door. "Who is it?" "If there is no business, do not disturb," Xiang Chun replied indifferently. "Brother Xiang, it's me," came a sultry voice from outside. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow, continuing to control the 3-flavored true fire for his alchemy, and with a wave of his hand, the door latch was opened by a surge of energy. "Come in." The stone door swung open with a resounding thud, revealing an extraordinarily alluring woman who stepped inside. With a delicate oval face and a pair of enchanting fox-like eyes, her slightly flushed cheeks were adorned with subtle makeup, and she wore a low-cut long dress that captivated the eye. As soon as she entered, a wave of fragrance enveloped the air. "Ma Romping, what brings you here?" Xiang Chun inquired with a furrowed brow. This woman was none other than Ma Romping, whom he had previously disciplined, and this cultivation chamber had once been hers. "Are you refining pills, Brother Xiang Chun?" Ma Romping asked in surprise, her voice laced with a flirtatious tone that sent shivers down Xiang Chun's spine. "You seem to be older than me. Just call me Xiang Chun. If there's nothing urgent, please leave," he replied indifferently, returning to his alchemical work. Ma Romping closed the stone door and lamented, "Why are you so cold towards me, Brother Xiang Chun? I have important news to share." At that moment, Xiang Chun clapped his hands, and a dazzling array of lights burst forth from the alchemical furnace. With a sweep of his energy, 12 golden 9-tier pure yuan pills fell into a nearby vial. 9-tier pure yuan pills, Ma Romping exclaimed, her gaze ablaze with admiration. The 9-tier pure yuan pills were the finest cultivation elixirs beneath the soul moon realm, worth no less than 500 spirit coins each. Consuming one at the innate realm could yield the equivalent of a year's worth of cultivation, capable of breaking through the 1st level of power. Her eyes filled with fervor as she regarded Xiang Chun, whose remarkable prowess and extraordinary talent in alchemy left her astounded. The ability to refine 12 pills in a single batch was something she had never heard of before. If such a man could be swayed to serve her, what obstacles could she not overcome? With this thought, her gaze towards Xiang Chun grew even more seductive. Xiang Chun had yet to rise. Carefully placing the pills into his Qianquan ring, Ma Romping approached him, kneeling behind him, her delicate arms suddenly embracing his shoulders and neck from behind. "I never imagined your alchemical talent was so formidable. Why don't you join the Academy's pill hall? You could easily enter the inner palace," she said coyly, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers and deliberately swaying her body. Xiang Chun exuded a unique, pure fragrance that was utterly captivating. No wonder those beasts sought to devour him. He was indeed intoxicating. Ma Romping found herself enchanted, conceding that she had developed feelings for Xiang Chun. If she could possess such a man, she would forsake her libertine nature for him alone. Xiang Chun's expression turned cold. "Release your hands. Let go." This woman was clearly attempting to seduce him. Although he had his own desires, he was not drawn to just any woman. No, I simply wish to converse with you. Brother Xiang Chun, Ma Rongping replied playfully, twisting her body. Suddenly, the Taiyan true qi within Xiang Chun surged forth explosively. Bang! Ma Rongping screamed as an immense repulsive force propelled her away, crashing her against the stone door. Xiang Chun then rose, his tone indifferent. I have warned you. If there is something to say, just say it. Ma Rongping groaned as she stood, casting a melancholic glance at Xiang Chun. Brother Xiang Chun truly shows no mercy to a beautiful woman. How can you treat such a lovely person like me so harshly? With a charming smile, Xiang Chun remarked. Are you so reckless that old Song next door is aware of it? She replied him. I have no affection for him. He's nothing but a coward. I prefer someone like you, Brother Xiang Chun, a gallant hero of great ambition. Ma Rongping displayed a hint of disdain, then gazed at Xiang Chun with affectionate eyes. Let us cut to the chase. I have no interest in you. If you have something to say, speak. If not, please leave. Xiang Chun remained unyielding. Like an unbreakable stone, Ma Rongping looked at him with a hint of sorrow and said, I am genuinely sincere. A cold glimmer flashed in Xiang Chun's eyes, prompting Ma Rongping to hastily continue. All right, the reason I came is to inform you of a once-in-a-century opportunity. A once-in-a-century opportunity? Xiang Chun furrowed his brows and inquired. What opportunity? Ma Rongping elaborated. It seems Brother Xiang Chun is unaware of the legendary secret realm in Huangzhou, the ancient desolate spirit realm. She recounted the recent activation of the ancient desolate spirit realm, leaving Xiang Chun astonished. This was a celestial paradise left behind by the great sages of Huangzhou. He never expected to encounter such a fortunate event. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Indeed, this was an opportunity not to be missed. Surely, many from the academy would be eager to attend. Xiang Chun mused that, with the restriction for those under 30, he and his brothers would have ample chances to seek treasures. Some people have already gathered. If you wish, Brother Xiang Chun, you could join them, Ma Rongping suggested sweetly. No need. Thank you for informing me. Please leave, Xiang Chun replied, shaking his head and gesturing for her to exit. Brother Xiang Chun, do you truly not understand my feelings? Ma Rongping stepped closer, untied her dress, and let it slip down her shoulders, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. Xiang Chun's expression darkened, and he took a few steps back. Please, respect yourself. Brother Chun, I truly wish to embrace you, Ma Rongping thought to herself. Just then, the stone door swung open abruptly. Chengu, there's something important I need to tell you. Wang Ziyage Chicken exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight before him. I swear I didn't see anything. You two carry on. He covered his eyes with one hand and attempted to retreat. Carry on? You should go back inside and continue. Xiang Chun swiftly exited, kicking Wang Ziyage Chicken back inside, slamming the door behind him as he hurried away. Chengu, a brother must never deceive a woman. How could I ever do such a thing? Wang Ziyage Chicken chuckled. Hey, beautiful, Brother Chen asked me to accompany you. Oh dear, how did my pants fall down? Rogue. Get out. A resounding slap echoed as Wang Ziyage Chicken was thrown against the wall. Xiang Chen, you are not a real man. Ma Rongping shouted angrily as she adjusted her clothing and stormed outside. Chapter 437. Anger of the Dean, 19. The ancient desolate spirit realm. I must investigate the specifics first. Xiang Chun pondered as he walked, paying no heed to Ma Rongping's curses behind him. Soon, Wang Ziyage Chicken caught up, sporting a red mark on his cheek. Chengu, who was that woman? He inquired. Just a woman of the world. If you dare to speak a word about what just happened, you'll taste the bitterness of the past, Xiang Chun warned fiercely. Rest assured, I won't say a thing. Men understand each other, right? But seriously, since she's a woman of the world, why bother pretending to be innocent? Wang Ziyage Chicken scoffed. You're not picky, are you? Xiang Chun cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, be cautious of contracting the flower and willow disease. In this life, one must seize joy while it lasts. Besides, Brother Chun, you possess the miraculous ability to resurrect. What ailment could possibly trouble you? Scram. If you were to contract that disease, I would not offer my aid. And it would serve you right for your misfortune, Xiang Chun retorted, delivering a swift kick to Wang Xiaoji's backside. What is it that you seek from me? Oh, Brother Chun, it pertains to the ancient wilderness spirit realm. You are familiar with it, are you not? I just overheard Ma Rongping mention it. She sought me out specifically to discuss this matter. Gather our brothers together to investigate the ancient wilderness spirit realm while I inquire with the dean. Understood. Xiang Chun first made his way to Dean Xiaozhan's office to delve deeper into the matter of the ancient wilderness spirit realm. Upon his arrival, he noticed an additional presence, the figure of an elderly man clad in gray, engaged in a game of chess with Dean Xiao, engrossed in conversation. Students pay their respects to their teacher, Xiang Chun announced, placing his hands before him and bowing slightly in deference. Xiang Chun, your timing is impeccable. This gentleman is our West Campus Dean, Director Lu, Dean Xiao introduced, gesturing towards the elder, who returned Xiang Chun's gaze with a warm smile. Director. A spark of recognition ignited within Xiang Chun. The dean of the West Campus was none other than Qing Cheng's mentor. He bowed again, saying, Student Xiang Chun, pays my respects to you, Honorable Dean. Director Lu regarded Xiang Chun with a gentle smile, saying, No need for formalities, young man. I have heard your name mentioned by your teacher on several occasions. Indeed, during the hunting wars, you showcased the prowess of our West Campus. Your praise is too generous. Honorable Dean, Xiang Chun replied humbly. Xiang Chun, you have come to me concerning the ancient wilderness secret realm, have you not? Dean Xiao surmised, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Precisely, I have come to inquire about the ancient wilderness spirit realm, Xiang Chun affirmed with a nod. As he continued to play chess, Dean Xiao elaborated, the ancient wilderness spirit realm is an ancient secret realm that has been passed down for thousands of years. It was established by several eminent figures and celestial beings of ancient times in the region of Huangzhou, serving as a place for cultivation and inheritance. Within it lie their legacies, spiritual treasures, countless herbs, martial arts, and numerous opportunities. It is also where they select their disciples across generations. However, there are restrictions in place. Only those under 30 years of age may enter. For your generation, it represents a once-in-a-century opportunity. Of course, while there are many opportunities within, it is fraught with dangers, as it houses countless ancient ferocious beasts. It is an adventure meant for the youth, Dean Xiao concluded. With Dean Xiao's affirmation, Xiang Chun felt reassured, realizing that Ma Rongping had indeed spoken the truth. I appreciate the guidance, dear teacher, he bowed again respectfully. Young man, seize this chance. Such opportunities are rare in life. If grasped well, they will greatly benefit your future, Dean Xiao advised, his words resonating with wisdom. Yes. At that moment, Director Lu interjected, pausing his game and turning his gaze towards Xiang Chun. I wish to speak with you, Xiang Chun. Please, go ahead, Honorable Dean, Xiang Chun replied attentively. Director Lu inquired, I have heard that you are the fiancé of Qing Cheng. Is that true? You were betrothed since childhood? Indeed, Xiang Chun nodded, understanding that as Qing Cheng's mentor. This knowledge was not unexpected. Director Lu continued, do you truly harbor sincere feelings for Qing Cheng? Xiang Chun gazed into the eyes of his companion and said, We have been childhood sweethearts, our affections intertwined since our youth. Thus it is only natural that I hold deep feelings for her. Director Lu picked up a nearby teacup, took a sip, and remarked, If your feelings for Qing Cheng are genuine, I advise you to distance yourself from her, to spare her from harm, lest you cause yourself pain in the future. Hearing this, Xiang Chun furrowed his brow and asked, Why? Director Lu set down the teacup and continued, I wonder if you are aware of Qing Cheng's condition. She possesses a dual nature of water and fire, where yin and yang are in conflict. Xiang Chun responded calmly. Director Lu, slightly surprised that Xiang Chun was aware of this, nodded and said, Indeed, this child possesses remarkable talent, yet her constitution is cursed by fate. It is unlikely she will live to see 30. Xiang Chun remained silent, as any skilled physician would undoubtedly know this. And you cannot save her, nor can I. If she chooses you, she will truly be doomed. However, there is one who can save her, but it would require the sacrifice of your relationship with her. Director Lu expressed, I had long intended to speak with you about this, but I could see that Qing Cheng truly cares for you, and I hesitated to tear you apart so soon. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun's brows furrowed, and a nameless anger surged within him as he exclaimed, What do you mean? Director? What does it mean to sacrifice my feelings for her? Director Lu, undeterred by Xiang Chun's anger, replied, I know of one person whose constitution is perfectly compatible with Qing Cheng's, capable of resolving her elemental conflict. However, the condition is that she cannot be with you anymore. As for this person's identity, I cannot disclose it to you. Suffice it to say, he is the only one who can save Qing Cheng. Xiang Chun's expression darkened as he inquired, You're not referring to Yi Tianxi, are you? Certainly not. Director Lu shook his head. Xiang Chun scoffed, Then that is utter nonsense. I can confidently say that on this continent, only I can save her, and no one can take her from my side unless she chooses to leave. Xiang Chun, how can you speak to the director like that? Xiao Zhan's expression shifted, and he quickly interjected, Director, this child is young and lacks the finesse in his words. Please do not hold it against him. Director Liu waved his hand dismissively, saying, It is of no consequence. Youth is often impetuous. One cannot truly be considered young without a bit of temper. He turned to Xiang Chun, his demeanor cold. I am not jesting, Xiang Chun. If you genuinely love her and wish to save her, you must learn to let go. Xiang Chun straightened his posture and resolutely declared, regardless of the reason, I will not give up. I have stated before that only I can save Qing Cheng on this continent. Do not ask me why, for I possess that capability. A flicker of anger stirred within Director Liu as he retorted coldly, Young man, you are being selfish. Selfish? Xiang Chun replied with a chilling smile. What of your own selfishness? Have you shared this with Qing Cheng? She is likely unaware. Bang! In an instant, Director Liu slammed his palm onto the table, sending the chessboard and pieces scattering across the floor. Xiao Zhan's expression darkened at the sudden outburst. The director was furious. An overwhelming pressure emanated from Director Liu, enveloping Xiang Chun with an astonishing force, the intense spiritual waves weighing heavily upon him, causing him immense discomfort and a sharp pain to throb in his head. However, Xiang Chun gritted his teeth, refusing to take a single step back, his gaze fixed stubbornly upon Dean Liu. Do you even comprehend whom you are addressing? Dean Liu's voice grew colder by several degrees. Even if you are the esteemed dean, I dare to speak thus. I can save Qing Cheng, while others, even if they could save her, would only employ methods that would harm her. Xiang Chun declared resolutely. Dean Liu let out a derisive laugh and replied, If I am at a loss, what could a mere innate cultivator like you possibly do? Xiang Chun chuckled heartily and responded, Indeed, when it comes to cultivation, my abilities are trivial compared to yours. However, when it comes to saving lives, even 10 Dean Lius cannot compare to me, Xiang Chun. Dean, you struggle to save yourself from your own afflictions, yet you dare to question me? A hint of scorn played at the corners of Xiang Chen's mouth. Upon hearing this, Dean Liu's aged eyes narrowed, and a glimmer of brilliance emanated from his murky gaze. What afflictions could I possibly have? Xiang Chen looked at him and said, Is it not true that around noon on the 15th of each month, you experience a searing pain in your lungs, heart, and liver? This agony persists until the twilight hours of the evening. During this period, the pain intensifies, leaving you feeling as though you are being consumed by raging flames. Despite your formidable cultivation, I fear your liver may not endure many more years. At this rate, you may only have a decade left. Xiang Chen spoke with a calm demeanor, and upon hearing this, both Liu and Xiao Zhan's expressions shifted dramatically. Dean Liu gazed at Xiang Chun in disbelief. This was his secret, known only to Xiao Zhan in the entire western courtyard. He turned to Xiao Zhan, who offered a wry smile. Don't look at me. I haven't said a word about this. How could I divulge such matters, even to my own student? Xiang Chen continued. Though you have been suppressing it with medication over the years, your liver has completely succumbed to cancer. Ordinary treatments, even miraculous herbs, merely address the symptoms and are of little use. They can only suppress the condition. However, the human body is a marvelously intricate machine, and when a component has entirely failed, no amount of repairs will suffice. Xiang Chen's words cast an even darker shadow over Dean Liu's countenance. How do you know all this? Dean Liu inquired in a hushed tone. Ordinary physicians diagnose ailments through observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Yet for me, merely observing a person's visage and aura is sufficient to ascertain their condition. The human being is a microcosm, a living machine interconnected in every aspect. Xiang Chen spoke with indifference. Indeed, you possess some medical knowledge. However, the best divine physicians in Huangzhou are helpless against Qing Cheng's affliction. What can you possibly do? Dean Liu said coldly. The fact that others cannot does not imply that I cannot. Your ailment, which others cannot treat, I can. Xiang Chen replied with pride. Dean Liu sneered. Young man, you speak with such bravado. My liver and gallbladder are indeed troubled, yet even if a divine physician were to replace them, my condition would still remain unhealed and toxic. Xiang Chun turned around, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the scenery outside, and spoke with indifference. Director Liu, in his youth, indulged in a life of excessive drinking and cultivation, which has harmed his liver. The toxins from that liver have grown stronger with time, becoming ingrained within the flesh and blood. Even if you were to acquire a new liver, the poison would still persist, ready to invade your newly acquired organs. These toxins would proliferate in the new liver, and within a month, it would revert to its former state. Am I mistaken? Director Liu and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances, both visibly shocked. Xiangchun, do you possess a remedy? If so, please assist the director, Xiao Zhan inquired. Indeed, I can discern the ailment and provide a complete cure. Leaving no trace of the illness, Xiangchun replied. Director Liu's condition bears a striking resemblance to that of a brother of mine, who hails from Tianxiang Distillery. Could it be that the director has some connection to Tianxiang Distillery? Tianxiang Distillery? Director Liu furrowed his brow and responded. It is merely a peripheral enterprise of the Liu family. I am of the Tianlu lineage. The Tianlu lineage, a kin of Shimin? No wonder, Xiangchun thought to himself. Realization dawning. Those from the Tianlu lineage cannot cultivate without wine. Excessive consumption of medicinal spirits inevitably leads to toxic buildup, resulting in a formidable liver poison over the years. Cherish your liver, drink less. Xiangchun continued. While I have the ability to heal, I find myself reluctant to do so. In the past, I might have offered my assistance to the director, but now, alas, my mood is not conducive to such generosity, and I refuse to impose myself. Director Liu replied coldly. You may possess the insight to diagnose ailments, yet many apothecaries share this ability, and none have been able to cure me. Believe it or not. A dose of 500-year-old meat cistanche, combined with 600-year-old bitter lotus, boiled in 2 liters of water for an hour, yielding 3 taels of medicinal broth, can alleviate the pain of liver toxicity once a month. However, this merely serves to relieve suffering. For true healing, one must await my disposition. Now that I have asked what I needed, esteemed teacher, I shall take my leave, Xiangchun said, offering a slight bow to Xiao Zhan and a composed nod to Director Liu before turning to depart. Xiangchun, Xiao Zhan called out, attempting to retain him. Never mind. The lad is still in a foul mood. Director Liu shook his head. Xiao Zhan sighed. Director, you have made a grave misstep. Had you not broached this subject, perhaps Xiangchun could have healed you. A hint of regret flickered in Director Liu's eyes as he sighed. Who knew this young man possessed such capabilities? However, that move is made, and there is no turning back. I must dissuade him from the notion of helping me. Are you not aware of the caliber of that individual? Xiao Zhan sighed again. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, I shall converse with him soon and persuade him to assist you. Humph, no need for that. If he chooses not to help, so be it. After all these years, do I still need to beg a junior for aid? Director Liu scoffed. You simply cannot let go of your pride. Which is more important, your life or your dignity? Allow me to speak on your behalf. Wait, no, old man. You nearly lost that game. Did you deliberately sabotage it? Haha, I have not lost. Not at all. Let us start anew. How vexing. You despicable old scoundrel. Announcement. Regarding the narrative, many of my fellow writers have recently pointed out that I have recycled certain elements from Shura and Ascent to the Pinnacle. Indeed, I have repeated some stylistic choices, including the opening of Shura, which was entirely inspired by a segment from Ascent to the Pinnacle, both of which are my own works. Some of these ideas have become deeply ingrained, making it quite challenging to completely overturn and transform them. Consequently, upon the foundation of Ascent, I have crafted a work surpassing it, entitled Supreme Shura, and I firmly believe that 10,000 demons will exceed its predecessors as well. In 10,000 demons, I will similarly draw upon the successful motifs from Ascent and Shura, while infusing my own innovations, striving to transcend the previous 2 volumes. If you expect me to entirely reinvent my creative process, I must apologize. Such feats are beyond my capabilities. Over the course of nearly 4 years, I have penned an astounding 15 million words. What does that signify? This pace of updates is nearly unparalleled on this platform. Some authors take a decade to achieve the same total output that I have matched in under 4 years. Often, I find this rather disheartening. As I age, I must confess there are few fantasy novels that captivate me anymore. Even the currently popular works, through my discerning lens, I find increasingly unpalatable. As the pool of enjoyable fantasy literature diminishes, so too does my opportunity for learning. I now prefer to adapt and innovate my own narratives, crafting a unique fantasy style that resonates with me rather than emulating the formulas of others that I no longer appreciate. My protagonists typically embark on grand adventures as a cohesive group, with bonds of brotherhood, familial ties, and romance interwoven. This is my signature style, distinct from the solitary hero's journey. Throughout these years of writing, I have observed that as your ages increase, so too does your life experience. You may discover that the novels you once cherished become fewer in number and your social circles dwindle. This is a natural progression, as both perspective and maturity evolve. For instance, many authors' works that I once enjoyed at 13 or 14 no longer hold my interest now that I am in my 20s. It is not that their writing lacks merit. Rather, we have grown apart, as their narratives cater to a specific age demographic. As for fantasy literature, it appears that those over 30 are becoming increasingly rare among its readers, while the fervent youth continue to thrive. Therefore, I fully understand those who find 10,000 Demons uninteresting. It is simply a reflection of growth. The 16-year-olds who once accompanied me are now in their 20s. In the future, I will continue to accompany many young minds through their formative years. Yet many of you will inevitably part ways with me due to the natural course of life. Those who remain will be all the more precious. For those who feel that fantasy literature has become juvenile as they age, I recommend exploring historical novels or literary classics. I am genuinely striving for authentic innovation, not imitation. I would rather develop my own motifs than replicate another's work. Therefore, for those who still appreciate my writing, I encourage you to follow along as I refine this book and share thoughtful suggestions that I will consider. For those who find my work unengaging, I invite you to explore the recommended literary masterpieces that can enrich your cultural understanding. To be candid, I find myself largely reading my own works within the realm of fantasy literature. I have not engaged with others' writings. As for my next book, I am uncertain whether I will continue to delve into traditional, fervent fantasy. 10,000 Demons may very well serve as the culminating work of my fervent fantasy novels. I shall diligently refine it, and in the future, I aspire to explore unconventional realms of fantasy. However, having already penned over 10 million words, the prospect of crafting another several million-word tome that is entirely innovative feels beyond my current prowess. I can only strive to progressively enhance and innovate my own style. In terms of literary discernment, I dare say my standards may exceed those of many readers. Since I began my literary journey in 2008, immersing myself in various forms of literature, my breadth of reading experience has evolved. As I revisit the genre of fantasy, I find that few works captivate my attention. Nowadays, I am drawn only to those intricate narratives steeped in historical context, yet such works diverge entirely from my own stylistic approach. My literary foundation has yet to reach that level of sophistication, and I hesitate to venture into that territory for fear of emulating poorly. It is prudent to first solidify my own unique style. Luo Yu embodies a harmonious blend of softness and strength, while Mu Feng represents unyielding ferocity. In contrast, Xiang Chun is a character of duality, embodying both righteousness and wickedness, tinged with a hint of cunning. Thus, it would be misguided to view Xiang Chun through the same lens as Mu Feng. He is not Mu Feng. Moreover, in light of the current pandemic, I extend my heartfelt wishes for the well-being of all. To the medical personnel and frontline workers tirelessly battling this crisis, your efforts are deeply appreciated. Take care of your health, and may this winter soon pass. The day our motherland and Wuhan recover shall herald the arrival of spring.